Chapter 1: A Tranquil Night. In City a nexus of power interwoven with ambition, the night exudes an unusual tranquility, as if the clamor of the day had never existed. The glass facades of towering skyscrapers reflect the sparse starlight, while distant neon lights flicker, casting an ethereal hue over the metropolis. Gu Lingyuan stood by the window, gazing down at this city that was both familiar and foreign to him. His eyes were profound, as if capable of piercing through the superficial fog to behold the turmoil and strife hidden within the darkness. This was the city he had painstakingly cultivated for many years, an integral part of his grand design. "Brother Gu, Linyu has returned." A knock at the door interrupted Gu Lingyuan's reverie. Standing at the entrance was Zhang Yi, lean of frame, yet perpetually exuding a cold demeanor. Gu Lingyuan nodded slightly. "Let him in." Zhang Yi swiftly exited, and shortly thereafter, Linyu entered. He was Gu Lingyuan's trusted aide, a former Special Forces soldier, his countenance imbued with an inherent aura of lethal intensity. Although he had acclimated to urban life, the essence of his military bearing remained unyielding. "Brother Gu, everything has been arranged," Linyu stated, standing before Gu Lingyuan, his expression grave and his tone succinct. Gu Lingyuan maintained his gaze upon the cityscape beyond the window, as if it were a chessboard resting within his palm, and he was contemplating the forthcoming moves. What is the adversary's reaction? Huang Ji has shown no signs of awareness. He remains oblivious to our machinations. However, Chao Jie's faction has recently engaged in minor activities in City D, seemingly preparing to vie for a larger share in the black market, Linyu reported. Chao Jie. Gu Lingyuan murmured, repeating the name with a hint of barely perceptible chill in his voice. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to face Linyu, his gaze icy and resolute. "He has always been a nuisance. It appears we must act preemptively." Linyu nodded, understanding the implications of Gu Lingyuan's decision. "I will instruct Zhang Yi to gather intelligence and ascertain the details of their movements." Indeed, promptly, Gu Lingyuan gestured for Linyu to proceed. This confrontation had been brewing for some time, and when the moment arrived, he would strike decisively, delivering a fatal blow to his opponent. Linyu turned to leave, and the room once again fell into silence. Gu Lingyuan stood alone by the window, contemplating the next phase of his strategy. The rise of every rival faction could alter the dynamics of City A, and he could not permit any unforeseen events to transpire. The other side of City A. At this moment, on the opposite side of City A clandestine underground casino buzzed with life and revelry. Huang Ji, the proprietor of another underground gambling establishment, lounged in the innermost VIP booth, a glass of red wine in hand, gently swirling the liquid while occasionally casting his gaze toward a nearby high-stakes poker table. "Tonight's game appears quite lively," murmured Huang Ji's assistant, a smirk of pride gracing his features. Huang Ji smiled faintly, a glint of sharpness gleaming in his eyes. "Indeed, but such merriment shall not endure for long." The assistant blinked, seemingly perplexed by Huang Ji's implication. Huang Ji refrained from further explanation, merely taking a delicate sip of red wine while casting his gaze into the distance. He was acutely aware that Gu Lingyuan would not allow him to bask in his achievements for long. Several months prior, he had heard numerous rumors about Gu Lingyuan, the emerging force within the underground realm of City A, steadily encroaching upon his territory and that of other established factions. Huang Ji had repeatedly tested Gu Lingyuan's limits, yet each attempt had ended in failure. This young man was not only ruthless, but also exceptionally patient, always striking at precisely the right moment to deliver a fatal blow to his adversaries. "Maintain close surveillance on Gu Lingyuan's movements. I need to be informed of each of his subsequent actions," Huang Ji commanded coldly, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. The assistant nodded quickly, inwardly astonished. He understood Huang Ji's ambition, but also recognized that Gu Lingyuan was not an easy opponent. The underworld of City A appeared tranquil, yet was rife with undercurrents. Every decision could potentially ignite a bloody conflict. Amidst the shadows of conspiracy, Zhang Yi stood atop an old warehouse, the cold wind brushing against his face as he seemed to merge with the surrounding darkness. Under the night sky, the distant port glimmered with lights, occasionally revealing cargo ships gliding by. This port was the pivotal hub of the smuggling network connecting City B to City A, and it was crucial for their impending operation. Huang Lin's team has been lying in wait at the port for several days. Our people are also prepared. Zhang, he heard a voice emanating from his communicator in order from Linyu. Zhang, he nodded slightly, responding in a hushed tone. Understood, I will report updates as they arise. The illicit transactions at the port were about to commence, with Gu Lingyuan having meticulously arranged everything, poised to eliminate Huang Ji's men as soon as the opportunity arose. Zhang Yi recognized the paramount importance of tonight's mission. Should it succeed, Gu Lingyuan would gain complete control over the smuggling network in City B, paving the way. For future plans, he swiftly retreated from the rooftop, vanishing into the night. Not far off, a sleek black sedan came to a gradual halt. The door swung open, and Lin Yu emerged, followed closely by several towering bodyguards clad in black, each exuding an air of cold intensity. They silently encircled Lin Yu, awaiting his next command. Lin Yu retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Commence the operation. His words echoed. On the opposite side of the port, Huang Lin, who had long been lying in wait, sprang into action. She was Gu Lingyuan's most exceptional cybersecurity expert and a key figure responsible for intelligence gathering. Calmly observing her computer screen, her fingers danced across the keyboard, rapidly switching between various surveillance feeds. Lingu, I have locked onto the target. Their cargo will be traded here tonight. Huang Lin's voice was steady and confident. Lin Yu inclined his head slightly, a faint smirk gracing his lips. Excellent. Tonight we shall ensure that Huang Ji loses control of this port entirely. With the command given, the operation swiftly unfolded. The elite team, led by Zhang, he had already infiltrated every corner of the port, awaiting the appearance of their quarry. In the depths of the night, time seemed to stretch infinitely, each minute feeling exceedingly prolonged that a sudden crisis loomed. However, just as the operation was about to commence, a flurry of hurried footsteps shattered the tranquility of the night. A man clad in black rushed towards Lin Yu, his expression fraught with tension. Brother Lin, the situation has changed. Chao Jie's men have suddenly appeared. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, a flicker of displeasure crossing his gaze. Chao Jie's men? How did they end up here? It is evident that they have set their sights on this shipment and seem intent on seizing it from us, the man in black replied in a hushed tone. Lin Yu let out a cold laugh, a glint of ruthlessness in his eyes. Since they have arrived, we might as well deal with them all at once. He swiftly mobilized his personnel, preparing to confront this unforeseen melee. Meanwhile, Zhang, he had already grasped the gravity of the situation. He quietly reported via the communicator, Brother Gu, Chao Jie's men have infiltrated the other side of the port, and they appear poised to forcibly take the goods. Continue to monitor, do not act rashly. Gu Lingyuan's voice emanated from the communicator, calm and resolute. The tranquility of the night had been irrevocably disrupted. A storm was brewing. Gu Lingyuan stood in a distant high-rise, coldly surveying the direction of the port. He understood that after tonight, the landscape of City A would once again shift, just as he had anticipated. Chapter 2. Ominous Signs of an Ambush. The night in City A remained as tranquil as still water, yet beneath this calm, undercurrents had begun to stir. The wind at the port carried a hint of damp chill, and the distant sound of a cargo ship's horn resonated dully. Lin Yu stood beside a black SUV, his gaze fixed on the port, a growing unease gnawing at him. Gu Lingyuan's orders were clear. The operation tonight must succeed. Zhang, he had already deployed personnel, and the logistics of the cargo handover were meticulously arranged. However, the emergence of Chao Jie had disrupted this meticulous plan. He felt that the situation before them was slipping beyond their control. Chao Jie should not have learned of our operation tonight so swiftly. Lin Yu murmured to Huang Lin beside him. Huang Lin remained silent for a moment before swiftly manipulating her tablet. Her hacking skills were unmatched among the underground forces of City A, and monitoring various movements was her forte. Yet today, she too found herself at loss. I have been monitoring his communications and found no signs of him receiving prior intelligence, unless he has utilized channels unknown to us. Lin Yu frowned slightly and replied, regardless, the situation is upon us. We must adapt to this sudden ambush. He glanced around that moment. The surroundings were eerily quiet. The assault team, led by Zhang, he had already dispersed to various hiding spots, awaiting the appearance of their target. The air seemed thick with tension, as if it were a taut bowstring, ready to unleash at any moment. Brother Lin, Brother Gu has new instructions. Zhang Yi's voice suddenly emerged from the communicator, tinged with suppressed anxiety. Linyu activated the communicator, his tone steady. Speak. Brother Gu wants us to adjust our strategy and refrain from directly confronting Chao Jie's men. He believes we can lure them deeper before executing our ambush. Zhang Yi's voice was low but resolute. Linyu nodded, fully aware of Gu Lingyuan's style. Gu Lingyuan never struck without careful calculation, ensuring that he acted only at the moment of guaranteed victory. This meticulous approach was one of the reasons for his swift rise in City A. Understood. We shall proceed as planned, Linyu replied succinctly before turning to Huang Lin. Inform the others to prepare tonight. We shall engage in a war of patience and ambush. Huang Lin swiftly tapped on her tablet, relaying the new directives to each squad. Her expression was grave, yet her movements remained precise and unwavering. Our personnel are already in position. Once Chao Jie's men step into the trap, Zhang Yi and his team will seal off the exits. Linyu nodded, then gazed toward the distant port. For them, tonight was not merely a contest over a black market transaction. The stakes involved were far more significant than the goods at hand. Gu Lingyuan aimed to weaken the influence of rivals like Huang Ji and Chao Jie by controlling the smuggling network at the port, a crucial strategic maneuver in his territorial expansion. That moment, a truck slowly rolled into the port, its headlights slicing through the darkness. Following closely were several sedans, their windows tightly shut, obscuring the interior from view. Linyu squinted, focusing on the direction for which the truck approached, precisely the handover point arranged by Huang Ji. The cargo from the other party has arrived, Huang Lin whispered, her gaze lifting from the tablet, a hint of vigilance in her expression. Linyu did not respond. Immediately his eyes remained fixed on the truck. Chao Jie's men were lurking on the opposite side of the port, clearly biding their time as well. The danger loomed closer. Zhang Yi concealed himself behind a derelict shipping container at the port, his eyes sharp as a hawk, scrutinizing everything before him. His fingers gripped his weapon tightly, ready to strike at any moment. In his earpiece, Lin Yu's commands rang out, urging him to remain patient and await the perfect moment. Chao Jie's men had made their appearance. Shadows moved silently within the port's dim light, and Zhang Yi clearly observed them advancing toward the truck. A cold smile crept across his face. Chao Jie might believe he could easily seize this opportunity, unaware that he was stepping deeper into Gu Lingyuan's meticulously laid trap. Lin Gu, the target is approaching, Zhang Yi whispered, tightening his grip on his gun. Lin Yu's voice emanated from the communicator, calm and unyielding. Wait a moment longer, until they are fully encircled. Zhang Yi suppressed his urge to act. Remaining in hiding, he understood that once he fired, all ambushers would be instantly revealed, thus requiring him to await the most opportune moment. The truck's doors slowly swung open, and a man dressed in black descended, surveying his surroundings before signaling to others to begin unloading the cargo. The port workers commenced their labors, while Chao Jie's men steadily advanced, their eyes fixed resolutely on the goods, clearly intent on possession. Zhang Yi held his breath, his gaze locked on a Chao Jie subordinates. Just a few more steps, and the ambush would yield a flawless capture. However, at that critical juncture, an unexpected sound suddenly pierced the air near his ear. Alas! Huang Ji's men have arrived. Huang Lin's urgent voice pierced through the calm of Lin Yu's original plan via the communicator. Lin Yu was taken aback, swiftly directing his gaze towards Huang Lin's screen. Indeed, another group of unwelcome guests was advancing from the opposite side of the port, and they were none other than Huang Ji's subordinates. Has Huang Ji set his sights on this shipment as well? Lin Yu clenched his teeth, feeling the unease within him intensify. Huang Lin's fingers danced rapidly across the tablet, attempting to access more surveillance footage. They clearly aimed to seize the opportunity amidst the chaos, which will further complicate our operations. Lin Yu cursed under his breath. The situation was far more convoluted than he had anticipated. Now, both Chao Jie and Huang Ji's forces had appeared at the port, and the presence of their respective subordinates was sufficient to turn the entire scenario into a tumultuous clash. Brother Lin, what should we do? Should we act immediately? Zhang Yi inquired through the communicator, his tone laced with urgency. Lin Yu fell silent for a moment, swiftly weighing the circumstances. If Chao Jie and Huang Ji's men were to encounter each other, it would undoubtedly ignite an uncontrollable battle, rendering his carefully laid ambush ineffective. Linyu decisively issued the command. We can no longer delay. We must seize control of the situation before they engage in combat. With Linyu's order given, Zhang Yi promptly directed his men to spring into action. The assault team, hidden in various locations, instantly emerged from the shadows, their weapons aimed directly at Chao Jie's men. Simultaneously, Huang Lin employed her remote hacking skills to seal off all exits at the port, ensuring no one could escape easily. Gunfire erupted suddenly, shattering the night's tranquility. Chao Jie's men were evidently caught off guard by the ambush in their haste. They scrambled for cover, retaliating as best they could. Bullets traversed the space between the port's containers, the sound of metal clashing resonating fiercely in the air. Huang Lin, sever all communications. We cannot allow this melee to be detected by outsiders. Lin Yu commanded while directing the battle, swiftly issuing new orders. Huang Lin's fingers flew across the controls once more, cutting off all communication signals at the port. Her expression was stern, and her gaze exuded a chilling resolve. This battle, by all means, must conclude under Gu Lingyuan's control. The conflict at the port intensified, with Chao Jie's men steadily retreating under the assault team's pressure, while Huang Ji's men attempted to exploit the chaos to seize the cargo. However, Gu Lingyuan had anticipated this, and Zhang Yi's team executed precise strikes, swiftly regaining control of the situation. Yet, just as the battle seemed to be nearing its conclusion, a sudden explosion reverberated through the air. Huang Lin abruptly looked up, her face paling. "This is not good. There's been an explosion over by the warehouse." Lin Yu's heart sank, and he quickly turned to gaze at the distant warehouse. Chapter 3. The sudden assault. As the night deepened, the neon lights of City A continued to flicker, enveloping the metropolis in a kaleidoscopic glow. Gu Lingyuan sat poised in his office, gazing down at the city through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The bustling scene outside might have led one to believe that all was serene. Yet Gu Lingyuan was acutely aware that beneath this tranquil facade, turbulent undercurrents were surging. "How are Lin Yu and the others faring?" he inquired softly, his tone steady but imbued with an undeniable authority. Beside him, Li Zhuo swiftly opened his tablet, scrutinizing the latest updates. Zhang Yi's men have commenced their operations. The ambush is proceeding as planned. However, an unexpected development has arisen. Huang Ji's people have suddenly appeared at the port. Gu Lingyuan furrowed his brow slightly, his fingers drumming lightly on the desk. Huang Ji? How could he possibly be aware of this operation? "It remains unclear," Li Zhuo responded promptly. "It's possible that Chao Jie inadvertently leaked information, or perhaps Huang Ji has been monitoring the shipment for some time." Gu Lingyuan's eyes narrowed, clearly lost in thought. Such an unforeseen variable was not within his expectations. While it would not derail his plans, he detested any uncontrollable factors. "Continue monitoring. Ensure they remain under our control," he commanded in a low voice. Li Zhuo nodded, quickly executing the order. Yet, the palpable tension in the air lingered. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. Lin Yu burst in, his expression grave. Gu, we may be facing a greater predicament." Gu Lingyuan's gaze instantly hardened. "What is it?" Lin Yu approached the desk briskly and whispered, "We were ambushed at the port by an unidentified force, disrupting our original plan to ambush Chao Jie. This attack does not seem orchestrated by Chao Jie or Huang Ji. I suspect a third-party force has intervened." "A third party?" Gu Lingyuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Are you certain?" "Indeed," Lin Yu affirmed. "Their firepower and tactical style differ markedly from the gangs we typically encounter in City A. I suspect they may be mercenaries from abroad." Gu Lingyuan fell into a moment of contemplation, his mind racing as he rapidly assessed the current situation. Though City A was fraught with chaos, most factions lay within his control and anticipation. This sudden assault, particularly from an external force of such magnitude and capability, was no mere coincidence. Li Zhuo, investigate if there have been any records of a significant influx of foreign personnel into City A in recent days, particularly those with military backgrounds, Gu Lingyuan instructed in a grave tone. Li Zhuo immediately began operating his tablet, entering a series of commands to retrieve the pertinent information. A few moments later, he frowned slightly. Gu, indeed, A group of 4 individuals has entered City A through underground channels recently. Their backgrounds are quite complex, resembling that of an international mercenary organization. International mercenaries? Gu Lingyuan scoffed, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. He understood that this sudden assault was not a coincidence, but rather a premeditated provocation. Who dares to meddle in our affairs in City A? He murmured, his gaze sharp as a blade. Linyu nodded. It was evident that they were no ordinary foes, their combat skills and equipment far surpassing those of typical gangs. Our personnel at the port were under severe fire suppression, and the casualty figures were still being tallied. Gu Lingyuan slowly rose, moving to the window to survey the entire city. This was his domain. He had constructed a vast underground empire here, impervious to any external forces. Their timing is unfortunate, he remarked with a hint of cold-blooded intent, yet since they had arrived, a lesson would be imparted. Lin Yu discerned the resoluteness in Gu Lingyuan's words and understood that he had no intention of granting these intruders any further opportunities. Is there any news from Huang Lin? Gu Lingyuan inquired suddenly, his gaze still fixed outside. She is currently tracking the movements of the mercenaries, Lin Yu replied. She has already blocked their communication networks, but has yet to locate their precise stronghold. Gu Lingyuan nodded, a flicker of approval crossing his eyes. Huang Lin's technical prowess had always been one of his trump cards. Whether it was tracking enemies or obstructing their maneuvers, she consistently provided essential support at critical moments. Urge her to hasten her efforts. I must ascertain who sent these individuals and their true intentions, Gu Lingyuan commanded in a low voice. Understood, Brother Gu. Lin Yu acknowledged before swiftly departing. As Lin Yu's figure vanished behind the door, Gu Lingyuan resumed his seat at the desk. His fingers lightly drummed against the surface, his mind racing with thoughts. He was acutely aware that the appearance of mercenaries was no mere coincidence. A grander conspiracy surely loomed behind it. Suddenly, the communicator emitted a soft beep. Gu Lingyuan pressed the answer button, and Huang Lin's voice resonated from the other end. Brother Gu, I have unearthed some information. Speak. It appears these mercenaries hail from an established Eastern European organization. They have recently been seen frequently across Asia, particularly engaged in underground market activities. I suspect they have been contracted by a major conglomerate or transnational crime syndicate, specifically to provoke us. Gu Lingyuan scoffed. Indeed, they are formidable. Continue your investigation. See if you can uncover their puppet master. Huang Lin responded, Understood. I will get back to you promptly. After disconnecting, Gu Lingyuan's gaze grew increasingly profound and cold. He recognized that this was not merely a simple conflict but a far more intricate game of strategy. Meanwhile, the battle at the port raged on. The team led by Lin Yu had gradually shifted from a passive defense to a counteroffensive. Zhang Yi's assault rifle spat flames, his precise shots taking down one of the mercenaries. Advance. Do not give them a moment's respite, Lin Yu commanded, his voice resonating through the communicator to every team member's ear. Gu Lingyuan's combat unit was well trained. Faced with these sudden assailants, they swiftly adapted their strategy, transitioning from defense to offense. While the mercenaries wielded formidable firepower, they began to reveal vulnerabilities under the sharp counterattacks orchestrated by Gu Lingyuan's elite forces. Zhang Yi swiftly navigated the narrow alleyways between the containers, using tactical gestures to direct his team as they gradually approached the enemy's core position. Though the mercenaries displayed formidable tactics, they evidently underestimated the robust counterattack capabilities of the underground forces in City A. Lin Gu, they are retreating, Zhang Yi suddenly reported via the communicator, his tone infused with a hint of exhilaration. Lin Yu let out a cold smirk. Pursue. Leave no one behind. The tide of battle began to shift as the mercenaries' lines were progressively dismantled. They clearly did not anticipate the sudden escalation of this ambush and were attempting to evacuate through a clandestine route at the port. Lin Yu surged ahead, leading his team to swiftly encircle the enemy's escape route. The sound of fierce gunfire erupted once more, with enemies falling one by one. Ultimately, under Lin Yu's command, the last retreat vehicle of the mercenaries was successfully intercepted. Though Gu Lingyuan's plan had been disrupted by the assault, their rapid counterstrike equally dealt a devastating blow to the mercenaries. A fleeting calm returned to the port, the only remnants of the recent bloody clash being the acrid scent of gunpowder and the fallen bodies strewn across the ground. After the battle had concluded, Linyu stood amidst the wreckage of the port, coldly surveying the scene before him. Zhang Yi approached his side and whispered, "We captured a few alive, but they are quite tight-lipped." Linyu nodded, a glint of coldness in his gaze. Guga will know how to make them talk. He then turned and departed the port, heading back to Gu Lingyuan's headquarters. Seated at his desk, Gu Lingyuan's eyes flickered with a glimmer of intrigue as he listened to Linyu's report. Chapter 4. The conspiracy behind the scenes. The office of Gu Lingyuan remained suffused with the tense atmosphere that lingered after the recent skirmish. The clock on the wall ticked rhythmically, its hands moving slowly, as if to remind him of the relentless passage of time. Linyu, just returned from the port, sat on the sofa, his gaze sharp and composed, seemingly unaffected by the preceding fierce battle. Gu Lingyuan sat behind his desk, his fingers lightly tapping the surface. His expression austere. His eyes were fixed on a freshly delivered intelligence report, decrypted overnight by Huang Lin from the remnants of the enemy's communications. How is the interrogation of the captives proceeding? Gu Lingyuan broke the silence, his voice resonating in the office like a low rumble. Linyu lifted his head, responding in a measured tone. These mercenaries are tough. They have undergone professional counterinterrogation training and are not easily inclined to speak. Zhang Yi is in charge of the questioning. But thus far, there's been little progress. A flicker of cold resolve crossed Gu Lingyuan's features, revealing a hint of lethal intent. Clearly, he had no intention of allowing these 4 mercenaries to slip from his grasp unscathed. Whoever had dispatched them had trespassed into his territory, which meant there would be consequences. Intensify the interrogation. We must extract information from them at all costs. Gu Lingyuan commanded coldly, his tone brooking no dissent. Linyu nodded in agreement, then shifted the topic. However, Huang Lin has managed to decrypt part of their communications, uncovering some new revelations. At this, Gu Lingyuan raised an eyebrow, signaling Linyu to continue. These mercenaries are indeed from an established Eastern European mercenary organization known as Black-bellied. They specialize in providing mercenary services to gangs and transnational criminal syndicates worldwide. But only formidable corporations or powerful criminal organizations can afford their services. Linyu paused, then added, according to Huang Lin's tracking. Their employer is likely an arms dealer named Zheng Feng from the Middle East. Zheng Feng? Gu Lingyuan furrowed his brow, his eyes sharpening instantaneously. This name was not unfamiliar to him. Zheng Feng was an international arms dealer active between the Middle East and Southeast Asia, backed by complex power structures and possessing a vast arsenal of weaponry. More than just a merchant, he wielded armed forces to control illegal arms trades in multiple regions. What made Gu Lingyuan particularly wary was Zheng Feng's historical distance from the underground market in City A. Why had he suddenly chosen to intervene now? It seems Zheng Feng has begun to take an interest in City A. Gu Lingyuan mused quietly, a note of contemplation in his tone. Linyu nodded, affirming. He is indeed a troublesome figure. Zheng Feng's armed forces are formidable. The contingent he has sent is merely an advance party, and it is likely he has more resources yet to be deployed. A cold smile crept across Gu Lingyuan's face. Did he think that bringing a handful of mercenaries could stir up a tempest in my domain? Clearly, he lacks a sufficient understanding of City A. Beneath Gu Lingyuan's calm exterior lay a suppressed but palpable intent to kill. He would never tolerate any external forces interfering in his business, especially arms dealers like Zheng Feng, who posed a significant threat to the foundation of his underground empire in City A. At that moment, Huang Lin entered the office, a tablet in hand, striding directly towards Gu Lingyuan's desk. Her steps were light, yet her brow bore a weight of seriousness. Gu, I've just uncovered some new leads, Huang Lin stated as she handed the tablet to Gu Lingyuan. According to the intercepted communications, Zheng Feng is not merely here for this batch of goods. He seems to have ulterior motives. Gu Lingyuan took the tablet, scrutinizing the information displayed on the screen. Huang Lin continued, the targets of this group of mercenaries are not solely to disrupt our operations at the port. They're also in search of something specific. What exactly it is remains unclear, but it is certain that this attack is merely the beginning. What are they searching for? Gu Lingyuan's brow furrowed, his gaze sharp. Huang Lin shook her head. I have yet to ascertain that. But their communications suggest it pertains to a secret item that has been hidden in City A for many years. Gu Lingyuan fell into contemplation. The underground market of City A was intricate, with myriad gangs and factions, yet the secrets concealed within were equally numerous. Zhang Feng was evidently after a particular target, but what that target was remained uncertain. Gu Lingyuan was resolute, however, that the situation was anything but simple. Huang Lin, continue the investigation and clarify Zhang Feng's specific objectives. Gu Lingyuan commanded in a low voice, simultaneously enhancing the surveillance on Zhang Feng. I want to know every move he makes in City A. Huang Lin nodded and promptly exited to execute the orders. Gu Lingyuan then turned to Lin Yu, stating, "We can no longer afford to wait passively. Immediately initiate a counterattack. Inform Zhang Yi and Wu Tao to intensify their control over the port and the city center. We must take the initiative and deny Zhang Feng any opportunity." Lin Yu's expression hardened as he rose to his feet. "Understood. I will make the arrangements at once." A dangerous game after Lin Yu departed. Gu Lingyuan remained by the floor-to-ceiling window, his gaze deep and composed. He had constructed his own kingdom within the underground world of City A, commanding countless resources and factions. Yet outsiders like Zhang Feng, who dared to encroach upon his territory, had clearly crossed a line. "Zhang Feng," Gu Lingyuan murmured to himself, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. This game was only just beginning. Gu Lingyuan understood that Zhang Feng's arrival was no mere coincidence. There were undoubtedly more complex forces and conspiracies at play behind him, and Gu Lingyuan had no intention of remaining idle. Regardless of Zhang Feng's intentions, Gu Lingyuan was prepared. He would act with the swiftness of a striking serpent, uprooting these intruders and making it clear that City A was not a place where anyone could meddle at will. Gu Lingyuan picked up his phone and dialed a number. Huang Lin. His voice was low and resolute. "Activate Plan B." On the other end of the line, Huang Lin's voice was tinged with solemnity. "Understood." Gu Lingyuan hung up the phone, a cold, ruthless intent gleaming in his eyes. Plan B, a peculiar stratagem devised by him against foreign powers, once activated, will herald a tempest of bloodshed in the underbelly of City A. He approached the window, gazing down upon the metropolis. The night still enveloped City A, yet Gu Lingyuan was acutely aware that a storm was on the horizon. The architect of this impending turmoil was destined to be none other than he, Gu Lingyuan. Meanwhile, within a clandestine villa in City A, Zhang Feng sat in a spacious parlor, flanked by several highly trained bodyguards. Before him lay a map, delineating several pivotal regions of City A. Gu Lingyuan's response had been swifter than I anticipated. Zhang Feng smirked coldly, a glint of malevolence flashing in his eyes. However, this was merely the prologue. Soon, he would come to realize that this city was no longer his dominion. His assistant leaned in, whispering, "What shall be our next course of action?" Zhang Feng lifted his gaze, his eyes deep and frigid. "We shall intensify the pressure, making it clear that we are not here for commerce, but to usurp his throne." Chapter 5. The calm before the storm. The night was profound, and the neon lights of City A illuminated every corner of the metropolis, as if concealing the tempest brewing in the underworld. Beneath this facade of prosperity, the undercurrents of various forces were quietly converging. Gu Lingyuan stood in his opulent villa at the heart of the city, gazing down through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows at the sprawling urban landscape below. The night shrouded his icy features, his hands tucked into his pockets, seemingly contemplating his next strategic move. Huang Lin silently entered the room, bearing the latest investigative report in her hands. Her demeanor remained as composed as ever, yet there was a barely perceptible tension lurking in her eyes. "Gu, there is new information," Huang Lin spoke softly, handing a report to Gu Lingyuan. He took the document and swiftly perused its contents. The report meticulously outlined Zhang Feng's recent activities and the next steps he was orchestrating. Huang Lin had tracked Zhang Feng's contacts with certain illicit factions within City A and had uncovered several crucial leads. Zhang Feng's movements have become increasingly frequent. He seems eager to establish his influence in a short span of time, Huang Lin remarked quietly. He has already made contact with a financial magnate from City D, likely preparing for a substantial transaction. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Gu Lingyuan's eyes as he slowly closed the file, murmuring, "It appears that Zhang Feng is growing impatient." Huang Lin frowned. Does he believe he has the situation under control? Gu Lingyuan chuckled softly. He is far too hasty. A competent predator never reveals all his cards at the outset. Zhang Feng's ambitions are exposed too early, which shall become his fatal weakness. Huang Lin nodded, aware that Gu Lingyuan had begun to formulate a counter-strategy. Whenever that calm and confident expression appeared on his face, it often heralded the impending downfall of an adversary into an irretrievable abyss. Aside from Zhang Feng, are there other forces intervening? Gu Lingyuan inquired further. Huang Lin hesitated before responding. At present, there is no direct evidence, but we have identified some indirect connections. Certain anti-government factions in City E seem to be stirring as well. It is likely that Zhang Feng is not merely pursuing a target. He has grander designs, potentially intending to transform this city into his military stronghold. Gu Lingyuan's brow furrowed slightly. The situation was more intricate than he had anticipated. Zhang Feng's ambitions extended far beyond mere black market dealings. If he indeed sought to convert City A into a military base, it signified the imminent onset of bloodier conflicts. Zhang Feng may not be acting alone. Other multinational forces might have begun clandestine deployments. Huang Lin continued, her tone tinged with concern. The magnitude of this storm could be far greater than we anticipated. Gu Lingyuan fell silent for a moment, his gaze growing ever more steely. He spoke slowly, regardless of the scale of his plans. As long as he treads upon the soil of City A, he must abide by the rules of my game. Huang Lin nodded, fully cognizant of Gu Lingyuan's resolute nature. He never permits any outsiders to encroach upon his territory, nor does he tolerate anyone challenging his authority. Zhang Feng has undoubtedly crossed Gu Lingyuan's bottom line. Meanwhile, at the other end of City A, in the port area of City B, several black trucks are slowly entering a concealed warehouse. Armed bodyguards stand vigilantly outside, scanning their surroundings to ensure no intruders approach. Inside the warehouse, Zhang Feng fixates on a shipment that has just been unloaded. These goods, exquisite weapons secretly transported from the Middle East, are sufficient to arm a small army. His assistant stands nearby, equally grave. Everything is primed, awaiting the next move. Zhang Feng nods, a cold smile gracing his lips. Gu Lingyuan could never have anticipated that he would accomplish such deployment in so short a time. The assistant quietly inquires, "What shall we do next?" "Proceed as planned." Zhang Feng replies calmly. "I have arranged for the mercenaries. They are ready to launch the next wave of attack. By the time Gu Lingyuan reacts, it will already be too late." He slowly strides to the center of the warehouse, his icy gaze sweeping over the neatly arranged weapons. These formidable arms will serve as the capital for his establishment in City A, as well as the confidence to challenge Gu Lingyuan. Gu Lingyuan believes he holds dominion over this city, yet he has never witnessed true power. Zhang Feng's voice is low and menacing. "I will make him understand what absolute annihilation entails." The assistant nods, a glimmer of cruel excitement in his eyes. They have been scheming behind the scenes for a long time, and now the time to reap the rewards has finally arrived. Returning to the heart of City A, the atmosphere in Gu Lingyuan's villa grows increasingly tense. Huang Lin is engaged in a video conference with Zhang Yi and Wu Tao, discussing how to respond to Zhang Feng's sudden maneuvers. "We need to expedite our control over the port." Zhang Yi's voice echoes from the other end of the video call. Zhang Feng has evidently deployed a considerable amount of weapons and personnel at the port. If we do not act swiftly, the consequences will be dire. Wu Tao adds, "The port's terrain is complex. Gaining full control will take time. However, we can gradually erode Zhang Feng's influence from the periphery." Huang Lin nods thoughtfully, then states, "Our intelligence indicates that Zhang Feng's core forces are concentrated around several warehouses near the port. These are likely his arms depots. If we can swiftly destroy those warehouses, we can disrupt his plans." Listening to their discussion, Gu Lingyuan maintains a composed demeanor. He understands that this is a life-and-death game, where each step must be executed with precision. "Notify everyone to prepare for action," Gu Lingyuan declares in a low voice. "We cannot afford to grant Zhang Feng any more time. Tonight, we launch a full-scale counterattack." Huang Lin, Zhang Yi, and Wu Tao nod almost in unison. All comprehend that Gu Lingyuan has resolved to act. A storm is on the verge of engulfing the entirety of City A. As night falls, the streets of City A remain brightly illuminated, yet in certain hidden corners, the atmosphere is thick with impending danger. Gu Lingyuan stood within the confines of his office, gazing through the window towards the distant harbor. He understood that tonight would be a pivotal moment, determining the outcome of their contest. Zhang Feng, too, would pay the price for his ambition. The stillness that precedes the storm rendered the entire city exceptionally oppressive. The air seemed to be suffused with a metallic scent of blood, anticipating the tempest's arrival. Zhang Feng, Gu Lingyuan whispered softly, a cold smile gracing his lips. Let us see who the true hunter is. Chapter 6. The hunt in the night in city A was eerily silent, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. Yet, the undercurrents of the underground world were already stirring. Gu Lingyuan and his team had long since prepared for action, and Zhang Feng's movements finally came into his view. Standing beside a black SUV, Gu Lingyuan gazed intently at the port before him. The dim lights, illuminating the warehouse district, cast flickering shadows on the ground, and the air was saturated with the briny scent of the sea. His gaze was as sharp as that of an eagle, having already pinpointed Zhang Feng's hiding place. Huang Lin and Wu Tao flanked him, Huang Lin holding an electronic map marked with several of Zhang Feng's weapon caches. Wu Tao was focused on inspecting his firearm, ensuring everything was in perfect order. Brother Gu, everyone is in position, Huang Lin reported softly. According to intelligence, Zhang Feng has hidden a considerable arsenal in 3 warehouses at the port. Their numbers exceed our expectations, but the defenses within the warehouses are not stringent. Gu Lingyuan nodded, his eyes unwavering from the front. He understood that this battle was not a mere confrontation, but a life-and-death struggle between 2 forces. Wu Tao, take a team to the eastern warehouse, Gu Lingyuan commanded, his tone calm yet decisive. Huang Lin, you are responsible for the west. Remember, strike swiftly. We must not give them a moment to breathe. Wu Tao and Huang Lin nodded in quick agreement, promptly leading their respective teams in different directions. Their movements were steady and orderly, with no unnecessary exchanges. Everyone understood the gravity of their mission that night. Watching them vanish into the shadows, Gu Lingyuan approached his vehicle. Zhang Yi, seated in the passenger seat, had been waiting. He was the commander of the intelligence operation for the night, tasked with coordinating the entire combat process. Our team is in position, and Zhang Feng's personnel have begun to move, Zhang Yi whispered, his fingers deftly gliding across the computer screen to track the enemy's movements. They seem unaware that we are closing in. Gu Lingyuan smiled coldly. They will remain oblivious until it is too late. As the vehicle roared to life, its headlights extinguished in the darkness, Gu Lingyuan's convoy silently advanced toward their target. The air was thick with tension and anticipation, each member like a taut string, waiting for the moment to unleash their fury. Infiltration in a corner of the port, Huang Lin's team had successfully infiltrated the western warehouse area. Her subordinates moved swiftly, utilizing the cover of night to navigate cautiously around the patrolling guards. Crouched beside a towering stack of containers, Huang Lin's demeanor was calm and focused. Her weapon was steadily aimed forward, poised for her target to enter range. Whispers from her comrades filled the air, signaling that the battle was imminent. Sister Huang, the guards in the east have been neutralized. Wu Tao's voice crackled through the radio, tinged with hushed excitement. I am ready here. Excellent, Huang Lin replied softly, signaling her elite soldiers to disperse and swiftly approach the warehouse entrance. Huang Lin followed closely behind, her firearm poised with unwavering vigilance, attuned to every subtle sound in the air. Suddenly, a muffled thud echoed within the warehouse, followed by a series of low, urgent shouts. A knot tightened in Huang Lin's chest. She understood that the battle had commenced. With decisive authority, she commanded, engage. A direct confrontation ensued. Meanwhile, Wu Tao's unit had already clashed head-on with the enemy in the eastern warehouse. Gunfire pierced the night sky, reverberating through every corner of the port. Wu Tao, gripping his assault rifle, led a select group into the warehouse, swiftly engaging in fierce combat with the adversaries. Suppress their fire, Wu Tao ordered in a low voice, and his subordinates immediately aimed their automatic weapons at the enemy's cover, unleashing a barrage that shattered their lines in an instant. Zhang Feng's men had evidently not anticipated Gu Lingyuan's decisiveness. Within mere minutes, their defenses were breached, plunging the warehouse into chaos. Wu Tao adeptly dodged a hail of bullets, then precisely targeted an enemy concealed in a corner executing him with a single shot. Each of his strikes was measured and lethal, allowing him to maintain control over the battlefield. However, reinforcements for the enemy soon arrived. More armed guards surged into the warehouse. Their response far swifter than Wu Tao had anticipated. Narrowing his eyes, he quickly assessed the situation. He understood that if the conflict could not be resolved promptly, his forces would be gradually depleted. "What a support team?" Wu Tao inquired in a hushed tone, a hint of urgency evident in his voice. "They'll be here shortly." Zhang Yi's voice crackled through the radio, accompanied by static. "Hold on. Our people are en route." Wu Tao clenched his jaw, aware that he must endure. The longer they persisted, the more the scales of victory would tip in their favor. As Gu Lingyuan's team began to gain the upper hand, Zhang Feng's counteroffensive was swiftly initiated. He quickly discerned the enemy's intentions and decisively mobilized his concealed elite forces. "Everyone, prepare for a counterattack." Zhang Feng's voice was cold and unyielding through the communicator. They had arrived too swiftly, but this would not alter the outcome. Several armored vehicles emerged from the rear of the warehouse, their heavy firepower swiftly targeting Gu Lingyuan's troops. With a resounding explosion, several of Gu Lingyuan's men were compelled to retreat, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Yet Gu Lingyuan remained unflustered. Calmly observing the unfolding scene, he rapidly adjusted his strategy. He recognized that Zhang Feng would not be easily vanquished. This battle was destined to be far from simple. Zhang Yi, deploy all supporting fire to suppress their armored vehicles. Gu Lingyuan commanded decisively, determined not to allow Zhang Feng to regain momentum. Simultaneously, Huang Lin's unit faced Zhang Feng's counterattack. She swiftly reformed her ranks, instructing her subordinates to exploit the advantageous terrain for a counterstrike. Gunfire and explosions erupted in a cacophony, heightening the battlefield's tension. Leaning against a crumbling wall, Huang Lin took a deep breath. She understood that she could not falter. She must press on. "Gu, we can barely hold on." A teammate's desperate voice crackled through the radio. Huang Lin abruptly lifted her head and replied coolly, "Continue advancing. Retreat is not an option." In the decisive moment, the gunfire at the port gradually subsided, and amidst the darkness, flames and thick smoke enveloped the scene. Gu Lingyuan's forces, having engaged in fierce combat, were steadily gaining the upper hand, while Zhang Feng's influence had been diminished to its utmost limit. It was now time to bring this to an end. Gu Lingyuan spoke in a low voice, his tone calm yet tinged with a hint of murderous intent, leading the last contingent of elite members. He stealthily approached the core warehouse where Zhang Feng was stationed. This location served as Zhang Feng's command center and his final bastion of defense. With a resounding explosion, the warehouse doors were blown open by Gu Lingyuan's men. He charged in, directly confronting Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng stood at the center of the warehouse, his gaze icy as he fixed his eyes on Gu Lingyuan, a modified handgun gripped firmly in his hand. "Gu Lingyuan," Zhang Feng scoffed. "I never anticipated you would find me so swiftly." Gu Lingyuan's gaze was as frigid as ice. "The game is over, Zhang Feng." The two locked eyes, and an indescribable aura of hostility permeated the air. The ultimate showdown between their factions was reaching its zenith on this dark night. Gu Lingyuan slowly raised his gun, his finger poised on the trigger, while a glint of madness flickered in Zhang Feng's eyes. "Tonight, your story comes to an end," Gu Lingyuan stated coldly. And in that instant, the sound of gunfire reverberated throughout the warehouse. Chapter 7. The aftermath within the warehouse. The acrid scent of gunpowder gradually dissipated. Gu Lingyuan stood beside the lifeless body of Zhang Feng, the barrel of his gun still emitting a faint wisp of smoke. His gaze was as frigid as frost. That single shot had not only concluded the battle, but also extinguished Zhang Feng's ambitions entirely. The surrounding team members swiftly secured the scene upon his command, meticulously examining every corner to ensure no concealed enemies remained. A profound silence enveloped the entire port, as if the recent fierce exchange had never transpired. Huang Lin approached from the opposite side of the warehouse, fatigue etched across her features, yet her eyes sparkled with the light of victory. She glanced at Zhang Feng's fallen form before turning her attention to Gu Lingyuan. "Brother Gu, all weapons have been secured, and we have neutralized Zhang Feng's subordinates. Huang Lin reported. Gu Lingyuan nodded and inquired, "What about our casualties?" "We lost a few men, but most are unharmed," Huang Lin replied, her tone calm, though a flicker of sorrow lingered in her eyes. Gu Lingyuan remained silent for a moment, acutely aware that each such confrontation inevitably bore sacrifice. Although his heart was as hard as iron, these fallen brothers had been meticulously nurtured by him. Each one was irreplaceable. Have Wu Tao and his team clear the battlefield and ensure all the injured are promptly taken to a safe location for treatment, Gu Lingyuan ordered in a hushed tone, his gaze sharp as a blade. "We cannot linger here tonight. We must retreat swiftly." Huang Lin nodded in agreement and immediately set about organizing the evacuation. At that moment, Zhang Yi hurriedly arrived, clutching a thick folder in his hands. His expression was tense, clearly indicating a critical discovery. "Brother Gu, we found these documents in Zheng Feng's command room. They appear to be detailed records of his dealings with the outside world," Zhang Yi stated as he extended the folder toward Gu Lingyuan. Gu Lingyuan accepted the folder and quickly perused several pages, his brow furrowing increasingly. "This is a record of his transactions with arms dealers and drug traffickers in Southeast Asia," Gu Lingyuan murmured, a glint of cold realization flashing in his eyes. It seemed Zheng Feng's influence was far more intricate than they had imagined. He was backed by even greater powers. "Indeed," Zhang Yi affirmed with a serious tone. "We previously believed Zheng Feng to be merely a local arms dealer, unaware of his connections to several major drug trafficking syndicates in Southeast Asia. If we do not eradicate these forces swiftly, they could retaliate at any moment." Gu Lingyuan closed the folder and cast his gaze toward the darkness beyond the port. He understood that this conflict was far from over. Although Zheng Feng was dead, the forces behind him still lurked in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike back. Huang Lin, Gu Lingyuan, said solemnly, "Bring these transaction records back and immediately begin tracing the origins of these Southeast Asian forces. We must not afford them the chance to retaliate." Huang Lin nodded promptly, taking the folder and passing it to her subordinate for further action. Gu Lingyuan stepped outside the warehouse, lifting his gaze to the distant night sky. The darkness remained profound, yet the battle within his heart was far from concluded. Zheng Feng's demise had temporarily quelled the situation, but the true crisis had merely begun to reveal itself. The evacuation and cleanup proceeded smoothly. Gu Lingyuan's subordinates exhibited remarkable efficiency, swiftly organizing all the spoils and evidence. The team gradually withdrew from the warehouse area, and the port once again fell into a profound silence, as if the gunfire moments ago had never existed. Gu Lingyuan guided his team along a narrow path in the port, arriving beside a black SUV. He cast a final glance at the dilapidated warehouse in the distance, a twinge of complex emotions stirring within him. Just as Gu Lingyuan prepared to enter the vehicle, Zhang Yi suddenly intercepted him, his expression grave. "Brother Gu, during our retreat, we noticed a group of unfamiliar individuals appearing near the port." Zhang Yi spoke in a low tone, clearly indicating that the situation was not optimistic. "They seem to be monitoring us, yet they have not acted recklessly." A glint of coldness flashed in Gu Lingyuan's eyes. "Are they Zheng Feng's reinforcements?" Zhang Yi shook his head, uncertain, but judging by their equipment and manner of operation, they are likely forces from Southeast Asia. Their hesitation to act suggests they may be probing our capabilities. Gu Lingyuan let out a disdainful laugh. "It appears they have begun to grow wary. Should we send someone to eliminate them?" Zhang Yi inquired. Gu Lingyuan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "No need. We have just emerged from a battle. It is not the right time to act. Inform everyone to remain vigilant, but refrain from impulsive actions." Zhang Yi nodded and promptly began to arrange defensive measures. Gu Lingyuan glanced at the gradually brightening eastern horizon, contemplating silently. The forces from Southeast Asia had evidently begun to pay attention to the situation in City A, compelling him to reassess his forthcoming plans. This battle was far from over. Gu Lingyuan murmured softly to himself, then entered the vehicle, and the convoy swiftly departed the port. As night faded, the horizon of City A began to glow with the first light of dawn. However, for Gu Lingyuan, this merely marked the commencement of yet another day of battle. Upon returning to headquarters, His team immediately commenced a thorough analysis of Zhang Feng's transaction records. Huang Lin and Zhang Yi led the intelligence team, meticulously scrutinizing each document and transaction record in search of hidden clues. The Southeast Asian drug traffickers mentioned in these records are names we have never encountered before. Huang Lin remarked, her brow furrowed. They do not appear to be traditional drug lords. They seem more akin to clandestine families or small factions. Zhang Feng's dealings were exceedingly cautious, devoid of large-scale financial transactions. All exchanges were conducted in batches to avoid drawing attention. Zhang Yi added, his eyes glinting with contemplation. This indicates he did not fully trust these individuals. Gu Lingyuan nodded, his gaze steely. Zhang Feng is dead, but the forces behind him will not retreat so easily. They will undoubtedly seek new agents to continue their arms and drug dealings. Should we take this opportunity to strike against them? Huang Lin asked, a hint of martial fervor in her tone. Gu Lingyuan contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. There is no rush. We have just endured a battle. The enemy is concealed while we are exposed. Acting recklessly would only place us in a disadvantageous position. He paused for a moment, his gaze shifting towards the window. However, we cannot remain passive. We must continue to investigate the background of these Southeast Asian forces, while simultaneously urging our informants to intensify their surveillance on them. Huang Lin and Zhang Yi nodded in agreement and promptly returned to their respective tasks. Gu Lingyuan stood alone by the window, gazing at the city that was gradually awakening in the distance. He understood that the struggle for life and power was far from over, and he needed to maintain a state of calm and vigilance to remain invincible in this relentless battle shrouded in darkness. As night receded and dawn approached, the true crisis stealthily loomed in the shadows. Chapter 8. The puppeteer. The morning in City A bustled with its usual fervor. Vehicles surged through the streets, and pedestrians hurried along, as if the bloody tempest of the previous night had never transpired. Yet beneath this fade of tranquility, dark currents began to churn. Gu Lingyuan stood in the conference room of the headquarters, a detailed city map unfurled before him. Several key locations were marked in red, denoting the possible hideouts of Southeast Asian forces discovered the night prior. Zhang Yi, Huang Lin, and Li Zhua stood flanking him, their expressions grave. According to our intelligence, these Southeast Asian drug traffickers and arms dealers have embedded numerous operatives within City A. Their primary areas of activity concentrate around these marked points. Zhang Yi directed a laser pointer towards several of the red dots on the map. Gu Lingyuan's gaze swept over these points before he inquired, what patterns can we discern in their activities? Huang Lin quickly responded, flipping through the materials in her hands. Based on the information we currently possess, their movements are exceedingly cautious, with no significant financial transactions or overt arms or drug trades. It appears they are biding their time or attempting to connect with local powers. They wouldn't be here without reason. Gu Lingyuan's voice was calm, yet resonant. These Southeast Asian factions must have sensed something. They will likely seek new allies, especially following Zhang Feng's demise, which has created a vacuum in the arms market of City A. Moreover, they may be aware that we have begun to monitor them. Li Zhua added, we must take preemptive action before they can establish a foothold in City A. Gu Lingyuan nodded, we must ensure they cannot easily find new backing. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Lin proposed, Gu, should we test the waters regarding their reactions? We could disseminate information through some underground informants, feigning interest from local gangs in collaboration, and observe their responses. That is indeed a commendable idea, Gu Lingyuan remarked with a hint of approval. Have Chen Ning make the arrangements. We will not approach them directly. Instead, we shall afford them an opportunity to expose themselves. Zhang Yi interjected, if they take the bait, we can apprehend them all at once when they gather. Precisely, Gu Lingyuan agreed, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. However, we must not be complacent. Their influence may extend far beyond what is visible, and we must be thoroughly prepared. He straightened, placing his hands on the conference table as he stated coldly, from this moment forward, everyone must maintain the highest level of vigilance. We do not know the full extent of their capabilities, but we can be certain they will not retreat easily. Huang Lin, Zhang Yi, and Li Zhua nodded in unison, their faces betraying the tension and anticipation of impending conflict. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of City A, within an opulent villa located on the city's periphery, several men in casual attire were gathered around a grand dining table. Each exuded a calm demeanor, their eyes radiating an intense aura of authority, clearly not ordinary individuals. At the center of the table, a burly man with a full beard slowly rose, lifting a goblet of red wine and gently swirling it. He is undoubtedly one of the manipulators behind the Southeast Asian forces, Feng Yitao. Zhang Feng is deceased, and Gu Lingyuan's people have begun to take note of our movements. Feng Yitao spoke slowly, his tone neutral yet laced with a hint of indifference. But this does not impede our plans. Rather, it presents an opportunity. His gaze swept over the few individuals at the table as he continued. The situation in City A is currently in a state of turmoil. Zhang Feng's demise has created a vacuum in the arms market. Although Gu Lingyuan is formidable, his resources are ultimately limited. If we operate astutely, we can certainly seize the moment. A gaunt man beside him inquired softly, "Shall we confront Gu Lingyuan directly?" Feng Yitao smiled slightly and shook his head. "Not yet. Gu Lingyuan is no Zhang Feng. He is more formidable than any adversary we have encountered, and we must not act recklessly. We must await an opportune moment." "What moment?" another man asked. Feng Yitao placed his wine glass back on the table, a glimmer of calculation flashing in his eyes. "When he reveals a vulnerability." He chuckled coldly and murmured, "No matter how strong Gu Lingyuan is, he cannot guard against every threat. As long as we identify his Achilles heel, we can strike with lethal precision." The individuals at the dining table nodded in agreement, clearly convinced by Feng Yitao's strategy. Henceforth, we shall continue to observe Gu Lingyuan's every move, biding our time. Meanwhile, Feng Yitao's tone grew more frigid. "We must ensure that the other forces in City A align with us. Those who refuse to cooperate must be eliminated." Upon mentioning this, he turned to one of his subordinates. "What is the attitude of the local gangs that have recently been in contact with us?" The subordinate promptly replied, "Most of them have expressed a willingness to collaborate, though a few factions remain on the fence and are not yet prepared to declare their stance." Feng Yitao nodded, his voice cold. "For those indecisive individuals, apply some pressure to make them aware that if they do not choose a side, they stand to lose far more." The subordinates acknowledged his orders, and Feng Yitao settled back with satisfaction. He understood that with patience, Gu Lingyuan's world would inevitably crumble, and he merely needed to strike at the crucial moment. As twilight descended, Gu Lingyuan's team reconvened in the headquarters conference room. Zhang Yi brought forth new intelligence, his expression grim. "Brother Gu, the situation is somewhat complicated." He handed a document to Gu Lingyuan. "We have discovered that, in addition to the Southeast Asian forces, several local gangs also appear to be stirring." Gu Lingyuan furrowed his brow. "Are they attempting to take advantage of the chaos?" "Indeed," Zhang Yi nodded. "Especially a few gangs that previously collaborated with Zhang Feng. They are now trying to connect with these external forces. They seem to perceive this as a prime opportunity for profit redistribution." Huang Lin scoffed disdainfully. "These individuals truly are opportunistic." Gu Lingyuan did not respond immediately. He scrutinized the document in his hand, lost in contemplation. Zhang Yi continued, "Our people have commenced surveillance on these gangs' activities, but they are exceedingly cautious, seemingly awaiting a signal." "A signal?" Gu Lingyuan raised his head, his gaze sharp. "Who are they waiting for?" Zhang Yi shook his head, indicating uncertainty. However, one thing was clear: they would not act lightly unless driven by greater incentives. Gu Lingyuan set aside the documents in his hand, crossing his arms over his chest, and spoke slowly. "It appears that the forces from Southeast Asia are not merely interested in intervening in a city's arms market. They also seek to cultivate new powers to counter me." Li Zhuo whispered, "If they succeed, our situation will become exceedingly complex." Gu Lingyuan's expression darkened as he replied coldly, "We cannot afford to give them a chance to prevail." He turned to Zhang Yi and Huang Lin, instructing, "From now on, intensify surveillance on these gangs. Report immediately if there are any developments." Zhang Yi and Huang Lin nodded in unison, aware that the situation was veering towards a more perilous direction. The undercurrents were rising. In the stillness of the night, Gu Lingyuan stood alone before the headquarters window, gazing at the distant night sky. He understood that this struggle for power and survival was merely in its infancy. The involvement of Southeast Asian forces had rendered the circumstances more intricate, while the rest of local gangs necessitated greater caution on his part. This battle would prove more arduous than I had anticipated, he mused quietly, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. He was prepared. Regardless of his adversaries, he would not retreat. Whether it be the arms dealers from Southeast Asia or the vacillating local gangs, they would all pay a heavy price in this contest. As the night deepened, a crisis loomed silently within the darkness of a city. Chapter 9. The layout before the confrontation. The night in city it remained tranquil, yet the undercurrents in the darkness surged ominously. Gu Lingyuan stood before his desk, intently perusing the freshly delivered intelligence, his expression focused and composed. Zhang Yi and Huang Lin stood behind him, awaiting his command. The activities of Southeast Asian forces had become increasingly frequent. Gu Lingyuan closed the report, a glint of coldness in his gaze. They were not merely meddling in the arms market. They had begun engaging with several local gangs. Zhang Yi spoke in a low voice. These local gangs have always been opportunistic. Sensing a chance, they naturally wish to seize a share of the spoils. Huang Lin scoffed. Do they truly believe that the people of Southeast Asia will readily share their profits? These individuals only know how to exploit others. Once these small gangs lose their value, their fate will be far worse than now. Gu Lingyuan nodded, his eyes sharp. We cannot allow these factions the opportunity to grow. Otherwise, they will pose a significant threat in the future. He picked up a pen from his desk, lightly tapping it on several key locations on the map. He stated solemnly, these areas are their zones of operation. We must not allow them to congregate easily. We must exert pressure on them. Zhang Yi stepped forward and inquired, Brother Gu, what do you mean? Gu Lingyuan replied with a chilling smile. From this moment on, we take the initiative. We cannot afford to wait for their actions. We must make them aware that City A is not a playground for them. Huang Lin raised an eyebrow. Smiling, I can hardly contain my excitement. Let us start with the weakest gang, Gu Lingyuan commanded, making them aware of the consequences of collaborating with Southeast Asian forces. Target a conspicuous objective to serve as a warning to the others. Zhang Yi nodded. I will arrange it immediately. Gu Lingyuan turned to Huang Lin. The intelligence department must continue to monitor the movements of Southeast Asia, particularly their financial and material flows. Although they operate covertly, they will inevitably leave traces. Huang Lin smiled slightly. Rest assured, Brother Gu, I have already deployed personnel. The moment they make any move, we will be informed immediately. Excellent. Gu Lingyuan responded approvingly. Zhang Yi, take a few men to execute the plan. It must be executed swiftly and cleanly, leaving no traces behind. Zhang Yi accepted his orders and departed, while Huang Lin turned to prepare for subsequent intelligence operations. Gu Lingyuan stood alone in the office, his gaze fixed on the red dots on the map, his demeanor stern. An ominous atmosphere a few hours later, on the other side of the city. Within a secluded warehouse, several men clad in black were anxiously transporting a shipment of boxes. These boxes contained the weapons secretly transported in a City A by Southeast Asian arms dealers. The lead man was one of the representatives of Southeast Asian forces in City A, a trusted subordinate of Feng Yitao. They meticulously ensured that each box of weapons remained intact, fully aware that this shipment was crucial for their impending plans. Hurry up, the lead man urged. We have half an hour left. We must relocate these items before dawn. As they quickened their pace, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from the darkness in the distance. The leader of the group cautiously lifted his head, scanning the surroundings, yet all remained eerily silent. Did you hear that? He whispered. The several subordinates exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. Just as he was about to speak again, the warehouse door was abruptly kicked open, and a dozen fully armed figures in black surged inside, their weapons aimed with precision at them. Don't move, commanded the leader of the black-clad men coldly, ordering them to crouch with their hands on their heads. The Southeast Asian subordinates clearly had not anticipated an ambush, and chaos ensued in an instant. However, before they could react, several black-clad figures swiftly advanced, subduing them all. The leader's expression darkened as he glared fiercely at the intruders, gritting his teeth as he demanded, "Who are you?" The leader of the black-clad men sneered, "People of Gu Lingyuan." The mention of Gu Lingyuan's name caused the leader's face to pale, for he understood the implications it carried. "Tell your boss," the black-clad leader stated coldly. "That city A is not a place for them to act recklessly." With that, he gestured, and the black-clad men quickly escorted the Southeast Asian subordinates away, leaving behind a chaotic scene of scattered weapon crates and an echoing silence within the warehouse. Feng Yitao's anger hours later, the news reached Feng Yitao. Sitting in his opulent villa, the calm demeanor he once possessed had vanished, replaced by an unmistakable fury. Gu Lingyuan's people dare to strike first? Feng Yitao slammed his hand on the table, his voice low and icy. "This is a provocation." One of his subordinates, seated across from him, cautiously inquired, "Brother Feng, what shall we do now?" Taking a deep breath to suppress his inner rage, Feng Yitao composed himself. "Gu Lingyuan is clearly aware of our movements. We cannot act rashly at this moment." "What about the goods?" The subordinate hesitated to ask. "The loss of goods can be rectified, but we must recalibrate our strategy now," Feng Yitao replied solemnly. Gu Lingyuan's reaction was swifter than I anticipated, yet that does not imply we lack opportunities. His gaze turned steely as he instructed, "Inform everyone to temper their ambitions and await further orders. We will ensure Gu Lingyuan pays a price, but not just yet." The subordinate nodded and departed, leaving Feng Yitao deep in thought. He understood that Gu Lingyuan's proactive strike was undoubtedly a warning. Yet he also recognized that no matter how formidable Gu Lingyuan might be, he could not thwart every assault. "We still have a chance," Feng Yitao murmured to himself, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. All that was needed was a more opportune moment. Danger approaches. Meanwhile, Gu Lingyuan sat in his office, reviewing the freshly delivered operation report. Zhang Yi's mission had been remarkably successful, not only seizing a cache of weapons, but also demonstrating their strength to the Southeast Asian forces. Nonetheless, Gu Lingyuan's expression bore no trace of relief. He understood that this was merely the beginning. The Southeast Asian forces would not relinquish their hold easily. Gu Lingyuan murmured to himself, his gaze lingering on the map of the city, where the red dots representing adversaries remained densely scattered. Huang Lin entered, bearing the latest intelligence report. "Brother Gu, our personnel have discovered that the Southeast Asian forces have temporarily ceased further actions, seemingly awaiting something." "Awaiting?" Gu Lingyuan frowned, pondering what they might be waiting for. Huang Lin shook her head. "It remains unclear for now, but it is certain that their plans are far from concluded. In fact, they may become even more covert." After a moment of contemplation, Gu Lingyuan slowly replied, "Continue to monitor their movements, particularly those local gangs in contact with them. They will not remain inactive indefinitely." Huang Lin nodded and promptly exited. Gu Lingyuan turned his gaze to the dark night sky of City A, which seemed to herald an impending storm. The calm before the storm, he whispered, his eyes deepening with resolve. Regardless of who the opponent was, there could only be one ruler of City A. He understood that a more brutal contest loomed ahead, and he must act faster and see further than anyone else to remain unscathed in this life-and-death struggle. As Gu Lingyuan orchestrated his maneuvers, the Southeast Asian forces convened in a clandestine stronghold in City A, where several key figures anxiously deliberated their next steps. "We can no longer afford to wait. Gu Lingyuan has begun to take the initiative. If we remain idle, the consequences will be dire," one man urged fervently. Feng Yitao cast a cold glance at him, his tone devoid of emotion. "I have stated before, we cannot act recklessly, but we cannot continue to sit idly by." The man protested. Feng Yitao scoffed, "Do not forget, our plans are far more intricate than Gu Lingyuan imagines. No matter how strong he is, he cannot defend against all assaults. When the time is right, Gu Lingyuan will realize that his current advantages are merely superficial." As Feng Yitao's voice echoed in the room, a more perilous undercurrent began to surge quietly beneath the surface of City A. As night once again enveloped City A, a tranquil yet unsettling atmosphere settled in. Gu Lingyuan's warnings had effectively subdued the activities of the Southeast Asian forces for the time being, but Feng Yitao was not one to yield easily. Under the cover of darkness, the Southeast Asian forces began to concoct a more formidable counterattack, while Gu Lingyuan remained vigilant. Zhang Yi and Huang Lin returned to Gu Lingyuan's office to report the latest intelligence. According to our sources, the Southeast Asian side has indeed quieted for the moment, but I have an unsettling feeling they do not intend to relent, Zhang Yi remarked with a furrowed brow. They will not concede so easily, Huang Lin interjected coldly. Our previous actions have certainly pressured them, but this tranquility is anything but reassuring. They are likely plotting their next move. Gu Lingyuan took a moment before responding. His voice low, Feng Yitao is a shrewd adversary. He will not easily reveal his true intentions. The current calm is merely a fleeting pause before the storm. What shall our response be? Zhang Yi inwided. Gu Lingyuan set down the intelligence in his hand, his gaze resolute. Since they remain passive, we shall compel them to act. He declared, Zhang Yi, keep a vigilant watch on every stronghold they possess in City A. The moment they show any signs of movement, take immediate action. Zhang Yi nodded in understanding. I will enhance surveillance. Huang Lin, Gu Lingyuan continued, pursue their financial trails, particularly those linked to arms trading and underground funding. If we can uncover their vulnerabilities, we can seize the initiative. Huang Lin smiled slightly. Rest assured, my team has already commenced their efforts. The instant they reveal a flaw, we will be ready to act. Gu Lingyuan nodded in approval. Excellent. Stay alert. We cannot afford to grant them any opportunities this time. As Gu Lingyuan was strategizing the next steps, a counteroffensive from the Southeast Asian forces was quietly unfolding. Feng Yitao's scheme in a concealed location within City A. Feng Yitao and several of his subordinates convened to deliberate their forthcoming actions. Ever since Gu Lingyuan's subordinates had raided their arms depot, Feng Yitao had been contemplating how to regain control. Gu Lingyuan is swift in his maneuvers, he remarked coldly. But this only signifies that he has begun to regard us with seriousness, which is a positive development. One subordinate, perplexed, inquired, Boss Feng, what should we do next? He is already targeting us. Wouldn't he continuing our operations be too perilous? Feng Yitao scoffed. Perilous? Since we entered City A, we have never entertained the notion of safety. Gu Lingyuan believes he can disrupt our plans with a single raid, but he is mistaken. Another subordinate, confused, asked Boss Feng, are you implying that? A cold glint flickered in Feng Yitao's eyes. Indeed, Gu Lingyuan is formidable, yet he is not invincible. His strength lies in his control over City A. But if we can identify his Achilles heel and strike decisively, even he will be rendered powerless. The subordinates exchanged glances, evidently still grappling with Feng Yitao's strategy. No matter how extensive Gu Lingyuan's influence may be, he cannot dominate the entirety of City A. We need only to locate his most vulnerable point and concentrate our forces for a lethal strike, Feng Yitao sneered. Moreover, we need not dirty our own hands. What do you mean? One subordinate could not help but ask. Feng Yitao's eyes sparkled with cunning. The underworld of City A is not solely comprised of us and Gu Lingyuan. There are numerous other factions dissatisfied with him. We can incite their discord and use them as instruments for our own ends. The subordinates finally grasped Feng Yitao's intent, nodding in approval. You are to immediately contact those factions disgruntled with Gu Lingyuan, particularly those with substantial power, Feng Yitao instructed. Inform them that Gu Lingyuan's recent actions have infringed upon their interests. Now is the opportune moment for them to retaliate. With their orders received, the subordinates departed, leaving Feng Yitao standing alone by the window. Chapter 11. The struggle in the black market, the underworld of City A is brewing a silent storm. Although it appears calm on the surface, there are hidden currents at play. Gu Lingyuan and Feng Yitao are acutely aware that a life-and-death confrontation is imminent. Both sides are waiting, poised for the other to reveal a vulnerability, while the scheming behind the scenes has already commenced in the shadows. On this day, Huang Lin received a crucial piece of intelligence from the network. Brother Ling, we have detected a sudden and substantial transfer of funds in several directions we have been monitoring. Huang Lin handed the documents to Gu Lingyuan. Moreover, these funds are correlated with the previously vanished arms shipments. Gu Lingyuan accepted the documents, his gaze sharpening as he scanned the information. It seems Feng Yitao is readjusting their financial and weaponry deployments, signaling that they may be preparing to launch their next offensive. Additionally, Huang Lin continued, we have also discovered that several gangs, which have no direct ties to Feng Yitao, have recently begun to engage with unidentified forces. It is highly probable that Feng Yitao is inciting these factions to oppose us. Gu Lingyuan nodded slightly. Feng Yitao is indeed astute. He realizes that a direct confrontation with us would be a precarious gamble. Hence he aims to exploit the discord among other factions in City A to undermine us. At that moment, Zhang Yi arrived, bringing further intelligence. We have just received word that Southeast Asia has begun clandestine negotiations with several disgruntled gangs, attempting to unite them against us. Gu Lingyuan's expression turned icy. Feng Yitao intends to use these gangs to stall us, waiting for the opportune moment to strike a fatal blow. If they wish to engage in this game, we need not remain passive. Zhang Yi conjured it. I have instructed our people to enhance surveillance on these gangs. Any unusual movements will prompt an immediate response. Excellent. Gu Lingyuan closed the file, his voice resolute. Since Feng Yitao seeks to instigate trouble, let us ensure he reaps the consequences of his actions. He turned to Huang Lin. Now that we are aware of the flow of these funds, we shall ensure that every transaction is under our control, whether it be arms or money. Once a transaction occurs, we will strike immediately, severing their supply lines. Huang Lin nodded. Understood. I will arrange for personnel to closely monitor these financial movements. Gu Lingyuan then addressed Zhang Yi. Reach out to the factions discontented with Feng Yitao. Inform them that if they are willing to collaborate, we can assist them in dealing with the Southeast Asian forces, even helping them expand their territories. Zhang Yi revealed a faint smirk. I know precisely what to convey. They will comprehend our advantageous position. Covert operations with Gu Lingyuan's orders issued. His subordinates commenced their operations throughout the nooks and crannies of City. Zhang Yi, accompanied by several men, discreetly approached the leaders of a few disgruntled gangs, endeavoring to persuade them to align with Gu Lingyuan. Meanwhile, Huang Lin's team was silently monitoring Feng Yitao's financial and arms transactions, poised to act at a moment's notice. Concurrently, Feng Yitao was intensifying his own strategizing. He clandestinely contacted several gangs with grievances against Gu Lingyuan, promising to supply them with weapons and funds, inciting them to confront Gu Lingyuan's forces. During a covert transaction in the black market, Feng Yitao's representative was negotiating with a gang leader. Gu Lingyuan's influence continues to encroach upon your territory. If this persists, you will inevitably be consumed by him, the representative whispered. The counterpart fell silent for a moment, clearly wavering. But Gu Lingyuan's power is formidable. We stand no chance. That is because you lack sufficient support, Feng Yitao's representative retorted with a cold smirk. As long as you are willing to collaborate, we can provide you with ample weapons and funds. At that point, you will be fully capable of contending with him, even reclaiming the territory you have lost. The other party finally displayed a hint of hesitation. Very well, we shall cooperate. Feng Yitao's representative nodded in satisfaction and produced a contract. This is the inventory for the first batch of weapons. We will notify you of the transaction location and time separately. Yet, just as this deal was on the verge of completion, a chilling voice suddenly echoed. What a splendid performance, but alas, you have underestimated Gu Lingyuan's informants. The gang leader abruptly looked up to see Zhang Yi and several of Gu Lingyuan's subordinates coldly standing in the shadows, weapons drawn. Damn it! The gang leader instantly realized he had been betrayed and turned to flee, only to be struck in the knee by Zhang Yi's bullet, collapsing to the ground. Feng Yitao's representative also attempted to draw his weapon in retaliation, but Huang Lin's men had already laid a trap, swiftly subduing him. Zhang Yi approached, coldly fixing his gaze on Feng Yitao's representative. Return and inform Feng Yitao that his plan has failed. It is now our turn to strike. The prelude to the storm, Gu Lingyuan's counterattack, dealt a significant blow to Feng Yitao's scheme, severing several crucial transactions and completely sealing off the weapon supply line. Realizing he had lost the initiative, Feng Yitao did not intend to concede defeat. Beneath the night sky of City A, darkness continued to envelop the city. Feng Yitao stood before the window, gazing at the distant nightscape, and coldly remarked, Gu Lingyuan, the game is far from over. Chapter 12. To counterattack the atmosphere in City A has become increasingly enigmatic. With each successful strike against Feng Yitao's schemes, Gu Lingyuan and Feng Yitao have engaged in a fierce battle that has reached a boiling point. Although Feng Yitao's influence has been temporarily subdued, he continues to clandestinely devise a more formidable retaliation, while Gu Lingyuan remains vigilant. On this particular night, Gu Lingyuan is engrossed in reviewing intelligence reports in his office, accompanied by Huang Lin, Zhang Yi, and Chen Ning as they deliberate their next course of action. Huang Lin furrows her brow, noting Feng Yitao's recent unusual silence. We have disrupted several of his significant transactions. Logically, he should be taking action. He will not remain idle. Gu Lingyuan speaks in a low voice. Feng Yitao is a cunning adversary who will not concede easily. This silence is, in fact, more concerning. Zhang Yi nods in agreement. Our surveillance on Feng Yitao has intensified, yet his movements have grown increasingly elusive. He seems to be orchestrating a major maneuver. Huang Lin adds, recently, several neutral gangs in City A have unexpectedly received financial and armament support, clearly orchestrated by Feng Yitao. He likely intends to leverage these factions to stall us and buy himself time. Gu Lingyuan narrows his eyes, stating coldly, Feng Yitao will not relinquish control of City A easily. Every step he takes is meticulously calculated. If he seeks to weaken us through neutral forces, we must preemptively disrupt his plans. Huang Lin, he turns to her, continue tracing the funding and resources of these neutral gangs. Once you identify their supply lines, eliminate them immediately. Zhang Yi, Gu Lingyuan continues, shifting his gaze, keep a close watch on Feng Yitao's core factions. Regardless of how he conceals his movements, we must uncover his next operational blueprint. Zhang Yi promptly responds, understood, I will enhance surveillance. Chen Ning, who has remained silent until now, suddenly interjects, Brother Ling, I believe we need to prepare for something. Recently, we detected that Feng Yitao has intensified his network surveillance and information encryption. He may be utilizing the dark web for certain transactions to evade our detection. Gu Lingyuan furrows his brow slightly. Transactions on the dark web are indeed challenging to trace, but we cannot permit him to regain ground through such channels. I will bolster our cyber defenses. Chen Ning replies steadily. Moreover, I have devised a set of countermeasures. Should they engage in activities on the dark web, I possess the means to thwart their plans. Gu Lingyuan nods. Excellent. Be prepared. Every move Feng Yitao makes must be suppressed. He should not be afforded a moment's respite. As Gu Lingyuan orchestrates the next steps, Feng Yitao's counteroffensive quietly unfolds. Feng Yitao's hidden moves on the other side of City A. Feng Yitao convenes in a secret meeting room, fervently discussing strategies with a few of his subordinates. Gu Lingyuan's response has been swifter than we anticipated. His deputy says anxiously, our transactions have been severed multiple times, and many gangs are beginning to waver. What should we do next? Feng Yitao remains composed, responding slowly. Gu Lingyuan is indeed a formidable opponent, but I have not placed all my bets on these transactions. He merely perceived what I intended for him to see. The assistant looked at Feng Yitao in confusion. Brother Feng, do you mean? Feng Yitao let out a cold laugh, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes. Gu Lingyuan has disrupted our facade, yet he remains oblivious to the true threat. I have already laid the groundwork. The real strike has yet to be unleashed. The assistant suddenly realized, you mean? Precisely. Feng Yitao interrupted, his gaze resolute. During this period, we have quietly embedded several hidden pieces within the underground forces of City A. Once the time is ripe, these pieces will launch an assault when Gu Lingyuan least expects it. At that moment, his defenses will crumble. Upon hearing this, the assistant's face lit up with excitement. Brother Feng is brilliant. This way, Gu Lingyuan will surely be caught off guard. Feng Yitao sneered. This game is far from over. Gu Lingyuan is overly confident. What we must do now is create enough troubles for him to keep him on his toes. He rose from his seat and approached the map, pointing to several locations marked with red dots. These areas represent the weak points of Gu Lingyuan's influence. Our people are already prepared. Once the moment arrives, these locations will serve as the breakthrough for our full-scale assault. The assistant nodded immediately. Understood. We will act according to plan. Unexpected attack. Just as Gu Lingyuan's arrangements were steadily progressing, a series of violent explosions echoed through the dark night of City A. Boom. The thunderous sound shattered the tranquility of the night, prompting Gu Lingyuan to spring up from his office, while Zhang Yi rushed in, his expression grave. "Brother Ling, it's bad. One of the outposts in the East District has just been attacked." Gu Lingyuan's gaze instantly turned icy. Feng Yitao has finally made his move. He swiftly grabbed his phone, beginning to contact the various outposts. Immediately mobilize personnel and strengthen defenses. Surveillance in other areas must also be intensified. Feng Yitao cannot possibly strike in just one location. Huang Lin hurriedly arrived, her face serious. "I've just received word that the warehouse in the West District has also been attacked, and several brothers are seriously injured." Gu Lingyuan's brow furrowed even deeper. Feng Yitao's plan is proceeding faster than we anticipated. He is launching simultaneous attacks, aiming to plunge us into chaos. We must respond quickly. Zhang Yi remarked that if they did not act promptly, their defenses could be torn apart. Gu Lingyuan composed himself and said solemnly, "Feng Yitao seeks to disrupt our rhythm. But this time, his calculations are flawed. Zhang Yi, you take a team to the East District and regain control of the situation. Huang Lin, continue monitoring the flow of funds and weapon leads to locate their command center. Chen Ning, enhance our cyber surveillance to thwart their dark web operations." Gu Lingyuan meticulously assigned tasks. We must reverse this situation with utmost speed. Everyone departed to fulfill their orders, and Gu Lingyuan's determination grew stronger. "Feng Yitao, do you believe these attacks can shatter me? The time for my counterattack has come." Chapter 13. Gu Lingyuan's counterattack, the multi-pronged assault initiated by Feng Yitao, plunged the night in City A into utter chaos. However, Gu Lingyuan remained unfazed, seizing the opportunity presented by this crisis to swiftly orchestrate a series of countermeasures. As commands were issued, Gu Lingyuan's subordinates mobilized with remarkable speed, plunging the underground forces of City A into an unprecedented state of tension. Zhang Yi, leading an action team, swiftly advanced towards the Eastern District. Simultaneously, Huang Lin and her intelligence team commenced a thorough analysis of Feng Yitao's financial network, endeavoring to uncover his critical vulnerabilities. In the Eastern District, as Zhang Yi and several elite subordinates arrived, the area was already engulfed in turmoil. Feng Yitao's assailants, well-equipped and extensively trained, had a clear objective to swiftly dismantle Gu Lingyuan's stronghold. "Brother Zhang, the enemy's firepower is intense, and our men are pinned down inside the stronghold, unable to break free," reported a subordinate urgently from behind cover. Zhang Yi surveyed the battlefield through his tactical binoculars, his brow furrowed. The enemy's firepower was indeed formidable, seemingly premeditated. Meanwhile, his own men were firmly suppressed, struggling to retaliate. As he observed, Zhang Yi swiftly formulated a strategy. The enemy's firing position is in the southeast corner, where the defenses are relatively weak. We shall split into two groups, one to feign an attack from the front, drawing enemy fire, while the other will circle around to launch a surprise assault on the southeast corner, neutralizing the enemy's main force. The action team promptly executed the plan, with Zhang Yi personally leading the second group in a stealthy maneuver. The adversaries clearly did not anticipate Gu Lingyuan's rapid response. By the time they noticed Zhang Yi's personnel, it was already too late. With a command, the assault team swiftly launched their attack, obliterating the enemy's primary firing position in an instant. "Quickly, suppress them," Zhang Yi commanded with a fierce tone, his rifle unleashing a torrent of fire, catching the enemy off guard, causing them to scatter in retreat. "The Eastern District is under control," a subordinate reported with excitement. Zhang Yi nodded slightly, but displayed no sign of relaxation. "Immediately send the injured to the rear, and the rest must continue to clear the battlefield, ensuring no enemy escapes." Although the stronghold in the Eastern District was temporarily secured, Zhang Yi understood that this was merely the beginning. Feng Yitao's offensive could not be so easily quelled. They must remain ever vigilant for greater challenges ahead. On another front, Huang Lin fixated on the data streaming across the screen. Her team had begun an in-depth analysis of Feng Yitao's financial and material movements, seeking to uncover his true whereabouts. While these financial flows were discreet, one intriguing detail emerged. Huang Lin pointed to a specific point on the screen and addressed her subordinates. This is a weapon supplier from the Middle East that recently received a substantial influx of funds. Feng Yitao likely procured a significant amount of armaments through this channel. Our sources have confirmed that these weapons may have already arrived at several warehouses in City A subordinate added. Huang Lin nodded slightly. Immediately report to Gu Lingyuan and simultaneously mobilize personnel to seal off these warehouses. A considerable portion of Feng Yitao's current strength derives from these weapons. Once the supply is severed, his offensive will be significantly weakened. The subordinates swiftly sprang into action, while Huang Lin continued to delve deeper for additional clues. She understood that Feng Yitao's decisive maneuver indicated he was thoroughly prepared. Although Gu Lingyuan successfully counterattacked, the situation remained tense, with every detail potentially determining the final outcome. Meanwhile, Chen Ning was also engrossed in urgent tasks. His objective was to thwart Feng Yitao's clandestine transactions and communications on the dark web. Feng Yitao's operatives had become increasingly elusive within the dark web, and our tracking program encountered significant resistance. After receiving the report from his subordinates, Chen Ning pondered for a moment before articulating, "They are evidently aware that we are monitoring the dark web, but that does not imply we are devoid of strategies. Initiate the shadow program immediately. This countermeasure system can simulate their encryption protocols, enticing them to divulge more information." His subordinates quickly grasped the directive and commenced operations. Moments later, a flurry of data suddenly appeared on the screen. "Success!" one of them exclaimed excitedly. "We have successfully pinpointed a crucial contact point for Feng Yitao. They are coordinating their actions through this link." Chen Ning surveyed the information with a cold smile, remarking, "Feng Yitao mistakenly believes the dark web can shield his operations. Yet he is unaware that we have long been prepared. Notify Gu Lingyuan immediately. This contact point is their lifeline. Severing it will significantly undermine Feng Yitao's tactical command capabilities." As all the leads converged in Gu Lingyuan's hands, he finally revealed a faint smile. Feng Yitao assumed that a multi-pronged assault could wear them down, yet he failed to realize that this very strategy provided them with an opportunity to counterattack. Gu Lingyuan rose, his gaze resolute. "Since he has exposed his weaknesses, we shall dictate the battlefield." He swiftly dialed Zhang Yi. "Zhang Yi, what is the situation in the Eastern District?" "We have stabilized the situation, and the enemy's main forces have been routed," Zhang Yi succinctly reported. "Excellent." Gu Lingyuan nodded. "Now, proceed to the southeastern warehouse. It serves as Feng Yitao's arms supply point. Our team has already identified his sources of weaponry, and we must sever this line swiftly." Zhang Yi promptly affirmed, "Understood. I will head there immediately." After hanging up, Gu Lingyuan turned to Huang Lin and instructed, "Huang Lin, continue to monitor the financial flows. Feng Yitao will not relinquish this lead. The more anxious he becomes, the more likely he is to reveal a flaw." Huang Lin nodded. "I will persist in my investigation to ensure no trace is overlooked." Chen Ning, Gu Lingyuan looked at him. "The dark web contact point you discovered is pivotal. Arrange an action team to raid that location and ensure the destruction of their command system." Chen Ning promptly responded. "I will organize personnel to guarantee the success of the operation." After delegating the tasks, Gu Lingyuan contemplated for a moment and slowly articulated, "Feng Yitao's counteroffensive is indeed fierce, but he underestimates our response time. As long as we maintain control over the situation, the ultimate victory shall still belong to us." The final battle at the southeast warehouse. Zhang Yi, leading commando unit, swiftly made his way to the southeast warehouse, where a formidable cache of weapons had amassed. Should Feng Yitao's forces be rearmed, the situation would be irrevocably altered. "Brother Zhang, the perimeter of the warehouse is heavily guarded. What should we do?" one of his subordinates asked anxiously. Zhang Yi responded with a cold smile. "Feng Yitao's men indeed value this location. However, we have already obtained their deployment blueprint. If we act according to our plan, they shall not be able to hold their ground. Prepare the explosives. We shall make this a swift and decisive battle." At Zhang Yi's command, the commando unit swiftly mobilized. Moments later, with a thunderous explosion, the entrance of the warehouse was completely obliterated, and Zhang Yi's men surged inside. The enemies within the warehouse were evidently unprepared for Gu Lingyuan's rapid response and scrambled to defend themselves, only to be quickly suppressed by the commando unit. Zhang Yi personally led the charge to the weapons storage area, meticulously counting the arms before coldly issuing the order: destroy all these weapons. Feng Yitao must receive no further supplies. As flames erupted from the warehouse, a grim smile played on Zhang Yi's lips. Feng Yitao, this time you are destined to lose. Destruction of the command points simultaneously. The commando unit dispatched by Chun Ning successfully accomplished their mission, annihilating Feng Yitao's dark web communication hub and severing his command network. Within hours, Feng Yitao's offensive crumbled entirely, plunging his forces into disarray. Seizing the moment, Gu Lingyuan launched a comprehensive counterattack, progressively tightening the noose around his adversary. The end approaches when Feng Yitao received the news. His complexion turned ashen. He had underestimated Gu Lingyuan's speed and, even more so, his decisiveness. The situation before him was dire. Chapter 14. Feng Yitao's counterattack. Feng Yitao did not withdraw from the battlefield as easily as everyone had anticipated. Despite his offensive being swiftly thwarted by Gu Lingyuan's counterattack, the forces and resources at his disposal remained substantial enough for a resurgence. Although Gu Lingyuan's victory momentarily stabilized the situation in City A, it did not allow him to rest on his laurels. Meanwhile, Feng Yitao was secretly orchestrating an even more perilous counteroffensive. Beneath the surface, the underground world of City A had returned to a fleeting calm. Yet Huang Lin's intelligence team detected peculiar signs. In recent days, Feng Yitao's financial transactions appeared irregular. Huang Lin frowned as he scrutinized the data on the screen. He seemed to be conducting a large-scale financial maneuver in the shadows, with targets beyond City A. Is he preparing to retreat? Gu Lingyuan inquired calmly. Huang Lin shook his head. I do not believe so. His funds are primarily flowing into the underground networks of City B and City C, particularly the Mercenary Alliance and underground boxing tournaments in City C. Feng Yitao's actions are too pronounced. This does not resemble a mere escape plan, but rather preparation for a significant operation. Upon hearing this, Gu Lingyuan's expression grew slightly grave. City B and City C are both vital strategic strongholds, especially the Mercenary Alliance in City C. Should the mercenaries be mobilized, they would pose a formidable threat. Huang Lin nodded. Even more troubling is that our presence in these cities is currently limited. If Feng Yitao truly intends to unite these forces for a counterattack, the situation will become exceedingly precarious. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Lingyuan made a decision. We cannot wait idly for Feng Yitao's counterstrike. Immediately mobilize our resources in City B and City C to ensure he has no opportunity to regroup. Huang Lin promptly departed to coordinate intelligence and resources. Simultaneously, Gu Lingyuan dialed Zhang Yi's number. Zhang Yi, prepare for action. We will be departing shortly. Zhang Yi's voice was resolute. Understood, boss. The concealed conspiracy meanwhile. In City C, Feng Yitao was clandestinely meeting with several key figures from the underground boxing tournaments. As the cornerstone of City C's economy, these tournaments were not merely centers of illegal gambling, but rather stages for demonstrating power and influence within the underground realm. You must have heard of Gu Lingyuan's triumph in City A, Feng Yitao remarked coldly. The expressions of the boxing organizers across from him were complex. They had evidently heard of the swiftness of Gu Lingyuan's counteraction. Mr. Feng, Gu Lingyuan is indeed formidable. Should we act recklessly, we may incur severe losses. One of them cautioned. Feng Yitao smiled slightly. Precisely because of Gu Lingyuan's strength, we require a united front. His victory in City A does not imply he is invulnerable. As long as we seize the opportunity, we can still reverse the situation. He looked at the group, his tone turning more severe. The underground boxing tournaments and the Mercenary Alliance in City C are our current advantages. Gu Lingyuan's influence in City C is still quite limited, while we have already amassed considerable resources and connections. As long as you are willing to cooperate, I can assure you that in the near future, the underworld of City C will be entirely under your control. Several organizers exchanged glances. Although still hesitant, Feng Yitao's promise undoubtedly swayed them. The underground boxing market in City C has long been the focal point of contention among several powerful factions. If they could seize this opportunity to gain complete dominance over this market, the benefits would be immense. We require further details. Another organizer ventured cautiously. Feng Yitao nodded with a smile. Naturally, we will procure a substantial arsenal through the smuggling network in City B. And the Mercenary Alliance will assist you in eliminating Gu Lingyuan's influence in City C. At that time, the entire underground realm of City C will be within our grasp. Preparations were underway. Upon returning to City A, Zhang, he had completed the assembly. He stood before Gu Lingyuan, his gaze resolute. "Boss, everything is ready." Gu Lingyuan nodded. "This operation has a clear objective. Feng Yitao is uniting the forces of City B and City C, intending to launch a counterattack against us. We must take the initiative and disrupt his plans." Zhang Yi replied calmly. "Our brothers are prepared to act at any moment. Regardless of how much backup Feng Yitao has, we will not allow him to succeed." Gu Lingyuan smiled slightly. "Excellent. However, this operation will not merely involve brute force. Feng Yitao is currently emboldened, believing our strength in cities B and C is insufficient. Huang Lin is mobilizing the intelligence team, and Chen Ning is tracking his financial flows in the dark web. Our goal is to dismantle his financial chain and logistical network ahead of time, leaving him in a quandary before he can retaliate." Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. "Boss, do you mean we should first disrupt his funding sources before launching a comprehensive strike against his armed forces?" Gu Lingyuan confirmed precisely. Funding is Feng Yitao's lifeblood. Without it, he can no longer maintain the loyalty of those mercenaries and underground fighters. "I understand." Zhang Yi's expression grew more resolute. Furthermore, Gu Lingyuan added, "Feng Yitao's connections in City C are extensive, but we are not without our preparations. Lin Yu has been lying in wait for some time. His subordinates can assist you in initiating an internal assault." Zhang Yi chuckled. "It seems Feng Yitao is destined for a complete defeat this time." A few days later, Gu Lingyuan's plan began to unfold gradually. Huang Lin's intelligence team successfully pinpointed several crucial financial transfer points of Feng Yitao in City B, while Zhang led a strike team covertly into the city. "Brother Zhang, we have located the target position," one of his men reported quietly. Zhang Yi nodded. "Prepare for action, proceed according to plan, and ensure we do not alert the enemy." The strike team swiftly executed their operation. Feng Yitao's financial transfer point was situated within a secluded warehouse in City B, serving as a vital hub for dispatching substantial funds and supplies. With a low rumble of an explosion, the warehouse door flew open. Zhang Yi's team surged into the warehouse, catching the enemy off guard and swiftly subduing them. Zhang Yi surveyed the crates of cash and arms destined for City C, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Feng Yitao, this time, you stand no chance." As Zhang Yi launched his surprise offensive, Gu Lingyuan initiated a more clandestine operation through Lin Yu's informants in City C. Lin Yu's subordinates successfully infiltrated the underground boxing arena controlled by Feng Yitao, discreetly obtaining vital information regarding Feng's dealings with the Mercenary Alliance in City C. This intelligence revealed Feng's plan to amass substantial funds through the underground boxing matches to finance the procurement of weapons and mercenary services. "We possess ample evidence," Lin Yu murmured. "It is time to act." Gu Lingyuan nodded slightly. "Inform our personnel within the arena to remain on standby. The commencement of the matches will present the optimal moment for our intervention." With Gu Lingyuan's command issued, the operation in City C commenced silently. In the boxing arena, Feng Yitao's scheme had entered its final phase. Dozens of mercenaries and fighters congregated, awaiting the completion of the transaction. However, unbeknownst to them, Gu Lingyuan's counteroffensive had already quietly commenced. Now, at Lin Yu's command, Gu Lingyuan's hidden operatives launched a simultaneous assault from various vantage points. The mercenaries and fighters were engulfed in chaos, and Feng Yitao's plan unraveled completely. As Gu Lingyuan stepped into the arena, Feng Yitao found himself encircled. Faced with this predicament, he displayed no anger, but rather a cold smile. "Gu Lingyuan, you have indeed triumphed this time." Gu Lingyuan approached Feng Yitao, speaking with calm resolve. "Feng Yitao, your era has come to an end." Closing his eyes, Feng inhaled deeply. Is that so? But do not forget, I never engage in battles without contingencies. At that moment, a series of violent explosions erupted from outside. Feng Yitao's counterattack had only just begun. Chapter 15. Breaking through desperation, the explosive sounds from outside the boxing arena reverberated throughout the subterranean world of City C, sending colossal shockwaves that caused the surrounding structures to tremble. Gu Lingyuan instantly comprehended the situation. Feng Yitao's counterattack had arrived earlier and with greater ferocity than anticipated. Retreat. Gu Lingyuan immediately commanded. Although he had initially taken the initiative, it was evident that Feng Yitao's contingency plan had been meticulously crafted. Lin Yu swiftly led the team in a rapid withdrawal from the boxing arena, fully aware that remaining there would yield no advantages. Meanwhile, Feng Yitao's mercenary troops gradually advanced from their outer encirclement, aiming to trap Gu Lingyuan's men within the arena. Standing aloft, Feng Yitao surveyed the chaotic scene with a gaze as sharp as a knife. He had long prepared for this counteroffensive. Every stage, from the explosion to the assault, had been meticulously orchestrated. A cold smile crept across his face as he envisioned Gu Lingyuan struggling step by step within his trap. Ambushed during the retreat, Gu Lingyuan led his subordinates swiftly out of the boxing arena. But just as they believed they had successfully evaded the encirclement, a multitude of well-hidden mercenaries suddenly emerged from both sides of the street. This was the second ambush laid out by Feng Yitao. "Boss, we are surrounded," Zhang Yi exclaimed gravely, a hint of anxiety etched across his features. Gu Lingyuan inhaled deeply, calmly analyzing the precarious situation before them. They had lost their escape route and had no choice but to break through head-on. "Everyone, follow me. We shall break through to the east," Gu Lingyuan decisively ordered, leading his team quickly toward the eastern district. The east consisted of a narrow alleyway, challenging to traverse. Yet it was precisely the location where the enemy would struggle to mount significant firepower. The mercenaries relentlessly pursued them, gunfire echoing through the nocturnal streets. Though Gu Lingyuan's team faced dire straits, they executed their maneuvers with remarkable precision under his guidance. Lin Yu and core subordinates like Zhang He exhibited exceptional combat prowess, ensuring the team remained cohesive even under the enemy's concentrated fire. Feng Yitao's lethal plan meanwhile, Feng Yitao observed Gu Lingyuan's movements through surveillance equipment. Upon seeing Gu Lingyuan's choice to break through the eastern alleyway, a satisfied smile graced his lips. Excellent, Gu Lingyuan is indeed astute. He recognizes this as his only escape route. Little does he know, this path is also a meticulously prepared trap of mine, Feng Yitao remarked coldly. He had already arranged a third wave of ambushers in the eastern alleyway. This unit was well-equipped and highly trained, with a singular mission, to annihilate Gu Lingyuan upon his arrival at the alley's end. Prepare to act. Wait until he enters the sniper's range, Feng Yitao directed through his communicator. Life and death on the line, Gu Lingyuan and his subordinates hastened eastward, flanked by ominous buildings shrouded in darkness. He understood that this alleyway was no easy retreat, yet they had no alternative at this juncture. Be cautious, there may be an ambush ahead, Gu Lingyuan whispered to Zhang Yi beside him. Zhang Yi nodded, gripping his weapon tightly, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings with acute awareness. Their steps became increasingly cautious, every detail meticulously controlled by Gu Lingyuan. However, Feng Yitao's ambush troops had long since assumed their sniping positions. As Gu Lingyuan's team approached the midpoint of the alley, a faint gunshot pierced the air, and a bullet shot forth like lightning towards Gu Lingyuan. Bang! Gu Lingyuan reacted swiftly, his body pivoting as the bullet grazed his shoulder and struck the wall behind him. His expression darkened, realizing he had entered Feng Yitao's deadly trap. "Scatter! There's a sniper!" Lin Yu shouted, and everyone immediately sought cover. Gu Lingyuan assessed the situation. The sniper's angles nearly blocked all their escape routes. They found themselves ensnared in this narrow alley, precisely as Feng Yitao intended. Lin Yu, Zhang Yi, you two take part of the team to draw fire while I deal with the sniper, Gu Lingyuan ordered calmly. Without hesitation, Lin Yu and Zhang Yi executed their tasks, moving a portion of their team to the opposite side of the alley. using the building's cover to engage the enemy and successfully diverting the sniper's attention. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Lingyuan swiftly maneuvered behind a building and stealthily ascended to the rooftop. His movements were quick and agile, reminiscent of a trained cheetah. Soon, he reached the position of the sniper. Just as the sniper prepared to pull the trigger once more, a cold glint flashed. Gu Lingyuan's dagger had already plunged into the back of his neck, concluding the sniper's threat. The immediate crisis averted. Gu Lingyuan quickly instructed his subordinates through the earpiece to withdraw from the alley. Although they had temporarily escaped the encirclement, Feng Yitao's ambush troops were still closing in, and they needed to find a new, safe point swiftly. Feng Yitao will not easily let us go. This is merely the beginning, Gu Lingyuan stated calmly. He understood that this battle was far from over, and Feng Yitao had more cards to play. Linyu, panting, ran to Gu Lingyuan's side. Boss, what should we do next? Feng Yitao is clearly well prepared this time. Gu Lingyuan pondered for a moment, his gaze resolute. We cannot afford to give him a moment's respite. Immediately contact Huang Lin and Chun Ning, instructing them to intensify their assault on Feng Yitao's financial chain, while also putting our armed forces in a city on full alert. Zhang approached, his voice low. Boss, our manpower is somewhat stretched. Feng Yitao has mobilized a large number of mercenaries, and we need more support. Gu Lingyuan nodded. I will reach out to our allies in B City and request reinforcements. Moreover, Feng Yitao's recent actions have exposed his weaknesses, despite his substantial armed forces. His logistical support must be lagging. Huang Lin's intelligence team will seize this opportunity. Feng Yitao stood in the command room, gazing at the battlefield situation. His expression was calm, clearly unperturbed by Gu Lingyuan's swift reactions. Gu Lingyuan is indeed my old rival. Every move is as I anticipated, Feng Yitao remarked softly. But this game is far from over. Mr. Feng, our mercenary forces have assembled on the outskirts of City A. What shall be our next course of action? One subordinate inquired. Feng Yitao smiled faintly, continued to apply pressure, leaving them no avenue for retreat. I shall make Gu Lingyuan aware that every decision he makes is in vain. Understood. With a wave of his hand, Feng Yitao signaled for his subordinates to promptly execute the new plan. His ambitions extended beyond merely defeating Gu Lingyuan. He aspired to seize complete control over the underworld of City A. Gu Lingyuan represented his greatest obstacle. This battle has only just begun. Feng Yitao's voice was low, imbued with an inexorable aura of menace. Chapter 16. The allies behind Gu Lingyuan led his subordinates to successfully break through the narrow alley. Yet he understood that Feng Yitao would not relent so easily. This ambush not only inflicted severe losses upon them, but also revealed the intricate network of support backing Feng Yitao. Every move he made was meticulously planned, and what Gu Lingyuan required next was a sufficiently robust backing to sustain this battle. Without further delay, Gu Lingyuan swiftly reached out to Huang Lin. She managed a formidable smuggling network in B City and was also Gu Lingyuan's most crucial ally in resource mobilization. Unexpected news from Huang Lin in her private office. Huang Lin was surrounded by complex transactional data displayed on her computer screen, meticulously tracking smuggled goods, financial flows, and various points of transaction. Upon receiving Gu Lingyuan's call, her expression turned serious. Lingyuan, the current situation is far more complicated than we imagined. Huang Lin cut straight to the point. Feng Yitao's assault is not merely his own initiative. He has a more formidable backing. Have you heard of the Black Market Consortium in Eastern Europe? Gu Lingyuan furrowed his brow. The Eastern European Black Market Consortium was a significant player within the global underground network, possessing substantial financial resources and posing a considerable threat. Their influence spanned across various black markets, and Feng Yitao's collusion with them indicated that this conflict had escalated beyond mere gang rivalry. Feng Yitao has received support from the Eastern European Consortium? Gu Lingyuan asked in a low voice. Yes, and they have provided him with substantial funds and weaponry through intermediaries. Their shadow looms large over this ambush, Huang Lin analyzed calmly. If we do not counteract swiftly, Feng Yitao will gain an unceasing stream of resources. Gu Lingyuan fell into a brief contemplation. He knew that if Feng Yitao allied with the Eastern European Consortium, the situation would become increasingly precarious. With their current strength alone, it would be nearly impossible to completely vanquish Feng Yitao. He needed to seek new allies to confront this formidable consortium. Huang Lin, gather information on Feng Yitao's financial flows and the specifics of his logistical supply lines as quickly as possible. We must sever these resources before he receives further support. Gu Lingyuan commanded decisively. I have already arranged for intelligence personnel to investigate, but I require more time. The financial channels of these black market consortia are exceedingly clandestine, making them challenging to trace, Huang Lin replied. We can afford to wait, but we must identify a breakthrough point, Gu Lingyuan stated. Preparations for the new battle after ending the call with Huang Lin, Gu Lingyuan immediately began to organize a new operation. He summoned his subordinates and briefly outlined the current situation. Despite the myriad dangers, Gu Lingyuan's composure and confidence inspired each individual present. We are facing not only Feng Yitao, but also the Eastern European consortium behind him. This battle transcends mere gang conflicts. It is a confrontation between multinational forces. Gu Lingyuan declared solemnly. Zhang Yi pondered for a moment before asking, Boss, should we not strengthen our collaboration with the B-City side? If Huang Lin can leverage her smuggling network, it may help us ascertain Feng Yitao's resource movements more swiftly. Gu Lingyuan nodded, acknowledging the necessity to strengthen ties with the underground boxing factions in City C. I am aware that several mercenary alliances there have already pledged their allegiance to Feng Yitao. Yet we can reach out to those who oppose him. Linyu proposed another suggestion. Boss, I can dispatch someone to investigate the situation of the Eastern European Consortium and ascertain if they have other agents in the area. No matter how formidable Feng Yitao's power may be, he cannot rely solely on external assistance. Very well. You two will be responsible for liaising with allies in City B and City C, while I will personally orchestrate the disruption of Feng Yitao's financial network. Gu Lingyuan decisively issued the command. Meanwhile, the currents within City A were shifting quietly. The situation in City A was subtly changing as well. Feng Yitao's mercenaries had not only occupied the outer territories, but were beginning to infiltrate the underground forces in the city center. Gu Lingyuan's primary base was facing unprecedented pressure, and the resources of the Green Snake Gang were beginning to appear strained. Gu Lingyuan understood that if the situation could not be swiftly reversed, Feng Yitao would likely tear apart his faction from within. In response to this sudden crisis, he resolved to take more aggressive action. Since Feng Yitao had chosen to launch an offensive, they would bestow upon him a grand surprise. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Gu Lingyuan's eyes as he picked up the communicator. Reaching out to his old friend Zhao Kai in City D, a figure of considerable influence within the underground boxing circuit. Long time no see, Lingyuan. Zhao Kai's deep voice came through the communicator. I hear you've been encountering some troubles in City A? Indeed. Feng Yitao has the backing of the Eastern European Consortium, and the situation is rather complex, Gu Lingyuan candidly replied. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Kai remarked, the Eastern European Consortium is indeed a formidable opponent, but if you require assistance, I can send over some mercenaries. However, you should be aware of the cost of this battle. If I help you, you will owe me a significant favor. Gu Lingyuan chuckled lightly. Zhao Kai, do we truly need to keep count of such things between us? Rest assured, I will repay you for this assistance. Very well, it's settled then. I will dispatch an elite team, but you must coordinate their actions. They are not easily managed. Zhao Kai readily agreed. After hanging up the phone, a cold smile crept across Gu Lingyuan's face. This conflict had gradually escalated from a mere gang rivalry into a struggle among multiple forces, and he found himself at the eye of the storm. As Gu Lingyuan planned his next move, Feng Yitao's offensive had once again commenced. His forces were continuously infiltrating the outskirts of City A, preparing to launch a more severe assault on the core territory of the Green Snake Gang. Feng Yitao stood in the command center, hands shoved deep into his pockets, coldly surveying the marked map. Gu Lingyuan's base was clearly visible, and his mercenaries were poised to initiate their final offensive. Gu Lingyuan, you won't last much longer. Feng Yitao's tone was laced with unwavering confidence as he spoke. A subordinate approached him, whispering a report. Mr. Feng, The mercenaries outside are fully prepared, awaiting your command. Feng Yitao smiled faintly. Excellent, prepare for the assault. The battle was imminent. The night in City A descended once more into silence. Yet all were acutely aware that this was merely a fleeting calm before the storm. Feng Yitao's forces were silently assembling, while Gu Lingyuan's subordinates were making final preparations for the impending conflict. Both sides understood that this clash would determine the future of the underground world in City A, and within the shadows lurked countless pairs of cold, calculating eyes. Chapter 17. The Double Trap. As night descended, a palpable tension enveloped City A. Gu Lingyuan stood in the command room of the Green Serpent Gang, gazing out at the city through the window. The lights twinkled like stars in the darkness. Yet he understood that this serene facade was merely the calm before the storm. Feng Yitao's forces were drawing near, and time was running out. Taking a deep breath, Gu Lingyuan steadied his inner rhythm. He was acutely aware that Feng Yitao's assault was not merely a bid for territory. A far grander conspiracy lurked beneath the surface. A counterattack was imperative. In the command room, urgency permeated the air as Zhang Yi meticulously coordinated his subordinates. The screens displayed key strategic points on the outskirts of City A, with the Green Serpent Gang strength continually contracting towards the core area. Several positions along the outer defense line had been reluctantly abandoned. Boss, our defenses are becoming critically strained. Feng Yitao's mercenaries are advancing relentlessly. If we do not counter soon, our resources may be utterly overwhelmed, Zhang Yi reported, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the intelligence. Gu Lingyuan nodded calmly. Feng Yitao is merely waiting for us to falter. He seeks to provoke us into a preemptive strike, but we must not adhere to his script. At that moment, Lin Yu entered, clutching several recent intelligence reports. Boss, I've just received news that Feng Yitao has deployed an elite unit on the periphery, seemingly intending to ambush us during our counterattack. It appears we are ensnared in a double trap. Gu Lingyuan's gaze sharpened, and he fell into contemplation. He recognized Feng Yitao's cunning and shrewdness. A trap implied that Feng Yitao was confident in his ability to ensnare them. Yet, Gu Lingyuan's intuition whispered that this very trap could also present an opportunity for a counteroffensive. Let us turn the tables, Gu Lingyuan remarked with a cold smile. He addressed Zhang Yi and Lin Yu, his tone laced with conviction, instead of striking first. We shall create a fade that suggests we are overwhelmed and incapable of retaliation. Then, when he is at his most relaxed, we shall deliver a decisive blow. Zhang Yi and Lin Yu exchanged knowing glances, their understanding palpable. Zhang Yi continued to manage the outer defense forces, ensuring they appear as though they're being pressed into submission. Lin Yu, take a team of elite members, disguise yourselves as a patrol unit on the periphery, and prepare an ambush. Strike with lethal precision as Feng Yitao's flanking unit approaches. Understood. They both replied in unison. Internal turmoil, just as Gu Lingyuan finalized the counter-offensive strategy. A call from Huang Lin interrupted him. Lingyuan, I bear some troubling news. Her voice was tinged with urgency. It seems Feng Yitao has infiltrated our ranks with spies. My smuggling network has encountered significant issues in recent transactions, with several shipments intercepted. Gu Lingyuan's brow furrowed. Feng Yitao's maneuvers were swifter than he had anticipated. If Huang Lin's network had been compromised, the Green Serpent Gang would face severe limitations in resource allocation. This was indeed a further blow to their already precarious situation. Can you identify the spy? Gu Lingyuan inquired softly. We are still investigating, but the individual is quite cunning and operates with extreme secrecy. Huang Lin's voice conveyed her growing anxiety. Gu Lingyuan pondered for a moment and said, continue the investigation. Once a lead is found, eliminate it immediately. Feng Yitao aims to undermine us from within, but we must not allow him to succeed. I understand. I will handle it promptly, Huang Lin replied. After hanging up, Gu Lingyuan fell into a brief contemplation. He realized that Feng Yitao was not only launching an external assault, but also attempting to sabotage his strength from within. What he needed to do now was to uncover Feng Yitao's vulnerabilities and launch a thorough counterattack. The moment of ambush in the stillness of the night. Gu Lingyuan's plans were quietly unfolding. Zhang Yi's defenses were gradually collapsing, seemingly driven back by Feng Yitao's mercenaries, while Lin Yu led an elite team, lying in wait at a concealed location, poised for the opportune moment. Feng Yitao sat in the command vehicle, his gaze fixed on the battlefield's developments. According to his intelligence, the Qingxi gang's defenses were on the verge of collapse, and soon he would be able to seize control of the core area of City A. Prepare all troops for the final strike against Gu Lingyuan, Feng Yitao stated flatly, yet brimming with an air of invincible confidence. Meanwhile, his encircling forces began to advance towards the periphery of the Qingxi gang, ready to deliver a fatal blow when Gu Lingyuan countered. However, just as Feng Yitao believed victory was assured, his encircling forces suddenly came under fierce attack. What is happening? Feng Yitao exclaimed in shock, swiftly pulling up the surveillance footage. The screen revealed a chaotic battle scene, as Lin Yu led the elite forces of the Qingxi gang, emerging from their hiding place to launch a swift and devastating assault on Feng Yitao's encircling troops. The mercenaries, caught off guard, fell into disarray. Damn it! They set a trap. Feng Yitao slammed his hand on the table, his expression darkening. Gu Lingyuan had exploited Feng Yitao's overconfidence to turn the tide against him. He had intentionally displayed a weakness during the contraction of his defenses, luring Feng Yitao's encircling forces closer, only to deliver a fatal counterattack. Gu Lingyuan's counteroffensive with Feng Yitao's encircling forces thrown into chaos. Gu Lingyuan seized the moment and launched his counteroffensive. He personally led the elite forces of the Qingxi gang in a fierce assault against Feng Yitao's main troops from the opposite flank. The battle was extraordinarily intense, flames soaring high and gunfire echoing. Gu Lingyuan and his subordinates pressed forward relentlessly. Although Feng Yitao's mercenaries were well trained, they found themselves somewhat flustered in the face of the sudden counterattack. Inside Feng Yitao's command vehicle, tension reached its peak. Retreat, Feng Yitao commanded through clenched teeth, knowing that if they continued, his entire force would be encircled by Gu Lingyuan. The mercenaries began a hurried withdrawal, but Gu Lingyuan offered them little respite. His forces pressed relentlessly, gradually cornering Feng Yitao's troops into a dire situation. The conclusion of battle and a new beginning after several hours of fierce combat. Feng Yitao's army was utterly defeated. Gu Lingyuan stood at the center of the battlefield, his gaze coldly surveying the surroundings. The smoke had yet to clear, and the air was thick with the scent of blood. He understood that this battle was merely the beginning. Although Feng Yitao had retreated, the formidable power of the Eastern European consortium loomed behind him. Gu Lingyuan was acutely aware that the confrontation with the Eastern European consortium would be even more brutal. "Boss, we have triumphed," Zhang Yi declared, approaching Gu Lingyuan, his tone infused with the elation of victory. Gu Lingyuan nodded slightly, yet his expression remained composed. "This is merely a fleeting victory. Feng Yitao would not relent, and our true adversary lurked in the shadows." Beneath the night sky, a glint of cold light flickered in Gu Lingyuan's eyes. He was fully prepared to face the impending tempest. Chapter 18. The Qing Snake Gang after the battle. City A descended into a fleeting tranquility, yet beneath this calm, turbulence brewed. Gu Lingyuan had just vanquished Feng Yitao's forces. Although the Qing Snake Gang had gained the upper hand, the power dynamics within City A were undergoing a significant transformation. Gu Lingyuan realized that to secure an advantage in this fierce struggle for power, he must take the initiative and deepen the Qing Snake Gang's influence. Simultaneously, the underworld forces of City A began to stir restlessly. Gu Lingyuan understood that this city was not merely a hub for drugs, arms, and intelligence trafficking, but also a battleground for various factions. While the Qing Snake Gang had already seized control of most illegal activities, other forces would not yield easily, particularly the hidden consortiums and mercenary alliances lurking in the shadows. The expansion plan of the Qing Snake Gang seated in the conference room of the Qing Snake Gang's headquarters. Gu Lingyuan surveyed the core members flanking the table. Zhang Yi, Lin Yu, Huang Lin, and others had gathered, all aware that the Qing Snake Gang was on the cusp of a new phase. "We have won the first battle against Feng Yitao, but this is merely the beginning," Gu Lingyuan stated, his tone calm yet resolute. "Next, we must further expand the Qing Snake Gang's influence and infiltrate every corner of City A." Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. The boss is right. Feng Yitao's defeat will only heighten the vigilance of other factions, particularly the consortiums. Their methods are notoriously insidious. We must tread carefully. The consortiums indeed pose a significant challenge, Linyu interjected. They control the core resources of City A, particularly within the upper echelons of politics and business, wielding vast influence. If we do not manage this force adeptly, the expansion of the Qing Snake Gang will face serious constraints. Gu Lingyuan squinted slightly, tapping the table gently. The consortiums may appear glamorous on the surface, yet internal discord festers within. We can exploit these rifts to undermine their influence from within. Simultaneously, the Qing Snake Gang must establish a covert presence, particularly in City A's financial market and high-end intelligence sector. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Lin remarked, since the consortiums control funds and resources, we should target their strongest points. I can establish connections with underground financial networks to gradually take control of their cash flow, forcing them to reveal vulnerabilities. Indeed, the flow of capital is the lifeline of the consortiums, Gu Lingyuan concurred. Once we seize control of the financial chain, their power will swiftly diminish. Moreover, we have another imperative to consolidate the underground market of City A. Consolidating the underground forces of City A, the underground market of City A serves not only as a trading hub for drugs and arms, but also as a breeding ground for black market intelligence and assassination contracts. Gu Lingyuan recognized that, although the Qing Snake Gang held a significant share in this domain, numerous independent factions still roamed within it. While these factions outwardly expressed reverence for the Qing Snake Gang, they could easily turn against it in secret. Gu Lingyuan turned to Zhang Yi. You are responsible for dealing with those disobedient factions. Either bring them into submission or eradicate them entirely. Zhang Yi smiled faintly. Rest assured, boss. I will handle these small fry. They dare not confront us openly. Instead, they engage in subtle maneuvers when we are unaware. I will make it clear that the rules of the Green Snake Gang are not to be challenged. Lin Yu continued, stating concurrently, I will fortify our outer defenses. Although Feng Yitao has been defeated, his remnants are still active nearby. I shall not grant them any opportunity for a counterattack. Excellent, Gu Lingyuan nodded. However, we cannot remain solely on the defensive. We must take the initiative. Feng Yitao's influence has not been entirely dismantled. We need to consume his territory completely, particularly his smuggling networks and intelligence chains in the periphery, which are crucial for our expansion. Huang Lin rose, asserting, I will focus on intelligence. Many of Feng Yitao's smuggling operations were facilitated through my channels. I possess the means to sever these networks swiftly, thereby crippling his smuggling enterprises. Gu Lingyuan replied with a cold smile, very well. Once we sever Feng Yitao's smuggling connections, his remaining followers will lose their financial and resource support, ultimately being compelled to surrender or perish. The reaction of the consortium, just as Gu Lingyuan was strategizing for expansion, the consortium in City A began to take action. They noted Feng Yitao's retreat and realized that the Green Snake Gang was gradually infiltrating their domain. The rise of the Green Snake Gang had become a looming threat for the consortium. The atmosphere in the consortium's high-level meeting was tense, as several key members sat around an opulent conference table, exchanging glances. Gu Lingyuan is proving to be far more troublesome than we anticipated, murmured an elder member of the consortium. Not only has he defeated Feng Yitao, but he has also swiftly captured the peripheral markets. At this rate, he will inevitably threaten our core interests in City A. We cannot remain passive, another senior member of the consortium declared coldly. Gu Lingyuan's expansion must be curtailed, otherwise, he will consume the entire city like a venomous serpent. I propose that we ally with other forces to jointly confront the Green Snake Gang, suggested someone. Silence enveloped the meeting room until eventually the de facto leader of the consortium slowly spoke. Now is not the time for open confrontation. While Gu Lingyuan is indeed dangerous, we have not reached the point of irreconcilable conflict. We can bide our time and let other forces restrain him. Once he is exhausted, we shall strike. The consortium's strategy began to take shape as they resolved to leverage other powers in City A, particularly the Mercenary Alliance and the hidden underground boxing networks. to combat the expansion of the Green Snake Gang. Emergence of hidden opponents. Meanwhile, Gu Lingyuan received intelligence indicating that the consortium was secretly engaging with other factions, attempting to unite against the Green Snake Gang. This news was not surprising. Gu Lingyuan had anticipated that as his influence grew, other forces in city, it would inevitably begin to unite in retaliation. The consortium will not act lightly. Their usual tactic is to employ others to do their bidding. Gu Lingyuan remarked contemplatively. However, this also means we must confront challenges from multiple factions directly. Lin Yu's gaze sharpened. Boss, the relationship between the consortium and the mercenary alliance is close. If they join forces, we will face even greater pressure. The pressure is but temporary. Gu Lingyuan smiled. Acknowledging their advantage, the failure of Feng Yitao had deprived their opponents of a key player. As long as they could maintain their footing and gradually erode their strength, victory would undoubtedly be theirs. What shall we do next? Huang Lin inquired. Rising to his feet with a piercing gaze, Gu Lingyuan declared, we must quicken our pace and take the initiative to break the stalemate. The Qingxi Gang must not only dominate the underground market of city, but also venture into the upper echelons of legitimate business. Henceforth, I intend to make it clear that the Qingxi Gang is not merely the sovereign of the underworld, but will also emerge as the true ruler of City A. With Gu Lingyuan's strategic decisions, the expansion of the Qingxi Gang entered a new phase. The power struggle in City A became increasingly intricate, and a storm was on the horizon. Yet Gu Lingyuan was fully prepared to confront any challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 19. Signs of betrayal. The night in City A remained tranquil. Yet beneath this calm facade, turbulent undercurrents were at play. Gu Lingyuan's Qingxi Gang had swiftly risen to prominence, encroaching upon the interests of various factions. However, an unsettling aura began to quietly manifest around him, instilling doubt within Gu Lingyuan. As a leader seasoned by countless struggles, he possessed a keen intuition for treachery. Suspicious actions. One late night, Gu Lingyuan sat alone before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows of his office, gazing down at the city of a cloaked in darkness. The entire metropolis resembled a vast labyrinth, with streets winding like veins extending into every corner. A shadow flickered across Gu Lingyuan's countenance. Ever since Feng Yitao's retreat, the expansion of the Qingxi Gang had been meteoric. Yet, recently, he sensed that something was amiss. Linyu, have there been any anomalies in the intelligence reports? Gu Lingyuan inquired, placing a document on the desk and looking toward Linyu, who stood a short distance away. Linyu furrowed his brow and replied slowly. In recent operations, some intelligence seems to have leaked too swiftly. Our smuggling network has been intercepted several times. Although we managed to remedy the situation promptly, I suspect there may be issues internally. Gu Lingyuan fell silent for a moment, already formulating a hypothesis in his mind. He could feel that someone was deliberately stirring turmoil beyond his line of sight. This sensation had persisted for several days, yet the identity of the traitor remained elusive. Is there a problem with the recent management of the intelligence department? Gu Lingyuan asked coldly. Zhang Yi is in charge. Logically, there shouldn't be any issues, Linyu responded, though his tone conveyed a hint of uncertainty. Gu Lingyuan nodded slightly, but refrained from offering further comments. He understood that mere surface signs could not definitively reveal who was betraying him. Nevertheless, he would not tolerate any internal threats to the Qingxi Gang. He resolved to personally orchestrate a cleansing operation. Emerging anomalies days later, Gu Lingyuan's suspicions were increasingly validated. A significant arms transport plan of the Qingxi Gang was precisely ambushed by rivals. This operation had been intended to be exceedingly confidential, known only to a select few core members, yet the enemies seemed to have received intelligence ahead of time, resulting in a complete rout. Wu Tao, who was responsible for this operation, sustained severe injuries during the engagement. Upon receiving the news, Linyu promptly reported to Gu Lingyuan, whose expression darkened. This was not the first occurrence. In recent weeks, the Qingxi Gang's operations have been plagued by issues, particularly concerning high-value goods and secret missions, with signs of leaks becoming increasingly apparent. Wu Tao's team is our most trusted. How could such a blunder occur? Linyu questioned, bewildered. Gu Lingyuan's gaze fixed on the transport plan sketch upon the desk, his mind racing. He suddenly looked up. Have you thoroughly investigated everyone involved in this operation? Linyu was taken aback, but quickly regained composure. Boss, I will immediately scrutinize every detail, including the backgrounds and movements of all participants. Go ahead, Gu Lingyuan affirmed, his tone leaving no room for dissent. After Lin Yu departed, Gu Lingyuan fell into deep contemplation. Wu Tao was his most reliable arms expert. If this ambush was merely coincidental, Gu Lingyuan could not bring himself to believe it. Behind this, there must be an insider, and it is highly likely that this individual has been concealed for a considerable duration. Internal investigation commenced swiftly within a few days. Lin Yu conducted a thorough scrutiny of all personnel involved in the arms operation, including all mid to high-ranking officials. However, the outcome was disheartening. No conspicuous signs of treachery were discovered. Each individual's background and activity trajectory appeared impeccably clean. Boss, I have investigated everyone, even our most trusted associates. No anomalies were found, Lin Yu stated before Gu Lingyuan, his tone laden with gravity. Gu Lingyuan furrowed his brow and slowly replied, the absence of anomalies is, in itself, the greatest anomaly. He realized that the betrayer might be even more deeply concealed, possibly someone he held in the highest regard. At that moment, Zhang Yi entered, holding a document. Boss, I have just received a piece of news related to the previous ambush operation. What news? Gu Lingyuan looked up at Zhang Yi. While tracing the forces behind the ambush, we discovered some clues. The adversary utilized our internal intelligence codes. Zhang Yi presented the document to Gu Lingyuan. As he perused its contents, Gu Lingyuan's expression darkened further. These codes were known only to a select few core members, indicating that the traitor was likely within the inner circle. Continue the investigation, but do not raise any alarms, Gu Lingyuan instructed, returning the document to Zhang Yi, his eyes glinting with cold determination. Zhang Yi nodded and departed, while Lin Yu remained beside him, his demeanor grave. Boss, what should we do next? Continue the investigation, but proceed with caution, Gu Lingyuan replied coldly. I wish to understand how this venomous serpent intends to strike. As days passed, Gu Lingyuan grew increasingly vigilant. He began to notice subtle changes, particularly in the behavior of those he trusted most. Recently, when Li Xing reported on his work, his words became increasingly cautious, and on several occasions, there were discrepancies with the intelligence he provided. Lin Yu harbored some distrust toward Zhang Yi, but lacked definitive evidence. Gu Lingyuan resolved to exercise patience. He needed more time to assess the situation. Yet, he had already formed a preliminary suspect in his mind. One night, while reviewing video footage of recent critical operations in the monitoring room, his gaze suddenly fixated on a nearly overlooked moment, a brief encounter between Zhang Yi and an unfamiliar individual. After mere seconds of conversation, Li Xing's expression appeared somewhat unusual. While this fragment did not provide direct proof, it intensified Gu Lingyuan's suspicions. Lin Yu, come look at this. Gu Lingyuan beckoned, pointing at the screen. Lin Yu approached and furrowed his brow upon seeing the footage. Isn't that Li Xing? Who is he meeting? I want to know as well, Gu Lingyuan replied coldly. From this moment on, monitor Li Xing's every movement discreetly. Do not let him notice. Lin Yu nodded and immediately began to make arrangements. Gu Lingyuan resolved to take action. He did not intend to directly confront Li Xing. Rather, he sought to devise a meticulously crafted trap to ensnare the traitor. He deliberately divulged a piece of false intelligence to Li Xing, fabricating a significant arms deal. The details of this transaction were exceedingly tempting. If Zhang Yi were indeed a traitor, he would undoubtedly leak this information. Gu Lingyuan hoped that this maneuver would definitively ascertain Zhang Yi's allegiance. On the day of the operation, Gu Lingyuan personally led the team, concealed in the periphery of the transaction site. His resolve remained unshaken. If Zhang Yi betrayed him, there would be no hesitation on his part. Hours later, Gu Lingyuan gazed into the distance, and indeed, an enemy contingent advanced towards their fictitious trading point. It appeared that the answer had been revealed. Gu Lingyuan remarked coldly. When the evidence of Li Xing's collusion with the enemy became irrefutable, the flicker of doubt in Gu Lingyuan's heart finally dissipated. The traitor had nowhere to hide. and Gu Lingyuan had already determined his next course of action. Standing beneath the cloak of night, his gaze icy, he declared, "Li Xing, you have miscalculated this move." Chapter 20. High-level decisions in the early morning. The sky over City A was shrouded in a gray mist, permeated by an atmosphere of tension. Gu Lingyuan stood in the conference room of the Qing Shi Gang headquarters, his back facing the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing out at the bustling metropolis. Although the city appeared tranquil as usual, he was acutely aware that a storm, one that would determine the fate of the Qing Shi Gang, was on the horizon. Last night's operation had unequivocally unveiled Li Xing's treachery. Gu Lingyuan had witnessed firsthand his collusion with opposing forces. While the betrayal was as he had anticipated, Zhang Yi's disloyalty still stirred a disquiet within him. Li Xing had once been one of his most trusted aides, responsible for the gang's intelligence operations. However, that trust had now been irrevocably shattered. This betrayal was not merely a matter of Li Xing's personal fate. It bore significant implications for the future trajectory of the entire Qing Shi Gang. At this juncture, Gu Lingyuan was compelled to make a series of critical high-level decisions to ensure the organization's stability and future growth. The crucial meeting in the conference room. The core members of the Qing Shi Gang took their seats in succession. Lin Yu, Wu Tao, Li Zhuo, Chen Ning, Zhao Gang, and other pivotal figures were present. Each countenance reflected grave concern, as they all understood that the events of the previous night would precipitate significant changes. Gu Lingyuan approached the head of the conference table, surveying the assembled leaders. Each individual cautiously scrutinized his demeanor, awaiting the imminent pronouncement. "Esteemed colleagues," Gu Lingyuan began, his voice low yet resonant with authority. "Our recent operations have encountered numerous issues, and the root of these problems lies in Li Xing's betrayal." A profound silence enveloped the room. Although most had already sensed Li Xing's erratic behavior, hearing it confirmed directly by Gu Lingyuan still left them shocked and unsettled. After all, Li Xing held a paramount position as the intelligence chief of the Qing Shi Gang. His betrayal signified a grievous breach within the organization. Lin Yu was the first to break the silence, his tone resolute. "Boss, while Li Xing's actions constitute a significant dilemma for us, we must not allow this to disrupt the entire organization's operations. I propose we initiate a purge, expelling all personnel associated with him." Indeed, Wu Tao concurred with a nod. "We must act swiftly to eradicate this threat and afford our adversaries no further opportunities." Gu Lingyuan nodded slowly, directing his gaze towards Li Zhuo. "Li Xing has been responsible for numerous critical intelligence matters, particularly concerning financial flows. How can we ensure that this information has not been excessively compromised?" Li Zhuo furrowed his brow, contemplating before responding. "We can trace the financial aspects, but it is presently impossible to ascertain which specific information Li Xing may have divulged to the enemy. However, uncovering these details may require some time." Gu Lingyuan gently tapped the table, pondering for a moment before stating, "Li Xing's issue must be resolved, yet we cannot squander excessive time and energy on this matter. The Qing Shi Gang must continue its operations. Our external adversaries will not grant us respite." His gaze sharpened, his tone resolute. "Henceforth, we shall implement several critical measures." Internal purge. Gu Lingyuan's first decision was to immediately initiate a thorough investigation into Zhang Yi and his associated personnel. He would not allow any potential risks to persist. Lin Yu was appointed as the leader of this cleansing operation, tasked with investigating all individuals who had direct contact with Zhang Yi and conducting internal reviews. All intelligence operations related to Li Xing must be immediately reevaluated. Gu Lingyuan stated coldly that anyone involved in his actions must undergo interrogation. "We cannot tolerate any unstable elements within our ranks." Lin Yu nodded immediately, assuring that he would personally oversee every aspect to ensure that no detail escaped scrutiny. Once this decision was made, the entire Qing Shi Gang swiftly entered a state of heightened alert. Anyone who had interacted with Zhang Yi, regardless of their status, will be subject to rigorous investigation. This internal purge was not only a punishment for betrayal, but also a powerful signal from Gu Lingyuan to the entire organization. There is no refuge for traitors. Strengthening the intelligence system. Li Xing's betrayal exposed a significant vulnerability in the Qing Shi Gang's intelligence system. Gu Lingyuan understood that intelligence is crucial for the operation of any gang, and Zhang Yi's defection was undoubtedly a severe blow to the entire intelligence framework. To address this loss, Gu Lingyuan decided to reorganize the intelligence department immediately and enhance the control of external information. From now on, the intelligence department will be overseen by Chen Ning, Gu Lingyuan announced suddenly. Chen Ning, a technical expert under Gu Lingyuan, was responsible for cybersecurity and hacking operations. His capabilities in intelligence technology were unquestionable, but managing the intelligence system presented a new challenge for him. Chen Ning was momentarily taken aback, then stood up and nodded solemnly. I will promptly organize all intelligence resources and encrypt all sensitive information. Gu Lingyuan continued. We can no longer rely on traditional intelligence gathering methods. Chen Ning, you must establish a more efficient and covert intelligence network as soon as possible, enabling us to monitor the movements of hostile forces at all times. Simultaneously, ensure that our secrets will not be leaked again. Chen Ning nodded in agreement, fully aware of the daunting nature of this task, yet understanding that it was a crucial step in solidifying the future of the Qingxi gang. Enhancing external expansion and defense. Having addressed internal issues, Gu Lingyuan's focus shifted to external threats. Li Xing's betrayal indicated that the adversaries of the Qingxi gang were secretly plotting actions to undermine their power. To prevent external forces from taking advantage of vulnerabilities, Gu Lingyuan decided to accelerate expansion efforts while simultaneously strengthening external defenses. We have encountered some issues with our smuggling network in City B recently. Shougong, you will be responsible for reorganizing our channels in City B, ensuring the security of smuggling and arms transactions. Zhao Gang nodded promptly. Rest assured, boss. I will personally handle this matter. Gu Lingyuan continued. Wu Tao, you are responsible for further strengthening our arms system. We can no longer rely on past channels. We must establish new weapon supply lines to ensure we have adequate resources at critical moments. Wu Tao's expression turned serious. I will expedite contact with international arms dealers to ensure our weapon supply remains unaffected. Finally, Gu Lingyuan's gaze swept across the entire conference table as he coldly declared, we have no retreat left. Li Hang's betrayal was merely the beginning. External foes have begun to stir restlessly. They will employ every conceivable means to undermine us. Yet this time, we shall take the initiative. The atmosphere in the conference room was heavy with tension, as all present sensed the gravity of the crisis. However, under Gu Lingyuan's formidable presence, none displayed signs of wavering. Everyone understood that Gu Lingyuan's decisions had never faltered. As the meeting drew to a close, Gu Lingyuan suddenly spoke. There is one more matter. All heads turned toward him. Li Hang's treachery has made me realize that the Qingxi gang requires a more formidable deputy. Gu Lingyuan intoned, Linyu, from this day forth, you shall serve as the deputy leader of the Qingxi gang, assisting me in all affairs. This announcement surprised the assembly momentarily, yet they quickly regained their composure. Linyu was Gu Lingyuan's most capable aide. Though the appointment was unexpected, it was nonetheless reasonable. Linyu rose and nodded steadily. Thank you for your trust, boss. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Gu Lingyuan surveyed the room, ultimately concluding, from this day forward, the Qingxi gang shall enter a new phase. We shall no longer be merely a gang, but shall strive to become the true sovereign of this city. As his decisions began to unfold, the Qingxi gang was on the brink of a profound transformation. In the days to come, any acts of betrayal and hostility shall be utterly obliterated. Chapter 21. Meticulous planning. As night deepened, the sky over City A was shrouded in heavy clouds, casting a palpable sense of oppression. Within the brightly lit conference room of the Qingxi gang headquarters, Gu Lingyuan's core team convened to deliberate on a crucial plan for the future. Following the handling of Li Xing's betrayal and the internal restructuring of the organization, Gu Lingyuan realized that mere defense was insufficient. In order for the Qingxi gang to maintain its dominion over City A, it was imperative to take the initiative in their forthcoming actions. Hostile forces had already begun to stir in the shadows, and this time, Gu Lingyuan resolved not to await their assault, but rather to orchestrate a meticulously crafted strategy to utterly dismantle their power. Comprehensive deployment in the conference room. A complex map of the power distribution in city, it was displayed on a white projection screen. Gu Lingyuan stood at the forefront, pointing to several key locations on the map, his voice calm and resolute. This represents the distribution of the major hostile forces we currently comprehend. He declared, first and foremost is the consortium. Although they appear legitimate on the surface, they manipulate numerous underground factions through substantial financial support, particularly exerting significant control in the western district of city. Linyu, standing nearby, added, the consortium controls many critical economic resources and channels. Unless we fundamentally sever their financial streams, it will be exceedingly challenging to confront them directly. Gu Lingyuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, the financial chain of the consortium is their greatest reliance. However, we have discovered that their recent large-scale financial transactions have been laundered through a company called Dawn Investments. This company ostensibly engages in real estate investment, but in reality, it serves as a tool for the consortium to transfer and launder funds. Zhao Gang furrowed his brow as he examined the location of Dawn Investments marked on the map. Should we not focus on this company first to uncover the source of the financial flows? Gu Lingyuan smirked. We must not only monitor them, but also exploit their financial movements to set a much larger trap. Meticulous strategy. The essence of the plan is to make the enemy believe that they are entirely in control. Gu Lingyuan spoke slowly, his gaze sweeping across each member. We have monitored the financial system of Dawn Investments and embedded our personnel at critical junctures. Next, we shall lead them to believe that a substantial sum of money has been securely transferred during a major transaction. We will employ hacking techniques to create an illusion within their system, leading them to think that the funds have been transferred to a secure offshore account, while in reality, we will discreetly intercept these funds and redirect them to our own account. Wu Tao frowned and queried, if the consortium detects any discrepancies with the funds, they retaliate immediately? Gu Lingyuan gently shook his head. They will not respond promptly. We will facilitate the funds to be transferred repeatedly among several different countries, creating a false impression that the money is temporarily frozen due to delays in international transaction processes. By the time they realize the issue, it will be too late. Li Jue further elaborated. Moreover, we shall employ false identities and engage with certain international money laundering syndicates to conduct transactions, effectively obscuring the traces of financial movements. The entire team began to appreciate the meticulousness of the plan, as each segment had been intricately designed, leaving no detail overlooked. This endeavor transcended a mere financial heist. It constituted a meticulously orchestrated counterstrike, enabling the consortium to unwittingly lose substantial funds, while the Green Snake Gang could seize the opportunity to bolster its financial resources. However, Gu Lingyuan's strategy extended beyond this initial phase. The interception of funds was merely the first step. He was also poised to deliver a decisive blow against the consortium's influence in the western district of City A. Zhao Gang. You are in charge of the second phase of the operation, Gu Lingyuan commanded. Once the funds have been successfully transferred, we will simultaneously launch a rapid strike in the western district, targeting several key warehouses and logistics centers under the consortium's control. A glint of cold determination flickered in Zhao Gang's eyes. Understood. I will assemble the most reliable brethren to ensure this operation leaves no trace. Wu Tao interjected. I can arrange for a batch of advanced weaponry from City B. We must ensure that our equipment is state-of-the-art for this operation. Gu Lingyuan nodded. Prepare thoroughly. We must maintain the upper hand in every detail of our actions. This strike is not merely to weaken the consortium's power, but also to convey a message to other adversarial forces. The Green Snake Gang remains the sovereign of this city. However, Gu Lingyuan understood that the success of this operation could not solely rely on the strength of the Green Snake Gang. He had long recognized that to establish an unassailable position in City A, it was imperative to enlist some clandestine partners. Thus, he discreetly reached out to a mysterious black market financial group known for its considerable influence in international money laundering and illicit financial operations. At the conclusion of the meeting, Gu Lingyuan announced another pivotal decision. I have established contact with the Black Sand Group. They will assist us in executing all covert operations related to this fund transfer. Additionally, They will provide the necessary financial backing. Linyu appeared somewhat taken aback. The Black Sand Group? ISNT, that organization known for collaborating only with top-tier criminal syndicates? Gu Lingyuan smiled slightly. They are motivated by profit. I have demonstrated to them that this collaboration represents a surefire transaction in their favor. The atmosphere in the conference room was charged with an air of grim determination as everyone recognized that Gu Lingyuan had meticulously laid out a trap for the adversaries. Any misstep from opposing forces would lead them directly into his snare. As the meeting concluded, the senior members of the Green Snake Gang swiftly set their plans into motion. Linyu led his cleanup team to conduct an internal purge, ensuring that no discrepancies arose at any stage. Zhao Gang began coordinating with his subordinates to devise a detailed strike plan. Wu Tao busied himself with the arrangements for weaponry to be transported from City B, ensuring the smooth execution of each operation. Gu Lingyuan stood by the window of the conference room, gazing out at the resplendent city illuminated by countless lights. He understood that the forthcoming days would be pivotal. The future of the Qingxi Gang would hinge entirely upon the success of this meticulously orchestrated operation. Nevertheless, his heart bore no trace of wavering or hesitation. For him, victory remained the sole option, regardless of the might of his adversaries. As long as the plan was sufficiently thorough, they would fall one after another. The night breeze gently stirred the curtains, and Gu Lingyuan's gaze grew ever more resolute. He had prepared meticulously for the impending storm, while his enemies perhaps remained oblivious to the creeping shadow of destruction that approached silently. The prologue to victory on this night. The darkness of City A was as usual, yet beneath this calm facade lay the imminent eruption of a tremendous tempest. Gu Lingyuan's plans had already taken shape, and everyone was engaged in the final preparations for the battle that would determine the fate of the Qingxi Gang. In the distance, the streets were alive with the incessant flow of vehicles and hurried pedestrians, unaware of the monumental shift in the city's power dynamics that was about to unfold. The Qingxi Gang was more than ready to use this operation to deliver a powerful declaration to all its rivals. The victory that belonged to Gu Lingyuan would begin to be inscribed from this very moment. Chapter 22. Disguise and Seduction as Dust Descended. The neon lights of City A flickered erratically, pulsating like the heartbeat of the city itself. The plans of the Qingxi Gang had reached a critical juncture, and Gu Lingyuan understood that achieving ultimate victory could not rely solely on brute force. Disguise and seduction were the keys to his control over the situation. With a meticulous layout, Gu Lingyuan stood before the window of his office, gazing at the brightly lit city in the distance. Every step of the plan had been meticulously arranged, yet he was acutely aware that the true test lay ahead. His thoughts drifted back to an earlier conversation with his subordinates. We must make the consortium believe that everything is under their control, Gu Lingyuan stated calmly and composedly. Their advantage lies in their financial resources, while ours resides in information. We must present ourselves as entirely unguarded to lure them into a trap. Although Zhang Yi's betrayal had been eradicated, Gu Lingyuan knew that the enemy would undoubtedly exploit this time for more covert operations. Disguise was a double-edged sword, capable of deceiving adversaries while also potentially ensnaring oneself. Navigating this intricate game demanded his precise command of the situation. Standing nearby, Chen Ning remarked, "We have implanted a virus within the consortium system, allowing them to see a forged financial flow report. They will believe that this capital has safely entered their control. But in reality, we will intercept the funds at a crucial moment." Gu Lingyuan smiled faintly. "Excellent. We merely need to let them lower their guard, and everything thereafter will unfold naturally." The dual strategy of disguise and seduction employed by the Qingxi Gang was not merely a financial heist. It was an orchestration of false information and superficial actions designed to create an illusion of security. Within the consortium, the fabrications of reports disarrayed information, and the mirage of financial flow gradually lulled them into complacency. Gu Lingyuan issued commands, and his subordinates dispersed to establish a network of false intelligence at various pivotal points throughout City. Certain fictitious leads were deliberately leaked to the consortium's informants, even hinting at turmoil and infighting within the Qingxi Gang. enticing the adversaries to lower their guard, believing the gang was crumbling and incapable of opposition. Simultaneously, Zhao Gang's subordinates began covert mobilizations, transporting large quantities of weapons and equipment through underground channels to the Western District warehouse, poised for a surprise assault. Meanwhile, the consortium scouts were misled by the fabricated intelligence crafted by the Qingxi gang, mistakenly believing the gang was preoccupied with internal strife and thus entirely unprepared. Behind all this, Gu Lingyuan had quietly woven a vast net, awaiting the enemy's inevitable entrapment. The lethal bait, Zhao Gang, you must lead this operation personally, Gu Lingyuan declared, his tone imbued with unwavering resolve. We need to convince the consortium that this is an unparalleled opportunity. We must provide them with ample bait. Shao Gong nodded, already formulating a strategy in his mind. I understand. We will orchestrate a seemingly unguarded financial transport operation to entice them into launching an attack. Gu Lingyuan nodded slightly, affirming. Indeed, they will presume we are transferring vital funds and resources. However, in reality, this is merely a ruse. A few days later, outside a concealed warehouse in the Western District of City A, several trucks quietly parked along the roadside. The cargo holds of these trucks were filled with crucial supplies meticulously disguised by the Green Snake Gang, appearing outwardly as ordinary commercial goods, yet possessing a book value exceeding millions. Zhao Gang, leading an elite squad, concealed themselves nearby, biding their time. According to intelligence, the mercenaries of the consortium would act tonight, attempting to seize this batch of goods. The Green Snake Gang deliberately let slip rumors, enticing them to believe this was an effortless heist opportunity. As night enveloped the Western District, the mercenaries of the consortium stealthily approached the warehouse. The leading mercenary, peering through binoculars, observed for a moment, confirming the surroundings bore no anomalies, and signaled his subordinates to commence their operation. By the trucks, two guards from the Green Snake Gang appeared utterly unprepared, even engaging in casual conversation while smoking. This scene undoubtedly lulled the consortium members into a false sense of security as they quickly encircled the area, intent on seizing the goods with utmost speed. Prepare to strike, Zhao Gang whispered through his earpiece, directing his team. The mercenaries surged forward, swiftly overpowering the two guards from the Green Snake Gang and initiating a search of the trucks. Yet at the very moment they believed victory was theirs, the elite team of the Green Snake Gang, hidden in the shadows, launched an immediate counterattack. With a low command, the concealed members of the Green Snake Gang surged forth, encircling the unsuspecting mercenaries. A trap. The leader of the consortium realized the peril too late and hastily ordered a retreat. However, it was already too late. Zhao Gang's team had completed the encirclement, and in an instant, gunfire erupted, leaving the mercenaries powerless to retaliate as they were swiftly subdued. Amidst the chaos, the higher-ups at the consortium's headquarters remained fixated on their financial flow reports, lost in the fantasy of soon securing a substantial fortune. This sum will be safely in place shortly. The Green Snake Gang will never suspect a thing, boasted one executive. Yet, they were oblivious to the fact that while they basked in their confidence, the technical team of the Green Snake Gang had quietly executed the interception of the consortium's funds. The money that was supposed to flow into the consortium's account had silently transitioned into the secret account of the Green Snake Gang. Chen Ning's deft maneuvers ensured that the consortium's system detected no irregularities, even altering the records of the fund transfers with remarkable finesse. By the time the consortium realized the situation, the funds had vanished without a trace. In that moment, the dual trap of disguise and enticement functioned flawlessly. The consortium not only faced operational failure, but also suffered enormous financial losses, while the Green Snake Gang seized this opportunity to significantly bolster their strength. The cost of victory the operation in the Western District concluded swiftly. Zhao Gang led his team away from the scene, leaving behind a battlefield strewn with disarray from the consortium's mercenaries. Gu Lingyuan stood elevated, observing the unfolding action with a glint of cold satisfaction in his gaze. The Green Snake Gang had executed this maneuver with precision and decisiveness. Yet, deep down, Gu Lingyuan understood that this was merely the beginning of a grander conflict. Disguise and seduction constitute merely a facet of strategy. The true contest lies ahead. He understands that the consortium shall not concede easily, and an even fiercer counteroffensive is inevitable. Yet, Gu Lingyuan remains undaunted. He firmly believes that it is precisely due to his possession of greater intelligence and initiative from the shadows that the Green Serpent Gang can stand resilient in this struggle for power. As the night deepens, the neon lights of City A continue to shimmer. Gu Lingyuan stands at the pinnacle of the city, surveying the territory under his dominion, his eyes radiating determination and composure. He knows that the victory that is rightfully his has only just begun. Chapter 23. The implementation of the trap the night was as dark as ink, and the streets of City A were scarcely populated, with an air of tension permeating the atmosphere. Gu Lingyuan's plan had entered its final stage, and the trap was poised to tighten. He stood in the conference room of the Qing Shi Gang headquarters, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk, fixated on the city map laid before him. This was the decisive moment. Gu Lingyuan spoke softly, yet each word resonated with undeniable authority. His eyes shifted towards Zhao Gang and Chen Ning, the latter fully armed and prepared to execute commands at a moment's notice. Zhao Gang, are your men ready? Gu Lingyuan inquired coldly. Zhao Gang nodded, his expression stoic. The personnel are in place and ready to act at any time. Chen Ning stepped forward, his hands deftly tapping away at his laptop keyboard, the screen flickering with complex streams of code. Brother Gu, I have taken control of the consortium's primary communication lines. Their command system is now under our control. Once they enter the ambush zone, we can sever all their connections, ensuring they cannot call for help. Excellent, Gu Lingyuan acknowledged with a nod. What we need is to isolate them completely. Tonight's operation would be the pivotal battle Gu Lingyuan had long awaited in his struggle against the consortium. They had meticulously crafted this trap, utilizing prior false intelligence to lead the consortium to believe that the Qing Shi Gang was in disarray, with the transfer of goods occurring without any vigilance. The reality, however, was that Gu Lingyuan had secretly laid a comprehensive net, awaiting the enemy to ensnare themselves. The operation commenced. At 10 p.m., the warehouse district in the western area of City A was shrouded in silence, interrupted only by the faint buzzing of the occasional streetlight. This was the core location of the trap set by the Qing Shi Gang, where several trucks stood quietly at the warehouse entrance, appearing to be engaged in a routine transfer of goods. Zhao Gang concealed himself in a distant, abandoned building, his elite forces lying in ambush at various hidden vantage points, weapons trained on the warehouse area. Through night vision binoculars, Zhao Gang could clearly see two Qing Shi Gang guards idly standing by the trucks, seemingly oblivious to any impending danger. Everyone, pay attention, remain silent, and wait until they draw near to strike, Zhao Gang commanded softly through the radio, his eyes fixed intently on the warehouse ahead. Not far away, the consortium's mercenaries were stealthily advancing. Based on the false intelligence set by Gu Lingyuan, the consortium believed that this batch of trucks was transporting a significant cache of valuables from the Qing Shi Gang. To execute this operation, they had dispatched an elite team, poised to launch a nocturnal assault and seize the goods. The guards near the trucks remained unguarded, with some even leaning against the vehicles indulging in cigarettes, which bolstered the confidence of the mercenaries. They approached the trucks stealthily, preparing to initiate their attack. The target is close. We can act at any moment, Zhao Gang remarked coldly, his sniper rifle aimed at one of the mercenaries' heads. Just as the mercenaries were about to launch their assault, a low command crackled through the earpiece. Engage. Instantly, the warehouse district was engulfed in chaos. The concealed might of the Qing Snake Gang erupted in an instant, gunfire resonating through the air as the hidden snipers precisely struck their targets. The mercenaries, caught off guard, saw several of their ranks fall before they could react. Retreat! Retreat! Cried the frantic leader of the conglomerate, realizing they had fallen into a trap. However, by this time, they were completely encircled by the forces of the Qing Snake Gang. With no avenue of escape, Zhao Gang led his team swiftly from their hiding spot, clutching an assault rifle, directing his comrades to seal off all exits. The mercenaries fought valiantly, but the overwhelming firepower of the Qing Snake Gang left them no opportunity to retaliate. Within mere minutes, the battle concluded. The mercenaries were obliterated, with only a few taken captive. The rest either fell in the fray or were captured while attempting to flee. Zhao Gang approached to confirm that the scene had been thoroughly cleared. Nodding in satisfaction, he retrieved his radio. Report to Gu. The operation has been successfully completed. The enemy has been annihilated. The second trap yet, Gu Lingyuan's scheme extended beyond this singular assault. In the shadows, he had meticulously prepared a second, even more insidious trap. Concurrently, Chen Ning's fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard. He had infiltrated the conglomerate's communication system, masquerading as a high-ranking official, sending out an urgent distress signal. The Western District is ambushed. Chaos reigns within the Qing Snake Gang. The Southern District supplies are unprotected and require immediate military support. The command center of the conglomerate fell for the ruse, dispatching a reinforcement team to the Southern District. Unbeknownst to them, the Southern District's warehouse was precisely where Gu Lingyuan had positioned another ambush. The streets surrounding the warehouse appeared defenseless. Yet the Qing Snake Gang had already laid numerous traps here. Explosives were concealed within the sewers, ready to detonate the moment the enemy encroached. When the conglomerate's reinforcements arrived in the Southern District, they were deceived by the tranquility of the streets, mistakenly believing it to be a straightforward plunder. The mercenaries swiftly mobilized, preparing to storm the warehouse and seize the supplies. However, just as they stepped onto the surface above the sewers, a tremendous explosion erupted, transforming the entire street into chaos. The mercenaries were caught off guard, scattering in disarray, while nearby buildings were engulfed in flames. Before they could recover from the shock of the explosion, the assault teams of the Qing Snake Gang closed in from all directions. Zhao Gang's forces arrived from the rear, coordinating with the ambush ahead to relentlessly pursue the remaining mercenaries. "Is this the victory you sought?" Shao Gong scoffed, raising his weapon and pulling the trigger on a mercenary barely clinging to life. Total victory that night. The dual traps laid by Gu Lingyuan utterly dismantled the elite forces of the conglomerate. They suffered grievous losses in both operations, failing to acquire any supplies. More critically, their command system was thoroughly disrupted by the Qing Snake Gang, plunging internal communications into chaos and rendering effective coordination impossible. At the Qing Snake Gang headquarters, Gu Lingyuan quietly observed the battle reports on the screen, a cold smile curling at his lips. He knew that he had secured an unequivocal victory in this conflict. The conglomerate, having endured such a crushing blow, would undoubtedly require an extensive period to recover its strength. "Zhao Gang, clear the battlefield," Gu Lingyuan commanded calmly. Zhao Gang nodded. "Yes, Brother Gu." Amidst the night, City A appeared to regain its superficial tranquility. However, Gu Lingyuan understood in his heart that this was merely the harbinger of a greater storm. Today's victory was only the beginning. The true challenges lay ahead. Yet he was already prepared to embrace it all. Chapter 24. The signs of counterattack. Though the night in City A appeared tranquil, a tempest brewed beneath its surface. Following the complete annihilation of the consortium's elite forces, meticulously orchestrated by Gu Lingyuan, he remained far from complacent. He understood that the forces backing the consortium were far more formidable than they seemed. Today's victory, while significantly debilitating to them, could potentially provoke an even greater retaliation. At the headquarters of the Green Snake Gang, Gu Lingyuan convened a meeting with several core subordinates. Tension hung in the air, despite their recent triumph. They were poised to confront the consortium's imminent and comprehensive retribution. Seated at the head of the table, Gu Lingyuan narrowed his eyes, contemplating various possibilities that raced through his mind. The consortium would not easily relent. Their resources and power far exceed ours, he stated calmly. This operation has merely weakened a fraction of their strength, insufficient to compel their submission. Zhao Gang nodded gravely, his expression serious. "You are correct, Brother Gu. The consortium has deep roots in City A and possesses numerous allies in both political and business circles. If they decide to retaliate with full force, our situation could become exceedingly perilous. What shall we do next?" Lin Yu inquired, his brow furrowed, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation as Gu Lingyuan's trusted aide. Gu Lingyuan turned his gaze towards Chen Ning. "Is the consortium's communication system still under our control?" Chen Ning shook his head. They have detected our intrusion into their system and are urgently working to restore their communication network. I estimate we can maintain control over their information flow for no more than 2 days. That will suffice, Gu Lingyuan replied with a cold smile. 2 days is ample time for us to accomplish much. He rose and approached a large map, pointing to several red dots. These are the consortium's key strongholds in City A, centers of their financial flow and critical nodes of their intelligence network. We cannot wait for them to strike back. We must take the initiative and utterly destroy these strongholds. The others immediately grasped Gu Lingyuan's intent. He was advocating for a preemptive strike. Zhao Gang studied the map and spoke in a low voice. Most of these strongholds are heavily guarded. A direct assault would incur significant losses. Gu Lingyuan smiled slightly. We need not resort to brute force. Zhao Gang, your men will monitor the periphery, ensuring we're always aware of their movements. Fenning, continue to disrupt their communication system, feeding them false information to sow confusion. Linyu, prepare your team with equipment, and when chaos erupts within their ranks, we shall strike decisively. All nodded in agreement, acutely aware that this mission was of utmost importance. Internal turmoil simultaneously, the consortium's headquarters was no longer serene. Gu Lingyuan's assault had caught them off guard, and the higher-ups were convening an urgent meeting to devise a response strategy. The Green Snake Gang's actions have been exceedingly audacious. Daring to act on our territory, a senior member of the consortium exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. It is evident they came prepared. Another individual calmly remarked, our people's operations in the warehouse district have been utterly suppressed, leaving us with no opportunity for escape. This failure stems from our underestimation of the Qing Shi Gang's strength. What shall we do next? Should we merely stand by and watch them continue their rampant activities? The senior executives present fell into silence, all too aware that the current situation posed significant disadvantages for the consortium. Gu Lingyuan's actions indicated that he was no longer satisfied with merely establishing a foothold in the underworld. Rather, he was poised to challenge forces of a higher caliber. We must retaliate immediately. A deep voice suddenly shattered the silence. The speaker was the consortium's leader, Situ Xing, a man nearing 50. Situ's stern demeanor and penetrating gaze exuded an air of authority cultivated over years of control. His position in City A was paramount, wielding considerable wealth and an extensive network of connections. Although the Qing Shi Gang's recent maneuvers had inflicted substantial losses upon us, they also presented us with an opportunity. Situ spoke slowly. Gu Lingyuan is clearly forcing us to act. His aim is not merely to defeat us, but to completely usurp our standing. Gu Lingyuan is excessively arrogant. One subordinate gritted his teeth. We should deliver him a profound lesson. Situ scoffed coldly. A lesson? No, what we seek is his complete eradication. In this counterattack, we shall mobilize all our forces and ensnare him in a far greater trap. The consortium's executives began to allocate tasks, planning a multifaceted assault on the Qing Shi Gang. From underground casinos and smuggling networks to financial laundering, they even intended to leverage connections within the political and police systems, cornering the Qing Shi Gang from all sides. At this moment, they remained oblivious to the fact that Gu Lingyuan had already foreseen this counterattack and was well prepared. As Gu Lingyuan's intricate plans quietly unfolded, the situation in City A began to undergo subtle transformations. Zhao Gang led a surveillance team that meticulously monitored several of the consortium strongholds, ready to report to Gu Lingyuan at any moment. Meanwhile, Chun Ning continued to employ hacking techniques to disrupt the consortium's communications, transmitting false information to exhaust their efforts against a barrage of misleading data. Simultaneously, a select elite unit under Lin Yu had secretly arrived at a critical stronghold of the consortium, poised to launch a surprise attack at the opportune moment. As night fell once more, the streets of City A remained shrouded in a deceptive calm, as though nothing had transpired. Yet in the shadows, Gu Lingyuan's subordinates began to gradually tighten their net, and a retaliatory operation against the consortium was silently set in motion. This time, Gu Lingyuan sought not only to dismantle the consortium's power, but also to render them utterly incapable of countering. He aimed to seize control of the entire landscape of City A, pushing the consortium to the brink of no return. The calm before the storm lingered. Gu Lingyuan stood atop the Qing Shi gang headquarters, gazing into the distance at the city lights. A gentle breeze brushed past him, bringing a slight chill. He understood that the consortium's counterattack was imminent, and he had made thorough preparations. Tonight's tranquility was merely the calm before the tempest. "Brother Gu, all preparations are in place." Zhao Gang's voice crackled through the radio. Gu Lingyuan nodded gently, a glint of icy, murderous intent flickering in his eyes. "Let them come," he declared. He lifted his gaze towards the distant sky, where dark clouds were gradually gathering, as if heralding the impending storm. In this tempest, only the true strong would stand unyielding. Gu Lingyuan was acutely aware that the forthcoming battle would determine the future trajectory of City A, and he was destined to become the sovereign of this metropolis. Chapter 25. The counterattack of the consortium. The night in City A was eerily calm, yet lurking in the shadows were the ominous stirrings of danger. After a brief period of silence, the consortium swiftly launched a counteroffensive, deploying nearly all available resources in an attempt to deliver a devastating blow to Gu Lingyuan in the shortest possible time. This night, the Qing Shi gang faced an unprecedented crisis. Information leak in Gu Lingyuan's office. Zhang Yi entered with a grave expression, clutching a dossier of urgent intelligence. "Brother Gu," he said, his voice laced with urgency, "the situation has changed. The consortium seems to have uncovered our strategic layout, and they have dispatched an elite squad to one of our key locations." He handed the intelligence report to Gu Lingyuan. Gu Lingyuan glanced at the document, his brow furrowing in disbelief. "How is this possible? Our operational plans are highly confidential. Aside from core personnel, no one should have access to this information." Zhang Yi shook his head, a troubled look on his face. "I suspect there is a breach within our ranks. We may have a traitor among us." Gu Lingyuan's gaze turned icy in an instant. "A traitor?" Zhang Yi nodded. "Yes." The consortium's response has been alarmingly swift. They were prepared to retaliate even before we had officially commenced our operation. This cannot be mere coincidence. After a moment of silence, Gu Lingyuan's expression hardened. He understood all too well that if a traitor truly existed, they must be a core member of the Qing Shi gang. For no one else could obtain such critical information. "Notify everyone to immediately halt current operations and switch to a defensive posture," he commanded decisively. "I will handle this matter personally." Zhang Yi nodded and promptly exited to organize the response. The beginning of the counterattack. Simultaneously, the consortium's operation was already in motion. Situ Xing stood in the command room of the consortium, his eyes fixed on the screen displaying the locations of several key Qing Shi gang strongholds. Through their intelligence network, they had effectively pinpointed Gu Lingyuan's next operational target. Though the Qing Shi gang is formidable, their strength is ultimately limited, Situ Xing remarked coldly. "This time, we shall make Gu Lingyuan fully aware of the grave consequences of challenging the consortium." Beside him, a tactical advisor reported, "We have deployed elite forces at several of Gu Lingyuan's critical strongholds and arranged covert sentinels to monitor their movements. Should they make any move, we will respond immediately." Situ Xing nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. Let them act. As soon as they reveal themselves, we shall crush them completely." Although Gu Lingyuan had gained the upper hand in this underground conflict, Situ Xing possessed the advantage of the consortium's superior resources and strength. He had ample confidence and patience, biding his time for Gu Lingyuan to make a fatal error. Clouds of suspicion. Meanwhile, the atmosphere within the Qing Shi gang grew increasingly tense. Gu Lingyuan had begun to suspect that someone within his ranks had leaked information to the consortium. Upon returning to headquarters, Lin Yu rushed to Gu Lingyuan's office, his expression grave. "Brother Gu, the situation is dire. The consortium's response has been much swifter than we anticipated. They have stationed heavy troops at several of our target points. A direct attack would result in significant losses." Gu Lingyuan nodded and took a deep breath. Indeed, the consortium's counterattack has been unexpectedly fierce. It seems we have underestimated their strength. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The key issue lies within our ranks. "Are you suggesting?" Lin Yu paused momentarily, then grasped the implication, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. "Zhang Yi suspects there may be a traitor," Gu Lingyuan stated coldly, "and is likely a core member. Linyu fell silent, his brow furrowed in thought. This is indeed suspicious. But who could the traitor be? We have been exceedingly cautious in our operations. Only a select few have access to such critical information. I have already instructed Zhang Yi to investigate. Gu Lingyuan's gaze shimmered with profound intensity. Until we obtain the results, we shall refrain from any action. What about the consortium? Their counterattack could come at any moment. Linyu inquired with concern. Let them come, Gu Lingyuan replied with a hint of a cold smile. I am curious to see what tricks they can conjure. As the undercurrents surged, while Gu Lingyuan and his subordinates grappled with internal dilemmas, the consortium's counterstrike approached like an invisible net, drawing near silently. Several elite units from the consortium had infiltrated key strongholds of the Qingxi gang, poised to launch an assault at any moment. Meanwhile, an unsettling atmosphere quietly spread within the Qingxi gang. In the dead of night, within one of Qingxi gang's warehouses, Zhao Gang and his team were conducting their routine patrol. This warehouse is one of the gang's vital strongholds, storing a considerable amount of weapons and supplies. Recently, the consortium has seemed unusually quiet, which is rather peculiar. Zhao Gang walked through the warehouse, his vigilant gaze sweeping the surroundings. One of his subordinates whispered, yes. They typically engage in minor activities, but it appears there's been little movement these past few days. Do you think they are plotting something significant? Quite possibly. Shao Gong Fronet. Be cautious. During such quiet times, significant events are more likely to unfold. No sooner had he spoken than a faint sound of footsteps echoed from a distance. Zhao Gang instantly became alert, signaling his team to halt. He strained to listen, confirming that these were not the footsteps of patrolling guards. There's something amiss, Zhao Gang murmured, signaling for everyone to conceal themselves. Swiftly, he led his men to hide in a corner of the warehouse, gripping their weapons tightly. Soon, a squad of fully armed figures clad in black silently entered the warehouse. Their stealthy movements indicated they were no ordinary criminals. Zhao Gang's eyes narrowed, and he immediately understood. This is an elite unit sent by the consortium. Prepare for battle. Zhao Gang commanded in an almost inaudible tone while simultaneously sending an urgent signal to Gu Lingyuan. In an instant, the air within the warehouse grew thick with tension. Both sides waiting for the opportune moment to strike. The elite unit from the consortium was evidently searching for something, while Zhao Gang's men remained hidden, closely monitoring their every move. Suddenly, the consortium operatives discovered a box deep within the warehouse, seemingly confirming their target. This is the place. The leader clad in black whispered softly, then gestured for his subordinates to commence their actions. The moment they opened the box, Zhao Gang decisively commanded, fire. In an instant, bullets flew in all directions, plunging the entire warehouse into a fierce gunfight. Although the elite forces of the consortium were formidable in combat, Zhao Gang's side had long been prepared, occupying advantageous positions and suppressing the enemy's firepower. Do not let them take anything, Zhao Gang shouted amidst the chaos, his gun blazing. The battle was extraordinarily intense, with neither side willing to yield. As time progressed, the gunfire within the warehouse gradually subsided. Despite the elite forces being well-equipped, they ultimately retreated under Zhao Gang's tenacious resistance. Breathless, Zhao Gang stood amidst the debris. His expression darkened as he surveyed the disarray within the warehouse. This is merely the beginning, he murmured to himself, aware that the consortium would not relinquish their ambitions so easily. He understood that tonight's conflict was merely a prelude to their counterattack, and the true crisis still loomed ahead. Chapter 26. The Alliance of Law Enforcement and Business Oppression in City. A palpable tension permeated the air. The Qingxi gang, despite momentarily stabilizing the situation under the relentless counterattacks of the consortium, found itself far from out of danger. Gu Lingyuan recognized that the true adversary was not solely the consortium's might, but rather the more insidious force lurking behind, an alliance between law enforcement and business interests. The Qingxi gang had amassed immense wealth and power through its control of the underground market and illicit industries, while the consortium represented the legitimate titans of commerce. Their enmity long-standing and fierce. However, this time, the consortium was no longer acting alone. They had secured a formidable ally, the police. The police of City A, ostensibly the guardians of order, had long maintained a delicate balance with the underworld. Yet, the consortium's influence had infiltrated the upper echelons of the police force. Gu Lingyuan understood all too well that once the police intervened, the battle would grow increasingly complex. As dusk fell, the atmosphere within the headquarters of the Qing Shi gang grew tense. Gu Lingyuan stood before his desk, hands braced upon its surface, his piercing gaze fixed upon a map. The map delineated several key strongholds of the Qing Shi gang, alongside the operational territories of the police and the consortium. Zhang Yi burst through the door, his expression fraught with urgency, clutching a freshly acquired piece of intelligence. Brother Gu, there has been a shift. The police have begun to ally with the consortium, intending to employ legal means to suppress us. Gu Lingyuan took the intelligence, swiftly perusing its contents before scoffing. It seems the consortium can no longer play solo. They have enlisted the police to confront us. Their aim is to dismantle the Qing Shi gang's economic foundation through legal channels. Indeed, the police's actions are decidedly covert. Yet our informants have uncovered that they plan to raid some of our money laundering operations, underground casinos, and smuggling networks. Their targets extend beyond our members. They seek to sever our financial lifelines, Zhang Yi conveyed, a glimmer of concern evident in his eyes. Gu Lingyuan inhaled deeply, leaning back in his chair, his fingers tapping lightly on the desk. An alliance between law enforcement and business. It appears they are truly committed to countering us this time. Yet, they underestimate the Qing Shi gang. Zhang Yi nodded. Brother Gu, what is your strategy? With unwavering resolve, Gu Lingyuan replied. Notify Lin Yu to immediately bolster defenses at all strongholds while reallocating funds and transferring some assets to other cities. We cannot allow the police to trace our financial sources easily. As for the impending police raids, we must take the initiative to disrupt their plans. Understood. I will make the arrangements at once, Zhang Yi affirmed before promptly departing to execute the orders. Meanwhile, the police operations in City A had quietly commenced. In the command center of the police department, Deputy Chief Xin Jiangang was engaged in hushed deliberations with the consortium's representative. Sidu Xing Shun Jiangang's demeanor was grave, his gaze resolute. This operation must be executed with precision. Gu Lingyuan's Qing Shi gang is deeply entrenched and cannot be dismantled overnight. However, we possess sufficient evidence. One decisive strike could undermine their very foundation, Shun Jiangang murmured. Sidu Xing, seated beside him, nodded slightly. Deputy Chief Shun. This operation is crucial for our consortium. Gu Lingyuan has become a threat to our interests in City A. He must be eliminated, and the Qing Shi gang must vanish. Rest assured, the police have deployed elite forces this time, with a clear objective. As long as your consortium provides sufficient intelligence and financial support, the days of the Green Snake Gang are numbered, Shun Jiangang remarked with a cold smile. The two continued to deliberate over the operational details. The police had already stationed a significant number of officers near several key underground casinos, money laundering hubs, and smuggling warehouses, preparing to launch a simultaneous assault to strike at the very economic lifeblood of the Green Snake Gang. The counterattack of Gu Lingyuan at the very moment the police and the consortium were meticulously preparing for their operation, Gu Lingyuan's counteroffensive quietly commenced. He understood well that mere brute force could not rival the police head-on. He needed to leverage other resources to survive this crisis. Through an underground intelligence network, Gu Lingyuan swiftly connected with certain businessmen in City A who harbored grievances against the police. These merchants had long maintained close cooperation with the Green Snake Gang, utilizing its strength to expand their illicit enterprises. Now, with the police's intervention, they too felt the looming threat. In a clandestine meeting room, several affluent merchants from City A gathered. Gu Lingyuan occupied the head seat, surveying the room with a piercing gaze. Gentlemen, you are all acutely aware of the current situation. The police, in collaboration with the consortium, aim to eradicate our Green Snake Gang, but you too will be caught in the crossfire. The police's target extends beyond me. They will cleanse the entire underground market, Gu Lingyuan stated candidly. One merchant, his expression grim, spoke in a low voice. Boss Gu, we certainly wish to avoid such a scenario, but do you have a countermeasure against the joint action of the police and the consortium? They have the support of the government. Gu Gu Lingyuan smiled slightly, of course. My survival does not rely solely on brute force. Rest assured, as long as we unite our efforts, the police's operation may not succeed. I have already arranged several countermeasures, and at a crucial moment, I will need your cooperation. Another merchant nodded. Boss Gu, as long as you have a plan, we will certainly support it. Gu Lingyuan acknowledged with a nod, and then began to outline the counterattack strategy in detail. This meeting signified the commencement of a more clandestine power struggle. The raid commences hours later. The police raid was officially underway. A fleet of police vehicles silently approached several significant strongholds of the Green Snake Gang, attempting to swiftly dismantle its economic lifelines before Gu Lingyuan could react. However, upon arriving at one of the underground casinos, the police found the establishment deserted, with all gaming tables and equipment having been cleared away. Shun Jiangan stood at the entrance of the casino, his face ashen. Damn it! Gu Lingyuan somehow learned of our operation in advance. An officer hurriedly reported, Director Shun, the situation at the other locations is similar. It appears the Green Snake Gang has vacated in advance, leaving nothing but empty shells. Shun Jiangan gritted his teeth. Gu Lingyuan is truly cunning. He must have an internal intelligence network. C2 Xing arrived shortly thereafter, and upon witnessing the police's nearly fruitless raid, his expression darkened. It seems Gu Lingyuan was well prepared. Shun Jiangan replied coldly, Do not worry. Although this raid has not yielded the expected results, we have already gathered sufficient evidence. Henceforth, we shall relentlessly pursue a lawful campaign against the Qingxi Gang, ensuring they are deprived of any respite. Gu Lingyuan's stratagem unfolds as he peruses the latest intelligence in his possession, a faint smirk gracing his lips. The joint operation between the police and the consortium truly caught me off guard, he muses softly. However, their movements are too overt. Do they naively believe they can utterly dismantle us through legal means? Linyu, standing nearby, interjects with a smile, Brother Gu. Although our preemptive withdrawal has cost us some assets, it has spared us from even greater losses. Moreover, we have successfully relocated our funds and resources to other cities. Gu Lingyuan nods. Excellent. If the consortium and the police intend to crush us completely, they will likely incur a far greater toll. This grandiose crackdown orchestrated by the police and business alliance, though imposing in its scope, gradually dissipates under Gu Lingyuan's meticulous planning. Yet, he acknowledges that this is merely the inception of their contest, with future confrontations poised to be even more intense and intricate. Chapter 27. Undercurrents. The failure of the raid left the consortium and the police feeling deeply frustrated, yet they would not relent easily. The Green Snake Gang appeared to have the upper hand in this operation, but in reality, danger lurked everywhere. As the joint efforts of the police and the business world intensified, the underground forces in City A began to stir, with some factions, once loyal to the Green Snake Gang, now watching from the shadows, contemplating defection. That evening, the night in City A unfolded as usual, with bustling traffic beneath the neon lights. However, beneath this facade of prosperity lay the clandestine plots and confrontations of various forces. The thread of intelligence. Gu Lingyuan sat in his study, the latest intelligence meticulously arranged on his desk. Zhang Yi stood nearby, his expression grave. Brother Gu, our informants have relayed a multitude of messages these past few days. Zhang Yi handed a document to Gu Lingyuan. Certain factions are beginning to stir, especially the black market traders we collaborate with. They have secretly reached out to the police, potentially willing to betray us for information. Gu Lingyuan took the document, flipping through its pages, a glint of coldness in his eyes. Indeed, these individuals are mere opportunists, swaying with the winds. Do they believe that the alliance between the consortium and the police will lead to the downfall of the Green Snake Gang? They are indeed wavering, particularly as the consortium has begun to promise them greater rewards. Should we fail to provide adequate protection, they may turn against us at any moment, Zhang Yi calmly articulated. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Lingyuan nodded slightly. It seems the time has come to deliver a lesson. They must understand the cost of choosing the wrong side. A faint smile crossed Zhang Yi's lips. Rest assured, Brother Gu, I will handle it appropriately, ensuring it remains discreet yet memorable. Gu Lingyuan closed his eyes. seemingly pondering the next steps. He understood that the predicament before them was not merely the coalition of the consortium and the police, but the very reformation of the underground order in City A. Should the Green Snake Gang fail to adapt promptly, it would ultimately be swept away by the tides of time. Cracks within the Green Snake Gang, meanwhile, at a secret stronghold of the Green Snake Gang, several senior members were engaged in hushed deliberation. The recent developments had left them anxious, and doubts regarding Gu Lingyuan's leadership began to surface. Brother Ling has been tirelessly facing the pressure from the police and the consortium, yet we have lost considerable business. If this continues, the gang will inevitably collapse. One member murmured, unease evident in his tone. Another member furrowed his brow. What are you implying? Are you questioning Brother Ling's decisions? I do not doubt his capabilities. I merely believe. Perhaps we should be more proactive in seeking new avenues. For instance, reaching some form of agreement with the consortium might safeguard our interests. Have you lost your mind? The consortium is our greatest enemy now. Calm down. I merely propose that we should consider leaving ourselves an escape route. The individual persisted. This discussion dissipated silently, yet the fissures emerging within the Green Snake Gang were quietly widening. Each member harbored their own plans, and as the situation grew increasingly complex, they began to contemplate which path might lead to their future survival. The betrayal of the black market merchant a few days later, an unexpected incident heightened Gu Lingyuan's vigilance. A black market merchant, with whom the Qingxi Gang had long collaborated, mysteriously vanished, controlling vital cargo transit channels for the gang. Concealed within this event lay a grand conspiracy. Lin Yu hastened to Gu Lingyuan's office, his expression grave. Brother Gu, that merchant has been missing for over 48 hours, and all the transit goods have disappeared as well. Gu Lingyuan's face remained impassive, his gaze as frigid as ice. Has he defected to the consortium? That is quite possible. The police have recently intensified their blockade of our channels, and the merchant may have disclosed some of our crucial transport routes to them, Lin Yu replied solemnly. Tightening his fists, Gu Lingyuan felt a surge of anger, yet he understood that he must not allow rage to cloud his judgment. The adversary's scheme was evidently designed to further disrupt the economic lifeblood of the Qingxi Gang. Should they lose these essential channels, the gang would confront a far greater crisis. If he has allied with the consortium, he shall never return, Gu Lingyuan declared coldly. Inform our assassins to uncover his hiding place and impart upon him a lesson he shall never forget. Lin Yu nodded and departed to address the matter of his treachery. The consortium's next move, meanwhile, within the consortium's headquarters, Sidu Xing was convening a meeting with the core executives. They had perceived the Qingxi Gang's predicament, and their next objective was to utterly crush them. No matter how cunning Gu Lingyuan may be, he cannot evade our meticulously laid traps. Situ Xing spoke softly, confidence lacing his tone. We have already discerned some of their financial flows. Our next step is to further sever their sources of income through the police. A senior executive inquired, if the Qingxi Gang loses all financial support, might they resort to desperate measures and retaliate more fiercely? Situ Xing smiled faintly. Of course they will, but we are fully prepared. Gu Lingyuan's counterattack will only hasten his demise. Our task is to deliver a fatal blow when he reveals further vulnerabilities. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped the conference room, as the executives of the consortium brimmed with confidence, as if victory were already within reach. The unknown threat, however, as the joint actions of the consortium and police advanced step by step, another unknown force lurked in the shadows, observing this fierce contest. This entity had long been concealed within the obscurity of City A, unaligned with either faction, yet ever watchful of all powers. A man clad in black stood atop a high-rise, surveying the entirety of City A, his gaze imbued with profound intensity. The voice of his assistant echoed in his ears. Boss, the struggle between the Qingxi Gang and the consortium has escalated to a boiling point. Should we intervene? The man pondered for a moment, a cold smile gracing his lips. There is no rush. Let them weaken each other before we make our move. The assistant nodded and promptly withdrew. The man remained at his elevated vantage point, fixated on the city. To him, whether it be the Qingxi Gang or the consortium, both were mere pawns to be exploited. He cared not for who triumphed or faltered, but rather how to reap the rewards amidst the ensuing chaos. The future of City A is shrouded in uncertainty. Just when all factions believed the situation had reached a resolution, a new force quietly gathers strength in the shadows. The struggle between the Green Serpent Gang and the Consortium may merely be a prelude to a much greater storm. As time progresses, the situation becomes increasingly intricate, with various powers scheming behind the scenes. Gu Lingyuan realizes that the true battle has only just begun. Although the oppression from the alliance of law enforcement and commerce has momentarily eased, the crises within and around the Green Serpent Gang are gradually coming to light. What unsettles him further is the lurking third-party force, a lethal threat that he cannot afford to overlook. Chapter 28. The counterattack of the Green Serpent Gang in the ever-shifting underworld of City A. The Green Serpent Gang found itself on the brink of crisis, besieged by the dual pressures of the Consortium and law enforcement. However, Gu Lingyuan had never intended to passively accept his fate. His counteroffensive plan had long been set in motion. Internal purge. Act now. Gu Lingyuan stood before the window of his study, his back to Zhang Yi, his tone calm, yet resolute. Zhang Yi nodded in acknowledgement. Brother Gu, I have made arrangements. Tonight, we will eliminate those with ulterior motives. Gu Lingyuan's cold gaze swept across the scene outside, and he murmured, they believe we are unaware of their treachery. The Consortium seeks to exploit them to breach our defenses. I will first remove this thorn from within. As night fell, an imperceptible air of ruthlessness began to permeate under the vibrant neon lights of City A. Accompanied by a cadre of elite members from the Green Serpent Gang, infiltrated the hideouts of several traitorous members. The merchants and core figures who had clandestinely colluded with the Consortium were the targets of tonight's purge. In the dead of night, the serenity of City A was shattered by the sound of gunfire. The morning news, however, made no mention of this bloody reckoning in the shadows. Yet, within the underworld, everyone understood that the Green Serpent Gang had once again demonstrated with iron-fisted resolve that betrayers would meet a dire fate. Following the cleansing of traitors, the morale within the Green Serpent Gang began to recover. Gu Lingyuan was acutely aware that internal unity was their first line of defense against external threats. Any further fissures would render them incapable of contending with the Consortium and law enforcement. The first step of the external counterattack with the internal purge completed, Gu Lingyuan's gaze shifted to the Consortium. Their retaliation was not merely to safeguard their own interests, but to deliver a severe lesson to their adversaries. The joint efforts of the police and the Consortium had targeted the economic lifeblood of the Green Serpent Gang, severing many of their funding sources. Yet Gu Lingyuan had anticipated this move. Lingyu, it is time for us to strike back. Gu Lingyuan convened all core members in the clandestine meeting room of the Green Serpent Gang, his voice steady and cold. Brother Gu, what are the specific steps for our counterattack? Lingyu inquired, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Gu Lingyuan replied solemnly, we still possess a significant cache of illicit goods. Although the police have tightened their grip on our transport routes, this is not our only avenue. By leveraging this batch of goods, we can set a trap to deliver a crushing blow to the Consortium and law enforcement. What is the plan of action? Zhang Yi asked. Gu Lingyuan's gaze sharpened. We will release false intelligence to lure the Consortium and police into intercepting the shipment. While they are ensnared, we will set an ambush, striking at the very root of their operation. Excellent idea. A cold smile crept upon Lin Yu's lips. Let them believe they hold the upper hand, only to fall into their own snare. With the plan taking shape, the next phase was execution. Setting the trap days later, the Consortium, through its intelligence network, learned that the Green Serpent Gang was about to conduct a significant transfer of illicit goods. The value of this shipment was immense, sufficient for the gang to regain its footing. The upper echelons of the Consortium convened an emergency meeting, resolved to undertake a comprehensive assault in collaboration with the police. This operation must be flawless. We not only aim to intercept the shipment, but also to decisively dismantle all of Gu Lingyuan's forces. Situ Xing calmly orchestrated the plan, his voice brimming with confidence. Simultaneously, the police action team commenced operations. Utilizing intelligence provided by the Consortium to conduct extensive surveillance and lockdowns on several critical strongholds of the Green Serpent Gang. Everyone believed that the shipment from the Green Serpent Gang would be the pivotal factor in determining the outcome. However, they were unaware that Gu Lingyuan had already anticipated their moves. On the night of the operation, the joint task force of the police and the consortium arrived as scheduled, encircling a warehouse on the outskirts with a formidable blockade, poised to strike at a moment's notice. Drones hovered above, monitoring every movement within the warehouse. Yet, at the very moment they awaited the command to commence, a thunderous explosion suddenly erupted. The ground around the warehouse was instantly transformed into a massive crater, flames soaring skyward, catching them completely off guard. "Retreat! Retreat!" a commander shouted in panic. However, just as they prepared to withdraw, members of the Green Serpent Gang, lying in ambush, launched a fierce assault, their firepower enveloping the area in an instant. Linyu led an elite team into the fray, gunfire erupting like a torrential downpour of bullets. The consortium and police forces were taken by surprise. They never anticipated falling into such a trap. Within minutes, the joint task force suffered significant losses, and retreat became increasingly chaotic. When Sidu Xing received the news, his face turned ashen. He had not expected Gu Lingyuan to foresee their plans and set such a perilous ambush. Gu Lingyuan was indeed a formidable opponent. Situ Xing gritted his teeth, yet secretly admired Gu Lingyuan's tactical acumen. Meanwhile, a third-party force lurking in the shadows closely monitored the unfolding chaos. A man clad in black sat in a lavish office, witnessing the entire ambush unfold, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Gu Lingyuan is indeed a force to be reckoned with. But the game has only just begun, he remarked coolly. Behind him stood a young assistant in a suit, his demeanor respectful. "Boss, how shall we proceed next?" The man, with a deep gaze, replied, "For now, we remain still, allowing Gu Lingyuan and the consortium to continue their struggle. We shall strike at the opportune moment, seizing all resources once their conflict concludes." The assistant nodded silently and withdrew. The man lightly tapped the surface of his desk, a glint of shrewdness in his eyes. For him, the conflict between Gu Lingyuan and the consortium was merely a premeditated chess game, and he would emerge as the ultimate victor. In conclusion, the success of the ambush temporarily liberated the Green Serpent Gang from the consortium and police's encirclement. Yet Gu Lingyuan understood that this was but a fleeting victory. The situation in City A remained tumultuous, with the power struggles among various forces continuously escalating. As pressure from the consortium and police intensified, Gu Lingyuan would need to adopt even more radical measures to secure the position of the Green Serpent Gang. What concerns him even more is the ominous force lurking in the shadows, which is yet to reveal itself. Gu Lingyuan has a vague sense that the true threat has not yet arrived. The undercurrents in City A are brewing an even greater storm. Chapter 29. The operation in City D. The night in City A remains vibrant and bustling. Yet beneath this facade of opulence lies a perilous crisis. Following the ambush, the Qingxi gang has temporarily secured a respite, but Gu Lingyuan is acutely aware that the adversary will not relent so easily. Standing before the windows of the Qingxi gang's headquarters, he gazes at the distant, brilliantly illuminated metropolis, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Zhang Yi and Lin Yu stand behind him, awaiting instructions. "Brother Gu, what are the recent movements of the police and the consortium?" Zhang Yi breaks the silence. Gu Lingyuan slowly turns, his gaze calm and profound. The police have temporarily ceased their operations, but the consortium remains active. They are seeking new opportunities to strike at us from different angles. We require a more robust counteroffensive plan. Lin Yu speaks solemnly. We must not allow them any breathing room. Gu Lingyuan nods thoughtfully, and after a moment's reflection, he continues, "Our intelligence network has been monitoring the consortium's activities, and we have recently uncovered an opportunity. Their money laundering network in City D appears to have a vulnerability." Zhang Yi's eyes brighten. The money laundering network in City D is their economic lifeline. If we can dismantle this channel, the consortium's financial chain will suffer a devastating blow. A cold smile crosses Gu Lingyuan's lips. Not merely a blow, we shall utterly obliterate their financial pillars. Gu Lingyuan promptly begins preparations for this new operation. City D, as the epicenter of Asia's underground financial empire, is rife with commercial fraud and illicit capital maneuvers. The consortium's money laundering network in City D stands as one of their most crucial economic supports. To dismantle this line is tantamount to severing their economic lifeblood. Days later, Zhang Yi personally leads a team into City D under the cover of secrecy. Their mission is to identify the consortium's money laundering channels within the city and execute a series of precise strikes to obliterate the entire network. Targets locked. Zhang Yi peers through binoculars, surveying a clandestine money laundering stronghold of the consortium in City D. The team he has assembled is well equipped. Having undergone rigorous training and meticulous planning, they approach the perimeter of the stronghold with stealth. Their objective is to infiltrate the stronghold, trace the flow of funds belonging to the consortium, and sever all financial movements. Under the cloak of night, Zhang Yi and his team move swiftly, successfully infiltrating the stronghold. After an intense exchange of gunfire, they secure the site and successfully retrieve the core data of the consortium's money laundering network in City D. Zhang Yi rapidly transmits the data back to headquarters, and Gu Lingyuan, upon reviewing the information on the screen, reveals a satisfied smile. Excellent. Next, we shall make this data public, exposing the consortium to the glaring light of day. Their financial system will collapse without resistance, Gu Lingyuan declares. The consortium's counterattack, however, Gu Lingyuan does not underestimate the consortium's capacity for retaliation. Just as the Qin Shi gang prepares for their next move, the upper echelons of the consortium have already discerned Gu Lingyuan's maneuvers and resolved to launch a counteroffensive. Gu Lingyuan has grown overly arrogant. Si Tuxing coldly remarks during a high-level consortium meeting. He believes he can dismantle our money laundering network, but he has yet to unveil our trump card. In Si Tuxing's eyes, a glimmer of ruthlessness flashed. He had meticulously orchestrated a counterstrike against Gu Lingyuan. They resolved to leverage the power of law enforcement to reignite their assault on the Green Snake Gang. Yet this time, their aim extended beyond merely dismantling the financial chain. It was Gu Lingyuan himself who had become the target. This time, we must capture Gu Lingyuan in one fell swoop. Si Tuxing gritted his teeth, declaring that as long as he remained, the complete annihilation of the Green Snake Gang would forever elude them. Meanwhile, a clandestine third force, lurking in the shadows, was not idle. They meticulously monitored every clash between the Green Snake Gang and the consortium, remaining silent, yet subtly steering the course of events. A man clad in black stood in his opulent office, his gaze coolly scanning the intelligence in his hands. Gu Lingyuan is indeed a formidable adversary. But the consortium has not faltered. He muttered to himself, "Now is the opportune moment for us to intervene." He gestured, and an assistant promptly approached. "Boss, what should be our next course of action?" "Disseminate the information." The man replied softly, "Let the consortium be aware of Gu Lingyuan's whereabouts." The assistant hesitated slightly. "Boss, wouldn't this grant the consortium an advantage?" The man smiled faintly. "No, the conflict between Gu Lingyuan and the consortium is merely a part of the game. Our objective is to ensure they inflict mutual damage, and then we shall step in and reap the rewards." The assistant comprehended the man's intentions and respectfully withdrew to carry out the orders. Upon returning to City A after a successful operation in City D, Gu Lingyuan began to strategize his next move. However, he remained oblivious to the larger conspiracy quietly unfolding against him. The police abruptly initiated a large-scale manhunt, targeting the headquarters of the Green Snake Gang. Simultaneously, the consortium began to covertly plot, preparing to collaborate with law enforcement to ensnare Gu Lingyuan completely. Their actions were swift. Gu Lingyuan perused the intelligence report, his brow furrowed. It seemed the consortium was not inclined to grant them any further time. Zhang Yi's expression was grave. "Gu, the power of the police cannot be underestimated. This manhunt is unprecedented in scale. We may find it difficult to evade capture." After a moment of contemplation, Gu Lingyuan replied solemnly, "We cannot remain passive." Zhang Yi arranged for personnel to relocate all core members to a safe location immediately. Simultaneously, prepare an emergency plan, if necessary. We may have to choose to break through. Just as Gu Lingyuan was formulating his plan, he suddenly received an encrypted message. The content tightened his chest. The secret stronghold of the consortium was located on the outskirts of City A, housing their most confidential documents and treasures. Where did this intelligence originate? Gu Lingyuan inquired softly. Chen Ning adjusted his glasses and quickly examined the source. Untraceable. It is likely that someone intentionally leaked it to us. Gu Lingyuan's eyes flickered with suspicion. Someone wants us to go all out against the consortium. He understood that this information could be a trap, yet simultaneously, it represented a rare opportunity. Should they succeed in destroying this stronghold, their counteroffensive would proceed with greater efficacy. Gu, shall we take action? Zhang Yi inquired. Gu Lingyuan paused for a moment in contemplation before ultimately issuing the command. Proceed, but exercise utmost caution. In the city of A, the situation has grown increasingly intricate, with the struggle between the Qingxi gang and the consortium reaching a fevered intensity. Simultaneously, a clandestine third-party force is subtly manipulating the circumstances, seeking to extract profit from the chaos. The answers are gradually unveiling themselves. Chapter 30, A Fatal Counterattack. Gu Lingyuan, accompanied by his elite team, swiftly departed toward the clandestine stronghold of the consortium, nestled on the outskirts of City A. Though a sense of unease lurked within him, he understood that this was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. Should he succeed in dismantling the consortium's core data and wealth during this operation, the tides of the conflict would be fundamentally altered. Under the cover of night, the team hastily navigated the fringes of the city. Zhang Yi and Lin Yu split from the group to encircle the perimeter of the stronghold, while Gu Lingyuan personally led the main assault team, poised to breach the stronghold in one decisive strike. Time was of the essence. Gu Lingyuan whispered commands, aware that their window was limited. The consortium and law enforcement would respond with remarkable speed, and they could not afford to grant any opportunities for a counterattack. Zhang Yi's voice crackled through the communicator. The perimeter is set. We can launch the attack at any moment. Gu Lingyuan nodded in acknowledgement, gesturing for the team to commence their stealthy advance. Utilizing the darkness and the terrain, they swiftly approached the core structure of the stronghold. Just as they were about to breach the entrance, Lin Yu suddenly sensed an unsettling presence. He rapidly surveyed the surroundings and urgently warned, "It's a trap." No sooner had the words left his lips than blinding searchlights illuminated the nearby buildings, followed by a barrage of gunfire erupting from every direction. Gu Lingyuan and his team found themselves instantly encircled. Retreat. Gu Lingyuan commanded decisively, instructing the team to swiftly return to safety. However, their escape route had already been sealed off as countless armed figures in black surged forth, seemingly having awaited their arrival for an eternity. "We've been ensnared." Zhang Yi clenched his weapon, fury blazing in his eyes. This was indeed a trap. They were ensnared. The consortium's operation had evidently been meticulously orchestrated. They had exploited Gu Lingyuan's anxious mindset, intentionally leaking false information to lure him into a carefully laid ambush. Lin Yu reacted swiftly, leading a small contingent in an attempt to break through from the flank, but they were met with even more intense gunfire. The enemy appeared to anticipate every one of their maneuvers. Regardless of how they altered their tactics, they could not escape the encirclement. Gu Lingyuan quickly assessed the situation in his mind. He recognized that a forceful breakout would only result in greater casualties. It was imperative to identify an opportunity to break the stalemate. "They do not intend to kill us outright," Gu Lingyuan whispered through the headset. "This is the consortium's plan to capture us alive. They are no longer satisfied with merely dismantling the Qingxi gang. They seek to gain complete control over us." Zhang Yi's voice echoed through the communicator. "Gu, what should we do?" Gu Lingyuan gritted his teeth. "Prepare for a scattered retreat. The enemy's desire to capture us alive indicates they will refrain from launching a lethal assault recklessly. We still have a chance." He issued orders with conviction, and the teams began to withdraw in smaller groups. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, along with part of the team, took charge of diverting the enemy's fire, buying Gu Lingyuan precious time for their escape. The sounds of gunfire intensified as Gu Lingyuan led the main squad swiftly between the buildings, seeking a path to survival. Sudden rescue, just as Gu Lingyuan's team found themselves besieged and the situation grew increasingly dire. A sudden volley of gunfire erupted from a distance. Immediately thereafter, an unfamiliar armed force emerged at the fringes of the battlefield, swiftly launching a counterattack and aiding Gu Lingyuan's team in breaching a gap. "Is this our reinforcement?" Zhang Yi inquired in astonishment. "Impossible," Gu Lingyuan replied with a furrowed brow. The sudden appearance of this armed group, coupled with their distinct tactics and equipment, was entirely dissimilar to that of the Qingxi gang. Soon, Gu Lingyuan discerned that this force was not there to assist them, but had ulterior motives. Their apparent target was the armed forces of the consortium, engaging in fierce gunfire with the consortium subordinates. A third-party force, Gu Lingyuan calmly assessed, realizing they intended to exploit the conflict between them and the consortium to strike amidst the chaos. Regardless of their intentions, the intervention of this force undoubtedly provided Gu Lingyuan with an opportunity for escape. Seizing the moment, he commanded everyone to withdraw amidst the turmoil. Taking advantage of the confusion, Gu Lingyuan and Zhang Yi successfully led their team to break through, swiftly vanishing into the night. The intentions of the mysterious force several hours later. Gu Lingyuan and his subordinates finally retreated to a secure location. Though they had successfully evaded danger, the failure of this operation weighed heavily on their spirits. "We underestimated the power of the consortium," Zhang Yi solemnly remarked. "Not only did we fail to dismantle their stronghold, but we also nearly suffered total annihilation." Gu Lingyuan's brow remained tightly knit as he pondered every detail of the recent battle. He understood that the true complicating factor was not the consortium, but rather the mysteriously appearing force. Their equipment and tactics do not resemble those of a typical underworld faction, Linyu noted. They seem to possess a more professional background. Gu Lingyuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, they're not an ordinary gang. There may be a larger organization manipulating them from behind. He turned to gaze at the map on the table, his finger lightly tapping the outskirts of city. "We now face not only the consortium and the police, but also a brand new adversary. Gu, what should we do next?" Zhang Yi inwaited. After a moment of silence, Gu Lingyuan calmly replied, "We need to re-strategize. First, we must ascertain the origins of this force. Second, the consortium is undoubtedly still tracking our movements. We cannot afford to give them any further breathing room." The consortium's retaliation, meanwhile, in a hidden luxurious estate elsewhere in City A, Situ Xing coldly scrutinized the battle records on screen. Although their ambush had yielded some success, Gu Lingyuan had still managed to break free, which incensed him greatly. "Gu Lingyuan is truly a formidable opponent," Situ Xing seethed, "but this time we have not emerged empty-handed." He turned to his subordinates, instructing, "Immediately notify everyone to initiate the next phase of our plan. We must comprehensively suppress the Qingxi gang and afford Gu Lingyuan no respite." His subordinates promptly nodded and swiftly departed to execute the orders. With a steely gaze, Situ Xing resolved that he would spare no expense to utterly eradicate Gu Lingyuan. The further deterioration of the situation, the conflict between the Qingxi gang and the consortium entered a new phase following that fateful night. Both sides began to amass greater forces, preparing for the next round of a more lethal confrontation. Meanwhile, a hidden third party quietly advanced their plans from the shadows. Gu Lingyuan understood that the situation had become increasingly intricate. The Qingxi gang not only faced direct assault from the consortium, but also had to remain vigilant against the interventions of the enigmatic organization. A storm was imminent. He murmured to himself. The Qingxi gang, the consortium, the police, and the concealed forces were all gearing up for the impending conflict. In this forthcoming tempest, who would ultimately prevail remained an enigma. Chapter 31. Internal turmoil and external threats. Gu Lingyuan's team had just successfully broken through, yet the ensuing situation grew increasingly intricate. Within the Qingxi gang, morale was shaken due to this setback, while externally, the pressure from the conglomerates and police were mounting relentlessly. Even more troubling was the presence of a mysterious third-party force lurking in the shadows, poised to strike. Upon returning to headquarters, Gu Lingyuan promptly convened a meeting with key members. In an urgent assembly, Gu Lingyuan stood before the conference table, his finger resting on a meticulously annotated map detailing the distribution of various powers in City A. His voice was grave as he declared, "The counteroffensive from the conglomerates has commenced. Their resources and intelligence networks far exceed our expectations. We must immediately formulate a counterattack plan." Linyu spoke calmly, "Brother Gu, our peripheral strongholds are already facing pressure from the conglomerates. They have deployed a significant number of elite enforcers, systematically dismantling our smaller outposts. If we do not act swiftly, our retreat will be entirely cut off. Moreover, the police's actions have become increasingly frequent," Zhang Yi added. "Situ Xiong has likely allied with the police, aiming to use legal forces to corner us into a dire situation." Gu Lingyuan maintained a stoic expression as he listened to his subordinates' reports, yet deep within, he sensed the perilousness of their circumstances. He lightly tapped the table, contemplating for a moment before responding. "They intend to employ legal means against us, but it will not be so simple. Although our financial system appears decentralized, there are still numerous vulnerabilities. We must further obscure the flow of funds, particularly our connections with the smuggling network in City B." Li Zhua, seated nearby, nodded earnestly. "I will enhance the concealment of our finances, especially through overseas channels for more discreet transfers. However, I will require additional technical support and forged documents." Gu Lingyuan nodded, then turned his gaze to Chen Ning on the other side. "What is the progress on your end?" Chen Ning, a technical expert responsible for the Qing Shi gang's information systems and hacking operations, adjusted his glasses and replied nonchalantly, "I have begun infiltrating the conglomerate's internal systems. However, their defenses are exceptionally robust, particularly after their collaboration with the police, which has complicated the intelligence sharing system. I will need more time." "Time," Gu Lingyuan scoffed, "is precisely what we lack." Internal dissent at that moment. Huang Hao quietly interjected, "Brother Gu, the mood within the gang has been somewhat off lately. Many brothers are dissatisfied with this failed operation, and some even suspect that there might be a traitor among us who deliberately leaked our operational plans." Gu Lingyuan's expression darkened slightly. He had sensed that this failure was no ordinary setback, but if there truly was a traitor within their ranks, it would be the most devastating blow. The signs of betrayal have become increasingly apparent. Zhang Yi spoke somberly, his fists clenched. "The speed at which information has leaked in recent critical operations has been alarmingly rapid, and the enemy's responses have been unerringly precise. We must investigate immediately and prevent any internal saboteurs from further undermining us." Gu Lingyuan nodded resolutely. "From today onwards, everyone must exercise caution. Trust no one. Zhang Yi, you will personally oversee the investigation. Report any suspicious activities immediately." Zhang Yi immediately rose to his feet, a glint of cold determination in his eyes. "I will unmask this traitor without fail." The external threat was escalating further. Concurrently, the pressure from outside was intensifying. The consortium's actions involved considerable resources, frequently mobilizing both police and underworld forces to besiege the Qingxi gang. The police had even commenced a large-scale blockade of the underground casinos and smuggling routes controlled by the gang. The smuggling network in City B was temporarily disrupted, halting its support of weapons and funds to City A. Linyu reported, "Our stockpile of weapons has nearly been depleted, particularly concerning precision arms and ammunition, which are in dire shortage. The smuggling network in City B has recently come under police surveillance and cannot be restored in the short term." Gu Lingyuan took a deep breath, realizing the gravity of the situation was escalating. The Qingxi gang faced not only the threat of internal betrayal, but also multiple external assaults, driving them perilously close to the edge of a precipice. "We cannot remain passive," Gu Lingyuan stated coldly. "We must swiftly adjust our strategy and take the initiative." He marked several critical areas on the map, indicating, "The smuggling routes in City B are blocked, but we have alternative channels. Contact the financial factions in City D and devise a way to circumvent police surveillance to reintroduce weapons and funds. Simultaneously, select an elite team and prepare for a counteroffensive." Gu Lingyuan's gaze became increasingly resolute. "We must make the consortium aware that every action they undertake will come at a cost." As Gu Lingyuan and his team grappled with internal strife and external threats, a mysterious third-party faction resurfaced. According to intelligence from Zhang Na, This group appeared to be more than just a mere underworld organization. They were cloaked in a web of complex interests, possibly even linked to certain international entities. Their strikes against the consortium were particularly precise, indicating an extraordinary level of intelligence and tactical prowess. This faction bore ill intent, Zhang now whispered. Their targets are not solely the consortium, but potentially us as well. Gu Lingyuan analyzed calmly. Their involvement in the situation in City A is not merely opportunistic. They surely have grander designs. We must continue to monitor their movements, and once an opportunity arises, we must discern their true intentions. Despite the tension of the situation, Gu Lingyuan received an unexpected message. Wu Tao, the head of the smuggling network in City B, expressed a willingness to provide special assistance during this challenging time. However, he stipulated a share of control over the underground casinos in City A in exchange. Wu Tao's people have always been greedy, Zhang Yi scoffed. This is clearly an act of taking advantage of the crisis. Gu Lingyuan pondered for a moment before replying calmly. We have no choice at present. We must accept his terms to temporarily resolve our issues with weapons and funds. But make it clear that the Qingxi gang will not relinquish any territory easily. After the meeting, Gu Lingyuan sat alone in his office, gazing out into the night. Whether confronting the threat of traitors or the oppression of external forces, he must find solutions to each challenge. The future of the Qingxi gang remains firmly within his grasp. A storm is brewing. Gu Lingyuan murmured softly. Yet I shall endure the tempest and even master the storm. Chapter 32. The unveiling of the traitor 3 days after the meeting. Zhang Yi's investigation finally bore fruit. An encrypted email had been intercepted, its contents pointing towards a core member within the Qingxi gang. This individual held a significant position, ostensibly responsible for external communications. While he appeared loyal, he concealed hidden motives. The unexpected traitor Zhang Yi hurried to Gu Lingyuan's office, presenting the intercepted email data to him. Gu Lingyuan furrowed his brow as he accepted it, his gaze sweeping over the email's contents, his expression gradually darkening. Is it him? Gu Lingyuan's voice carried an icy undertone. Zhang Yi nodded, a flicker of complexity in his eyes. This person had consistently demonstrated loyalty, even playing a substantial role in several critical operations. It was shocking to discover his ties to the consortium, potentially making him a key figure in the leak of this operation. Gu Lingyuan placed the email on the table. With hands clasped, he pondered for a moment before stating, "We must not act rashly. His status within the gang is considerable. Any hasty move could alert others." Zhang Yi understood Gu Lingyuan's implication and whispered, "What shall we do? Continue to monitor him, or?" Gu Lingyuan replied calmly, "We need to stage a play, set a trap to expose him completely. Once he lures the consortium into the snare, we shall strike decisively." The meticulous plan days later. Gu Lingyuan gathered the core members to announce an impending counteroffensive against the consortium. On the surface, this operation was highly confidential, known only to a select few, including the suspected traitor. Gu Lingyuan deliberately arranged several false targets, intentionally relaying this information through the traitor to the consortium. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi and Lin Yu were tasked with laying an intricate web, awaiting the consortium's approach. As night fell, everything proceeded according to plan. The traitor remained oblivious, clandestinely disseminating false intelligence. The consortium's response was swift. Nearly on the same night the information was sent out, they dispatched a large force towards the fabricated target. The trap springs at midnight. The elite forces of the Qingxi gang were already concealed at the designated location, patiently awaiting the enemy's arrival. Lin Yu and Zhang Yi commanded 2 teams, standing ready. "The target has appeared." Zhang Yi's deep voice came through the earpiece. Gu Lingyuan sat in a distant vehicle, observing everything with a calm demeanor. Through surveillance, he witnessed the consortium's team approaching, exactly as per the false intelligence. Commence the operation, Gu Lingyuan issued a concise order. In an instant, the hidden members of the Qingxi gang launched their assault simultaneously. Gunfire erupted, and flashes illuminated the night. The consortium's team was clearly caught off guard by this meticulously orchestrated ambush, plunging into chaos. Gu Lingyuan's team coordinated seamlessly, swiftly dismantling the consortium's offensive. The traitor's demise in the heat of battle. Zhang Yi stealthily maneuvered behind the traitor. This individual, evidently unaware of his exposure, was desperately attempting to flee amidst the turmoil. With a cold smirk, Zhang Yi blocked his path. "Where do you think you're running? The star of this performance cannot escape." The traitor gazed in shock at Zhang, aware that his cover had been blown. His face turned ashen as he stammered. "Brother Zhang, this must be a misunderstanding. I haven't done anything without indulging in further dialogue." Zhang Yi seized him and forcefully pinned him to the ground. "A misunderstanding? You sold our operational plans to the consortium and still dare to quibble?" At that moment, Gu Lingyuan approached, coldly scrutinizing the subordinate he had once trusted. Cowering on the ground, the traitor pleaded, "Brother Gu, I was wrong. I was coerced. The consortium offered me money and threatened to kill my entire family if I didn't cooperate." Gu Lingyuan remained expressionless, listening to his justifications with an icy tone. "You have betrayed the gang and me. No matter your reasons, this cannot be forgiven." The traitor slumped on the ground, his eyes filled with despair. He understood that the rules of the Qingxi gang were merciless towards traitors. Gu Lingyuan exchanged a glance with Zhang, who nodded in understanding. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi ended the traitor's life with a single shot. In the stillness of the night, the gunfire echoed through the silent alley, and the traitor's body lay lifeless on the ground, restoring tranquility. A brief calm followed the storm, with the traitor dealt with. The internal stability of the Qingxi gang was momentarily restored. Gu Lingyuan recognized that this purge was merely a temporary victory. The threat from the consortium remained, and perhaps it intensified. The enigmatic third-party force still loomed like the sword of Damocles overhead. However, for now, Gu Lingyuan had to focus on confronting the consortium directly. He understood that this struggle was far from over. "Our next course of action must be executed with utmost caution," Gu Lingyuan stated calmly in the meeting. "The consortium has become aware of our counteroffensive, and their subsequent actions will be even more aggressive. We cannot afford any more mistakes." Lin Yu nodded in agreement. "I will bolster internal defenses to prevent any similar traitors from emerging." Zhang Yi added in a grave tone, "The vulnerabilities in our intelligence system have been addressed. Moving forward, we must take the initiative and cannot remain passive any longer." Gu Lingyuan's gaze was penetrating as he slowly declared, "It is time for the consortium to experience our retaliation." His eyes were deep and resolute, as if he could see through every dark force in City A. He knew that this conflict would be a protracted war, and he was thoroughly prepared to face the impending storm. Chapter 33. The horn of counterattack. Since Gu Lingyuan's team successfully withstood the oppressive tactics employed by the consortium and the collusion of law enforcement and business interests, the influence of the Qingxi gang in City A has gradually begun to rejuvenate. However, this temporary triumph has not led Gu Lingyuan and his team to lower their guard, for they are acutely aware that the consortium will not relinquish their pursuit so easily. In a dimly lit underground conference room, the core members of the Qingxi gang have gathered, the atmosphere thick with tension. Each individual awaits Gu Lingyuan's next directive. Lin Yu is the first to shatter the silence, speaking calmly. "We have successfully repelled the consortium's initial probing assault, yet their counterattack has yet to truly commence." Zhang Yi nods gravely. "The consortium possesses abundant resources, with allies entrenched in both political and business spheres. To gain the upper hand in this power struggle, we must exploit every one of their vulnerabilities." Gu Lingyuan's gaze is as cold and steady as ice. He surveys the room and remarks icily, "We can no longer remain passive. Although the consortium's power is formidable, their actions are excessively ostentatious, particularly their recent smuggling routes between City A and City B, which serve as their economic lifeblood. If we can strike precisely at their transportation network, the consortium's financial flow will be rendered paralyzed." Formulating the plan, Zhang Yi, "How much intelligence do you have regarding the consortium's internal operations?" Gu Lingyuan inquires, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Zhang Yi promptly retrieves several documents from his bag, quickly scanning through them before responding. "We have gathered detailed information on several crucial smuggling routes employed by the consortium, especially those utilized for illicit fund transfers. I have already deployed personnel to verify the accuracy of this information." "Excellent." Gu Lingyuan nods slightly. Linyu, lead the team responsible for intercepting these routes. The operation must be swift, clean, and leave no trace. Linyu solemnly affirms, understood, I will personally lead the team. Simultaneously, Chunning interjects, I have traced several communication nodes utilized by the consortium in City A. We can infiltrate their system to monitor their movements while disrupting their communications and coordination. Gu Lingyuan ponders for a moment before issuing an order. Chunning, you are in charge of technical support. Ensure we can obtain their real-time movements during the operation while blocking their escape routes. As Gu Lingyuan's directives take shape, the action plan gradually crystallizes. Each team member's responsibilities are clearly delineated, and although the overall strategy appears straightforward, it demands flawless execution of every detail. The night of the raid days later, the moment of action finally arrives. The night envelopes the city, and the bustling vibrancy of City A seems particularly desolate under the cloak of darkness. The members of the Qing Shi gang move silently into action, with Linyu leading the assault team, lying in ambush at several critical nodes along the smuggling routes, poised to strike. Meanwhile, Chunning's technical team has successfully infiltrated the consortium's communication network, monitoring their every move in real time. Action commences. Gu Lingyuan commands softly. With the command issued, Linyu's assault team springs into action. The first freight truck entered their ambush zone, and several members of the Green Serpent Gang approached like phantoms, swiftly subduing the truck driver and taking control of the vehicle. However, as they inspected the cargo, Linyu furrowed his brow. Something was amiss. The goods were not of the anticipated type. Simultaneously, Chunning's voice crackled through the earpiece. Anomalous signal detected. The consortium appears to be deliberately leading us into a trap. Linyu calmly commanded, retreat, evacuate immediately. An unexpected turn of events occurred just as the Green Serpent Gang prepared to withdraw. A sudden blare of urgent alarms echoed in the distance. Several police cars raced towards them, evidently having received prior intelligence, and ambushed the gang's operation. Damn it! Linyu gritted his teeth, realizing they had been betrayed. Gu Lingyuan, overhearing the unfolding events through the communication device, instantly darkened in countenance. He promptly ordered Zhang, Yinao, investigate who leaked our plans. We have a traitor within our ranks. Meanwhile, Linyu's team was forced into a fierce exchange of gunfire with the police. Although they were well-trained and managed to withdraw from the scene swiftly, the operation had been compromised, placing the Green Serpent Gang in an even more perilous situation. Upon returning to their stronghold, Zhang Yi swiftly mobilized all his intelligence resources for an internal investigation. Hours later, he returned with results that left everyone astonished. Brother Gu, it's Huang Hao, Zhang Yi whispered, his voice tinged with indignation. Huang Hao, a crucial security consultant for the Green Serpent Gang, had previously rendered significant contributions. Yet this betrayal was unfathomable. Gu Lingyuan's gaze turned as cold as steel. Why did Huang Hao betray us? Zhang Yi presented a report. It appears Huang has engaged in private dealings with the consortium. They promised him greater benefits in exchange for tipping them off about our movements. Damn traitor, Linyu exclaimed furiously. Gu Lingyuan smirked, his eyes piercing as though seeing through everything. A traitor will eventually reveal their true colors. In that case, Huang Hao has no reason to continue living. Upon learning the identity of the traitor, Gu Lingyuan immediately ordered the handling of Huang Hao's situation. At the same time, his gaze shifted towards another target on the map. This was our oversight, but the consortium will not anticipate our next move. Zhang Yi, continue to monitor the internal activities of the consortium. Linyu and Chunning, prepare for our second operation. This time, we shall not only dismantle the consortium's smuggling routes, but also trace the routes to thoroughly obliterate their stronghold in City A. A chilling atmosphere enveloped the room as Gu Lingyuan's voice resonated, cold and resolute. If the consortium wishes for our demise, then we must strike first. This clandestine war was far from over. Chapter 34. The fate of the traitor. The news of Huang Hao's betrayal cast a pall of tension over the Qingxi gang. As a trusted advisor of Gu Lingyuan, Huang Hao's treachery caught everyone off guard, prompting Gu Lingyuan to realize that the consortium schemes were far more intricate than he had previously surmised. Yet, Gu Lingyuan was not one to surrender easily. He understood that this was not a time for despair, but rather a moment for retaliation. Huang Hao's whereabouts were swiftly pinpointed by Zhang Yi. He was clandestinely meeting with a liaison from the consortium at a secluded warehouse in City A. Gu Lingyuan resolved to personally address the situation. Linyu, take your men. Before nightfall, I want to see Huang Hao's head. The fate of Huang Hao midnight enveloped the warehouse in a shroud of silence, as if the surroundings had succumbed to slumber. However, in the shadows, the forces of the Qing Shi gang had already taken position. Like phantoms, they silently besieged the area, awaiting Gu Lingyuan's command. Lin Yu's team secured the high ground of the warehouse, while Gu Lingyuan and Zhang Yi concealed themselves at the side, observing the activities within. Through the dim light, they could see Huang Hao exchanging something with the consortium's contact. Gu Lingyuan's face remained inscrutable, yet a decision had crystallized within him. Action, he commanded in a hushed tone. No sooner had the words left his lips than Lin Yu's squad surged into the warehouse, shattering the tranquility. Huang Hao's expression transformed into one of sheer terror, clearly unprepared for Gu Lingyuan to locate him so swiftly. The consortium's liaison drew a gun, attempting to retaliate. But Lin Yu was quicker. A bullet struck the man's wrist with precision, sending the weapon clattering to the ground. Huang Hao, pallid and trembling, fell to his knees. Stammering, "Brother Gu, I can explain." "Explain?" Gu Lingyuan scoffed as he approached, casting a disdainful glance upon his former confidant. "You have betrayed us. What is there left to explain?" Huang Hao's face was ashen, drenched in perspiration, aware that his fate was sealed, yet he persisted in his defense. "It was the consortium. They threatened me. I had no choice." Gu Lingyuan's gaze was as icy as the depths of winter, devoid of any compassion, whether by threat or avarice. "You have betrayed the Qing Shi gang, betrayed me. You know what this entails. Brother Gu, I implore you to spare me this once. I can't assist you." Huang Hao pleaded in a panic, but Gu Lingyuan had already turned away, coldly instructing Lin Yu, "Dispose of him." With the echo of a gunshot, Huang Hao's pleas were silenced. In that moment, his betrayal met its end, and Gu Lingyuan had no intention of granting any further chances to a traitor. The consortium's counterattack, though Huang Hao's execution resolved the internal crisis, Gu Lingyuan was acutely aware that the consortium's counterstrike would soon follow. Indeed, the next morning, Zhang Yi presented new intelligence. The consortium has become aware of Huang Hao's demise, and their activities in City A have intensified, seemingly preparing for a full-scale assault against us. Gu Lingyuan nodded with calm resolve. They understand we will not relent easily. This battle is inevitable. Zhang Yi presented a document. According to my intelligence, the key figures of the consortium will arrive in City A in the coming days, ready to personally oversee this war. If we can launch an assault while they have yet to establish a foothold, we may disrupt their plans significantly. Gu Lingyuan examined the document closely, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. Their key figures? This is an opportunity. We must strike with precision while they are still unsteady. He immediately summoned the core members to commence the preparations for action. A meticulously crafted counterattack plan unfolded in the conference room, where Gu Lingyuan spread out a map of City A on the table, his finger indicating several crucial strongholds of the consortium. Intelligence suggests that the consortium will establish temporary outposts at these locations to orchestrate their actions against us. Our objective is to preemptively strike and disrupt their strategy. Once their plans are in disarray, their operations will descend into chaos. As long as we can obliterate these outposts swiftly, they will be caught off guard, Zhang Yi added. Lin Yu scrutinized the map, calmly analyzing. These outposts are scattered across various corners of City A. Although they are dispersed, we can launch a surprise attack on the two most critical outposts within a short span, thus significantly impairing their command capabilities. Gu Lingyuan nodded. The operation must be swift and precise. Lin Yu, you will lead the charge on the first outpost, while Zhang Yi and I will handle the second. Chen Ning, continue to monitor their communication networks, ensuring our actions are completed before they can respond. Chen Ning promptly replied. Monitoring is already underway. Their internal communications are not robust, and there are several vulnerabilities. Excellent, Gu Lingyuan concluded. This time, we cannot afford to give them a chance to counterattack. As the flames of war reignited, several days later, the streets of City A remained bustling and vibrant under the night sky. Yet a storm was quietly brewing in the shadows. Linyu's squad set off ahead, targeting a clandestine outpost of the consortium in the northern district of City A. Ostensibly a legitimate logistics company, it served as the covert command center for the consortium's operations. With Linyu's command, the members of the Green Snake gang swiftly infiltrated the outpost. The consortium's guards were evidently caught off guard by the sudden assault, and within mere minutes, they were subdued. In a span of just 10 minutes, the entire outpost was obliterated. Meanwhile, Gu Lingyuan and Zhang Yi successfully executed a surprise attack on the second outpost, a vital warehouse for the consortium in City A, used for storing weapons and illicit funds. The two acted with remarkable speed, breaching the defenses in a flash and thoroughly dismantling the consortium supply lines. These two precise strikes left the consortium reeling, their command system thrown into disarray. The counteroffensive by the Green Snake gang not only dismantled the consortium's outposts, but also disrupted their overarching operational plans. With the success of these two actions, the consortium's influence in City A was severely diminished. Their smuggling routes were cut off, and internal communications were in utter turmoil. Seizing the opportunity, the Green Serpent gang swiftly expanded its influence, incorporating the territories once controlled by the consortium into its own domain. Standing atop a skyscraper in City A, Gu Lingyuan surveyed the metropolis below. His countenance betrayed no emotion, yet within, he had already devised his next course of action. The consortium's attempts to unsettle us appear woefully inadequate, he murmured coldly. This clandestine conflict was far from over, and Gu Lingyuan understood that future battles would only grow more perilous. Yet, he had never known fear, for he was acutely aware that only the strongest could command all. His next move would be to utterly dismantle the consortium's foundations in City A. Chapter 35. The new commander of the consortium, the swift counterattack by the Green Serpent gang, has brought the consortium's operations in City A to the brink of collapse. The core figures of the consortium have yet to arrive, and their temporary stronghold, along with vital supplies, have already been obliterated by the Green Serpent gang. This unexpected turn of events has caught the consortium off guard. However, being an international entity endowed with abundant resources and an extensive network of connections, they are not one to concede defeat easily. At this moment, the atmosphere in City A grows increasingly tense, as the higher-ups of the consortium begin to mobilize their personnel for a full-scale counteroffensive. The arrival of the new commander in the dead of night at the docks. A brisk sea breeze sweeps through. A cargo ship quietly approaches the shore, devoid of any insignia or indication. Yet the guards stationed by the warehouse stand vigilant and ready. Several black SUVs swiftly enter the dock, from which emerges a sharply dressed man. His countenance is grim and his cold, penetrating gaze surveys the surroundings as if weighing every detail. This is the newly appointed commander dispatched by the consortium, Connor Wolf, a renowned mastermind in the realm of international crime. He is known for his intricate strategies and ruthless methods. When he personally intervenes, it often signifies that a particular organization is on the brink of peril. Standing before the warehouse, Connor receives a briefing from his aide. Mr. Wolf, the Green Serpent gang wields considerable power here, particularly their leader, Gu Lingyuan, who is agile and merciless. Their recent assault on our stronghold has disrupted our operational plans. Connor smiles faintly, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Gu Lingyuan. Is it? I have heard of his name. If he is so eager to provoke the consortium, then let him pay the price. The aide nods and hands him the latest intelligence. Gu Lingyuan's influence has expanded to multiple areas of City A, while the consortium's critical interests in the city are currently under pressure. If we do not act, we risk further weakening our position. Connor casts a cold glance at the document. It matters not. No matter how formidable the Green Serpent gang may be, they cannot withstand the might of the consortium. Our counterattack will commence from the very foundation of this city. The more they assert their strength, the faster they shall crumble. Strategic maneuvering known for his meticulous strategies. Connor refrains from acting hastily. Instead, he decides to observe from the shadows. He swiftly directs his subordinates to intensify infiltration into the various gangs of City A. Utilizing local connections, to secretly smuggle in batches of clandestine weapons and supplies. Simultaneously, he begins to seek fissures within the Green Serpent gang, aiming to undermine Gu Lingyuan's control through internal discord. Days later, Connor received intelligence indicating that a key figure under Gu Lingyuan, the intelligence chief Zhang, appears to have had contact with the consortium. This revelation brings a satisfied smile to Connor's face. For an organization as tightly knit as the Green Serpent Gang, the most effective method of attack often arises from within. Continue to monitor Zhang Yi's activities. Connor instructs his subordinates. Identify the rift between him and Gu Lingyuan. We must dismantle the Green Serpent Gang from the inside out. Simultaneously, he orchestrates a series of small-scale harassment actions designed to keep the Green Serpent Gang preoccupied and deplete their strength. Though these assaults may seem trivial, their impact on the overall situation is monumental. Connor was acutely aware that by undermining the core of the Green Snake Gang, the scales of victory would tilt in favor of the consortium. Inside the headquarters of the Green Snake Gang, Gu Lingyuan sat at the conference table, his loyal subordinates displaying palpable tension. Ever since they successfully dismantled several of the consortium strongholds, they had increasingly felt the pressure from various unexpected assaults and acts of sabotage throughout the city. Linyu furrowed his brow and remarked, recently, our various strongholds have faced disturbances of varying degrees. Although these attacks are not large in scale, their impact is substantial, especially as our resource allocation has begun to become strained. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. The consortium is clearly attempting to wear us down. Their harassment operations are meticulously orchestrated, aimed at continuously depleting our resources and manpower. Gu Lingyuan fell silent for a moment, calmly analyzing the situation. The consortium has now appointed a new commander, and they will certainly not remain idle. Their counterattacks will undoubtedly be more sophisticated. We need to readjust our strategies. We can no longer afford to be passive. What should we do next? Lin Yu inquired. Gu Lingyuan's gaze was resolute. First, we must ascertain the identity of their new commander, then covertly monitor their movements. We cannot act rashly. We must wait for them to reveal a flaw before striking. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi, you should address any internal security vulnerabilities to ensure no one betrays us. Zhang Yi's expression momentarily stiffened, but quickly returned to composure. Understood. After the meeting, Gu Lingyuan stood before the window of his office, gazing down at the nightscape of City A. A sense of unease stirred within him. The consortium's actions were too methodical, indicating that this was no ordinary act of retribution. He suspected that this adversary might prove to be more formidable than any faced before. Unbeknownst to Gu Lingyuan, Connor had firmly fixed his gaze upon Zhang Yi. The upper echelons of the consortium had been diligently attempting to entice Zhang Yi, hoping to exploit him to fracture the Green Snake Gang from within. However, whether Zhang Yi would betray them remained an uncertain variable. Days later, Connor received new intelligence. It appeared that Zhang Yi had begun to waver. Excellent. A hint of coldness graced Connor's smile as he intensified the pressure on Zhang Yi. I need to witness the complete collapse of the Green Snake Gang from within. A sudden shift in circumstances meanwhile, Gu Lingyuan's intelligence network was continuously relaying fresh information. According to Chenning's surveillance, the consortium seemed to be orchestrating a large-scale assault, targeting several crucial strongholds of the Green Snake Gang. It seems they are intent on taking decisive action. Gu Lingyuan, holding the intelligence, felt a chill cross his gaze. He immediately summoned all core members for another tactical adjustment. We are currently in the light while they operate in the shadows. This situation is extremely disadvantageous for us. If the consortium intends to launch a full-scale assault, we must take the initiative. Lin Yu swiftly proposed, if we can intercept their command intelligence before they act, we might seize the advantage. Gu Lingyuan nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Chen Ning, you're tasked with continuing to monitor their communication network. It is imperative that we intercept their orders before the consortium strikes. Zhang Yi, you must cooperate fully to ensure that all our strongholds remain in a state of heightened alert. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yi replied softly, I understand. The curtain of war rises once more. Beneath the shroud of night, City A remains vibrant, yet beneath the surface, currents of tension swirl. The confrontation between the Green Serpent Gang and the Consortium has reached a fever pitch, where every action taken by either side could dictate the trajectory of the entire situation. Connor's schemes are gradually unfolding, while Gu Lingyuan's counteroffensive is quietly taking shape. This is a contest of wits and strength, as well as a battle of patience and resolve. Gu Lingyuan understands that this fight not only determines the future of the Green Serpent Gang, but also his own ability to maintain control over this city. Conversely, Connor is acutely aware that if he fails to swiftly vanquish Gu Lingyuan, the Consortium's influence in City A will collapse entirely. A great conflict is imminent, with both sides awaiting the most opportune moment. That moment is quietly approaching. Chapter 36. The Seed of Betrayal as night enveloped City A. An outwardly serene atmosphere belied the palpable tension that permeated the air. The clandestine struggle between the Qingxi Gang and the Consortium had reached a delicate equilibrium, wherein any reckless maneuver by either side could shatter this fragile calm. Within the headquarters of the Qingxi Gang, Gu Lingyuan remained composed and astute, orchestrating the deployment across various fronts. Yet, a latent sense of foreboding gnawed at him. A troubling signal manifested in Zhang Yi's peculiar behavior. The internal fracture Zhang Yi's recent conduct increasingly unsettled Gu Lingyuan. As the intelligence chief of the Qingxi Gang, Zhang had long been one of Gu Lingyuan's most trusted subordinates. However, of late, he exhibited a subtle yet disconcerting shift. His focus seemed fragmented during mission briefings, and he occasionally responded to Gu Lingyuan's inquiries with vague remarks. This compelled Gu Lingyuan to suspect the existence of a mole within their ranks, potentially Zhang Yi himself. Have we scrutinized his recent activity logs? Gu Lingyuan inquired nonchalantly during a meeting, his gaze sharp enough to dissuade direct eye contact. Chen Ning rapidly rifled through the documents in hand, affirming, "Yes, Brother Lingyuan. His recent outings have yielded standard reports, yet there are several instances of ambiguity, particularly concerning the timing and location of two intelligence transmissions." Lin Yu interjected, "If Zhang Yi is indeed compromised, we must act swiftly. Otherwise, the situation could spiral out of control." Gu Lingyuan refrained from making an immediate decision, opting instead for caution. He was familiar with Zhang Yi's past. Having worked together for years, Zhang had always been unwaveringly loyal, making it difficult to reach a hasty conclusion. Nevertheless, the current landscape was fraught with complexities that allowed no room for error. Zhang Yi's struggle meanwhile. Zhang Yi found himself at a clandestine stronghold of the Qingxi Gang, grappling with tumultuous emotions. He was acutely aware that each step he took was under Gu Lingyuan's watchful eye. Yet the relentless pressure from the Consortium left him ensnared between two formidable forces. Connor Wolf had not reached out to him directly. Instead, threats and temptations were relayed through an intermediary. His family's safety and his own future were ensnared by the Consortium, especially at a moment when their offers proved irresistibly alluring. Assist us in eliminating Gu Lingyuan, and we shall ensure your position in City A remains intact, potentially even elevating you to a position of power within the Qingxi Gang. The cold voice of the intermediary echoed in his mind. Zhang Yi was engulfed in turmoil. He was loath to betray Gu Lingyuan, fully aware that crossing this threshold would leave no avenue for retreat. Yet the Consortium's vast influence loomed omnipresent, its grip tightening with each passing moment. What should I do? Zhang Yi pondered, gazing out at the nocturnal cityscape, his heart in turmoil. Connor's urgency. Connor Wolf had no intention of affording Zhang Yi ample time. His strategy was characteristically straightforward: exploit the vulnerabilities of his opponents and strike decisively. At present, Zhang Yi represented the most fragile link within the Qingxi Gang, serving as the lever by which Connor aimed to destabilize the entire organization. He sat calmly in the command room, his hands gently tapping the table. Beside him, an assistant presented the latest intelligence. "Mr. Wolf, Zhang Yi's reaction has been somewhat slower than anticipated. He seems to be hesitating." Connor scoffed dismissively. "It matters not. Such is human nature. He will inevitably make a choice." Rising, he approached the map, his gaze fixed on several crucial strongholds of the Green Serpent Gang. "If Zhang Yi cannot become one of us, he may yet serve as a fatal weakness for Gu Lingyuan. We must convince Gu Lingyuan that Zhang Yi has completely betrayed him. The assistant, perplexed, inquired, "What shall we do next?" "Continue to exert pressure on Zhang Yi, fabricating further evidence of his interactions with us," Connor replied coldly. "Once Gu Lingyuan begins to harbor doubts, the Green Serpent Gang will descend into disarray." Gu Lingyuan's pro-Gu Lingyuan was not oblivious to the machinations of the consortium. He understood that Zhang Yi was grappling with profound inner turmoil. To validate his suspicions, Gu Lingyuan resolved to make a tentative arrangement. One evening, he summoned Zhang Yi to his office. The room was dimly lit, with Gu Lingyuan seated behind his desk, his expression inscrutable. "Our intelligence network has encountered some issues recently. Zhang Yi, what do you believe is the cause?" Gu Lingyuan's tone was calm, as if engaged in casual conversation. Zhang Yi's heart raced. He recognized that Gu Lingyuan was testing him. Each of Gu Lingyuan's words felt like a sharp blade, piercing directly into his soul. Striving to maintain composure, he replied, "The consortium's actions have been exceedingly frequent. They may be intensifying their infiltration of our intelligence network." Gu Lingyuan nodded and continued. "From which angle do you think the consortium will strike?" Cold sweat dripped down Zhang Yi's back. He understood that this was a perilous moment, and any misstep could provoke fatal suspicion. After a brief silence, he cautiously replied, "They may target our peripheral strongholds, gradually dismantling our channels of information." Gu Lingyuan regarded Zhang Yi with a faint smile. "What do you believe we should do in response?" Zhang Yi quickly recalibrated his thoughts and proposed a seemingly reasonable suggestion, though the tension within him left him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. After the meeting concluded, Gu Lingyuan watched Zhang Yi depart, his doubts only deepening. He realized that Zhang Yi was no longer as resolute as he once was. As a leader, Gu Lingyuan had to swiftly determine how to address this potential crisis. The final decision, as night enveloped the sky, Gu Lingyuan sat alone in his office, silently contemplating the current situation. He understood that a far greater storm was approaching, and the consortium had already initiated its infiltration of the Green Serpent Gang. Gu Lingyuan's fingers lightly tapped the table, as if calculating a complex equation. He recognized that Zhang Yi's transformation had become an undeniable reality. The pressing question was how to respond. Directly confronting Zhang Yi might incite internal instability. For Zhang, he held a significant position within the gang and commanded a considerable following. However, if he continues to keep him close, Gu Lingyuan cannot ascertain whether he will become a pawn of the consortium, potentially jeopardizing the very existence of the Qingxi gang. Taking a deep breath, Gu Lingyuan made a difficult decision. He picked up the phone and dialed a special number. "Linyu, restrict Zhang Yi's operational range temporarily. I must personally investigate this matter." On the other end of the line, Linyu replied steadily, "Understood, Brother Lingyuan." As the storm approaches, at the same time, Gu Lingyuan made his decision. Connor Wolf was also intensifying his final plans. He had already realized that the rifts within the Qingxi gang were gradually widening, and Gu Lingyuan's suspicions were continually deepening. The situation had matured. Connor calmly addressed his assistant, stating that the next step was to incite their self-destruction. The assistant nodded and swiftly began orchestrating the subsequent actions. The storm brewed in the darkness, as the confrontation between the Qingxi gang and the consortium reached its most critical juncture. Both Gu Lingyuan and Connor awaited that pivotal moment, the moment that would determine the entire trajectory of the conflict. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi, caught between the two forces, felt an increasingly intense internal struggle. He understood deeply that no matter which side he chose, escape would not come easily. This decision was destined to alter the fate of both himself and the Qingxi gang. Chapter 37. A resolute choice. The night was as dark as ink, with the twinkling lights of City A in the distance casting a mysterious veil over this metropolis, woven with power and interests. Gu Lingyuan stood alone by the window, gazing at the vibrant street scene, yet his heart felt icy. He realized that this confrontation was not merely a visible struggle between the consortium and the Qingxi gang, but also a profound test of human nature. His suspicions grew ever stronger. Zhang Yi, his loyal aide who had stood by him through thick and thin for many years, had recently exhibited peculiar behavior that compelled him to doubt. Yet, deep within, he resisted this conclusion. Zhang Yi could not possibly betray him. Gu Lingyuan possessed a keen insight into human nature and firmly believed that Zhang Yi was not the kind of person who would waver easily. However, reality often defies explanation through trust, especially in the perilous world of the underworld. Zhang Yi's choice at this moment. Zhang Yi sat alone in a dimly lit room, a glass of untouched liquor before him, while turmoil raged within. The threats and temptations from Connor Wolf echoed incessantly in his mind, alongside the piercing gaze of Gu Lingyuan's profound eyes. He knew he stood at a crossroads of fate. Aligning with the consortium appeared to promise a bright future, but it also signified a complete betrayal of the Qin Shi gang and Gu Lingyuan. Their years of camaraderie, having faced life and death together, had forged an unshakable trust between them, a fortress within his heart that could not be easily dismantled. "I cannot betray him," Zhang Yi murmured, his tone laced with both determination and anguish. He had contemplated yielding to Connor, yet every time he thought of Gu Lingyuan, his heart remained unsettled. Gu Lingyuan's mentorship transcended mere gang brotherhood. It was a weighty responsibility. Gu Lingyuan had entrusted him with the development of the Qin Shi gang, bestowing upon him immense trust and power. How could he betray that at such a critical juncture? Facing Connor's threats the following morning, Zhang Yi, as usual, made his way to the headquarters of the Qin Shi gang. The atmosphere within the gang remained taut, yet Zhang Yi had made a resolute decision. He would not betray Gu Lingyuan. Regardless of how Connor Wolf threatened or tempted him, he would steadfastly remain by Gu Lingyuan's side. However, Connor's relentless pursuit rendered the situation increasingly intricate. That afternoon, Zhang Yi received a call from an unfamiliar number. The voice on the other end belonged to Connor's assistant. "Mr. Zhang Yi, time is of the essence. The consortium will not wait indefinitely. You must understand, if you do not cooperate, we will not stand idly by." A pang of tension gripped Zhang Yi's heart, but he responded coolly. "I have already stated that I will not betray the Qin Shi gang. If you believe threats can compel me to yield, you are mistaken." The other party fell silent for a few moments before replying in a hushed tone. "You must consider carefully. Your family, your future, are all in our hands. No matter how powerful Gu Lingyuan is, he cannot protect you all." Zhang Yi clenched his fists, his voice icy. "No matter what you say, my choice will not waver." He hung up the phone, fully aware that Connor would not let him off easily. The consortium's influence ran deep, having long since woven an intricate web throughout City A. Zhang Yi found himself gradually cornered. Gu Lingyuan, having long perceived Zhang Yi's predicament, refrains from directly confronting him, instead choosing to observe his every move in silence. Zhang Yi has never exhibited any overt signs of betrayal, which only serves to strengthen Gu Lingyuan's conviction that Zhang Yi remains loyal at heart. Yet, to confirm this belief unequivocally, Gu Lingyuan resolves to conduct another test. That evening, Gu Lingyuan summoned Zhang Yi to a meeting room thick with tension. Seated in the primary chair, Gu Lingyuan's gaze was piercing as he fixed it upon Zhang Yi, slowly articulating, "Zhang Yi, I am aware that the consortium has been applying considerable pressure on you of late." Zhang Yi's heart skipped a beat, and he feigned composure, responding, "Brother Lingyuan, I." Gu Lingyuan raised a hand to interrupt him. "There is no need for explanations. I know you have never truly betrayed me. However, you are well aware of the consortium's tactics. They will not relent easily." With his head bowed, Zhang Yi felt an overwhelming weight in his heart. Gu Lingyuan's words bore no trace of reproach. Instead, they radiated a profound trust. This very trust was the reason Zhang Yi could never consider betrayal. "Brother Lingyuan, I am indeed being threatened by the consortium. They're using my family and future as leverage against me," Zhang Yi finally confessed, his tone laden with resignation and anguish. "Yet, I have never contemplated betraying you. The Green Serpent Gang is not merely a faction to me. You have shown me great kindness." Gu Lingyuan smiled faintly. "I know you would not betray me. It is precisely for this reason that we have the opportunity to retaliate." The prelude to retaliation, Gu Lingyuan had already devised a plan, fully aware that the consortium would target Zhang Yi, and thus had made numerous preparations in secret. Now, the moment for their counterstrike had finally arrived. Zhang Yi, we can no longer remain on the defensive, Gu Lingyuan proclaimed, rising with a glint of cold determination in his eyes. I need you to cooperate with me, to play along and present Connor with a grand gift. Zhang Yi looked up, his gaze resolute as he nodded in agreement. I am willing to cooperate with you, Brother Lingyuan. Gu Lingyuan's strategy was meticulously crafted. He intended to use Zhang Yi as bait to draw out the true power of the consortium. Connor Wolf had been lurking in the shadows, exerting pressure through his subordinates. Yet this time, Gu Lingyuan aimed to compel him to reveal himself. The consortium had calculated each step with precision, yet they had failed to anticipate that the internal cohesion of the Green Serpent Gang remained intact, with Zhang Yi's loyalty poised to be the linchpin of their counteroffensive. Gu Lingyuan detailed the plan to Zhang Yi, instructing him to feign submission and convey false information to the consortium, deliberately steering their offensive in a misleading direction. Meanwhile, the elite forces of the Green Serpent Gang had quietly positioned themselves in the shadows, ready to strike at the most critical moment. This operation would determine the future landscape. Gu Lingyuan concluded, Zhang Yi, your flawless cooperation is imperative. A flicker of resolve passed through Zhang Yi's eyes as he replied, Brother Lingyuan, I shall not disappoint you. The calm before the storm as the plan unfolded gradually. The eerie tranquility of City A grew increasingly unsettling. The Connor Wolf Consortium was preparing for its final assault, while Gu Lingyuan lay in wait like a prowling tiger, silently biding his time for the opportune moment to strike. Zhang Yi continued to play his role, discreetly relaying false intelligence to the consortium. The consortium is evidently unwavering in its convictions, believing that it has the situation firmly in hand. However, lurking in shadows, the power of the Green Serpent Gang has long been poised for action. A great battle is imminent, and Zhang Yi's loyalty will prove to be the pivotal factor in altering the course of events. Meanwhile, Gu Lingyuan finally reveals his strategic foresight. Each of his meticulous maneuvers draws ever closer to the Achilles heel of Connor Wolf. The suffocating calm before the storm indicates that the confrontation between the Green Serpent Gang and the consortium has entered its final countdown. Chapter 38. Zhang Yi's family. As night deepened, City A was enveloped in a shroud of tranquil mist. The flickering city lights seemed to herald an impending unease. Gu Lingyuan's plan had already commenced, yet Zhang Yi, the core of this scheme, felt an oppressive weight in his heart. While he placed his trust in Gu Lingyuan's strategies and arrangements, his worries for the safety of his family loomed large. The shadows of Zhang Yi's family resided in a serene neighborhood on the outskirts of City A, far removed from the strife of gang conflicts. To safeguard them, he had always kept his family separate from his work and gang affairs. His wife, Lin, and their 2 children lived a relatively peaceful life, blissfully unaware of the dangers lurking beyond. However, Connor Wolf was keenly aware of Zhang Yi's vulnerabilities and sought to exploit them by threatening those closest to him, aiming to coerce him into submission. Despite Zhang Yi's resolute decision to stand alongside Gu Lingyuan, he understood that Connor's methods were ruthless and merciless, likely to target his family at a crucial moment. That night, Zhang Yi opted not to return to the headquarters of the Green Snake Gang, but instead drove straight home to the suburbs. The headlights illuminated the path leading to his door, and as he gazed at the warm glow spilling from within, a torrent of complex emotions surged within him. This was everything he cherished most, yet also the most probable target for Connor's assault. Warmth and crisis at home. Upon entering, Zhang Yi was greeted by the warm smile of his wife, Lin. She was in the kitchen preparing dinner, while their 2 children played joyfully in the living room, entirely oblivious to the external threats. You're back. Why so early today? Lin looked up and noticed Zhang Yi's weary expression, her voice soft with concern. Zhang Yi managed a strained smile. Things have been a bit hectic lately. I wanted to return early to see you all. He sank into the sofa, watching his children revel in their carefree joy, finding a momentary solace. However, this comfort was fleeting, as he quickly recognized the need to preserve this tranquility at all costs. The shadow of Connor Wolf loomed everywhere, threatening to invade the lives of his family at any moment. Lin Lin, Zhang Yi suddenly spoke, his tone solemn. I have encountered some troubles recently that may jeopardize your and the children's safety. Lin Lin paused, setting aside her tasks, and moved to sit beside him. Are you referring to work-related issues? Is there anything I can do to help? Zhang Yi shook his head, taking her hand in his. I do not wish for you to become entangled in this. However, I must inform you that certain matters might become perilous. If there comes a day when I am not by your side, you must remain vigilant. Lin Lin's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Although she had never been involved in Zhang Yi's gang affairs, as his wife, she sensed an undercurrent of impending danger. She understood that this was not mere baseless worry from Zhang Yi, but rather a tangible threat drawing near. I understand, Lin Lin replied softly. I will take care of the children, and I will heed your guidance. Zhang Yi nodded, feeling a slight release of tension in his heart. He knew of Lin Lin's strength and composure. She was not the type to panic in the face of crisis. What he needed to do now was to protect them with all his might, ensuring that Connor's schemes would not come to fruition. In the shadows of protection in Zhang Yi's perspective, the only solution was to relocate his family to a more secure environment. Gu Lingyuan had anticipated this necessity long ago. He had arranged for several key members of the Green Serpent Gang to establish a meticulous protective perimeter around Zhang Yi's home. These individuals were trusted confidants of Gu Lingyuan, seasoned in combat, capable of confronting any assassins that Connor might dispatch. Zhang Yi refrained from informing Lin Lin about these arrangements. Yet he was acutely aware of the robustness of Gu Lingyuan's defenses. Although his family remained in their original residence, an invisible barrier of safety had already enveloped them. As Zhang Yi drove away from home, his heart was heavy with concern. He understood that no matter how thorough Gu Lingyuan's plans were, his family still lingered in potential peril. Connor Wolf's influence was vast, and his actions were decisive and ruthless if he resolved to strike. Zhang Yi had to remain perpetually vigilant. The approaching threat, while Zhang Yi's household was under clandestine protection, Connor Wolf had commenced his own maneuvers. Learning that Zhang Yi had not capitulated but continued to serve Gu Lingyuan, Connor's displeasure grew. Failure was anathema to him, particularly when it came to exploiting Zhang Yi's vulnerabilities. Zhang Yi's family represented his singular weakness. Coldly addressing his assistant, Connor asserted that if they wished to utterly dismantle Gu Lingyuan, Zhang Yi needed to comprehend the consequences of defiance. The assistant nodded and promptly began to orchestrate a specific course of action. They planned to execute a covert assassination of Zhang Yi's family without alerting Gu Lingyuan. This was not merely retribution against Zhang Yi. It was an unequivocal signal to Gu Lingyuan. Anyone daring to oppose the consortium would pay an exorbitant price. With Connor's scheme firmly in place, he was convinced that this assault would obliterate Zhang Yi at his most vulnerable moment. Regardless of Zhang Yi's loyalty, should his family find themselves in jeopardy, he would inevitably unravel, delivering a significant blow to Gu Lingyuan as well. The impending storm simultaneously, as Connor plotted his attack. The Green Serpent Gang had quietly bolstered its defenses. Gu Lingyuan had long foreseen that Connor would not easily relent in his pursuit of Zhang Yi's family. Thus, he had ordered an enhancement of protective measures. Not only had he dispatched elite members, but he had also employed the gang's intelligence network to closely monitor Connor's every move. Zhang Yi remained oblivious to the specifics of Gu Lingyuan's arrangements. Yet he held unwavering trust in him. He believed that in this treacherous game of wits, Gu Lingyuan would inevitably discover the most effective means of counteraction. Meanwhile, he himself had to maintain composure to safeguard those he cherished. The storm was approaching. Zhang Yi's family had become pivotal assets in this conflict. Both Connor and Gu Lingyuan stood on high alert, meticulously preparing for the impending confrontation. As the night deepened outside, Zhang Yi tightened his grip on the steering wheel, his gaze resolute. He understood that regardless of what unfolded, he must protect his family, ensuring they remained untouched by this bloody turmoil. The tempest was on the horizon, and he would face it with unyielding resolve. Chapter 39. The defensive line in the shadows upon returning to the headquarters of the Green Serpent Gang. Zhang Yi found Gu Lingyuan standing on a rooftop, overlooking the expanse of the city. The night breeze gently stirred his garments. and his gaze was as sharp as that of an eagle, seemingly contemplating an intricate game of chess. Zhang Yi approached and softly inquired, "Lingyuan, what is the situation?" Gu Lingyuan did not respond immediately. Instead, he fixed his eyes on the distant horizon. After a moment, he replied coolly, "Connor has commenced his operations. Recent surveillance near your residence has captured some suspicious vehicles. Although they have not yet approached, it indicates they have set their sights on you." Zhang Yi felt a sudden weight in his heart, yet he had anticipated this turn of events. He compelled himself to remain calm and asked, "What is your plan?" Turning to face Zhang Yi, Gu Lingyuan's gaze met his, and his voice was steady and resolute. "I have reinforced the protective measures around your home. But this is merely a temporary solution. Connor will not easily relent. He is likely to employ more aggressive tactics. We must retaliate swiftly to thwart his further advances." "Retaliate? How do you intend to do so?" A flicker of doubt crossed Zhang Yi's eyes. Gu Lingyuan smiled faintly. "Connor believes he has seized upon your vulnerability. Yet unbeknownst to him, this presents us with an opportunity. We can exploit this to lure him into an inescapable trap." Zhang Yi furrowed his brow upon hearing this. "You intend to use my family as bait?" Gu Lingyuan shook his head gently, offering reassurance. "No, your family will never be the actual target. However, we can utilize Connor's obsession with them to set a cunning snare. Once he takes action, we will have the chance to ensnare him completely." Zhang Yi pondered for a moment, gradually embracing the plan. He understood that Gu Lingyuan was always meticulous and would never allow unnecessary risks to befall the innocent. Furthermore, only by taking the initiative could they truly dismantle Connor's scheme. "The secret relocation plan, we require a flawless relocation strategy," Gu Lingyuan continued, "to make Connor believe your family remains in place, while in reality, we will safely transfer them to an entirely concealed location." "Will they be relocated?" Zhang Yi inquired. "The Green Serpent Gang possesses a secret base in the suburbs, known to very few. It is a sanctuary we have quietly established over the years, specifically designed for emergencies. It is equipped with comprehensive security measures capable of withstanding any unforeseen circumstances." Zhang Yi nodded, feeling a measure of reassurance. He had heard whispers of this base, yet had always dismissed it as mere rumor. Now, it seemed Gu Lingyuan had long been prepared for various contingencies. Gu Lingyuan placed a reassuring hand on Zhang Yi's shoulder, his tone imbued with conviction. "You need not worry. I will personally oversee this operation. Your family will receive the utmost protection, and we will ensure that Connor pays dearly for his arrogance." The enemy in the shadows, meanwhile, Connor Wolf's machinations were progressing covertly. He had assembled a cadre of elite assassins and commanded them to discreetly approach Zhang Yi's residence, poised to strike at the opportune moment. Connor was acutely aware of Gu Lingyuan's cunning nature. Thus, he refrained from hastily launching an attack, opting instead for a patient wait to identify the most opportune moment. "Are you certain Zhang Yi's family is still there?" Connor inquired of one of his subordinates. The man nodded respectfully. "We have confirmed their presence. Their patterns of movement and daily routines remain unchanged. According to our surveillance, Zhang Yi's wife and children appear at home almost every day, without any anomalies." Connor sneered, "Excellent. Let them lower their guard, and we shall strike when they are at their most vulnerable. Zhang Yi will surrender for the sake of his family, and in doing so, Gu Lingyuan will lose his most vital ally." As the night deepened, the outskirts of City A seemed enveloped in tranquility. However, in the shadows, an invisible tension was brewing. Outside Zhang Yi's residence, the bodyguards of the Green Snake Gang vigilantly shadowed every movement, daring not to relax their watch. Meanwhile, further afield, the assassins dispatched by Connor lay in quiet ambush, awaiting orders. Zhang Yi escorted his family into an inconspicuous vehicle, specially arranged by Gu Lingyuan for their relocation. Inside the car, Lin grasped Zhang Yi's hand and softly urged, "You must also take care." With a strained smile, Zhang Yi reassured her, "Do not worry. I will manage everything. Once you arrive, follow the arrangements and refrain from contacting the outside world." Lin nodded, and as the car door slowly closed, the vehicle departed, vanishing into the night beyond Zhang Yi's sight. He gazed at the tail lights fading at the end of the road, a tumultuous wave of emotions surging within him. He understood that a true confrontation was imminent. At the onset of action, Gu Lingyuan and Zhang Yi stood in the surveillance room of the Green Snake Gang, their gazes fixed intently on the flickering images displayed on the monitors. Zhang Yi's home had become a carefully orchestrated trap, with Gu Lingyuan's subordinates already concealed in the vicinity, awaiting Connor's operatives to take the bait. Connor's men will act soon, Gu Lingyuan murmured. What we require is for them to make a single misstep. Zhang Yi remained silent, his heartbeat quickening with the passage of time. He recognized that this battle transcended mere gang interests. It was a matter of safeguarding his family. At that moment, several suspicious vehicles appeared on the surveillance footage, lingering momentarily on the streets near Zhang Yi's home before gradually approaching. Zhang Yi's heart tightened, and he clenched his fists. A glint of cold determination flashed in Gu Lingyuan's eyes. They're here. The vehicles quietly halted near Zhang Yi's residence, and armed assassins disembarked in swift succession, stealthily advancing towards Zhang Yi's home. Their movements were exceptionally professional, indicating extensive training. Now move, Gu Lingyuan commanded, and the concealed members of the Green Snake Gang sprang into action, silently surrounding the assassins. As the night breeze continued to gently caress the surroundings, a lethal game of strategy had quietly unfolded beneath the serene darkness. Connor Wolf believed he had the situation firmly in hand, unaware that Zhang Yi and Gu Lingyuan had already woven an intricate web, patiently awaiting the moment for his men to ensnare themselves. As the encirclement by the members of the Green Serpent Gang tightened, Connor's assassins found themselves with no avenues of escape. Zhang Yi gazed intently at the surveillance footage, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. This time, he would not allow Connor the opportunity to threaten his family. The clash beneath the cloak of night was destined to culminate in a resounding defeat for Connor. Chapter 40. The hidden threat. Zhang Yi stood before the surveillance screen, his gaze piercing. The assassins displayed on the monitor were swiftly subdued by members of the Qingxi Gang, leaving them no opportunity for retaliation. While the situation appeared to be under control, a faint furrow remained on Zhang Yi's brow as an unsettling feeling lingered in his heart. It's too easy, Zhang Yi murmured. Gu Lingyuan approached his side, calmly observing the unfolding scene. Connor's men were indeed well prepared, but they did not anticipate our prior defenses. These were merely pawns he released to test the waters. If these are merely a test, what is Connor's true plan? Zhang Yi inquired. Gu Lingyuan pondered for a moment, his eyes sharpening with insight. Connor cannot merely aim to target your family. There must be a grander scheme at play. This assault is merely the initial step. We must uncover his true intentions and remain vigilant. Zhang Yi nodded, aware that Connor was a cunning adversary who would not rely solely on a band of assassins to bring them down. It was highly probable that, unbeknownst to them, another conspiracy was quietly brewing. As the night deepened, the streets of City A returned to a semblance of calm, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, on the opposite end of the city, a sinister current was surging unnoticed. Connor sat in a dimly lit office, coldly observing the city lights through a small window. The atmosphere was palpably tense, with only him and his subordinate present. Do we fail? Connor inquired softly. The subordinate nodded, a hint of reluctance in his tone. The Qingxi Gang was already prepared. Our men were apprehended without exception. Connor exhibited no sign of surprise. Instead, a meaningful smile graced his lips. Gu Lingyuan has indeed not disappointed me. I anticipated they would not be easily deceived. This is merely a prelude. The subordinate appeared perplexed. What shall we do next? Connor's expression turned icy. Our true plan has already commenced. Gu Lingyuan is merely an obstacle. Though the Qingxi Gang seems formidable, their greatest vulnerability has been exposed. Vulnerability? The subordinate echoed in astonishment. Connor smiled lightly. Their most significant weakness lies in Zhang Yi's family. No matter how astute Gu Lingyuan may be, he cannot fortify every defense. Our forthcoming actions will not simply be an assault. They will seek to dismantle their trust from within. Hidden flaws, meanwhile. Within the secret base of the Qingxi Gang, Zhang Yi's family had been secured. Lin sat in a room, clutching her child tightly, yet her heart remained restless. Despite Gu Lingyuan's meticulous arrangements, and Zhang Yi's repeated reassurances, an inescapable anxiety lingered within her. "Are we truly safe?" Lin whispered. Zhang Yi entered the room, and, upon seeing his wife's distress, felt a pang of sorrow. He gently took Lin's hand, speaking softly, "Do not worry. This is our safest haven. Gu Lingyuan has made all the necessary arrangements. Connor's men will not find us here." Lin managed a faint smile. "I trust you, but I still feel uneasy." Zhang Yi embraced his wife tightly, striving to impart a sense of security. However, the subtle unease in his heart began to spread relentlessly. He dared not reveal his feelings, yet he understood that Connor would never relinquish his pursuit easily. Whenever the situation appeared tranquil, it often heralded the onset of a crisis. Just then, an unexpected notification caused Zhang Yi's phone to vibrate. He retrieved his device and discovered an encrypted message from an unfamiliar number. Furrowing his brow, he swiftly opened the message, and his heart plummeted. "Do you truly believe you have safeguarded your family?" Accompanying the text were several photographs depicting the everyday lives of his family, even showcasing their recent arrival at the secret base. Zhang Yi's pupils dilated as he grasped a startling truth. Connor's men had already tracked their movements. The sense of dread was instantly validated, striking his heart like a dagger. He dashed out of the room to find Gu Lingyuan, his voice low yet urgent. "We've been compromised. Connor has acquired information about my family's whereabouts." Upon hearing this, Gu Lingyuan's expression shifted, but he quickly regained his composure. He took Zhang Yi's phone, scrutinizing the photographs with a glint of cold calculation in his eyes. "It seems we have a traitor among us." Zhang Yi's heartbeat quickened. A traitor? Who could it be? He immediately began to contemplate everyone around him, yet no obvious suspect emerged. Gu Lingyuan, ever cautious, had meticulously cultivated and vetted the core members of the Green Serpent Gang over the years, leaving little room for betrayal. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Lingyuan spoke softly, "We must not act impulsively. It remains unclear who leaked this information, and if we alert the traitor, Connor may seize the opportunity to launch a more devastating assault." Zhang Yi nodded in agreement, though his internal anxiety intensified. He yearned to relocate his family to a safer haven, yet he recognized that any action taken without identifying the traitor could be exploited by the enemy. Gu Lingyuan suddenly turned, gazing out at the nightscape, and said slowly, "Connor is attempting to provoke us into making mistakes. He wishes to sow distrust and dismantle us from within. Since he seeks to play this game, we shall engage him to the very end." A chill coursed through Zhang Yi. He understood that a far more clandestine and perilous confrontation lay ahead. As the Green Serpent Gang commenced their internal investigation for the traitor, Connor's lieutenant received an unexpected revelation. "Connor, someone has leaked internal information about the Green Serpent Gang," the lieutenant reported, handing over an encrypted dossier, his tone tinged with astonishment. "We may have a covert ally in this operation." Connor accepted the report, his smile deepening. "It appears the Green Serpent Gang is even more fragile than we anticipated." Rising from his seat, he approached the window, surveying the city below. The night enveloped the landscape like a vast shroud, concealing all plots and perils. "In that case," Connor murmured, "we shall seize this opportunity to strike a decisive blow against Gu Lingyuan." His voice was low and laden with a chilling intent, akin to a specter in the night. Within the ranks of the Green Snake Gang, a concealed crisis is stealthily approaching. As Zhang Yi and Gu Lingyuan embark on their quest to uncover the traitor, Connor's meticulously crafted plan unfolds methodically. At this juncture, who could the true mole be? Where will Connor's next strike land? Everything is shrouded in a haze of uncertainty. Ultimately, Zhang Yi receives an even more perplexing anonymous message. "The person you trust may very well be the one who betrays you." Zhang Yi's fingers grip his phone tightly, his gaze darkening. This deadly game of survival seems to have only just begun. Chapter 41. Layers of doubt. The unsettling anonymous message reverberated in Zhang Yi's mind, leaving him engulfed in a haze of uncertainty. Gu Lingyuan stood beside him, his austere countenance betraying not a flicker of emotion. Yet, Zhang Yi was acutely aware that the urgency of their predicament had far surpassed their expectations. "We must act without delay," Zhang Yi murmured, suppressing the turmoil within him. Action is imperative, but haste is inadvisable. Gu Lingyuan replied slowly, his calm demeanor laced with strategic foresight. Connor anticipates our response. Thus, we must exercise restraint. Zhang Yi nodded silently, comprehending Gu Lingyuan's approach, yet the torment in his heart was uncontainable. His family was ensnared in the shadow cast by Connor, and any hesitation could yield catastrophic consequences. Perceptive of Zhang Yi's trepidation, Gu Lingyuan sauntered to the window, gazing intently at the street beyond, and spoke gravely. The existence of an informant is indisputable, yet we must not be swayed by the misdirection of their clues. Connor's ambitions extend beyond mere familial safety. He seeks to undermine the very foundation of the Qing Shi gang. What should we do next? Zhang Yi clenched his fists, his gaze piercing as it met Gu Lingyuan's. We shall orchestrate a trap, subverting his expectations. Gu Lingyuan's tone was deep and resolute, imbued with a hint of sharpness. The setup in the fog that evening. Gu Lingyuan convened a high-level meeting of the Qing Shi gang, with all core members present. Each individual bore a solemn expression, acutely aware that this gathering was of paramount importance. Gu Lingyuan surveyed the room, his gaze sharp and commanding, exuding an undeniable aura of pressure. He refrained from speaking immediately, allowing the atmosphere to thicken until a palpable tension settled over the assembly. Connor has launched a challenge against us, Gu Lingyuan declared, his voice steady yet imbued with authority. He seeks to dismantle us from within, and the traitor lies among us. His words struck like lightning, shattering the defenses of all present. Each person instinctively began to scrutinize their peers, searching for any telltale signs. Zhang Yi stood by, quietly observing the reactions, fully cognizant that the purpose of this meeting was to compel the informant to reveal themselves, and he must align with Gu Lingyuan's every maneuver. Gu Lingyuan continued, "Tonight's actions will determine the fate of the Qing Shi gang. I expect each of you to engage in our counteroffensive against Connor. Any hint of hesitation will result in the loss of your trust." His tone was cold and resolute, instilling a profound sense of pressure among all attendees. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, with doubt and unease brewing in every heart. Cracks in the foundation as the meeting adjourned, Zhang Yi stepped out, overcome by a profound fatigue. He understood that while the meeting had heightened everyone's anxiety, it might also have deepened the suspicions of certain individuals. At that moment, trust had become an exceedingly fragile commodity. Lost in thought, Lin Yu approached him, his expression grave. "Boss, who do you suspect the informant might be?" he inquired in a hushed tone. Zhang Yi glanced at him and sighed. "I cannot say for certain, but it is undoubtedly one of our most trusted core members. Connor is exceedingly cunning. He will not easily allow us to grasp any clues." Lin Yu nodded, a hint of concern etched on his face. The growing mutual suspicion among everyone spells trouble for the Green Serpent Gang. Zhang Yi was acutely aware of this fact. The members of the Green Serpent Gang hail from diverse backgrounds, and their trust in one another has always relied on Gu Lingyuan's formidable control. Now, any fissure could become a potential target for Connor's machinations. Rest assured, Gu Lingyuan has already contemplated this. He undoubtedly possesses a strategy, Zhang Yi reassured, though he himself lacked complete confidence. Meanwhile, on the opposite end of the city, Connor was engaged in a discussion with his lieutenant regarding their forthcoming plans. Gu Lingyuan has summoned all the core members of the Green Serpent Gang. He has evidently sensed the impending danger, the lieutenant remarked cautiously. Connor chuckled softly, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. "This is precisely the outcome I desire. The internal mistrust will lead to their division, which is the opportune moment we require." The lieutenant nodded, yet remained puzzled. "But how can we ensure the traitor remains concealed?" Connor replied slowly, "There is no need for concern. The traitor is sufficiently cautious, and he has already prepared the next gift for us. The more Gu Lingyuan doubts, the more his reactions will fall into our trap." With that, Connor produced an encrypted document from his pocket and handed it to his lieutenant. "This is our next target. Ensure that this message reaches Gu Lingyuan's ears quietly." The lieutenant accepted the document, a fierce smile playing on his lips. "Understood." Upon returning to the base, Zhang Yi remained unsettled. He gazed at Lin and the child, peacefully asleep, feeling both comforted and burdened by a sense of responsibility. He must guarantee their safety, no matter the cost. Just as his thoughts swirled, his phone vibrated again, displaying that mysterious number. The message was brief, yet potent. Trust will exact a price from you. Zhang Yi tightened his grip on the phone, his inner alarm bells ringing. This message seemed to hint at something, or perhaps provoke his emotions. He swiftly glanced around, his eyes cold and calculating. Suddenly, Zhang Yi realized that this might be one of Connor's schemes. He aimed to sow distrust among the upper echelons of the Green Serpent Gang, thereby dismantling their cohesion. Connor seeks to destroy us. His methods extend beyond external assaults to psychological warfare, Zhang Yi muttered to himself. He understood that maintaining composure was paramount, and he must not allow Connor's provocations to sway him. In the stillness of the night, Zhang Yi returned to Gu Lingyuan's office, prepared to report the clues he had uncovered. Gu Lingyuan sat calmly behind his desk. "Have you made any new discoveries?" he inquired with a measured tone. Zhang Yi nodded and presented the mysterious message to Gu Lingyuan. Upon glancing at it, Gu Lingyuan's expression shifted slightly, his eyes narrowing. Connor's psychological tactics are indeed sophisticated. However, we must not allow this to disrupt our composure. Zhang Yi furrowed his brow. What should we do next? Gu Lingyuan revealed a faint, cold smile, his eyes glinting with a sharp light. Since Connor seeks to instigate our internal strife, let us instead turn the tables. The next step will be our counterattack against Connor. Zhang Yi was momentarily taken aback, only to swiftly realize that Gu Lingyuan had devised a new strategy. This game of wits appeared to have just entered a new phase. Chapter 42. Layered traps within Gu Lingyuan's office. The atmosphere remained heavy with tension. His gaze was as keen as that of a hawk. Yet his thoughts continuously strategized the next course of action. He was acutely aware that under Connor's psychological warfare, the trust within the Qingxi gang had already begun to waver, necessitating an immediate counterattack. Otherwise, the situation would swiftly spiral out of control. We must create an illusion that leads Connor to believe that the mole has been exposed, thereby disrupting his rhythm, Gu Lingyuan articulated slowly, his voice calm and imbued with confidence. Zhang Yi nodded, his eyes reflecting determination. He understood the gravity of this operation. Connor had already extended his claws, but they must seize the initiative and induce panic within Connor's ranks. A well-thought-out plan that evening, Gu Lingyuan convened a clandestine meeting attended solely by Gu Lingyuan and a select few of his most trusted senior members. This time, they aimed to strike back against Connor's meticulous schemes. Gu Lingyuan unfurled a detailed city map, meticulously marking the activity zones of both the Qingxi gang and Connor. His finger lightly tapped a specific area on the map, his gaze piercing. This is Connor's secret warehouse in City A, the hub for his weapons and financial operations. If we can make him believe that the warehouse has been betrayed by an insider, he will surely take action. Are you suggesting we instill doubt within Connor's own ranks? Lin Yu inquired, raising an eyebrow, clearly intrigued by Gu Lingyuan's plan. Gu Lingyuan nodded, a cold smile gracing his lips. He is orchestrating a scheme. We can orchestrate one as well. With precise execution, his plans will unravel completely. Zhang Yi furrowed his brow. But how can we ensure he falls for it? Trust is the most fragile of human sentiments. Especially with Connor's intensely suspicious nature, he will be averse to any hint of vulnerability. A slight nudge is all it takes to make him doubt everything, Gu Lingyuan remarked nonchalantly. He then elaborated on the entire operational blueprint. First, they would feign the leak of a piece of information to Connor, utilizing covert informants to deliver the so-called insider intel. Concurrently, Gu Lingyuan would dispatch an elite team to create a diversion at a critical moment, drawing Connor's focus entirely onto that secret warehouse. I have arranged for personnel. This operation must be executed flawlessly. Gu Lingyuan's tone exuded a chilling resolve. While Zhang Yi harbored lingering doubts, his trust in Gu Lingyuan was unwavering, and he ultimately nodded in agreement. He recognized that this psychological battle was not merely against Connor. It was also about restoring trust within the Qingxi gang. Undercurrents of turmoil days later, Connor indeed received the meticulously crafted intelligence. When his deputy presented the information, Connor's face betrayed no change in expression. Yet his eyes deepened with intrigue. What is your assessment? Connor inquired coolly, his tone devoid of emotion. The deputy furrowed his brow. If the information is authentic, our foundation and city may have been compromised. Should we evacuate immediately? Connor did not respond right away. Instead, he fell into a momentary reverie. His instincts suggested that the intelligence might be flawed, yet as a habitual skeptic, he could not afford to disregard its potential validity. Moreover, the loss of this secret repository was an unbearable blow for him. We cannot retreat directly, as that would alert the enemy, Connor stated solemnly. Then a cold smile appeared on his lips. However, we can set a trap. Since someone is attempting to lure us in, we might as well turn the tables and see who is orchestrating this from behind the scenes. Thus, Connor's plan commenced. He summoned a few trusted subordinates to investigate the warehouse mentioned in the intelligence, while simultaneously laying down covert measures to ensure they retained the upper hand in any unforeseen circumstances. As the operation commenced in the dead of night, Zhang Yi and Lin Yu led a small team stealthily to the vicinity of the target warehouse. This was an abandoned factory, hidden in a remote corner of City A, seldom visited by anyone. The target was confirmed. There were several guards around the warehouse, but no heavy weaponry. Lin Yu reported the situation through his earpiece. Zhang Yi nodded, signaling the team to remain concealed. Their mission was not to attack the warehouse directly, but to create an illusion, leaving Connor with traces that would mislead him into believing the warehouse had been compromised. As time passed, Zhang Yi's anxiety deepened. He understood that the success or failure of this operation would directly impact Gu Lingyuan's overarching plan. Meanwhile, his phone vibrated once more, displaying that familiar number. "You will regret today's decision." The brief message heightened Zhang Yi's vigilance. He swiftly deleted the message and scanned his surroundings. Connor's psychological warfare seemed not only aimed at the Qingxi gang, but also directed personally at him. The operation began. Gu Lingyuan's voice broke through Zhang Yi's thoughts via the earpiece. The team quietly commenced their actions, placing numerous surveillance devices around the warehouse and deliberately creating suspicious noises to ensure Connor's men would notice the anomalies. Simultaneously, Gu Lingyuan was covertly mobilizing resources, preparing for Connor's counterattack. As anticipated, when Connor received further reports regarding the warehouse's unusual activity, his suspicions surged to a peak. Despite repeatedly reminding himself that it could be Gu Lingyuan's scheme, the convergence of multiple clues compelled him to react. "They are guiding us, but we cannot turn a blind eye," Connor stated coldly, his gaze turning dangerously steely. He decided to personally visit the warehouse for a final confirmation. This was not only a test of Gu Lingyuan, but also a decisive trial for his own intelligence network. However, upon Connor and his subordinates' arrival at the warehouse, they were met not by an ambush from Gu Lingyuan, but by an intricately arranged empty space. "There is nothing here," Connor's aide whispered, confusion evident in his tone. Connor surveyed the surroundings, his expression gradually becoming perilous. "They anticipated our arrival long ago." Just then, faint explosions echoed from a distance, accompanied by several black SUVs swiftly approaching. In an instant, Connor realized he had fallen into the enemy's trap. "Retreat," Connor commanded sharply, but it was already too late. Gu Lingyuan's team had long since concealed themselves in the surroundings, their objective not to engage Connor in a direct confrontation, but rather to ensnare him in a web of deeper doubts and unease. The gunfire was brief yet intense, prompting the guards near the warehouse to retreat swiftly. Connor maintained a calm demeanor as he directed his subordinates to withdraw, yet he felt a tremor of uncertainty within. He could no longer ascertain who was truly orchestrating these events from the shadows. As the night deepened, Zhang Yi and Lin Yu successfully returned to headquarters, where Gu Lingyuan listened attentively to their report, his expression as inscrutable as ever. "Connor must be beginning to question his own camp," Lin Yu remarked, a hint of confidence in his tone. Gu Lingyuan offered a subtle smile. "He has already lost his way in the trap we have set. Now we shall observe his response." Zhang Yi remained somewhat uneasy. Connor is exceedingly cunning. He is unlikely to capitulate easily. Cunning individuals are often more prone to stumbling over their own machinations. Gu Lingyuan replied solemnly, his gaze profound. "We have already taken a crucial step. Now, it is a matter of how Connor will react." Chapter 43. The illusion of betrayal. Connor's retreat was swifter than anticipated as his convoy departed from the warehouse district. It was as if the confrontation had never transpired. Yet, Gu Lingyuan understood that doubts had already been sown in Connor's mind. Henceforth, with a series of meticulously executed maneuvers, he could lead Connor into an abyss. Seated in his office, Gu Lingyuan contemplated his next strategic move. Before him lay a holographic map of the city, with each marker denoting the extent of his influence. The warehouse operation was merely the beginning. Zhang Yi's apprehension. Zhang Yi's countenance bore no trace of relaxation. Despite the success of their operation in misleading Connor, unease lingered within him. Connor was not one to be easily deceived. Any misstep could precipitate a reversal of fortune. Boss, Connor's withdrawal was alarmingly swift. The operation did not unfold as we had anticipated. Zhang Yi murmured, I sense there may be more at play. Gu Lingyuan did not respond immediately, his gaze fixated on the map, his finger gently tapping a marker in City C. Zhang, I am aware of your concerns for your family's safety. He suddenly interjected, his tone calm, yet piercing. Zhang Yi was taken aback, then bowed his head, tightly clenching his fists. Connor's threat is not to be underestimated. I comprehend your apprehensions, but this is not the moment for doubt. Gu Lingyuan rose and approached Zhang Yi, maintaining his composed demeanor. You must place your trust in me. Our plan necessitates unwavering unity to utterly dismantle Connor. After a brief silence, Zhang Yi lifted his gaze to meet Gu Lingyuan's, determination etched in his eyes. I will give my all, at any cost. Gu Lingyuan nodded in satisfaction and patted Zhang Yi's shoulder. Excellent. I need you to remain calm in the forthcoming actions. Every step we take is crucial. Connor's response, meanwhile. Connor returned to his hidden stronghold in City A, his expression grim. His aide stood nearby, visibly anxious, clearly feeling the sting of defeat from the warehouse operation. We were led astray, Connor stated coldly, his gaze fixed upon the map on the table. The aide nodded nervously. It appears Gu Lingyuan is orchestrating everything from behind the scenes. His plans are more intricate than we anticipated. After a moment of contemplation, a glint of cold resolve flickered in Connor's eyes. Gu Lingyuan is forcing me to doubt those around me. He seeks to instill distrust among my subordinates. If he wishes to engage in this psychological warfare, then we shall play along to the end. Connor was acutely aware that Gu Lingyuan's stratagem aimed to undermine his foundation through the creation of illusions. Instead of passively reacting, he resolved to take proactive measures. Doubts had begun to creep in regarding whether there truly existed a mole within his ranks. From this day forth, monitor all our key personnel, Connor commanded, his tone brooking no dissent. Any suspicious actions must be reported immediately. The aide acquiesced and departed, while Connor leaned back in his chair, his eyes narrowing. He had begun to feel the weight of Gu Lingyuan's threat, but he would never yield easily. The threat to family. Upon returning to the headquarters of the Green Snake Gang, Zhang Yi remained unsettled. Although Gu Lingyuan's plan was undoubtedly ingenious, he could not disregard the peril Connor posed to his family. Zhang Yi's wife and child had long resided in the outskirts of City A. Although they were under the protection of the Green Snake Gang, he was acutely aware that should Connor decide to strike, such protections would be utterly futile. At that moment, his phone rang once more, the familiar number illuminating the screen. After a brief hesitation, he ultimately answered the call. Zhang Yi, have you still not made up your mind about betraying Gu Lingyuan? The voice on the other end was deep and chilling. It was Connor. Zhang Yi clenched his jaw, striving to maintain his composure. I have already told you, I will not betray Gu Lingyuan. Do not be overly confident. You know, human resolve is remarkably fragile, especially when one's family is in peril. Connor's voice dripped with malice. Your family may be safe for now, but can you guarantee their perpetual safety? Zhang Yi's fist tightened, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes, yet he remained rational. He understood that Connor was probing him, but these words struck a nerve. Gu Lingyuan will not allow you to succeed, Zhang Yi retorted coldly. Let us wait and see who falters first. Connor chuckled softly before abruptly ending the call. Zhang Yi held his phone tightly, his heart awash with tumultuous emotions. He was acutely aware of Connor's intentions. Yet he also understood that should Gu Lingyuan discover his clandestine communications with Connor, the consequences would be dire. A heavy crisis days later. Intelligence operatives from the Green Snake Gang brought forth crucial news. Connor was orchestrating a weapons deal in City D, and the intermediary for this transaction was, surprisingly, a high-ranking member within the Green Snake Gang. Upon receiving this information, Gu Lingyuan summoned all core members to prepare for a thorough internal investigation. This inquiry, ostensibly targeting Connor's infiltrator, was in truth a test of loyalty within the Green Snake Gang. There may indeed be a traitor among us, Gu Lingyuan stated coldly, his gaze sweeping over every face in the room, as if searching for a telltale sign of guilt in their eyes. Zhang, he sat quietly, acutely aware of the immense pressure surrounding him. Despite his loyalty to Gu Lingyuan, his clandestine dealings with Connor filled him with unease. As the investigation commenced, lower-tier members were interrogated one by one, while higher-ups were required to furnish detailed records of their activities. Zhang Yi recognized the necessity of proceeding with utmost caution to avoid arousing any suspicion. The rising suspense, as time elapsed, the atmosphere within the Green Snake Gang grew increasingly tense. Every individual was wary of those around them, fearing they might be suspected of being the mole. Zhang Yi's anxiety heightened day by day, particularly with Connor's threats against his family casting a shadow of dread over him. He realized that Connor would not relent easily, yet he could not bring himself to betray Gu Lingyuan. In the dead of night, Zhang Yi found himself alone on the rooftop of the Green Snake Gang's headquarters, gazing at the distant city lights, his mind swirling with thoughts. At that moment, his phone vibrated again, the same familiar number flashing on the screen. He answered the call, mentally preparing for the worst. "Have you made your decision?" Connor's voice echoed once more, his tone as icy as ever. Zhang Yi fell into a momentary silence before finally speaking. "I shall never betray Gu Lingyuan, yet if you dare to harm my family, I will ensure you come to regret it." A brief pause lingered on the other end of the line, followed by a deep, mocking laughter. "Very well, Zhang Yi. You possess quite the audacity. However, I am curious to see how long you can endure." Connor's tone dripped with derision as he promptly ended the call. Zhang Yi clutched his phone, taking a deep breath. He understood that Connor's threat was far from over, and the true peril was only just beginning. Chapter 44. No escape. After Zhang Yi ended the call, he stood on the rooftop, gazing at the distant city lights, his unease gradually amplifying. He understood that Connor's threats were not baseless, and Gu Lingyuan would never tolerate betrayal. Caught between two formidable forces, he felt as if he had been cornered, compelled to make a difficult choice. Upon returning to the headquarters conference room, Gu Lingyuan's investigation was still underway. The atmosphere in the Qing-Shi gang grew increasingly tense. Everyone was cautious, unwilling to divulge a hint of information that should remain confidential. Gu Lingyuan seemed convinced that someone had leaked secrets, but Zhang Yi was acutely aware that Connor was psychologically applying pressure, attempting to induce a mistake. Amidst the clouds of suspicion, Gu Lingyuan addressed the gathering. "Ladies and gentlemen, our situation within the Qing-Shi gang is exceedingly complex." Standing at the conference table, his voice was calm yet authoritative. "Connor is determined to dismantle us at any cost, but we cannot remain passive. Today's investigation aims to ensure our internal security. Any individual deemed suspicious will receive no mercy." As his words echoed, silence enveloped the room, the tense atmosphere pressing down on the air itself. Zhang Yi sat to the side, his heart racing. Each breath felt heavy and laborious. Even though he had not betrayed Gu Lingyuan, the secret he harbored weighed heavily upon him. During the meeting, Gu Lingyuan suddenly turned his sharp gaze toward Zhang Yi, as piercing as a blade. "Zhang Yi, have you noticed any unusual movements recently?" he inquired, his tone calm, yet imbued with an invisible pressure. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, steadying his nerves, and replied, "Not at the moment, but I will remain vigilant and report any developments immediately." Gu Lingyuan nodded, his gaze unwavering. "Good. I trust you," he said, the underlying significance of his words palpable. "We must intensify our efforts against Connor's forces. We cannot afford to grant him any opportunities." Meanwhile, Connor sat in a clandestine hideout in City A, surrounded by a few loyal subordinates as they deliberated their next course of action. "We have instilled enough unrest within the Qing-Shi gang. With just a little more provocation, Gu Lingyuan will inevitably falter, Connor stated coldly. But he has already begun an internal investigation. Our intelligence network may be compromised, one of his aides cautioned. Connor smiled slyly, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Rest assured, Gu Lingyuan's investigation will only heighten his paranoia. We merely need to create more illusions, and he will corner himself. He turned his gaze to the map spread across the table, focusing on several key strongholds of the Qingxi gang. Next, we must strike at their core, particularly targeting Zhang Yi, Connor continued, his voice laced with cold determination. He is Gu Lingyuan's trusted aide, yet he possesses vulnerabilities. As long as we persist in applying pressure, he will inevitably crumble. At the Qingxi gang headquarters, Zhang Yi remained haunted by Connor's threats. He was acutely aware that his family had become a pawn in Connor's game. Despite Gu Lingyuan's formidable strength, he found himself at a loss in the face of such a threat. That night, Zhang Yi returned to his residence, switching on the light, which illuminated the unusually silent room. His wife and child were already asleep, yet Zhang Yi's heart remained restless. He approached the window, took out his phone, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately dialed a concealed number. Have your people ensured the safety of my family? Zhang Yi inquired in a hushed tone. A steady voice emanated from the other end. Rest assured, Brother Zhang, we have arranged everything as per your request. Your family is now in the safest location. Zhang Yi nodded, though his anxiety lingered. He was acutely aware of Connor's methods. Simple protective measures might not suffice to deter the relentless pursuit. As he contemplated how to further secure his family's safety, his phone rang once more, displaying that familiar number, Connor. Zhang Yi tightened his grip on the phone, inhaled deeply, and answered the call. How is your family faring? Connor's voice dripped with mockery and chill. Zhang Yi furrowed his brow, suppressing the fury boiling within him. Connor, if you dare lay a finger on them, I will ensure you face dire consequences. Connor chuckled lightly. Do not be so tense, Zhang Yi. I merely wish to remind you that time is of the essence. Gu Lingyuan has begun to suspect you. Are you certain you wish to proceed down this path? Zhang Yi fell silent for a moment, clenching his teeth. I will not betray him. Ah, such loyalty from a devoted subordinate. However, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Ponder your decision carefully. Connor's voice was laden with coldness. Otherwise, you will lose more than just your family. After the call ended, Zhang Yi felt as though a massive stone had settled upon his chest, rendering him breathless. He understood that Connor would not relent easily, and Gu Lingyuan's suspicions were steadily intensifying. The following morning, upon arriving at headquarters, Zhang Yi found Gu Lingyuan in discussion with several trusted confidants regarding a new operational strategy. Gu Lingyuan appeared exceptionally composed, as if fully aware of Connor's every move. We have received credible intelligence. Connor is preparing to launch a significant strike against us. Gu Lingyuan stated coolly. This time, we must retaliate. He handed Zhang Yi a dossier. Zhang Yi, you are tasked with leading this operation. We need to dismantle one of Connor's critical strongholds. Zhang Yi accepted the dossier, scrutinizing it with a wary heart. He recognized that, while this mission appeared to be a counterattack, it could very well serve as a test from Gu Lingyuan. Should he falter in any way during the operation, Gu Lingyuan's trust would be irrevocably shattered. Nonetheless, he had no alternative but to commit wholeheartedly. Understood. I will accomplish the mission, Zhang Yi replied resolutely. Gu Lingyuan nodded, his gaze profound. Zhang Yi, this task is of utmost importance. There can be no missteps. I believe you are capable. Zhang Yi nodded, silently resolving that, come what may, he would not falter in the face of this crisis. Suspense rekindles as night descends. Zhang Yi, accompanied by his loyal entourage, stealthily approaches Connor's stronghold. In the darkness, a corner of the city exudes an eerie stillness, as if bracing for an impending storm. Just as they prepare to launch their assault, Zhang Yi's phone vibrates once more, revealing an encrypted message on the screen. He swiftly opens it, only to find a terse sentence. They are already aware. A heavy weight descends upon Zhang Yi's heart. Connor's counterattack has come swifter than he anticipated. This time, will he manage to escape unscathed? Chapter 45. A life on the line. Zhang Yi led his team, concealed in the shadows, breathing softly as they awaited the perfect moment to launch their surprise attack. The surrounding air seemed to solidify, rendering time infinitely prolonged. Zhang Yi gripped his weapon tightly, silently praying for the success of their mission. However, a sudden encrypted message pierced through his thoughts, sounding alarms within him. Connor was already aware of their plans. This revelation indicated that they had been compromised, transforming the surprise operation into a potential trap. A deadly choice. Zhang Yi swiftly contemplated his options. Retreat was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. Yet failure in this mission would obliterate the last vestiges of trust he held in Gu Lingyuan's eyes. Conversely, continuing the operation could lead them directly into Connor's ambush, resulting in the annihilation of the entire unit. He was compelled to make a decision, and time was of the essence. "Captain, shall we proceed with the operation?" His deputy whispered, urgency lacing his tone. Zhang Yi inhaled deeply, his gaze fierce. "No, we must pause. We need to revise our plan." He issued a quiet command, quickly dispersing his men to seek cover and prepare for a possible assault. His instincts warned him that Connor would not let this opportunity slip away. They had to exercise utmost caution. Just as he gave the order, faint glimmers of light flickered in the distance, followed by the deafening crack of gunfire shattering the stillness of the night. "An ambush! Ambush!" Zhang Yi shouted, throwing himself to the ground just in time to evade the initial wave of attacks. Bullets rained down like a torrential downpour, and both sides were instantly embroiled in fierce crossfire. The enemy outnumbered them significantly, their firepower formidable. Zhang Yi quickly realized this was no ordinary counterattack. It was a trap meticulously orchestrated by Connor. "Escape for survival. Retreat. Rapid retreat," Zhang Yi commanded decisively, understanding that any further resistance would lead to the demise of his team. They swiftly maneuvered, utilizing the nearby buildings and alleyways for cover. However, Connor's forces were well prepared. Several adversaries surged forward, attempting to corner Zhang Yi and his men. With determination, Zhang Yi raised his weapon and accurately dispatched two enemies, then shouted to his deputy, "Withdraw through the rear. We must shake them off." Amidst the gunfire, his mind raced with thoughts of Gu Lingyuan's potential reaction. Should this operation culminate in utter failure, not only would he face dire consequences, but might also deepen Gu Lingyuan's suspicions regarding his allegiance with Connor. He could not afford to fail, nor could he allow himself to perish. Under Zhang Yi's command, the team swiftly altered their course, using the cover of darkness to barely escape the barrage of fire. Yet, their situation remained perilous, with the enemy relentlessly pursuing them, offering no respite. An unexpected ally, as Zhang Yi led his team through a narrow alley. A series of muffled explosions erupted ahead, followed closely by several unmarked vehicles racing towards them. Windows rolled down, and a torrent of gunfire rained upon Connor's forces. Zhang Yi's eyes widened in astonishment, questioning the identity of this sudden intervention. Friend or foe? Before he could ponder further, a man clad in black leaped from one of the vehicles, providing cover for Zhang Yi and his team as they retreated. The figure clad in black moved with remarkable swiftness and exhibited precision in marksmanship, swiftly dismantling the offensive of Connor's forces. "Go! I shall provide cover for you," the man in black stated coldly, his voice deep and resonant. Zhang Yi instantly grasped the situation, despite his ignorance of the stranger's origins. He recognized that there was no alternative. He led his team in a hasty retreat, ultimately evading Connor's pursuers. Once they had escaped the peril, Zhang Yi turned to regard the man who had rescued them, who had silently withdrawn to the side, as if awaiting his inquiries. "Who are you? Why did you assist us?" Zhang Yi asked icily, maintaining a vigilant demeanor. The man in black removed his sunglasses, revealing a stern visage. "I am here on behalf of Gu Lingyuan to save you." Zhang Yi was taken aback, his brow furrowing. "Gu sent you?" "Indeed. He anticipated Connor's attack and instructed me to discreetly follow you to ensure your safety," the man explained impassively, as if this were merely a routine assignment. Zhang Yi felt a surge of astonishment. He had not realized that Gu Lingyuan had already foreseen everything. This revelation not only instilled a sense of admiration within him, but also heightened his awareness of the complexity and danger of their situation. Upon returning to headquarters, Zhang Yi promptly reported the unforeseen developments and Connor's ambush to Gu Lingyuan. Gu Lingyuan listened quietly, his expression devoid of surprise, as if he had already comprehended the entirety of the situation. I was aware that Connor would lay a trap, and I knew you would emerge unscathed. Gu Lingyuan remarked nonchalantly, his gaze profound. Yet, this is merely the beginning. Connor will orchestrate more significant maneuvers. We must adopt a more proactive stance. Zhang Yi remained silent, fully cognizant that Connor's schemes were far from over, and that Gu Lingyuan was devising an even more meticulous counteroffensive. The current circumstances were more intricate than he had previously imagined. I have a more critical task for you, Gu Lingyuan declared, rising and approaching Zhang Yi, presenting him with a sealed document. This contains the location of Connor's next arms transaction. You must lead a team to dismantle it. This is our opportunity for retaliation. Zhang Yi accepted the document, nodding in acknowledgement, aware that he had no choice but to commit wholeheartedly to this mission. As Zhang Yi departed the conference room, an unsettling sensation washed over him. Was this mission truly as straightforward as Gu Lingyuan had suggested? Would Connor secretly devise another trap? Before he could ponder further, his phone vibrated once more, delivering another encrypted message. There is someone close to you who cannot be trusted. Zhang Yi's heart sank abruptly, the document in his hand feeling exceedingly burdensome. Chapter 46. The enemy in hiding. Zhang Yi stood in the dimly lit corridor, his gaze fixed upon the encrypted message on his phone, a subtle unease beginning to stir within him. Who was the sender of this message? Why did it urge him to be cautious? Most critically, who did the mention of an untrustworthy individual refer to? At that moment, the visage of Gu Lingyuan emerged in Zhang Yi's mind. Had the man, to whom he had pledged unwavering loyalty, begun to question his competence and fidelity? Or was there truly an unexpected traitor lurking within their ranks? Zhang Yi dared not dwell on these thoughts, suppressing his concerns deep within. He swiftly composed himself, deciding to maintain discretion and proceed with preparations for the next course of action as instructed by Gu Lingyuan. Despite the undercurrents of Connor's nefarious schemes, this mission was one he could not afford to fail. Mission deployment. Upon returning to the conference room, Zhang Yi summoned several trusted subordinates to outline the impending operation. The objective was to dismantle Connor's next arms trading stronghold. Success would not only sever Connor's military capabilities, but also diminish his overall influence. Zhang Yi meticulously detailed the mission parameters, and all listened intently, save for one individual, Li Zhua, Gu Lingyuan's financial advisor. His eyes flickered with uncertainty, as if deep in contemplation. After Zhang Yi concluded, Li Zhua spoke slowly. Is this intelligence reliable? Have we considered that it might be a trap set by Connor? Zhang Yi's gaze sharpened as he fixed his stare on Li Zhua. Are you doubting Brother Gu's intelligence? Li Zhua shook his head. Of course not. However, Connor's tactics are notoriously cunning. We must remain vigilant. Zhang Yi nodded in acknowledgement. Your concerns are valid, yet we have no alternative. If we do not act promptly, Connor will gain the upper hand. Li Zhua offered no further objections, merely sighing softly, a hint of resignation in his demeanor. Zhang Yi remained internally vigilant, the recent encrypted message replaying in his mind. Advancement of the plan the following night. Zhang Yi led his team stealthily to Connor's arms trading site, an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city, its convoluted terrain conducive to concealing an arsenal and personnel. Zhang Yi and his subordinates quickly set explosives around the factory's perimeter, preparing to obliterate the stronghold in one decisive blow. Each member understood their role, and the operation proceeded with meticulous order. However, just as they were nearing completion of their preparations, an urgent warning crackled through Zhang Yi's earpiece. Something is amiss. There is an ambush. A jolt of alarm surged through Zhang Yi as he raised his hand to signal the team to halt. He swiftly recalibrated their strategy, guiding a few of his subordinates to retreat to a concealed position. Observing the factory's corners, he noticed several armed guards emerging, as if lying in wait for them to fall into the snare. This was evidently a trap orchestrated by Connor. The shadow of betrayal, cold sweat beaded on Zhang Yi's forehead. How had Connor foreseen their movements? Unless someone had leaked the information. As he directed his team to move silently, He rapidly analyzed the possibility of a traitor lurking within their ranks. Li Zhua's recent hesitation, coupled with that cryptic message, led him to question whether this financial advisor had indeed defected to Connor. However, now was not the time to unveil the truth. They must first extricate themselves from peril. Zhang Yi swiftly issued new orders. Everyone disperse and retreat, seeking an opportunity to detonate the explosives. We must accomplish our mission. The team quickly scattered, with Zhang Yi leading a few trusted confidants to the opposite side of the factory. They needed to detonate the explosives before the enemy became aware, thereby destroying Connor's munition stockpile. However, just as they prepared to activate the detonator, a cold laugh emanated from Zhang Yi's communicator. Zhang Yi, give up. You are already surrounded. It was Connor's voice. Zhang Yi clenched his fists and quickly surveyed his surroundings. Indeed, dozens of heavily armed foes surged from all directions, encircling them completely. Connor had evidently anticipated this. They had fallen into a meticulously laid trap. Detonate, Zhang Yi commanded coldly, pressing the detonation button without hesitation. However, the anticipated explosion did not occur. From the communicator, Connor's laughter grew more piercing. Did you think I would let you succeed so easily? Zhang Yi's heart sank. The detonation device had been tampered with. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Zhang Yi understood he must lead his team to break through. Yet, Connor clearly had no intention of granting him that opportunity. Just as the enemy was about to launch a full-scale assault, Zhang Yi suddenly heard the urgent roar of automobile engines. Several black vehicles sped toward them, accompanied by a barrage of gunfire, crashing into the enemy's encirclement. It was Gu Ji's men. Zhang Yi instantly comprehended that reinforcements had been dispatched by Gu Lingyuan. Gunfire erupted, and the reinforcements quickly suppressed Connor's forces, allowing Zhang Yi to seize the moment and lead the remaining members in a swift retreat. The ambush from the reinforcements evidently caught Connor off guard, disrupting the enemy's formation. Move! Zhang Yi signaled vigorously, guiding his team away from the battlefield. Throughout the retreat, Zhang Yi remained engulfed in doubt. Connor's preemptive ambush, the sabotage of the explosives, and the warning from the cryptic message all pointed toward a traitor within their ranks. Upon returning to a secure area, Zhang Yi immediately convened the team to account for their numbers. Several subordinates were seriously injured, but fortunately, none had perished. However, Li Zhua was nowhere to be found. Where's Li Zhua? Zhang Yi inquired coldly, his gaze darkening. He suddenly vanished during the retreat, a subordinate reported. A foreboding sensation surged within Zhang Yi. Could it be that Li Zhua had fully allied himself with Connor? At that moment, Zhang Yi's phone vibrated once more, revealing another cryptic message. You have misplaced your trust in him. The danger persists. Zhang Yi's fingers trembled slightly, his anxiety deepening. Chapter 47. The truth begins to emerge. Zhang Yi gazed at the encrypted message, his emotions a tumultuous mix. Within mere hours, circumstances had taken a dramatic turn. Connor's conspiracy had surfaced, and the traitor lurking within their ranks seemed poised to strike. At the center of this enigma lay Li Zhua's mysterious disappearance. Zhang Yi had no time for further contemplation. He promptly contacted Gu Lingyuan to succinctly report the evening's developments. On the other end of the line, Gu Lingyuan remained as composed as ever. We'll discuss it upon your return. We require more intelligence. Though Gu Lingyuan's tone was calm, Zhang Yi discerned a deeper implication. What did returning signify? He had ceased to trust anyone, not even himself, as he grappled with the uncertainty of being a suspect. Upon arriving at headquarters, Zhang Yi brought several trusted confidants with him. As he entered, he discovered Gu Lingyuan's core team already assembled in the conference room. Gu Lingyuan stood at the table's edge, his expression stern, flanked by Lin Yu, Huang Li, and several other subordinates. Zhang Yi, what transpired during today's operation? Gu Lingyuan inquired, his voice low and laden with authority. Steeling himself, Zhang Yi recounted each detail of the operation, particularly emphasizing Li Zhua's peculiar behavior and subsequent disappearance. Huang Li's brow furrowed instantly. Li Zhua has always been responsible for financial affairs. He seldom engages in frontline operations. His insistence on participating this time, could it truly be problematic? Lin Yu scoffed. I suspected him long ago. Why would a financial advisor show such keen interest in combat details? Gu Lingyuan's gaze swept across the room, ultimately resting on Zhang Yi. The critical question now is, where has Li Zhuo gone? Is there a connection to Connor? After a brief moment of silence, Zhang Yi replied, I possess no evidence, yet tonight's signs suggest Connor was indeed forewarned of our movements. Li Zhuo's disappearance raises considerable suspicion. Gu Lingyuan nodded thoughtfully, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes. Regardless of his loyalty, we cannot remain passive. Linyu, initiate an investigation into Li Zhuo. Ascertain all his activities over the past few months. Linyu promptly accepted the command and departed. After the meeting, Zhang Yi returned to his office, the unease within him refusing to dissipate. Li Zhuo's disappearance intensified the complexity of the situation. But what troubled him most was the identity of the sender of that encrypted message. This individual seemed to possess intimate knowledge of Connor's actions and their internal affairs. Staring at his phone screen, he felt engulfed by confusion. Suddenly, the device vibrated again, startling Zhang Yi, who feared it was yet another mysterious message. This time, however, it was a call from Linyu. We have traced Li Zhuo's whereabouts. Linyu's voice conveyed an edge of anxiety. Where is he? Zhang Yi inwided hastily. He was last seen in City B, one of Connor's key strongholds. We discovered he was using a false identity to gain entry, but his precise intentions remain unclear. Zhang Yi's heart sank. City B was Connor's territory. Li Zhuo's presence there all but confirmed his collusion with Connor. I am heading there immediately, Zhang Yi declared with determination. We must personally locate him. Linyu remained silent on the other end of the phone for a moment before softly saying, It is too perilous for you to go alone. I will arrange for a few individuals to accompany you. Zhang Yi shook his head, asserting this time, I do not require many. The operation must remain clandestine, and I cannot afford further risks. Under the cloak of night in City B, Zhang Yi wasted no time and stealthily proceeded with two trusted subordinates to the heart of the city, a notorious hub for Connor's smuggling operations, rife with concealed illegal transactions and black market activities. Zhang Yi understood that every step he took required meticulous caution. In the dead of night, they quietly infiltrated a port area in City B, a secret warehouse belonging to Connor, where Li Zhuo was likely to be hiding. Are you certain he is here? Zhang Yi inquired in a hushed tone. According to our intelligence, this is the vicinity of his last known whereabouts. His subordinate replied swiftly. Zhang Yi inhaled deeply, signaling the team to advance. They navigated around the patrolling guards of the port, inching closer to an aged warehouse. Although it appeared abandoned from the outside, Zhang Yi was well aware that it concealed a significant cache of arms and contraband within. As they approached the warehouse, Zhang Yi spotted a contingent of guards on patrol. They deftly circumvented the sentinels and neared the rear entrance of the warehouse. Zhang Yi gently picked the lock and led his men inside. Inside the warehouse, darkness enveloped them, the silence unnerving. Zhang Yi gestured for his comrades to split up and search. However, as they ventured deeper into the warehouse, Zhang Yi suddenly sensed something amiss. He swiftly raised his hand, signaling the team to halt. Indeed, faint footsteps echoed from the shadows ahead. Someone was there. Zhang Yi held his breath, straining to discern the movements. Moments later, a figure emerged from the darkness. It was Li Zhuo. To Zhang Yi's astonishment, several of Connor's subordinates accompanied him, engaged in a hushed discussion, seemingly deliberating a transaction. A chill gripped Zhang Yi's heart. Li Zhuo had indeed betrayed them. In a moment of critical decision, Zhang Yi inhaled sharply, his fingers brushing against the grip of his firearm. He faced a pivotal choice, to shoot the traitor on the spot or to bide his time and track Connor's broader influence. He glanced back at his team, who were equally tense, awaiting Zhang Yi's command. At that instant, Li Zhuo abruptly looked up, as if sensing something amiss, his gaze sweeping directly toward Zhang Yi's concealed position. Zhang Yi held his breath, acutely aware that time was slipping away. Open fire, he commanded decisively. The gunfire shattered the warehouse's eerie stillness. Li Zhuo and his accomplices reacted immediately, plunging the warehouse into chaos. Zhang Yi led his team out, swiftly regaining control of the situation. Li Zhuo attempted to flee, but fell to the ground under Zhang Yi's bullets. Struggling to lift his head, a complex array of emotions flickered in his eyes. Why? Zhang Yi approached him and asked softly. Blood trickled from the corner of Lijua's mouth as he spoke weakly. I had no choice. They threatened my family. A pang of realization struck Zhang Yi. He had not anticipated the depths of Lijua's betrayal. Obscured by such dire circumstances, Connor will not relent. Your voice, Lijua, gradually faded, ultimately succumbing to silence. Zhang Yi stood rooted to the spot, his heart heavy with foreboding. He understood that although he had captured Lijua tonight, the true peril was far from over. At that moment, his phone vibrated once more. Another encrypted message. Connor has prepared the next move. Danger is still encroaching. Zhang Yi's hand trembled slightly. He realized that a greater tempest was on the horizon. Chapter 48. The approaching storm. Gu Lingyuan stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the dazzling nightscape of City A. The city's neon lights seemed to weave an enormous web, inducing a sense of vertigo. While Gu Lingyuan's thoughts at that moment were far more intricate than the city itself. The night breeze swept by outside, yet could not disperse the clouds of turmoil within him. He had received a briefing from Zhang Yi. Lijua had been shot dead, revealing an undeniable crisis lurking in the shadows. Connor's influence was encroaching from all directions, and Lijua's betrayal had uncovered further concealed intricacies. The threat to his family. Gu Lingyuan mulled over this phrase repeatedly. He felt disheartened by Lijua's treachery, yet could not overlook his own vulnerability as a father. The adversary had evidently penetrated their every weakness. Even Gu Lingyuan himself could not guarantee immunity from a similar threat. The door behind him creaked open, and Lin Yu entered silently. Lingyuan, Zhang Yi has completed the mission in City B, but we have discovered that Connor's actions are far more complex than anticipated. The latest intelligence indicates that Connor has initiated new dealings with the money laundering network in City D. Gu Lingyuan nodded, his gaze still fixed on the view outside. It is time to activate our arrangements in City D. Lin Yu, contact Yangbo and prepare everything necessary. We must ensure the blockade of Connor's financial channels. Lin Yu nodded gravely. Understood, I will arrange it immediately. After Lin Yu departed, Gu Lingyuan remained alone in the room, his thoughts swirling like the calm before storm. He understood clearly that Connor's maneuvers would not cease here. The loss of Lijua was merely the tip of the iceberg concerning their peril, and Connor's ultimate objective evidently targeted him and the very core of the Green Serpent Gang. A few hours later, Gu Lingyuan appeared in the conference room of the Green Serpent Gang's headquarters. Seated around the table were his most trusted confidants, including Zhang Yi, Lin Yu, and Huang Li. Each individual bore a grave expression, and the atmosphere in the room felt like a colossal stone pressing down on their hearts. Connor has commenced his operations. The actions in City B were merely a test. Gu Lingyuan spoke coldly. A far greater threat looms ahead. Lijua's betrayal has proven that their infiltration extends beyond the periphery. Now, we must prepare for even greater challenges. Lin Yu and I have arranged operations in City D. Zhang Yi interjected. Yangbo's team will seal off Connor's financial flow. Without funds, they cannot sustain larger-scale operations. Gu Lingyuan nodded, yet unease lingered within him. Connor was evidently not a trivial adversary. He was not only mobilizing in City D, but likely had hidden pieces across other territories as well. Is there any further intelligence? Gu Lingyuan inquired, turning his gaze towards Huang Li. Huang Li's countenance was serious as she handed Gu Lingyuan a report. According to our information, Connor has also begun engaging with a mercenary alliance in City E, intending to threaten us through force. Our weapon supply line may be at risk. Upon hearing this, Gu Lingyuan's gaze sharpened instantly. The mercenary alliance? Do they dare to intervene? Huang Li nodded gently. They do not wish for direct confrontation. Yet Connor's exorbitant offers have attracted a portion of their forces. The adversary dares not confront us directly, yet they will insidiously undermine our resources and supply lines from the periphery. Gu Lingyuan remained silent for a moment, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Since they lack the courage to challenge us outright, they shall be more easily dealt with. Wu Tao and Zhao Gang are currently fortifying defenses in City D. Instruct them to immediately reroute the weapon supply lines, circumventing City E. while simultaneously instigating a localized conflict to distract them. The threat to family after the meeting concluded, Gu Lingyuan returned to his office alone. Sitting at his desk, he meticulously reflected on the events that had transpired in recent times. Connor's relentless pursuit and Li Zhuo's betrayal had only exacerbated the situation. The words spoken by Li Zhuo before his demise echoed persistently in his mind. Family. Though Gu Lingyuan was not one to easily believe in emotional threats, he recognized that this was a fatal vulnerability for Li Zhuo. Although Gu Lingyuan himself had no close relatives, many of his subordinates had families, particularly Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's family resided in the suburbs of City A, a relatively safe haven. Zhang Yi seldom spoke of his family. Yet Gu Lingyuan was aware of the profound affection he held for them, especially for his wife and young daughter. With this in mind, Gu Lingyuan dialed Zhang Yi's number. Lingyuan? Zhang Yi's voice quickly came through the line. Connor is likely to target those close to us. You should make arrangements for your family to temporarily relocate to a safer place, Gu Lingyuan stated plainly. Zhang Yi hesitated, responding after a moment, I will be cautious. But given the urgency of the situation, I fear there may be no time to arrange. This is an order, Zhang Yi. Gu Lingyuan's tone was somber yet resolute. Do not afford the enemy any opportunities. The manner in which they threaten Li Zhuo may very well be the next approach towards you. Zhang Yi fell silent for a moment, ultimately replying in a hushed tone. I understand, Lingyuan. After hanging up the phone, Gu Lingyuan leaned back in his chair, his eyes narrowing slightly. He was not a man prone to suspicion, but the incident with Li Zhuo had undoubtedly sounded an alarm. If Connor's next target truly was Zhang Yi's family, they must prepare and deploy their defenses in advance, ensuring they were fully ready. A web of suspense, just as Gu Lingyuan was poised to clarify the subsequent strategies. The phone on his desk vibrated once more. Upon checking, he discovered it was an anonymous number. Maintaining his composure, he answered the call, and a deep, unfamiliar voice resonated on the other end. Gu Lingyuan, we possess what you desire. Gu Lingyuan's brow furrowed, his voice icy. Who are you? A light chuckle emanated from the other side. That is of little importance. What matters is that we know Connor's next plan. And you, do you wish to find out? A flicker of intrigue stirred within Gu Lingyuan, yet he remained composed. What reason do I have to trust you? There was a brief pause before a name emerged that Gu Lingyuan could not disregard. Li Zhuo's family. Gu Lingyuan's pupils constricted as he realized the other party possessed crucial intelligence. This call could potentially alter the trajectory of all his forthcoming plans. Chapter 49. The invisible threat. Gu Lingyuan hung up the phone, his brow furrowed in deep thought. The mention of Li Zhuo's family compelled him to take this enigmatic call seriously. The voice on the other end was unfamiliar, yet laced with danger. A certainty that could not be overlooked. It was evident that Connor had amassed sufficient intelligence and had quietly ensnared a vast network. Gu Lingyuan's instincts warned him that this was not merely a threat. Rather, it was a component of Connor's sinister plan. The adversary seemed to know every vulnerability of the Qingxi gang and had begun to methodically dismantle the defenses surrounding Gu Lingyuan. The transaction in shadows the following dawn. Zhang Yi arrived early at Gu Lingyuan's office. Though he maintained an exterior of composure, Gu Lingyuan discerned the underlying turmoil within him. The safety of Zhang Yi's family had become an acute source of anxiety. I have arranged for my family to be relocated, but the enemy's movements are increasingly elusive. We must ascertain Connor's specific actions without delay, Zhang Yi stated gravely. Gu Lingyuan nodded, briefly relaying the content of the previous night's call to Zhang. An anonymous call had mentioned Li Zhuo's family, seemingly possessing knowledge of Connor's plans. The identity of the caller remained unknown, but it was clear that this was a transaction. Zhang Yi frowned slightly. An anonymous call? Could it be that Connor is deliberately sowing confusion, or perhaps it might be a third-party force attempting to profit from the situation? Gu Lingyuan interjected, regardless. We must approach this with caution. The information provided could be deceptive, yet it may also hold crucial insights. Gu Lingyuan's gaze swept over Zhang Yi before he continued. Let us arrange a clandestine meeting for tonight. I need to confront this so-called informant. Should he possess valuable intelligence, we might leverage it to mount a counterattack. Zhang Yi nodded and began organizing the details of the meeting, though unease gnawed at him. Connor's relentless pursuit intensified Zhang Yi's pressure, and the safety of his family tugged at every nerve within him. He understood that any slip on his part could plunge the Qing Shi gang into an irretrievable predicament. The meeting beneath the night sky as night fell. Gu Lingyuan and Zhang Yi discreetly made their way to a secluded dock in City A. This location was far removed from the bustling city, with scarcely a soul in sight. The occasional sound of waves crashing heightened the atmosphere of tension and foreboding. "Are you certain the informant will arrive?" Zhang Yi whispered, gripping his weapon tightly, his eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. "If he truly has information to sell, he will come," Gu Lingyuan replied with a steely gaze and a calm demeanor. For him, this was a game of strategy, and the informant's appearance would dictate the ensuing plans. As they waited, a black sedan slowly approached the dock. A middle-aged man, wearing a hat, exited the vehicle, cautiously surveying the area before striding toward Gu Lingyuan. "Mr. Gu, you indeed keep your promises," the man said in a low voice, clearly anticipating Gu Lingyuan's arrival. Gu Lingyuan scrutinized the man without revealing his emotions, coldly inquiring, "Who are you? What information do you possess?" The middle-aged man paused in silence for a moment before producing a file from his coat and handing it to Gu Lingyuan. "Here lies a portion of Connor's plans, including crucial points regarding his next moves. I trust this intelligence will prove useful to you." Gu Lingyuan accepted the file, swiftly opening it to reveal a series of detailed operational plans and personnel deployment charts, even encompassing Connor's financial transactions within City D. His gaze instantly hardened. Such information could not be acquired through ordinary channels. "How did you obtain this?" Zhang Yi inquired, his tone laced with caution. The middle-aged man chuckled softly and replied in a low voice, "Mr. Gu, I am merely a businessman. This intelligence was procured through special means, and as for the source, that is not for you to know. What do you wish to gain from me?" Gu Lingyuan raised his head, locking eyes with the man. "I require your assistance in resolving a predicament. Connor has set his sights on my business, and I need the protection of your Qing Shi gang." Gu Lingyuan's eyes narrowed, and after a moment's contemplation, he nodded. "As long as the information is credible, the deal is struck." The middle-aged man, seeing this, smiled more confidently before turning to leave. Plans unfolding upon returning to headquarters, Gu Lingyuan and Zhang immediately commenced analyzing the intelligence contained within the file. Connor's operational strategy was more intricate than they had anticipated. He had not only amassed significant forces in City D, but had also mobilized underground assassins in City C. Even more astonishingly, it appeared that Connor had reached some form of agreement with arms dealers in City E, intending to launch a larger-scale offensive utilizing weapons and mercenaries. "This is evidently a siege. We must guard against Connor while also remaining vigilant against these external forces he has mobilized," Zhang Yi remarked, his brow furrowed. "His plan is exceptionally meticulous." Gu Lingyuan pondered for a moment before coldly declaring, "We can leverage this intelligence to take the initiative. Although Connor's layout is vast, it is not without its vulnerabilities. The financial flow in City D is his lifeline. Severing this chain will incapacitate his offensive." Zhang Yi nodded. "What shall be our next step?" Gu Lingyuan rose, his gaze sharp. "Lin Yu and Yang Bo are already prepared. Our objective now is to disrupt his plans before Connor makes his move. Wu Tao must also expedite his actions. The weapon supply line must be impeccably secured." He turned to Zhang Yi. "Simultaneously, we need to conduct a thorough internal investigation. Li Zhu's betrayal was merely the beginning. Connor must have embedded more spies within our ranks." Zhang Yi inhaled deeply, nodding gravely. He understood that this battle had escalated to a new level. The threat posed by Connor was imminent, and Gu Lingyuan's counterattack was equally unavoidable. Ripples beneath the surface while Gu Lingyuan was orchestrating his counteroffensive, Connor was equally relentless in his pursuits. In a clandestine underground conference room, Connor was engaged in discussions with his subordinates regarding their next strategic maneuvers. "The Qing Shi gang has begun to grow wary. We must hasten our efforts," Connor stated coldly. "Do not disrupt the financial flow in City D for the time being. I have arranged alternative channels. By the time they catch on, the forces in City C and E will be sufficient to give them a headache." As for their internal informants, Connor revealed a faint, icy smile. "I have granted them ample time. Now it is time for them to take action. Connor's subordinates nodded in agreement, and a mysterious atmosphere enveloped the entire conference room. This game of wits had reached a critical juncture, where even the slightest misstep could precipitate a complete collapse of the situation. Beneath this invisible web, the confrontation between Gu Lingyuan and Connor was gradually reaching its zenith. The next course of action would determine who would gain the upper hand in this fierce struggle. Chapter 50. The call to arms. The night was as dark as ink, with the neon lights of City A flickering distantly, intertwining the city's splendor with its hidden currents. Gu Lingyuan sat by the window, meticulously reviewing the documents in his hands, a look of profound contemplation gracing his features. His subordinates were already in motion, and tonight he resolved to partake in this counteroffensive personally. Final preparations. Linyu and Yang Bo stood silently in Gu Lingyuan's office, awaiting his command. After a moment of silence, Gu Lingyuan spoke slowly. Although Connor's plan is meticulous, he has made a critical error by underestimating our response speed. Tonight, we shall not wait for him to strike first. Linyu nodded solemnly, his expression serious. Everyone is prepared. The weapons from Wu Tao's side are also in place. We can initiate action at any moment. Gu Lingyuan's gaze sharpened. Good. Tonight we strike at City D, cutting off Connor's financial lifeline. Yang Bo, you will lead the assault on his warehouse, targeting the destruction of his resource dispatch center. Linyu, you will oversee the perimeter, ensuring the evacuation route is secure. Yang Bo slightly inclined his head. Connor's warehouse is heavily guarded, but we possess inside information that will facilitate our infiltration. However, we require a formidable elite team to accomplish this task. Gu Lingyuan nodded thoughtfully. I will have Zhang lead a team to assist you. There must be no errors tonight. Linyu swiftly picked up the communicator. I will notify everyone now to prepare for action. Gu Lingyuan rose and approached the window, gazing into the distance. This was not merely a counterstrike, but also a test. Although Connor's layout was extensive, he could not possibly anticipate Gu Lingyuan's swift retaliation. This ambush must strike true. The operation begins. The night enveloped the industrial district of City D, where the warehouses lay in silence. Yang Bo and his team stealthily infiltrated, clad in dark attire, moving with the grace of phantoms, soundless and swift. Each member of the team had undergone rigorous training, gliding through the shadows as they approached their objective. No anomalies were detected on the periphery. Lin Yu's voice crackled through the earpiece. We have secured the high ground and are ready to provide support at any moment. Yang Bo nodded and responded in a hushed tone. Remain vigilant. We will act shortly. He led his team to the warehouse's main entrance, where a few technicians swiftly advanced to breach the security system, allowing the door to open without a sound. Yang Bo signaled, and the team swiftly entered the warehouse, commencing their search for Connor's resources. Inside, the warehouse was laden with various supplies from firearms and ammunition to pharmaceuticals. Yang Bo approached a computer, quickly inserting a USB drive to download the inventory records. Time was of the essence. Actions had to be swift. Yang Bo commanded in a low voice. Just as they were nearing the completion of their task, Lin Yu's urgent voice echoed in their earpieces. Something's wrong. Numerous unidentified armed forces are approaching from the perimeter. The enemy is surrounding us. Yang Bo abruptly raised his head, his expression shifting. Retreat. Immediate withdrawal. The breakout battle with Yang Bo's command. The team members quickly gathered their equipment, preparing to exit through the back door. However, as they burst out of the warehouse, they were met with the ominous sight of countless figures emerging from the surrounding darkness. They were prepared for an ambush. Zhang Yi swiftly arrived with reinforcements, and the sound of gunfire erupted, illuminating the night sky in a blaze. The enemy advanced with fervor, evidently having anticipated the actions of the Qingxi gang. The ambush team lay in wait at various high points, their firepower encompassing every exit of the warehouse. Yang Bo quickly led his team into cover, calmly directing everyone. Remain composed. Concentrate fire to carve out a retreat route. Zhang Yi's squad engaged in direct confrontation with the ambushing foes, the gunfire resembling a torrential downpour. While countering the assault, Zhang Yi communicated through his radio to Lin Yu. We are surrounded. The enemy is numerous. Linyu promptly recalibrated their strategy. We will provide fire suppression from the high ground to buy you time. Yang Bo, take your men through the side door. Analyzing the situation with calm precision, Yang Bo discerned that although the enemy was abundant, they had not completely sealed off their escape. He decisively declared through the side door, "Follow me." The squad swiftly reformed and surged towards the side exit in pursuit of Yang Bo. Linyu's snipers had already taken their positions. Their accurate fire rapidly suppressing a portion of the enemy's firing points, granting Yang Bo and his team precious moments. After an intense exchange of fire, the squad successfully broke free from the encirclement. However, even in their triumph, the enemy relentlessly pursued, rendering the entire evacuation fraught with peril and uncertainty. The perilous returns saw Yang Bo and his team finally arriving back at headquarters. Each member bore the weight of exhaustion and tension. Gu Lingyuan stood quietly in the hall, awaiting their return. The mission was accomplished, but we encountered an ambush, Yang Bo said, wiping the sweat from his brow, his expression grave. Gu Lingyuan nodded, his gaze sharp. This indicates that every step of our operation was foreseen by Connor. He has evidently prepared thoroughly. Was there an issue with the intelligence? Zhang Yi inquired, frowning. We had planned meticulously. How could we face such a counterattack? After a brief silence, Gu Lingyuan replied softly, the intelligence was accurate, but we underestimated Connor's response time. As we acted, he continually adjusted his own strategies. Linyu stepped forward, speaking calmly. Next, we cannot proceed with mere offensives. Connor's reactions are too swift. We need to identify his true weaknesses to defeat him entirely. Gu Lingyuan's gaze deepened. You are correct. We must exercise greater caution moving forward and refrain from reckless assaults. Connor's financial chain is merely his superficial defense. He harbors deeper forces concealed in the shadows. A chill laced Gu Lingyuan's voice. Henceforth, we must alter our strategy. We will delve into intelligence to unearth Connor's trump cards while fortifying our internal defenses. Silence enveloped everyone, fully aware that the battles ahead would be increasingly arduous. Meanwhile, within Connor's underground base, he sat before the monitors, observing the footage of the Qing Shi gang's failure, a cold smile creeping upon his lips. Gu Lingyuan, you are indeed more formidable than I anticipated. But this is merely the beginning, Connor murmured to himself. Since you relish a counterattack, I shall engage you until the end. He waved his hand, and one of his subordinates stepped forward, respectfully presenting a document. This is our proposed next course of action. Connor took the document and smiled faintly. Excellent. Our next step is to deliver a devastating blow to the Green Snake Gang, allowing them to experience the taste of utter collapse. The document in his hand clearly outlined a detailed list of personnel within the Green Snake Gang, including the movements of key members such as Zhang Yi and Linyu. It was evident that Connor's plan had entered a more advanced stage. The confrontation between the Green Snake Gang and Connor was rapidly descending into an irreversible abyss. Chapter 51. The underlying deal. The headquarters of the Green Snake Gang was ablaze with light as Gu Lingyuan stood at the center of the conference room, surrounded by several core subordinates. The atmosphere was thick with tension, each person contemplating how to navigate the impending situation. Zhang Yi's gaze was rife with doubt, his fingers drumming on the table, clearly pondering the lurking threat in the shadows. He looked up at Gu Lingyuan and tentatively inquired, "We have been ambushed. Connor's intelligence seems to have been prepared well in advance. Do you think there is someone within our ranks feeding him information?" Gu Lingyuan's expression remained unchanged, yet a subtle glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. He did not respond immediately, but turned to Linyu, asking, "Linyu, have there been any abnormalities in our internal defenses recently?" Linyu furrowed his brow, rapidly perusing the reports in hand. After a moment, he looked up and replied, "I have meticulously scrutinized all sources of intelligence, and currently, there is no indication of a mole. Our communication system has consistently been encrypted, theoretically preventing any leaks." Gu Lingyuan fell silent for a moment before coldly stating, "Connor's rapid response indicates he possesses highly effective intelligence channels. We cannot afford to be complacent. I will arrange for a thorough internal investigation tonight." Zhang Yi's expression grew grave. "We must act swiftly. Connor's counterattack will not be long in coming." He now possesses too much information about us. Gu Lingyuan nodded, then shifted his gaze to the map. We have already disrupted a portion of Connor's financial network, but he still has other resources in City D. Our next step must be to sever his weapon supply, as it is his lifeline. The covert transaction, meanwhile. In a dimly lit warehouse within the black market of City D, a clandestine transaction was unfolding. Connor sat deep within the warehouse, facing a stern Middle Eastern arms dealer, Hassan. The objective of this transaction was to replenish the weaponry resources that had been compromised by the Green Snake Gang. Gu Lingyuan's methods are more ruthless than we anticipated, Connor remarked in a low tone. The previous loss caught me off guard, but this time I will not afford him another opportunity. Hassan offered a faint smile, sliding a contract across the table to Connor. These weapons will suffice to help you make a comeback, provided you can offer adequate funding. Connor glanced over the contract, replying coldly, funding is not an issue. What I require is assurance that this shipment will arrive on schedule. Hassan shrugged, a hint of disdain in his demeanor. My business has never faltered. As long as the money is in place, the goods will naturally be delivered. Remember, the Green Snake Gang is also watching the supply line. Connor smirked. Rest assured, they will not easily locate me. My plan is already underway, and soon they will be too preoccupied with their own troubles. After finalizing the deal, Connor rose, a confident smile gracing his face. He glanced at his wristwatch and murmured, soon, Gu Lingyuan will realize he has fallen into the meticulously crafted trap I have set. The hidden crisis on the other side, Gu Lingyuan had initiated a comprehensive deployment, fully aware that Connor would not be easily vanquished. The Green Snake Gang was intensifying training and tactical drills in preparation for the imminent battle. As the chief of security, Linyu led his team to fortify their defenses. He meticulously redistributed the defensive forces at each critical location, ensuring that no detail was overlooked. At that moment, Zhang Yi received an urgent phone call. His expression instantly turned grave. After hanging up, he approached Gu Lingyuan and whispered, I just received news that Connor is engaged in a large-scale transaction with an arms dealer from the Middle East, possibly preparing for an imminent counterattack. Upon hearing this, a glint of menace flickered in Gu Lingyuan's eyes. Indeed, Connor is not one to relinquish easily. We must act swiftly to intercept him and sever the supply line. Linyu approached, speaking in a deep tone. According to intelligence from our informants, the location of Hassan's transaction has been confirmed. We can launch a surprise assault during the exchange, seizing their supply of arms. Gu Lingyuan nodded calmly. Notify Wu Tao to prepare weapons and the team. We act tonight. As dusk fell, Gu Lingyuan led his elite squad stealthily toward Connor's transaction site, an abandoned factory with a convoluted terrain, ideal for clandestine dealings. Everyone remained vigilant. Gu Lingyuan issued commands through his earpiece, having already positioned his personnel to execute a sudden strike at the moment the transaction commenced. The truck slowly entered the factory, as Hassan's men began loading box after box of arms. Connor stood aside, coldly observing, completely oblivious to the impending danger. Action! Gu Lingyuan commanded sharply, and all team members launched their assault in an instant. Gunfire erupted, plunging the factory into a tense atmosphere. Connor's men quickly realized the nature of the assault and began retaliating. However, they were evidently unprepared for the sudden onslaught from the Qingxi gang, leading to chaos on site. Gu Lingyuan personally led the charge, swiftly cutting off the enemy's escape routes. After a brief but intense battle, Gu Lingyuan's team successfully secured the area, confiscating the majority of the arms. Although Connor managed to escape, his meticulously orchestrated transaction was utterly dismantled. Standing amidst the ruins of the factory, Gu Lingyuan gazed coldly into the distance, already formulating his next plan. He understood that Connor would not easily concede, and this shadow war had only just begun. Connor had fled, but the losses he incurred were substantial. Linyu approached to report. Gu Lingyuan nodded, speaking calmly. He still possesses other cards. We must further diminish his strength to force him into a corner. Zhang Yi stepped forward, determination gleaming in his eyes. Next, we need to thoroughly lock down all his financial sources. This is his last bastion. Gu Lingyuan smiled faintly. Indeed, moving forward, we will ensure that Connor loses everything. Chapter 52. Connor's counterattack, although the Qing Snake Gang's raid was a success, Gu Lingyuan understood that Connor would not be easily vanquished. This was merely the beginning. The true contest had just commenced. Connor's influence in City D was deeply entrenched, backed by formidable support. To utterly defeat him, mere sporadic assaults would prove insufficient. At the headquarters of the Qing Snake Gang, the atmosphere remained tense. Lin Yu was tasked with managing the aftermath of the operation, while Zhang Yi began to analyze Connor's potential subsequent moves. Having lost a substantial amount of weaponry, Connor was bound to retaliate. Zhang Yi perused the reports in his hands and remarked solemnly, "We must swiftly uncover the remnants of his financial network. If we can sever his funding, he will lack the means to continue the fight." Seated thoughtfully with his arms crossed, Gu Lingyuan contemplated for a moment before responding. While the financial chain is indeed vital, Connor's true foundation lies in his connections and the power behind him. We must identify his backers to completely dismantle him. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement, stating, "According to our current intelligence, it is highly likely that Connor's supporters are closely linked to the illegal financial syndicates in City D. If we can trace the flow of these funds, we may expose the puppeteers behind the scenes." Gu Lingyuan rose and approached the map, pointing to a marked location. "This is an essential stronghold for Connor in City D and our next target. Lin Yu, prepare accordingly. We need to undermine his financial support from within." Meanwhile, Connor was concealed in a secret location within City D, his expression dark and brooding. His closest confidants appeared anxious, their confidence shaken by the recent setback. Leaning back on the sofa, Connor lit a cigar and coldly declared, "Does Gu Lingyuan truly believe he can defeat me with this? He underestimates me gravely. But boss, we've lost more than half of our weapons." One of his subordinates cautiously replied, "Weapons can be replenished, but his assault on me is only just beginning." Connor waved his hand dismissively, indicating silence. "If he seeks to sever my financial lifeline, let him try. I have prepared a grand surprise for him." A dangerous glint flickered in Connor's eyes. He had clandestinely struck a secret deal with the illegal financial syndicate in City D. This agreement would not only furnish him with additional financial resources, but also entice Gu Lingyuan into his trap. "Notify our intermediary to commence operations. I intend to make Gu Lingyuan experience the taste of betrayal." Connor's voice was chilling and merciless, as if everything were under his control. Hidden threats at this moment. Zhang Yi began orchestrating his subordinates to trace Connor's financial flows within City D. Several elite investigators were diligently analyzing various financial data. Having uncovered a clandestine funding line seemingly intertwined with the underground financial network of City D. "This lead appears dubious," one investigator remarked, pointing at the screen. "The flow of funds has suddenly become remarkably active. It seems someone is deliberately sowing chaos." Zhang Yi furrowed his brow and calmly instructed, "Continue the pursuit. Uncover the source behind this. It is highly probable that this is a trap set by Connor, and we must proceed with utmost caution." However, as the investigation deepens, Zhang Yi senses an unsettling air of foreboding. Connor's reactions are too swift, suggesting he was already prepared. He begins to suspect that Connor has woven an elaborate web, waiting for them to step into it, one cautious stride at a time. In this tense atmosphere, Gu Lingyuan also recognizes the gravity of the situation. He knows Connor would not easily yield, especially in D-City, a locale rife with both opportunity and peril. The forces behind Connor are intricately entwined, and the actions of the Green Serpent Gang here are fraught with immense risk. "Lin Yu, we must exercise double caution tonight. Connor has likely caught wind of our plans. We need to prepare for contingencies." Gu Lingyuan commands with a composed demeanor. Lin Yu nods in understanding and promptly begins to deploy additional security personnel. He is acutely aware that this battle not only concerns the future of the Green Serpent Gang, but also the very lives of Gu Lingyuan and his comrades. As night deepens, the senior members of the Green Serpent Gang come to realize that this will be an extraordinarily perilous confrontation. Meanwhile, shrouded in darkness, Connor has quietly activated his counteroffensive strategy. As Gu Lingyuan and his team prepare to act, Connor has already discreetly laid out his plans. His financial network serves not only to support himself, but also to lure the Green Serpent Gang into an abyss. He aims to instill a false sense of superiority, knowing that overconfidence often leads to mistakes. A chilling smile crosses Connor's face as he meticulously crafts a deceptive financial trail, intentionally leading the gang's investigators to follow. Meanwhile, the actual funds have already been surreptitiously relocated to a secure location. Connor's strategy hinges on exploiting Gu Lingyuan's caution, allowing him to let his guard down before launching a decisive counterattack. Once they step into this quagmire, there will be no escape. Confidence radiates from Connor's gaze. At this juncture, Gu Lingyuan remains oblivious to Connor's true intentions. He guides his team carefully toward the target location, everything seemingly progressing smoothly. Lin Yu has completed the surveillance of the surrounding environment, ensuring a safe retreat route. Zhang Yi, prepare to initiate the operation, Gu Lingyuan whispers through the earpiece. However, at that moment, Zhang Yi suddenly detects some anomalous signals. The financial trail they have been tracking has inexplicably vanished. Simultaneously, the air around them thickens with an ominous tension. Wait, there's a problem, Zhang Yi exclaims, his eyes widening with alarm. Gu Lingyuan instantly senses something amiss and swiftly decides. All personnel, retreat. This is a trap. Yet, just as they prepare to withdraw, a violent explosion erupts in the distance, engulfing the entire area in flames. Connor had long since laid his deadly ambush, waiting for Gu Lingyuan to unwittingly step into his snare. Chapter 53. Perilous encounters. Flames soared into the sky, and the deafening roar of explosions engulfed the entire block in chaos. Gu Lingyuan and his team found their retreat abruptly disrupted by the unexpected blasts. Thick smoke and debris filled the air as surrounding buildings began to collapse, heralding further danger. Gu Lingyuan nimbly rolled behind a nearby cover, his expression darkening. It was indeed a trap. Lin Yu followed closely, his eyes flashing with a blend of calmness and lethal intent. Connor had premeditated this. He clearly aimed to eliminate us. Zhang Yi quickly retrieved his communication device, attempting to contact the other team members. Everyone, pay attention. Disperse immediately and retreat without engaging the enemy. Find the nearest safe exit. Distant replies echoed through the comms. But many had already succumbed to the chaos of the explosions and temporarily lost contact. Zhang Yi furrowed his brow. The communication was unstable. It seemed Connor had not only prepared the explosions, but also interfered with our signals. Gu Lingyuan surveyed his surroundings, sensing that the threat extended beyond the explosions. Shadowy figures of hidden enemies began to emerge from the corners of the street. This was not merely a simple ambush, but a meticulously orchestrated trap. Lin Yu, prepare for battle. We must not only escape, but also make Connor aware that we are not so easily outmaneuvered. Gu Lingyuan's gaze sharpened as he swiftly made the decision to fight. Breaking through the dilemma, as the enemies closed in, Gu Lingyuan's keen perception caught their movements. Lin Yu remained composed, ready to engage at a moment's notice. Suddenly, a fully armed squad of adversaries charged from the end of the street, their firepower fierce and unrelenting. Their target was evidently Gu Lingyuan, attempting to ensnare him within this inferno. Charge! Gu Lingyuan commanded without hesitation, his weapon accurately spraying bullets that felled several foes in an instant. Lin Yu followed suit, employing his special forces skills to dispatch the enemies one by one. The two fought in perfect harmony, as if they had survived countless life-or-death battles together. Bullets whistled around them, yet their actions remained unimpeded. Under the onslaught, the enemies began to retreat. Zhang Yi took charge of covering the team's escape, directing his subordinates while using his weapon to block the enemy's advance. Despite the communication disruptions, he relied on his experience to determine a safe retreat route. We must leave this area swiftly. The enemy likely has backup, Zhang Yi murmured into his earpiece. Connor's backup. Meanwhile, Connor stood atop a distant high-rise, coldly observing the unfolding chaos. His plan was progressing flawlessly. Gu Lingyuan had fallen into his trap, just as he had anticipated. Let them struggle a while longer, one of Connor's loyal subordinates whispered, noting that their team had been dispersed. It was merely a matter of time. Connor nodded slightly. Indeed, but I am more intrigued to see how Gu Lingyuan will extricate himself from this predicament. We underestimated his strength, yet this game is far from over. At that moment, Connor's phone rang. Upon answering, a stranger's voice echoed from the other end. Connor, we have completed the arrangements you requested. Now it is your turn to fulfill your promise. A fleeting shadow of complex emotions crossed Connor's face as he offered a faint smile. Rest assured, what you desire will soon be delivered. After hanging up, Connor's smile gradually morphed into a cold smirk. They believe they can prevail, but only I can dictate the terms of this game. Unexpected assistance during the retreat. Gu Lingyuan's team had engaged in several fierce skirmishes with the enemy. Though they had successfully suppressed the majority of their adversaries, they found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament. Suddenly, a distant rumble echoed, and a black armored vehicle burst onto the street, its mounted machine guns unleashing a torrent of fire upon the enemy. Caught off guard, the foes were thrown into disarray by this sudden onslaught. Who has come to our aid? Linyu pondered, casting a curious glance at the armored vehicle. Zhang Yi quickly recognized it as an elite squad from the Qingxi gang. They had evidently received an urgent command to provide assistance. It seems we are not fighting this battle alone. The armored vehicle pulled up beside Gu Lingyuan, and the door swung open. A fully armed soldier leaped out. It was Xiaobai, another trusted confidant stationed in D-City by Gu Lingyuan. Brother Ling, get in quickly. We'll handle things here. Li Zhuo calmly directed his team to cover Gu Lingyuan's retreat. Without hesitation, Gu Lingyuan swiftly boarded the vehicle with Lin Yu and Zhang Yi. The armored vehicle sped away from the battlefield, temporarily escaping the enemy's encirclement. Inside the vehicle, as Xiaobai drove, he provided a concise report. Brother Ling, the situation in D-City is more intricate than we anticipated. Connor's backup plan extends beyond this ambush. He is secretly orchestrating even larger maneuvers. Gu Lingyuan's brow furrowed slightly. It appears we have underestimated him. However, we have a crucial lead. Li Zhuo retrieved a document from a folder within the vehicle. We found this at one of Connor's strongholds. His financial flows are deeply concealed, but I have begun tracking them. If we can identify his backers, we can completely sever his roots. Gu Lingyuan took the document, glanced through it, and nodded in agreement. Excellent. Next, we need to stabilize the situation and then thoroughly unearth Connor's support network. The hook of suspense, just as Gu Lingyuan's team temporarily evaded danger. Connor commenced his next course of action. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes, indicating he had no intention of relinquishing this game. Gu Lingyuan, you may have escaped this ambush, but you will not evade the next, Connor murmured softly. Meanwhile, in another clandestine stronghold within D-City, a mysterious man clad in black stealthily approached Connor. His arrival signified that this struggle was on the brink of entering a far more perilous phase. Chapter 54. Connor's scheme. Connor stood in the dimly lit room, surrounded by electronic devices that emitted a faint hum. He gazed at a city map affixed to the wall, densely marked with red dots, each representing meticulously laid traps and surveillance points. His fingers glided over these annotations, a cold smirk flickering in his eyes. Gu Lingyuan, you may temporarily evade capture, but this game has reached its final stages. At that moment, the door creaked open, and a tall man stepped inside, his expression composed. Boss, the arrangements in City D have been completed. Our financial flow is operating smoothly, and all of Gu Lingyuan's actions are under our control. Connor nodded slightly, tilting his head. Excellent. Were his next moves? Could he pose any threat to us? The man smiled confidently. According to our intelligence, Gu Lingyuan is currently preoccupied with recovering from the recent assault. His team has scattered, and our surveillance network is more than adequate to track his every move. Connor scoffed. So he is merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. I have long suspected that his strength is but a facade. It is time to deliver the final blow. The man nodded in agreement. I have instructed my subordinates to intensify their watch over him. The moment he makes a move, we will respond immediately and crush him completely. Connor's gaze turned icy, his tone devoid of emotion. Very well, but do not underestimate him. Gu Lingyuan is no ordinary adversary. He has a knack for turning the tide in dire situations. This time, we must ensure absolute certainty. The man saluted and swiftly exited the room. Gu Lingyuan's counterattack plan. Meanwhile, in a clandestine safe house, Gu Lingyuan was engaged in a close discussion with his core team regarding the next course of action. Lin Yu, Zhang Yi, and Li Zhuo were gathered around a map, their expressions grave. Connor's ambush has failed, but he undoubtedly has contingencies, Gu Lingyuan stated solemnly, his gaze traversing the map. We must take the initiative before he strikes again. Zhang Yi produced some documents, handing them to Gu Lingyuan. We have identified Connor's funding sources. Although he has concealed them well, we have traced one of his key financial hubs. If we can sever his financial flow, his operational capacity will be significantly diminished. Linyu nodded in agreement, adding, moreover, Connor's primary combat strength relies on these funds. His mercenaries and arms dealings are all conducted through this channel. Gu Lingyuan contemplated the documents, a cold smile suddenly emerging. Connor's ambition is rather grand. He not only seeks to eliminate me, but also aims to seize control of the black market in City D. It seems we must not only retaliate, but also deliver a decisive blow. Xiaobai paused for a moment before speaking cautiously. However, Connor will undoubtedly not allow us to succeed easily. He has certainly established formidable defenses. Our operation must be particularly cautious this time. Indeed, Gu Lingyuan affirmed with a nod. Thus, we cannot rely solely on a forceful assault. We must devise a strategy to dismantle his financial system before he can react. The high-stakes game, just as Gu Lingyuan and his team were poised to take action, the upper echelons of D-City were also conspiring about their next move against Connor. In a lavish conference room, several key figures of D-City were engaged in discussions on how to confront the ongoing struggle among underground forces. At the center of the conference table sat Han Sun, the most powerful financial magnate in D-City. Connor's ambitions had become increasingly apparent. He was not merely manipulating the underground market, but was also attempting to infiltrate the entire financial system of D-City. Han Sen's voice resonated with a deep authority, exuding an undeniable aura of intimidation. If left unchecked, Connor could pose a significant threat to our interests. Opposite him sat another influential figure in D-City, Director Li, who oversaw law enforcement. He nodded in acknowledgement. We have already taken note of Connor's movements. While he has not yet directly threatened us, his rapid expansion of power is alarming. If we continue to allow this, the situation could spiral out of control. A glint of cold resolve flickered in Han Sen's eyes. Therefore, we must unite to utterly dismantle Connor's network of influence. Director Li smiled faintly. I have already arranged for personnel to be on standby at a moment's notice. However, I wish to ensure that we do not attract undue attention with our actions. Han Sen scoffed. Rest assured, I have made all necessary arrangements. Once we act, Connor will swiftly become a relic of the past. The hook of suspense, however, Connor was not one to be easily vanquished. In the shadows, he had sensed the upper echelon's wariness and had quietly positioned new pieces on the board. As night fell, he stood alone on the balcony of a towering edifice, gazing out at the illuminated skyline of D-City. A cold smile crept across his lips, as if everything was well within his grasp. Gu Lingyuan, the higher-ups, even the entirety of D-City. Do you believe you can band together against me? I have long seen through your intentions, he murmured to himself. This game has only just begun. Meanwhile, at a clandestine stronghold in D-City, a mysterious man clad in black was receiving a confidential document. This document would unveil Connor's long-hidden trump card, and Gu Lingyuan was unwittingly stepping deeper into the meticulously laid traps set by Connor. Chapter 55. The lethal trap. Gu Lingyuan stood within the confines of an abandoned factory in City D, the air thick with the scent of decay. Before him, a city map adorned the wall, marked with an intricate array of symbols indicating the distribution of Connor's influence. Although the counteroffensive plan had been meticulously devised, a lingering unease gnawed at him. Zhang Yi, what is the status? Gu Lingyuan inquired softly, his gaze steady yet imbued with an air of authority. Zhang Yi, holding a tablet, reported the latest intelligence. We have managed to trace a portion of Connor's financial flows, but he is adept at concealing his movements. The adversary is constantly shifting his financial channels to obfuscate our tracking efforts. We can only intervene during his next large-scale transfer. Gu Lingyuan narrowed his eyes, contemplating. Connor's meticulousness indicates he has become aware of something. It seems we must accelerate our pace. At that moment, Lin Yu approached from the other side, his eyes sharp with vigilance. Boss, our men have just detected suspicious activities near one of Connor's strongholds. It appears there are new mercenaries arriving, and they are numerous. Gu Lingyuan nodded gravely. Connor is evidently preparing for a significant operation. We must take the initiative to disrupt his plans. As Gu Lingyuan and his core team focused on strategizing, Xiaobai suddenly received an urgent phone call. After concluding the conversation, he approached Gu Lingyuan, his expression somber, and whispered, "We have encountered problem. The technicians tracking Connor's financial flows have just gone dark." Gu Lingyuan's brow furrowed slightly. Missing? Could it be that Connor has discovered our movements? There is a possibility, Xiaobai replied calmly, though a hint of unease tinged his voice. I have dispatched personnel to investigate, but the situation does not bode well. Gu Lingyuan understood that Connor would not remain idle. After a moment of contemplation, he made a decisive choice. Zhang Yi, mobilize additional personnel to enhance surveillance on Connor's financial channels. Linyu, take an elite team to covertly scout Connor's mercenary movements. If an opportunity arises, we must disrupt his rhythm in advance. Linyu nodded, resolutely arming himself. Understood. I will act immediately. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi continued coordinating the intelligence efforts, ensuring that Gu Lingyuan's strategy could be executed seamlessly. Connor's secret meeting simultaneously in the basement of an upscale building in City D. Connor convened a clandestine meeting with a select group of his trusted subordinates. The room was dimly lit, the atmosphere thick with tension and the scent of conspiracy. Gu Lingyuan's team is already monitoring us, Connor remarked coldly, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. However, they remain oblivious to the fact that everything they perceive is precisely what I wish for them to see. One subordinate, seated nearby, wore a look of confusion. Boss, do you mean? Connor sighed lightly, a hint of amusement in his tone. Every action they undertake is under my control. Gu Lingyuan believes he can retaliate. But in truth, he has already stepped into my trap. He pointed to a map on the table, which marked several critical strongholds of Gu Lingyuan's team. By the time they commenced their operation, our encirclement would already be in place. At that juncture, Gu Lingyuan would have no escape. A mercenary leader nodded, coldly assuring, "Rest assured, boss. We are fully prepared and can launch a full-scale assault on Gu Lingyuan at any moment." Connor revealed a faint, cruel smile, his eyes glinting with malice. "I've granted Gu Lingyuan ample time. Now, it is time to conclude this game." As night fell, Gu Lingyuan resolved to personally lead a team of elite operatives in an attempt to breach Connor's encirclement. Utilizing the latest intelligence, they pinpointed a significant stronghold belonging to Connor, which likely served as the nexus for his financial transfers. With a low, commanding directive, Gu Lingyuan's team swiftly advanced toward their objective. Linyu and Zhang Yi led several smaller squads dispersed around the periphery, forming a network of support and reconnaissance to ensure the mission's success. The abandoned factory stood in eerie silence, as if the entire city had succumbed to slumber. Yet Gu Lingyuan was acutely aware that beneath this tranquility lay a perilous threat. "Everyone, stay alert," he cautioned, his weapon poised for immediate discharge. At that moment, the reconnaissance team ahead transmitted an urgent message. "Boss, we have located the entrance to the target stronghold, but it appears to be equipped with a concealed security system." Gu Lingyuan furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss. Everyone assumed defensive positions and prepared to assault. The team swiftly dispersed, maintaining heightened vigilance as they cautiously approached the stronghold. However, just as they neared their target, a violent explosion erupted. Boom! A colossal fireball instantly consumed everything around. The ground trembled, and the air was thick with acrid smoke and debris. Gu Lingyuan and his team were compelled to evade the shockwave of the explosion, the scene descending into chaos. "Quick! Retreat!" Gu Lingyuan bellowed. Yet he understood within that they had fallen into a meticulously crafted trap laid by Connor. In the aftermath of the explosion, a barrage of gunfire assailed them from all directions. Connor's mercenaries had long been lying in wait, poised for Gu Lingyuan's arrival. The relentless hail of bullets rained down, plunging Gu Lingyuan's team into an unprecedented peril. Gu Lingyuan swiftly sought cover, retaliating with his firearm. Damn it, Connor anticipated this. In the distance, Linyu whispered through the communicator, "Boss, we are surrounded. Connor's men are everywhere." Gu Lingyuan inhaled deeply, realizing the grim nature of their predicament. He rapidly assessed the situation, recognizing the necessity to find an escape route. Otherwise, they would be left with no options. At that moment, Zhang Yi's voice crackled through the earpiece. "Boss, I have identified a potential escape route, but we must act swiftly. Otherwise, Connor's men will soon block us." Without hesitation, Gu Lingyuan commanded, "Move immediately." Everyone follow Zhang Yi. The team hastily retreated in the direction indicated by Zhang Yi. Yet Connor's firepower was intensely concentrated, with every step fraught with peril. As the team gradually withdrew, Gu Lingyuan sensed that Connor's actions appeared to be meticulously orchestrated. Not only did he intend to annihilate Gu Lingyuan's squad, but he was also poised for his next strategic move. In a distant control room, Connor observed the battle unfolding on the screen, a faint cold smile gracing his lips. "Gu Lingyuan, I have afforded you ample time, yet now your path has reached its conclusion." He gently pressed a button, revealing a new blueprint on the screen, a larger, more lethal trap, lying in wait for Gu Lingyuan's subsequent maneuver. Chapter 56. Survival Amidst Peril in the Cloak of Night. Gu Lingyuan's team was retreating at the swiftest pace imaginable, acutely aware that even a moment's delay could prove fatal. The cacophony of gunfire and explosions reverberated through the air, plunging everything around them into a maelstrom of chaos and slaughter. "Zhang Yi, is the route confirmed?" Gu Lingyuan inquired through his earpiece, providing cover for the retreat. Zhang Yi's voice, though urgent, remained composed. "The route is confirmed. A narrow alley ahead leads to an abandoned subway station. We must traverse it swiftly. Linyu, take charge of the flank and ensure the team is not encircled." Gu Lingyuan commanded decisively. He understood that Connor's forces could potentially block their escape from any direction, and their only glimmer of hope lay in the path Zhang Yi had outlined. Linyu complied, promptly directing a squad to occupy advantageous positions and suppress Connor's mercenaries with gunfire. Despite bullets raining down like a tempest upon their cover, Linyu's combat experience helped them maintain a temporary foothold. "Boss, we must accelerate. Connor's reinforcements are arriving in droves," Zhang Yi warned through the comms. Gu Lingyuan, fully aware of their precarious timing, led the remaining team toward the alley indicated by Zhang Yi. Yet, just as they were about to enter the passage, blinding lights flared from both sides, and several heavily armed mercenaries surged from the shadows, attempting to seal off their escape. "Damn it," Linyu muttered under his breath, quickly responding by directing his men to counterattack. The alley erupted in a blaze of gunfire as both sides engaged in a fierce shootout. Gu Lingyuan maintained his composure, directing the retreat while firing his weapon, ensuring the team's orderly withdrawal. Bullets whizzed through the air, and each gunshot marked a potential divide between life and death. "Quick support!" Gu Lingyuan shouted, signaling Zhang Yi to push forward. Zhang Yi immediately rallied a nearby squad to flank Connor's mercenaries. He understood clearly that if the alley were sealed, their chances of survival would vanish entirely. The gunfire intensified, yet Gu Lingyuan's team, leveraging their exceptional combat skills, gradually pushed back Connor's encirclement. "Boss, we've broken through." Linyu's voice brimmed with excitement. "We can advance." Gu Lingyuan nodded, a glint of sharp determination in his gaze. "Everyone, withdraw immediately. Hurry." They swiftly navigated through the alley, following the path laid out by Zhang Yi, and entered an abandoned subway station. This place had languished in neglect for years, surrounded by decaying infrastructure and layers of dust. Yet for them at this moment, it was a temporary sanctuary. In this brief respite, once inside the subway station, Zhang Yi quickly assessed the surroundings for safety, ensuring no one from Connor's team had trailed them. Linyu arranged for several team members to establish rudimentary defenses at the entrance, preparing for any potential pursuit. Gu Lingyuan surveyed the area, relieved to find that their losses were minimal. Approaching Zhang Yi, he whispered, "We are safe for now, but Connor will not let us off easily." Zhang Yi nodded gravely, his expression solemn. "Connor's numbers far exceed our estimates, and their equipment is more advanced than we had anticipated. It appears he has long been prepared to eradicate us entirely." Linyu, while polishing his weapon, interjected, "Gu Lingyuan, The mercenaries under Connor's command are highly trained soldiers, unlike ordinary gang members. To escape unscathed from their grasp, we require a more meticulous plan. A flicker of determination crossed Gu Lingyuan's eyes. We have no retreat left. Connor has forced us into this corner, and we can only retaliate. At that moment, Lijua hurriedly approached from a distance, his tablet displaying a recent message. We have just received intelligence that Connor's core team is mobilizing, preparing to launch a final assault against us. They have deployed additional mercenaries and equipment, and an all-out attack is expected within the hour. It seems our time is limited. Gu Lingyuan stated solemnly, then turned to address everyone. Prepare yourselves immediately. Linyu, set up the defenses. Zhang Yi, continue monitoring the enemy's movements. If they initiate an attack, we must respond at the earliest opportunity. The team sprang into action, fortifying their positions within the subway station. Each member understood that this would be a fight for their lives. There was no retreat, only confrontation. At this moment, in another command center in City D, Connor coldly observed the real-time battlefield footage. His arms advisor was reporting, "Our forces have encircled the subway station. Gu Lingyuan has nowhere to escape this time." Connor's gaze darkened, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. Gu Lingyuan has always believed he could control the situation, but this time, I shall make him comprehend who the true hunter is. The arms advisor nodded. Our heavy equipment is in position, ready for a full-scale assault at any moment. Connor lightly nodded. Excellent. Once they are exhausted, we shall launch our final attack. I want Gu Lingyuan to understand that resisting me leads to a dead end. Inside the subway station, Gu Lingyuan remained intensely focused on the deployment, aware that Connor would not afford them much time. The battle was imminent, and every decision was a matter of life and death. Just as everyone was preparing with all their might, Zhang Yi's communicator suddenly emitted a sharp alarm. He quickly answered, receiving shocking intelligence. Boss, something's amiss. There are unusual movements at Connor's core stronghold. They seem to be mobilizing a batch of unknown heavy equipment, and our men have discovered. Connor appears to be orchestrating a larger operation. Gu Lingyuan furrowed his brow. A larger operation? What is his objective? Zhang Yi's voice carried evident skepticism. I cannot confirm at this time, but based on the clues we have, this battle may merely be a part of Connor's broader scheme. His true aim may far exceed our expectations. Gu Lingyuan pondered for a moment, realizing that Connor's conspiracy was far more intricate and perilous than he had anticipated. He turned to Lin Yu and Zhang Yi, saying, we may have fallen into a far greater trap. Connor's plan is not solely to annihilate us. He might be plotting something much larger. Zhang Yi's expression grew tense. What shall we do next? Gu Lingyuan's gaze was resolute as he replied in a low voice. Immediately notify everyone to remain vigilant. We cannot allow Connor's scheme to succeed. Regardless of his ultimate objective, we must endure through this night. At that moment, a deep rumble echoed from outside the subway station. Connor's armory had finally launched a full-scale assault. The battle was on the verge of erupting once more. Chapter 57. The counterattack in desperation, the thunderous roar grew increasingly closer, resembling the heavy footsteps of a colossal beast shattering the tranquility of the night. Connor's heavy equipment was nearing the subway station, the faint sound of tracks grinding against the ground heralding an imminent tempest of assault. Gu Lingyuan stood at the entrance of the subway station, his gaze as sharp as an eagle's, surveying his comrades. He understood that this would be their last stand. Connor would afford them no respite. In this brutal battle, any moment of laxity could spell disaster for the entire unit. Lin Yu, Zhang Yi, is everyone prepared? Gu Lingyuan inquired quietly, his voice calm and composed. Lin Yu nodded and gazed into the encompassing darkness. Our fortifications are complete. Though rudimentary, they should suffice for a time. The team is in position, awaiting your command. Zhang Yi remained fixated on his equipment, swiftly analyzing the enemy's movements. Connor's forces are beginning to encircle us, with heavy equipment leading the charge, followed by infantry support. We must obliterate their assault units in the shortest time possible, or we will be overwhelmed. Gu Lingyuan inhaled deeply and spoke gravely. Regardless of Connor's ultimate strategy, our primary objective now is survival. Everyone, follow my lead. Prioritize striking their assault vehicles to weaken their frontal firepower. Once their infantry approaches, we will counterattack. As Gu Lingyuan's orders resonated, everyone held their breath, entering a state of combat readiness. They aimed their weapons at the indistinct silhouettes of the enemy lurking in the darkness, each of them acutely aware that this battle would determine their fates. Connor's assault with a low command. Connor's heavy assault vehicles initiated their offensive. Several armored vehicles surged forward like a torrent of steel, accompanied by a deafening roar. The mounted machine guns and cannons unleashed a furious barrage, illuminating the night sky as the fortifications trembled under the onslaught. Suppress their fire. Do not let them approach. Gu Lingyuan bellowed, swiftly aiming his assault rifle at the nearest armored vehicle and decisively pulling the trigger. Bullets rained down upon the armored beast, though they could not penetrate its formidable armor. They effectively hampered its advance. Quick, the rocket launcher. Zhang Yi had already deployed a rocket operator, who targeted the enemy's assault vehicle with precision. The operator locked onto the target, and with a thunderous explosion, the rocket struck the armored vehicle's flank. The deafening blast engulfed the steel monstrosity, shattering it into fragments. Excellent, Lin Yu exclaimed, observing the burning wreckage from afar, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. He recognized that this strike was merely the beginning. The true test lay ahead. Connor's mercenaries responded swiftly, adjusting their assault formation as the infantry advanced under the cover of the armored vehicles. A barrage of gunfire enveloped the subway station's entrance, bullets raining down like a torrential storm, striking the fortifications and sending countless sparks flying. Lower your profiles. Maintain fire. Gu Lingyuan shouted, instructing his team not to charge recklessly. He was acutely aware that these mercenaries were highly trained, and that a moment's negligence in the face of the enemy's fierce firepower could result in dire consequences. The opportunity for reversal became apparent as the battle progressed. Gu Lingyuan keenly observed that Connor's assault was somewhat hasty. Although their firepower was formidable, their formation lacked cohesion, presenting him with a chance to counterattack. Lin Yu, take a team and flank them from the side, launching a surprise attack on their infantry formation. Zhang Yi, you are responsible for suppressive fire from the front to draw their attention. Gu Lingyuan commanded decisively. Without hesitation, Lin Yu led several elite team members to stealthily exit through the side door of the subway station, utilizing the terrain for cover as they swiftly maneuvered towards Connor's infantry flank. They moved like phantoms through the darkness, silently approaching the enemy's position. Targets locked. Prepare for the attack, Lin Yu whispered to his team. Several members swiftly set up machine guns and rocket launchers, aiming at the unsuspecting enemy's flank. Fire! At Lin Yu's command, gunfire erupted suddenly, throwing the enemy's flank into chaos. Lin Yu's team capitalized on the advantageous terrain, accurately dismantling the enemy's fire points and disrupting their offensive rhythm. The mercenaries under Connor were caught off guard, their formation collapsing in an instant. As the suppressive fire from the front diminished abruptly, Zhang Yi seized the moment and swiftly mobilized his team for a fierce counteroffensive. Continue the suppression. Do not allow them a moment's respite, Gu Lingyuan commanded while personally engaging in the fray. He understood that the battle had reached a critical juncture, where even the slightest misstep could lead to catastrophic failure. Connor's fury in the distance. Connor stood in the command vehicle, coldly observing the battlefield as the situation spiraled out of control. His expression remained stoic, yet his eyes betrayed a flicker of anger. They're still able to counterattack? Connor's voice was low, laced with suppressed rage. The arms advisor nervously reported, Gu Lingyuan's team has gained the upper hand in terms of terrain, and their retaliatory fire is remarkably precise. We have already lost 2 armored vehicles, and the advance of our infantry has been severely impeded. Connor's demeanor darkened further. He realized that Gu Lingyuan was by no means an ordinary opponent. This battle was proving to be far more arduous than he had anticipated. Continue the advance. We must obliterate them, Connor commanded coldly. Simultaneously, doubts began to creep into his mind. Did Gu Lingyuan's counterattack indicate that he had underestimated his adversary's capabilities? Was there an even greater peril lurking behind this conflict? The moment of ambush, just as Connor adjusted his tactics and prepared to launch another full-scale assault. Gu Lingyuan's team had already seized the initiative. Lin Yu's flank attack provided them with a vital opportunity to regroup, while Zhang Yi's precise strikes effectively suppressed the enemy's firepower. Lin Yu pressed forward and cut off their escape routes. Gu Lingyuan seized this moment, swiftly commanding Lin Yu to execute further strikes. He understood that only by thoroughly disrupting Connor's formation could they successfully break free. Lin Yu led his team onward, steadily dismantling the enemy's defenses. The tenacious firepower suppression and nimble tactics gradually plunged Connor's mercenaries into chaos, shifting the battlefield dynamics in favor of Gu Lingyuan. Just as Gu Lingyuan's forces were on the verge of encircling their enemy, Zhang Yi suddenly received an urgent intelligence report. "Boss, trouble's brewing. We intercepted an encrypted communication. Connor's men are contacting a reinforcement unit that will arrive shortly." Gu Lingyuan's expression turned grave. "Reinforcements? What unit?" Zhang Yi's voice was laced with tension. "We haven't fully decrypted it yet, but it is confirmed that this unit wields firepower superior to what we have encountered so far. If they arrive, the situation will be completely reversed." After a moment of contemplation, Gu Lingyuan made a swift decision. "Everyone, accelerate the offensive immediately. We must utterly annihilate Connor's forces before the reinforcements arrive." The urgency of the battle surged instantaneously as Gu Lingyuan's team launched a final, ferocious assault like a fierce tiger. However, the distant rumble that faintly echoed signaled that an even greater crisis was imminent. Connor's reinforcements were approaching the battlefield. Chapter 58. Danger lurks everywhere amidst the battlefield shrouded in smoke. Gu Lingyuan's squad exerted every ounce of effort to corner Connor's mercenaries into a dire predicament. Lin Yu and Zhang Yi launched an assault from the flanks and the front, their onslaught fierce enough to cause the enemy's formation to crumble. However, the intelligence relayed by Zhang Yi struck like a chilling alarm, shattering the hope of imminent victory. Connor's reinforcements were rapidly approaching, and time was of the essence. The firepower of the reinforcements was formidable. Swift action was imperative. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Lingyuan issued a cold directive. "We cannot allow them to fully consolidate. Lin Yu, lead your team to intensify our firepower and suppress Connor's main force. Zhang Yi, you will oversee communications, remaining vigilant to the position of the reinforcements. The moment they draw near, we must devise a way to sever their connections." "Understood." Lin Yu and Zhang Yi replied in unison. Gu Lingyuan was acutely aware that the crux of victory now transcended the current skirmish. It hinged on dismantling Connor's main force before the reinforcements arrived. This was a race against time, and they teetered on the precipice. Connor's reinforcements a few kilometers away. Connor's reinforcements advanced at full throttle. Several armored vehicles pierced through the veil of night, followed closely by a fully armed assault unit. They were well-equipped and impeccably disciplined, advancing towards the battlefield with an oppressive force. The commanding officer, with a piercing gaze and a firm grip on the communicator, declared, "Our objective is to support Connor and annihilate all opposing defenses. Move swiftly and leave no survivors. Acknowledged, we are advancing at full speed." The mechanized units responded as the armored vehicles accelerated towards the subway station where Gu Lingyuan was stationed. Connor's reinforcements undoubtedly loomed like a sword of Damocles over Gu Lingyuan. Gu Lingyuan's resolve, standing at the heart of the battlefield, the cacophony of explosions and gunfire seemed to fade into oblivion for Gu Lingyuan. His gaze was calm, yet brimming with lethal intent. As a leader, he understood that this battle was not merely a struggle for survival, but a fight to uphold his power and dignity. After a moment of calm deliberation, he abruptly waved his hand. "Lin Yu, infiltrate the enemy's rear and sow chaos. If we can disrupt their communication devices and command chain, we may yet have a glimmer of hope." Lin Yu nodded, swiftly vanishing into the darkness with a select group of elite team members. They moved like phantoms in the night, silently advancing towards the enemy's rear. Each step represented a lethal threat. "Zhang Yi, keep a keen watch on Connor's movements. He cannot remain oblivious to our counteroffensive. Create obstacles as necessary to delay their advance." Gu Lingyuan commanded. Zhang Yi glanced at his monitoring device, his expression grave. "Boss, Connor's main force is indeed wavering, but they appear to be making final adjustments. If we cannot swiftly break their formation, We will be overwhelmed once the reinforcements arrive. Gu Lingyuan nodded, recognizing the urgency of the situation. Yet he remained composed. We cannot stall for long, but as long as we can prevent Connor from merging with the reinforcements, there remains a chance. Lin Yu's assault. Lin Yu led his team with agility, leveraging the complex terrain to swiftly approach the enemy's rear. They discovered a temporary communications base, which was pivotal for the enemy's liaison with external support. Upon locating the communication equipment, they prepared to detonate it. Lin Yu, composed, issued commands. Several team members swiftly set up explosives, carefully placing the timed detonator on the device. Just as everything was ready, a squad of patrolling mercenaries suddenly approached from a distance. Lin Yu's gaze sharpened, and he gestured. All team members immediately concealed themselves in the shadows, holding their breath as the enemy drew near. The footsteps grew closer, the patrol merely a few meters away. In that fleeting moment, Lin Yu decisively struck, slashing the patrolman's throat with silent lethality, dragging him into the darkness. The other team members quickly followed suit, silently neutralizing the patrol team. Continue the mission, retreat swiftly, Lin Yu commanded in a hushed tone, and they promptly vacated the scene. The detonation timer was set, and within minutes, the enemy's communications base would be reduced to ruins. In a simultaneous struggle, Gu Lingyuan's team was fiercely engaged on the battlefield. Their firepower was precise and ferocious, the relentless counterattacks forcing Connor's main forces into a defensive position. Despite Connor's desperate attempts to rally his troops, they were steadily retreating under Gu Lingyuan's formidable onslaught. Gu Lingyuan observed the distant flames with a calm demeanor. Suddenly, Zhang Yi's voice crackled through his earpiece. "Boss, the external communications have been severed." "Good. Recall Lin Yu's team. We will seize this opportunity to launch a full-scale counterattack, leaving them no respite." Gu Lingyuan's voice resonated with an invisible authority, as if victory was already within grasp. With Gu Lingyuan's command, all team members swiftly mobilized, intensifying their firepower. Connor's forces, deprived of leadership, descended into chaos, while Gu Lingyuan's counteroffensive surged like a tempest upon the enemy, thoroughly disrupting their assault rhythm. "Gu Lingyuan, we have no retreat left." Connor finally grasped the deteriorating situation, his expression darkening. He hastily directed the remaining troops to withdraw, but Gu Lingyuan had anticipated his move, having already laid an elaborate trap, sealing all escape routes. As Gu Lingyuan's team was on the verge of completing their full-scale counterattack, a team member suddenly reported, "Boss, we have identified a suspicious individual, seemingly a core commander of Connor." Gu Lingyuan raised an eyebrow. "Capture him. I wish to interrogate him personally." The team members swiftly brought the suspect before Gu Lingyuan. The man was slender, a strange smile playing on his lips, yet his eyes brimmed with a chilling malice. "Gu Lingyuan, do you think this battle concludes with your victory?" He chuckled softly, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Connor's true plan has yet to unfold." Gu Lingyuan narrowed his eyes. "What are you implying?" The man remained silent, lifting his hand to reveal a concealed miniature device within his sleeve. With that movement, Gu Lingyuan abruptly realized it was a detonator. "All units evacuate." Gu Lingyuan shouted without hesitation, swiftly leading his team in retreat. However, it was already too late. A tremendous explosion erupted from the depths of the subway station, causing the entire structure to tremble violently, with flames soaring into the sky. The suspicious figure, adorned with a sinister smile, transformed into a mere shadow amidst the swirling dust. "Boss, be careful." Lin Yu and Zhang Yi rushed forward simultaneously, shielding Gu Lingyuan and pulling him from the collapsing debris. As the roar of the explosion gradually subsided, the atmosphere on the battlefield grew increasingly tense and oppressive. What was Connor's true plan? Gu Lingyuan gazed into the distance, a profound sense of an unprecedented crisis looming over him. He understood that this battle was far from over. Chapter 59. Strategic maneuvers. The remnants of the explosion still lingered in the air as Gu Lingyuan stood before a desolate expanse of ruins, his eyes ablaze with a myriad of emotions. Although this unexpected assault had successfully thwarted Connor's main forces, it was evident that the enemy's plot had yet to be fully unveiled. At the moment the detonator was activated, the cold smirk of the adversary made Gu Lingyuan acutely aware that this was merely the inception of a far grander conspiracy. Zhang Yi swiftly approached, his expression grave. Boss, this explosion appears to be a premeditated component of Connor's scheme. However, from the information we previously intercepted, it is clear that this is not their ultimate plan. The adversary we encountered earlier deliberately left us a clue. Gu Lingyuan furrowed his brow. Do you believe this is a trap? Zhang Yi nodded, his gaze sharp. Connor would not so readily abandon such vast resources and manpower, even at the cost of sacrificing a portion of his principal forces. His objective is likely not solely to thwart our counteroffensive, but rather to ensnare us in a more profound entanglement. Gu Lingyuan's mind raced with thoughts, yet his exterior remained composed. He turned to Linyu and inquired calmly, Linyu, have you detected any other suspicious activity post-explosion? Linyu, his expression unyielding, nodded slightly. Before and after the explosion, the enemy forces retreated with alarming swiftness, as if they were already aware of their impending defeat. There are still several blind spots that have yet to be thoroughly searched. Gu Lingyuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Blind spots? Let me there. Crisis lurking under Gu Lingyuan's command. Lin Yu and Zhang Yi swiftly led a small contingent to conduct a comprehensive search of the surrounding area. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Yi's equipment intercepted an encrypted communication signal. He halted abruptly, furrowing his brow as he rapidly manipulated the device. This is an encrypted channel utilized by Connor's forces. Zhang Yi proclaimed gravely. This signal appears to be obscured, yet I can decipher it. Gu Lingyuan's gaze flickered, signaling Zhang Yi to proceed with the decryption. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, accompanied by a small team, had ventured deep into one of the explosion's aftermaths, where they encountered a desolate cluster of abandoned structures, the surroundings eerily silent. Boss, something seems amiss here. Lin Yu's calm voice emanated from the communicator. We have discovered a substantial cache of ammunition boxes within the ruins, seemingly left behind by the enemy. Gu Lingyuan's alertness heightened. Have any explosive traps been set? None have been detected thus far, but this cache of supplies is undoubtedly significant, Lin Yu replied, continuing his search. Zhang Yi made progress in decoding the encrypted message, his expression shifting. Boss, I have successfully deciphered part of the communication. Connor's external reinforcements have not completely withdrawn. They are dispersed in the vicinity, awaiting further orders. The explosion here may have merely served to confine us to this area. Gu Lingyuan scoffed. Indeed, a ruse to draw the snake from its den. He swiftly made a decision. Notify all personnel to immediately consolidate our defenses. Lin Yu, bring your team back and prepare for the impending assault. Connor's conspiracy as Gu Lingyuan's team adjusted their tactics. Connor stood at a secret command center, distant from the battlefield, observing the screens before him with a cold smirk. His subordinates reported. Lingyuan has begun to perceive our plan, yet they remain ensnared within the area we have meticulously crafted. Connor nodded slightly. Indeed, Gu Lingyuan is formidable, but regardless, he has unwittingly fallen into my trap. He cannot possibly foresee that my true objective lies far beyond this. What shall we do next? A subordinate inquired. Connor slowly turned, his gaze cold. Let the auxiliary forces continue to apply pressure, but do not rush to annihilate them. I intend to make Gu Lingyuan aware that every move he makes is under my control until he is utterly deprived of any chance for counterattack. Understood. The subordinate acknowledged and withdrew. Connor gazed into the distance, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. The tide of battle turned. On Gu Lingyuan's side, Zhang Yi and Lin Yu swiftly repositioned their forces. Lin Yu's assault team had fully retreated, bringing back supplies that, upon analysis, were confirmed to be traps. The enemy had no intention of utilizing these resources, but rather aimed to delay Gu Lingyuan's forces by allowing them to discover them. Zhang Yi's expression grew grave. Boss, Connor's strategy is exceedingly intricate. It appears he seeks not only to lure us deeper into the trap, but also intends to gradually weaken our strength through a delaying tactic. Gu Lingyuan responded calmly. His planning is indeed commendable, but he has overlooked one crucial point. We shall not remain passive. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Boss, we can circumvent their traps and launch a direct assault on the auxiliary command point. As long as we can dismantle their command system, Connor's reinforcements will lose their coordination. Gu Lingyuan pondered for a moment and decisively commanded, "Excellent. Linyu, Zhang Yi, take your teams and execute a flanking maneuver targeting their command point." I aim to bring Connor's meticulously orchestrated scheme crashing down at the height of his arrogance. Zhang Yi and Linyu exchanged glances and immediately sprang into action. The assault team led by Linyu approached the enemy's command area under the cover of night, moving silently. Zhang Yi was responsible for providing intelligence support and disrupting the enemy's communication network through hacking. Just as the assault team neared the command point, the enemy's alertness suddenly intensified. Seemingly aware of their movements, Linyu decisively directed his team to engage in combat, igniting a brief yet intense battle. Linyu's tactics were precise and effective. Despite the enemy's numerical superiority, their command system was evidently in disarray, unable to effectively coordinate their forces. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi successfully infiltrated the enemy's communication network, diminishing their operational capacity. "Linyu, we have successfully incapacitated their communication system. It is now up to you," Zhang Yi conveyed through the communicator. Linyu nodded and led his team straight into the command center. Upon their entry, the commander inside had lost all composure, fleeing in panic. Linyu ruthlessly eliminated the remaining resistance, successfully dismantling Connor's command system. The outcome remained uncertain. Simultaneously, Gu Lingyuan's main force had subdued Connor's reinforcements. Deprived of their command system, the auxiliary forces were rendered ineffective and gradually descended into complete rout. Yet Gu Lingyuan's gaze remained heavy, for he understood that Connor would not easily concede defeat. The victory before him might merely be a fragment of Connor's grander scheme. Zhang Yi immediately tracked Connor's movements. "I cannot believe you would accept failure so readily," Gu Lingyuan stated coldly. Zhang Yi swiftly sprang into action and soon uncovered a hidden line within the communication network. "Boss, Connor is in retreat, and he appears to be heading towards a clandestine location," Zhang Yi reported. Gu Lingyuan's expression sharpened, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Is he finally poised to reveal his true cards? Let us follow him and discover what further contingencies he may possess. With Gu Lingyuan's command issued, the team swiftly adjusted, aware that the true decisive battle was only just beginning. Chapter 60. Pursuing Connor. As Connor's command system was dismantled, Gu Lingyuan's team seized control of the battlefield. Yet they were acutely aware that this victory did not signify the conclusion of the war. Although Connor had retreated, he remained concealed in the shadows, biding his time for a counterattack. Gu Lingyuan would afford him no opportunity. "Zhang Yi, have you located his retreat route?" Gu Lingyuan inquired, his gaze icy as it fixed upon the electronic map before him. Zhang Yi's fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, the hacking program pursuing Connor's hidden traces like a hound on a scent. Moments later, an encrypted communication link materialized on the screen. Zhang Yi smiled faintly. "Boss, I found him. Connor is retreating southeast. It appears he intends to circumvent the main roads and enter the mountainous terrain." Gu Lingyuan nodded, his brow furrowing slightly. "The mountains? It seems Connor has long prepared an escape route. That terrain is complex, easily defensible, yet difficult to assault." At that moment, Linyu approached, speaking softly. "Boss, the enemy's current state is not conducive to large-scale combat. While they're still regaining their footing, we should capitalize on our advantage and pursue them." Gu Lingyuan pondered for a moment, his resolve gradually solidifying. Connor must be dealt with here. Otherwise, he will remain an everlasting threat. Immediately organize an elite unit to follow his retreat route. Mountain pursuit under the cover of night. Gu Lingyuan personally led the team, accompanied by Linyu and Zhang Yi. The group streamlined to a select elite squad. They traversed the jungle paths in off-road vehicles, utilizing Zhang Yi's electronic map and intercepted communications to accurately track Connor's movements. The road became increasingly rugged, and Linyu reported via the communicator, "We are entering the mountainous region ahead. The terrain is complex, making vehicle navigation difficult. I recommend proceeding on foot." Gu Lingyuan decisively ordered, "Everyone disembark. Prepare to enter the jungle." The team swiftly transitioned to foot march mode, with Gu Lingyuan leading the way, each step taken with steadiness and strength, as if no matter the challenges ahead, nothing could hinder his advance. Zhang Yi employed his handheld device to continually adjust their position, tracking Connor's signal in real time. Connor and his group are accelerating. They must have realized we are in pursuit. Linyu smiled lightly. No matter how fast they run, it is futile. We are more familiar with the paths in the mountains. Gu Lingyuan's gaze sharpened. Increase the pursuit. We cannot afford to give Connor any respite. Undercurrents as the team delved deeper into the mountains, the atmosphere in the jungle grew increasingly tense. Gu Lingyuan's instincts warned him that this mountainous area was not merely Connor's hideout. It likely harbored greater dangers. Indeed, not long after, Zhang Yi suddenly whispered, "Boss, it appears Connor is attempting to guide us into a specific area. The signal strength has suddenly increased, indicating a possible ambush." Linyu chuckled coldly. He thinks to set an ambush in the mountains? He truly underestimates our capabilities. Gu Lingyuan's expression turned grave. Connor would not easily take such risks. This ambush is likely connected to the forces backing him. Zhang Yi continued his analysis. From the signals, it appears that Connor is exploiting the intricate terrain of the mountains to set electronic traps. Once we enter, our communications may be completely severed. Gu Lingyuan coldly remarked. Does he think that severing our communications will deter us? If that is the case, we shall orchestrate a counter-ambush. Linyu nodded in agreement. I can lead a team to flank Connor from behind, obstructing their retreat route. We will feign an assault from the front to draw their attention. And when they let their guard down, we will encircle them. Gu Lingyuan pondered for a moment. Agreed, we must act swiftly and not grant Connor any respite. Zhang Yi, you are responsible for covering Lin Yu's maneuver, ensuring their safe passage past the enemy. Zhang Yi responded affirmatively. Understood. Counter-ambush the assault team, led by Lin Yu, stealthily circumvented Connor's route, concealing themselves deep within the woods. Meanwhile, Gu Lingyuan continued to advance his main force along Connor's retreat path, deliberately creating noise to simulate a pursuit. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, intense gunfire erupted ahead. Connor's subordinates had prepared an ambush, launching a fierce attack on Gu Lingyuan's team, leveraging the advantages of the terrain. Gu Lingyuan and his team utilized trees and rocks for cover, retaliating with precision while steadily closing in on the enemy's position. Though the battle was fierce, Gu Lingyuan understood that Connor's men were not elite fighters. They were merely stalling for time. Linyu, it is your turn, Gu Lingyuan commanded in a low voice. Almost simultaneously, a flurry of hurried footsteps and explosions emanated from the opposite side of the mountain forest. Lin Yu's team launched a surprise attack from the rear, instantly disrupting Connor's formation. Connor, evidently unprepared for Lin Yu's appearance, changed his expression and immediately directed his men to attempt a retreat. However, by this time, Lin Yu's forces had completely sealed off his escape route. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Lingyuan swiftly led the main force into a charge, forcing Connor's subordinates into a retreat. The endgame approaches after the fierce battle. Connor's forces were nearly annihilated, with only a handful remaining to stubbornly resist. Connor himself was cornered by Lin Yu and his men in a dead end, looking utterly disheveled. Connor, you have lost, Lin Yu said coldly, aiming his gun at Connor's head. Connor lifted his gaze without a trace of fear, instead revealing a strange smile. Gu Lingyuan, do you think capturing me equates to victory? Gu Lingyuan stepped forward, his expression stern. Speak, what other tricks do you have up your sleeve? Connor let out a few manic laughs, his voice tinged with madness. Gu Lingyuan, you are unaware, aren't you? Those friends of yours are not as loyal as you presume. You think you have one, yet the true victors are neither you nor I. Gu Lingyuan's eyes darkened, coldly retorting, what are you implying? Connor smirked slyly. You will find out soon enough. Before his words had fully settled, an urgent alarm blared from Zhang Yi's device. Zhang Yi quickly checked, his expression shifting to one of alarm. This is bad. Our internal communication system has been compromised. Someone has intercepted our intelligence from within. Gu Lingyuan's pupils contracted. What? Connor laughed heartily. Gu Lingyuan, you have long had my spies within your ranks. Now, my people have acquired all your secrets. You may triumph over me once, but you shall never prevail in this game. Gu Lingyuan's expression turned frigid. He discerned that Connor's words might be laced with exaggeration. Yet he understood that the current situation demanded utmost vigilance. The emergence of a traitor within was far more lethal than any external threat. Take him away, Gu Lingyuan commanded coldly. Lin Yu immediately subdued Connor, while Gu Lingyuan's mind raced, pondering the identity of the traitor. Connor's agents had infiltrated so deeply. He must swiftly unearth this hidden enemy, lest Connor's machinations resurface. At this moment, time was of the essence, and Gu Lingyuan could not afford to relax. He had to make a decisive move without delay. The suspense renewed. Gu Lingyuan gazed into the distance, his eyes filled with coldness and profundity. He knew that Connor's defeat was but temporary, and the true contest had only just begun. Zhang Yi, conduct an immediate investigation into our internal communication records. No suspicious detail must be overlooked. Gu Lingyuan issued his command with icy resolve. Zhang Yi promptly set to work, while Gu Lingyuan clenched his fists. He understood that this battle was far from over. Soon, he would not only confront Connor's remnants, but also face the traitor lurking within his own ranks. As the winds in the mountains began to calm, a new storm was quietly brewing. Chapter 61. The Cloud of Betrayal. After escorting Connor back to the base, Gu Lingyuan remained in a heightened state of vigilance. Connor's final words lingered in his mind like a haunting shadow. There is a traitor within the ranks. Zhang Yi, what is the status of the communication system? Gu Lingyuan entered the command room, his gaze icy and grave. Zhang Yi was engrossed in operating the computer, his eyes reflecting both concentration and a hint of unease. Boss, I have reviewed the communication record from the past few weeks, but as of now, I have not identified any apparent anomalies. Our system is encrypted. For information to be leaked from within, someone must possess exceptionally high-level access. Gu Lingyuan furrowed his brow and moved behind Zhang Yi, scrutinizing the data flowing across the screen. Those with high-level access are few in number. Your clearance is among the highest. Zhang Yi paused his work and looked up at Gu Lingyuan with resolute determination. Boss, I would never betray you. Gu Lingyuan nodded. He held ample trust in Zhang Yi. Nevertheless, he understood that in such a convoluted situation, personal trust alone was insufficient for judgment. The enemy could infiltrate in myriad ways, even employing the most clandestine methods to remain undetected. I know you wouldn't, he replied calmly, but we require a more comprehensive investigation. Connor could not have discerned our movements without some channel of information. With a steady demeanor, Gu Lingyuan declared, we must pursue other leads. Multiple investigations, he promptly assigned tasks, dispatching his elite team to several critical missions. Lin Yu was tasked with probing the internal security system and personnel movements within the base, examining whether anyone had displayed suspicious behavior recently. Zhang Yi continued to investigate potential vulnerabilities in the communication system, searching for signs of intrusion. Meanwhile, Gu Lingyuan took it upon himself to interrogate Connor, hoping to extract more clues from him. In the interrogation room, the light was stark and glaring. Connor was bound to a chair, a sardonic smile still gracing his lips. Gu Lingyuan, do you truly believe you can control everything? Connor began slowly, his tone laced with provocation. Gu Lingyuan crossed his arms, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Your people have been utterly annihilated. Your sole chance of survival now lies in revealing the identity of the traitor. Connor chuckled lightly. A traitor? Huh, how naive you are. Gu Lingyuan, the true traitor never reveals themselves so easily. In fact, you may work alongside him daily, perhaps even trust him. Gu Lingyuan remained unmoved by his words. Enough with the frivolous talk. Do you think your continued banter will buy you time? If you refuse to cooperate, I possess numerous methods to compel you to speak. A glint of coldness flickered in Connor's eyes. After a moment of silence, he replied slowly, you may interrogate me as you wish, but you will not uncover the true mastermind. Someone has already set a long-standing trap for you, waiting for you to fall into it. Gu Lingyuan's expression hardened. Who is it? Connor maintained his enigmatic smile. You will know soon enough. An unexpected discovery meanwhile. Zhang Yi finally unearthed a deeply concealed trace of intrusion within the communication system. It was a highly sophisticated hacking technique, one only the most elite hackers could execute. The path of this intrusion directly targets their core communication network. Yet the timing of the breaches is remarkably covert, occurring as brief interjections during critical moments, rendering them almost imperceptible. "Boss, I have found it." Zhang Yi promptly contacted Gu Lingyuan. The source of the intrusion is quite intricate, employing a proprietary encryption protocol modified with several key parameters, suggesting it could very well be the work of an insider. Gu Lingyuan's gaze was icy. "Can we ascertain the perpetrator's identity?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yi shook his head. "Not definitively at this stage, unless we uncover further evidence. However, there are several primary suspects whose recent behaviors have been rather anomalous." Gu Lingyuan nodded. "Provide me with a list." Zhang Yi swiftly transmitted the names of the suspected individuals to Gu Lingyuan. The list contained 5 or 6 individuals, all of whom were core members he trusted. This revelation sparked a flicker of wariness within Gu Lingyuan. A traitor may lurk among them, necessitating utmost caution in his approach. Gu Lingyuan resolutely decided that regardless of who it may be, betrayal would bear severe consequences. Meanwhile, Lin Yu's investigation also progressed. After meticulously examining the base's surveillance footage, he identified a member whose actions were exceedingly suspicious, particularly around the times of several critical missions. This individual consistently appeared in areas unrelated to the tasks at hand, seemingly observing certain situations with intent. Lin Yu immediately reported this finding to Gu Lingyuan. "Boss, while we lack direct evidence at present, I have noted this person's peculiar behavior. They seem to appear in inappropriate locations, especially before and after several intelligence leaks." Gu Lingyuan took the report, his brow furrowed. "It appears this lead warrants further exploration." Informed Zhang, "We must closely monitor this individual." Lin Yu nodded. "Understood. I will arrange for covert surveillance. Should there be any further developments, we will act immediately." Connor's performance during the interrogation, alongside various internal indicators, deepened Gu Lingyuan's sense of the situation's complexity. This was not merely a simple intelligence breach. It resembled a meticulously orchestrated long-term infiltration effort. Gu Lingyuan recognized the urgency of prompt action. Otherwise, the enemy might strike first. "Zhang Yi, Lin Yu, continue with your respective investigations. Simultaneously, keep a vigilant watch on all individuals listed as suspicious," Gu Lingyuan instructed calmly. "We must not alarm the enemy. Let us refrain from making any moves until we have gathered sufficient evidence." Zhang Yi nodded steadily. "Understood. I will persist in tracking the vulnerabilities in the communication system." Lin Yu clenched his fists, a cold glint in his eyes. "This time, I shall capture the traitor." Gu Lingyuan's gaze remained frigid. Connor is merely the beginning. The true mastermind is still biding their time. They believe they can sow discord within our ranks, but I shall not allow them to succeed. This time, Gu Lingyuan aimed not only to apprehend the traitor, but also to unveil a far greater conspiracy. Connor's smile had become a tolling bell in his mind. As they diligently pursued the mole within their ranks, an ominous storm was brewing, heralded by the gathering winds. The night at the base remained eerily quiet. Yet Gu Lingyuan understood that undercurrents were at play. His gaze traversed the distant peaks, as if perceiving the immense crisis lurking beneath the surface. Suddenly, the voice of Lin Yu crackled through the communicator. "Boss, someone is attempting to destroy crucial evidence. We must act immediately." Gu Lingyuan tightened his grip on the device and replied solemnly, "Lock onto the target at once. I shall arrive shortly." Chapter 62. Tracking and counterattack. As Lin Yu's warning reverberated, Gu Lingyuan made an immediate decision. "Everyone mobilize. We must uncover the mastermind behind the destruction of evidence. We cannot allow them to succeed." An urgent signal echoed throughout the base, and Zhang Yi swiftly accessed the surveillance system, pinpointing a suspect, a seemingly inconspicuous logistics personnel, whose presence was usually negligible, yet whose actions now raised significant suspicion. He was hastily making his way to the data storage center, clutching a small device that was likely intended for the obliteration of crucial evidence. "Lin Yu, the target is en route to the data storage center," Zhang Yi reported calmly. "You must intercept him at once." Lin Yu's team was already poised for action. They quickly dispersed to encircle the target, stealthily advancing towards the data storage center. Gu Lingyuan followed closely behind, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. The logistics personnel soon realized he was surrounded, an expression of panic flickering across his face as he gripped the device tightly, evidently preparing for a desperate last stand. "Halt!" Linyu barked, his firearm aimed squarely at the suspect's head. The suspect's gaze darted nervously, his lips twitching as he weighed his chances of escape. Ultimately, he made a fateful decision. He pressed the button on the device with a sudden burst of resolve. He intends to destroy the data. Zhang Yi's voice crackled through the communicator. In an instant, Gu Lingyuan lunged forward, delivering a swift kick that sent the logistics personnel's arm flying, causing the device to clatter to the ground with a piercing metallic clang. Linyu quickly subdued the individual while Gu Lingyuan retrieved the device, examining it closely. Fortunately, he failed to initiate the destruction protocol. Gu Lingyuan remarked coldly, gazing at the device. He was merely one step away. Zhang Yi remotely commandeered the device via the communication system, initiating the recovery of the encrypted and imminent data destruction. Gu Lingyuan and Lin Yu escorted the logistics personnel to the interrogation room. Inside the interrogation chamber, the logistics personnel appeared exceedingly anxious, his eyes brimming with fear. He understood that there was no escape. Gu Lingyuan stood before him, hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor calm and composed. "Speak. Why did you attempt to destroy this evidence?" Gu Lingyuan's voice was as sharp as a blade, piercing through the tension. The logistics personnel lowered his head, clenching his jaw, seemingly reluctant to divulge any information. Lin Yu leaned against the wall, scrutinizing his every movement, his fingers lightly tapping on the holster, producing a dull thud. "You know what you're facing." Gu Lingyuan inched closer, his gaze penetrating like that of a hawk. "You still have a chance. If you cooperate now and reveal the mastermind, you might yet preserve your life." The logistics personnel was clearly in turmoil, his breath quickening, fingers trembling slightly. A flicker of terror crossed his eyes before he finally spoke. I'm just a minor player. I have no idea who the mastermind is. They contacted me solely through encrypted messages, and I have never met them in person." "Encrypted messages?" Gu Lingyuan's expression hardened. "How do they contact you?" "Through the dark web," the logistics personnel whispered. "They would send me encrypted instructions each time, instructing me to act at specific times. I merely act in accordance with directives." Gu Lingyuan nodded, continuing to probe. "What about today's destruction operation? Who ordered you to do it?" A flicker of hesitation crossed the logistics personnel's eyes, clearly reluctant to divulge further information. However, under the dual pressure of Gu Lingyuan and Lin Yu, he finally spoke. "It was a person codenamed Shadow. I only received a brief message instructing me to destroy all records related to the mole tonight." Gu Lingyuan furrowed his brow. The name Shadow sounded vaguely familiar, reminiscent of a codename he had once heard, yet he could not immediately connect it to a specific individual. "Who is Shadow?" Lin Yu inched closer, his tone icy. "I do not know." The logistics personnel shook his head, his voice trembling. "I have never seen him. I merely follow orders." Zhang Yi swiftly restored the data and began analyzing the nearly obliterated materials. With the passage of time, some crucial information emerged, times and locations of several key intelligence leaks, along with some encrypted communication records. These records pointed directly to certain core members within the team. "Boss, I have found evidence of contact with external forces." Zhang Yi transmitted the message through the communicator, although these encrypted messages had undergone multiple layers of forwarding. Their origin all pointed in the same direction. One of our core team members was involved. Gu Lingyuan's expression grew grave. "Who is it?" Zhang Yi held his breath for a moment, then spoke in a somber tone. "Based on the communication paths and data matching, all traces lead to Zhou Hao." A glint of cold realization flickered in Gu Lingyuan's eyes. Zhou Hao, one of the members he had always trusted, was, in fact, the mole lurking among them. At that moment, Zhou Hao was not at the base, but out on a mission. Upon receiving this news, Gu Lingyuan immediately ordered Zhou Hao's recall, ensuring that it appeared to be a routine task report to avoid raising suspicion. Lin Yu had already made thorough preparations in secret. All surveillance and action plans were silently laid out to prevent Zhou Hao from detecting any anomalies and fleeing. However, Gu Lingyuan understood that matters would not be so straightforward. Zhou Hao had managed to infiltrate their ranks for so long, undoubtedly through meticulous planning and training. Moreover, There was a larger mastermind lurking in the shadows, who had yet to reveal themselves. Standing in the command room, Gu Lingyuan calmly orchestrated the entire operation. Zhang Yi continue analyzing Zhou Hao's communication records to ascertain the depth of his connection with Shadow. Zhang Yi swiftly commenced his task, and after a series of intricate data analyses, he uncovered more concealed traces. Zhou Hao's movements aligned with Shadow's directives. His multiple executed missions exhibited clear signs of leaks, and this information had been directed towards a mysterious black market organization. Boss, Zhou Hao is not only a mole, he is also colluding with a greater force. Zhang Yi's tone was grave. This black market organization is formidable. They seem to be orchestrating a comprehensive assault against us. Gu Lingyuan's gaze turned steely. It appears we must take the initiative. As Gu Lingyuan was poised to orchestrate the next phase of his strategy, a jarring wave of static erupted from the communicator. Zhang Yi swiftly assessed the situation. Boss, our communication system is under assault by hackers once more, and this incursion is even more ferocious than the last. Gu Lingyuan's expression hardened. Immediately bolster our defenses and trace the source of the intrusion. Zhang Yi's fingers danced across the keyboard, the screen ablaze with intricate data streams. Yet this attack was exceptionally potent, as if a master hacker, lurking in the shadows, was conducting a comprehensive infiltration. Boss, our system is on the verge of collapse. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth. Shadows, Gu Lingyuan murmured, his gaze sharp as a blade. The situation had taken a dire turn. The enemy seemed to have anticipated their movements, and this invisible cyber warfare was stealthily escalating. Chapter 63. The emergence of shadows. The atmosphere within the base grew increasingly tense as Zhou Hao's suspicions came to light. Gu Lingyuan and his team realized that the challenge before them transcended mere internal issues. It resembled a meticulously orchestrated game of strategy. Zhang Yi's fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard, endeavoring to seal off the incessant points of network intrusion, yet alarms erupted on the screen one after another. The intruder's technical prowess was unsettling. Damn it, this method of intrusion is far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary hacker. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. It was evident that they had prepared for everything, crafting a web of traps specifically designed for them. Gu Lingyuan remained composed, standing aside while swiftly analyzing the situation in his mind. The ability to simultaneously control hackers, moles, and such a level of network intrusion indicated that an organization was orchestrating these events from behind the scenes. The shadow was merely a pawn. At that moment, Zhang Yi abruptly halted his actions, his complexion paling. Boss, the source of the intrusion has been traced, but something feels off. Speak. Gu Lingyuan's gaze was sharp, fixated on the screen. Zhang Yi inhaled deeply, disbelief lacing his tone. The source indicates Zhou Hao's location. He is currently approaching the base. Even more bizarre, this point of intrusion is not singular, but rather emanating from Zhou Hao himself. In other words, he may be utilizing some form of technology as a relay, guiding the intrusion. Lin Yu furrowed his brow. So, Zhou Hao is not only a mole, but also their tool for invasion. Gu Lingyuan pondered for a moment before swiftly issuing orders. Strengthen the base's defenses and be prepared to intercept Zhou Hao. He must be captured alive. We need to uncover who the mastermind truly is. Zhang Yi quickly contacted the various teams within the base, preparing for the apprehension operation. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and Gu Lingyuan led the core team to personally confront the mole that had remained hidden in the shadows. The arrival of Zhou Hao as night fell. Zhou Hao drove an inconspicuous black SUV towards the base entrance. His expression was composed, tinged with a hint of fatigue, as if he had just concluded a challenging task. The guards at the base conducted their routine checks of his pass before allowing him entry. Gu Lingyuan and Lin Yu remained concealed in a monitoring room, closely observing Zhou Hao's every move through the cameras. He appeared calm, betraying no signs of abnormality. This is precisely the issue at hand, Lin Yu murmured. A meticulously crafted mole could not possibly return without leaving a trace. The question remained, why did he dare to return so brazenly? Zhou Hao's vehicle gradually came to a halt within the base. He stepped out and scanned his surroundings, revealing a faint smile. He then made his way directly to the data storage center, as if everything proceeded according to plan, devoid of any unexpected occurrences. Linyu and Gu Lingyuan exchanged glances, swiftly mobilizing all available forces to silently seal off Zhou Hao's route of action. Just as Zhou Hao entered the security door of the data center, he immediately sensed that something was amiss. The surroundings were eerily silent, and the duty personnel who should have been present were conspicuously absent. He remained unflustered, gently extracting his mobile phone with the intention of sending a signal. However, mere seconds later, the emergency lights of the base abruptly illuminated, all exits sealed automatically, and an alarm blared in his ears. "Zhou Hao, you are surrounded." Lin Yu's voice resonated through the intercom, imbued with an irresistible authority. "Put down your communication device. Clasp your hands behind your head and surrender immediately." Zhou Hao stood motionless, his expression inscrutable. Instead of complying instantly, he chuckled softly, seemingly having anticipated this scenario. "You discover my situation more swiftly than I had imagined," he remarked, devoid of any hint of panic. "Surrender is your only avenue of escape." Gu Lingyuan stated through the communicator, his tone flat, "You have no way out." Zhou Hao chuckled lightly, slowly raising his hands as if to submit to the command. At that moment, Gu Lingyuan's instincts suddenly detected a trace of danger. "He intends to strike back." Gu Lingyuan shouted sharply, swiftly directing his team to encircle Zhou Hao. Indeed, Zhou Hao quickly slipped a small device from his sleeve, poised to press a button. However, Lin Yu reacted with remarkable speed, leaping from his concealed position and delivering a swift kick that sent the device flying, simultaneously tackling Zhou Hao to the ground. "Don't move." Lin Yu swiftly restrained Zhou Hao, cold handcuffs clasping his wrists. Zhou Hao was escorted back to the interrogation room, facing the silent figures of Gu Lingyuan and Lin Yu. Zhang Yi, meanwhile, was intensifying efforts in the data control room to decode Zhou Hao's communication device, seeking further information regarding the shadow. Zhou Hao sat calmly in the interrogation room, his demeanor tranquil, seemingly unconcerned about his predicament. "You know how we will handle you." Gu Lingyuan broke the silence, his voice cold. "If you wish to avoid a grim fate, it would be wise to reveal who is orchestrating this from behind the scenes." Zhou Hao gently shook his head, a playful smile gracing his lips. "You will never locate the shadow. He is far more astute than you can imagine." "Astute? Ridiculous," Lin Yu scoffed. "Even the most intelligent individuals make mistakes, and you are their miscalculation." Zhou Hao disregarded Lin Yu's words and turned to Gu Lingyuan. "Do you believe this is merely a simple case of an insider threat? In truth, you have become ensnared in a far grander scheme. I'm merely a pawn in this game." Gu Lingyuan furrowed his brow. "What do you mean?" Zhou Hao smiled, but refrained from elaborating, instead gazing at the ceiling as if awaiting something. There was no fear in his eyes, only a peculiar sense of satisfaction. Just as the interrogation room descended into a brief silence, an urgent message from Zhang Yi crackled through the communicator. "Boss, we have a crisis. We just intercepted a message from the dark web. It appears the shadow is aware of Zhou Hao's capture, and they are preparing to take action." "Action? What kind of action?" Gu Lingyuan's brow furrowed, a sudden unease rising within him. Zhang Yi's voice was laced with tension. "The target is our entire base. They plan to launch an assault within the next 24 hours. The air in the interrogation room seemed to stagnate as Gu Lingyuan's gaze transformed into an exceptionally sharp focus. It appeared we had underestimated this shadow. Everyone immediately assume a state of heightened alertness and prepare for a comprehensive response. Zhou Hao remained seated, a flicker of enigmatic light dancing in his eyes, a subtle smirk gracing his lips, as if he had everything under control. Outside the base, the night was as dark as ink. However, the lurking dangers concealed in the shadows were silently drawing near. Chapter 64, Shadow Assault. As Gu Lingyuan issued the command, the base was immediately thrust into a heightened state of alert. All defense systems sprang into action, surveillance cameras meticulously scanning the surroundings, while special forces assembled urgently, poised to counter any potential attacks. The atmosphere surrounding the base was unsettlingly eerie, as if even the wind had stilled its breath under the cloak of night. Gu Lingyuan stood before the massive electronic screen in the command center, his gaze fixed intently on the real-time monitoring footage from various angles. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi was diligently analyzing intelligence from the dark web. The intercepted communications suggested that this assault was not merely aimed at rescuing Zhou Hao. Zhang Yi furrowed his brow. Their target appeared to be our entire intelligence network, even a portion of our secrets. The timing could not be more critical. Gu Lingyuan's tone exuded calm. It seemed that the shadows could no longer wait and aim to obliterate us through this operation. Lin Yu quickly adjusted the internal defense arrangements of the base. I do not like this feeling. They are too silent. A genuine attack should be preceded by more foreplay. Yet, even now, not a single fly dares to buzz outside. Perhaps they are waiting for the opportune moment, Gu Lingyuan reflected, his expression contemplative. What do you think they will do? Lin Yu inquired. Gu Lingyuan's eyes narrowed slightly. I believe the shadows are not an ordinary force. Their ability to orchestrate this attack suggests they will not rely on brute strength alone. We must prepare for more covert tactics, even internal sabotage. At that moment, a warning message suddenly appeared on Zhang Yi's computer. The system detected an anomalous electromagnetic wave gradually approaching the base. This electromagnetic interference was likely intended to disrupt the base's defenses and communications. They are here, Gu Lingyuan stated coldly. Power failure, while everyone remained tense and vigilant. The entire power system of the base flickered momentarily, and then all lights extinguished in an instant. The base was plunged into darkness, the alarms abruptly silenced, leaving only an eerie stillness. The power system has been compromised. Zhang Yi exclaimed quietly, swiftly activating the backup power. I am switching to emergency supply. Lin Yu drew his weapon, standing alert at the doorway. They have begun. Seconds later, the emergency lights flickered to life, though their feeble glow barely illuminated the corridors. At this juncture, communication signals began to experience intermittent disruptions. Zhang Yi continued to struggle with restoring the system, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. They must have deployed exceptionally advanced jamming equipment. He gritted his teeth, and this is merely the beginning. The backup power would only sustain operations for a few hours, and the assailants had likely infiltrated the outer perimeter of the base. Lin Yu scanned the surroundings, his voice laden with caution. Gu Lingyuan nodded, his gaze icy. Inform everyone to maintain a high level of vigilance and remain on standby. We will make the shadows understand the cost of invading here. Mysterious intruders, meanwhile. Several dark figures silently approached the perimeter of the base. Dressed in specially crafted stealth attire, they adeptly maneuvered through the shadows, utilizing high-tech equipment to circumvent the surveillance and alarm systems surrounding the base. The weapons in their hands were equipped with silencers, rendering any sound utterly suppressed. These infiltrators exhibited an extraordinary level of professionalism, executing their movements with precision, gliding like phantoms around the periphery of the base. Soon, they infiltrated a drainage system within the base, successfully evading all forms of monitoring. The leader of the infiltrators discreetly issued commands via wireless communication. The target area is the data storage center. Eliminate any obstacles. Several infiltrators swiftly dispersed, moving towards various entrances with the intent to divide the internal defenses of the base and sow chaos. In the command center, Gu Lingyuan refrained from hasty actions, fully aware that such a silent assault posed the greatest danger. As time progressed, the tension in the air intensified. Lin Yu, take your team to secure the data center. Zhang Yi, continue to restore communications. Ensure our contact with the outside world remains intact, Gu Lingyuan decisively commanded. Lin Yu nodded and promptly departed the command center, heading towards the data center. Gu Lingyuan's gaze remained fixed on the screen, an unsettling feeling gnawing at him. This attack was far from being as straightforward as it appeared. The shadows lurked in the darkness, unwilling to reveal their true intentions, their ultimate goal perhaps still to be unveiled. As the skirmish commenced, Lin Yu's team had scarcely reached the perimeter of the data center when they were met with an assault from the infiltrators. Armed with exceptionally advanced weaponry and executing their maneuvers with uncanny precision, they momentarily overwhelmed Lin Yu's squad. Damn it, they are well equipped. It seems they have truly come prepared. Lin Yu quickly sought cover and whispered to his nearby team members. After several minutes of gunfire, Linyu gradually managed to suppress the enemy's firepower through strategy. However, he soon realized that this group of assailants was not merely intent on annihilating them. Their operational objective was clear. They were stalling for time. They were buying time for others. Suddenly enlightened, Linyu commanded, "Some of you continue to suppress them with me, while the rest head directly to the data center." Just then, an explosion echoed from a short distance, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Linyu's expression turned cold. It seemed they had already initiated their plan. Meanwhile, Gu Lingyuan monitored the situation at the data center from the command center. He quickly dialed the internal communication system, issuing an urgent directive to the team en route to the data center. They're stalling for time. The primary target is the data storage. Ensure the utmost protection of our core secrets. If there are any anomalies, destroy all data immediately. Outside the command center, Gu Lingyuan sensed the atmosphere within the base becoming increasingly fraught, the sounds of gunfire and explosions echoing in rapid succession. At that moment, while Linyu and his squad engaged in fierce combat with the enemy, another team of infiltrators stealthily approached the core location of the base, the data center. Their movements were swift and discreet, eluding capture by any cameras. As they approached the entrance of the data center, a sudden, urgent alarm pierced the air, prompting the simultaneous activation of all automated defense systems within the base. Laser beams shot forth from the ceiling and walls, sealing off every possible escape route. The intruders, despite their impressive arsenal, were evidently unprepared for such a sophisticated level of defense, which severely restricted their movements. The leader of the group swiftly issued a low command: retreat. The plan has changed. They began to withdraw rapidly, yet the base's defensive firepower was overwhelming, making it exceedingly difficult to break through. Amidst the chaos within the base, Gu Lingyuan received a mysterious message. Upon opening it, his brow furrowed, and he took a deep breath. The message contained but a single phrase: "This is merely the beginning." Gu Lingyuan's gaze deepened with gravity. He understood that this assault was not the final confrontation, but rather a segment of a grander scheme. The shadow lurked in the darkness, preparing for a subsequent, more lethal strike. The battle was far from over. Just as Gu Lingyuan was about to issue new orders, Zhang Yi suddenly rushed in from behind. His expression grave. "Boss, we have uncovered another lead on the shadow. They appear to have infiltrated higher-level systems, targeting one of our most crucial allies." Gu Lingyuan's brow furrowed even tighter. "Who is it?" Zhang Yi replied solemnly. "It is the financial network of City D. Their funds have begun to be transferred on a large scale." A glint of cold determination flickered in Gu Lingyuan's eyes. "It seems we must act preemptively." Chapter 65, Financial Turmoil. The crisis in City D. Zhang Yi's words cast an immediate pall over the command room. As the financial backbone of Gu Lingyuan's influence, any disruption to the financial network in City D could severely compromise the entire organization's capital chain. Gu Lingyuan fixed his gaze intently upon Zhang Yi, acutely aware that the current circumstances allowed for no semblance of complacency. "What information do we have on the flow of funds?" Gu Lingyuan inquired, his tone composed yet laced with underlying intensity. Zhang Yi swiftly accessed data on his computer, revealing a torrent of intricate data streams and transaction records on the screen. "At present, we have monitored that the majority of funds are being transferred through illicit channels, targeting several overseas money laundering accounts. The scale and velocity of these transactions suggest that the shadow has deeply infiltrated the financial system of City D, potentially controlling several critical nodes." "The financial giants must have sensed the anomaly," Gu Lingyuan murmured, lightly tapping the surface of the table, his eyes sharp and discerning. "What has been their response?" Zhang Yi nodded. "The financial titans are mobilizing all available resources in an attempt to stifle these monetary movements. Yet chaos has erupted within their ranks as well. It appears that the shadow is not only sabotaging our cash flow, but also aims to dismantle the financial order of City D entirely." Gu Lingyuan's expression turned icy. He rose from his seat with his hands clasped behind his back, contemplating the next course of action. "The shadow seeks to undermine us through financial warfare, dismantling our entire capital chain to paralyze our operations. This offensive, while ostensibly a mere theft of funds, is fundamentally aimed at destabilizing our very foundation. Assign tasks, Linyu. Gu Lingyuan commanded, turning to Linyu, who had just returned to the command room. Immediately dispatch a team to City D to safeguard our financial consultant, Yangbo, and ensure the security of the financial network. Understood, Linyu quickly replied, turning to mobilize personnel. Gu Lingyuan then directed his attention back to Zhang Yi. Continue tracking the trajectory of these funds. It is imperative that we identify the ultimate accounts into which they are flowing. Additionally, discreetly reach out to several key allies in City D to ascertain if they have been affected. Zhang Yi responded gravely. I will expedite the investigation into the origins of these fund movements and intensify monitoring of the financial network. Gu Lingyuan nodded slightly, a glimmer of cold resolve in his eyes. Should the shadow dare to encroach upon our core interests, they will face dire consequences. A subtle contest, meanwhile, within the financial hub of City D, an invisible contest was underway. Yangbo stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window of his office, gazing down at the bustling metropolis below. On the surface, City D appeared tranquil, yet he was acutely aware of the undercurrents of danger drawing near. Mr. Yang, here is the latest report on fund movements. His assistant handed him a document, anxiety etched across her face. Yangbo swiftly perused the contents, his brow furrowing. The pace of capital outflow is exceeding our projections. This attack appears not merely aimed at a single account, but rather signifies a collapse of the entire financial system. After a moment of contemplation, he dialed an encrypted phone number. The situation is urgent. We require a higher level of security. I demand the immediate initiation of the most stringent financial monitoring system. All anomalous capital flows must be promptly locked. The voice on the other end of the phone was grave. We are already working on it. But the adversary's methods are exceptionally sophisticated. They have exploited some undisclosed vulnerabilities, circumventing most of our defenses. Yangbo's expression grew increasingly solemn. It appears that the enemy we face is more formidable than we had anticipated. Reinforce our personnel and spare no effort to ensure the security of the financial chain. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi operated swiftly at the headquarters computer, the screen displaying intricate transaction charts and capital flow diagrams. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead as his fingers scarcely paused. Suddenly, he identified an anomaly. An enormous sum of money was transferred multiple times in a short span, ultimately landing in a concealed account. This account belonged to an offshore company situated in Eastern Europe, nearly impossible to trace. Boss, I have found a lead, Zhang Yi reported quickly. This sum ultimately flowed to a company in Eastern Europe, which is likely just a FAOD. However, if we could track it further, we might uncover the true puppet master behind the shadow. Gu Lingyuan scrutinized the screen, his gaze sharp. Continue the investigation. Deploy all resources. I need to ascertain the ultimate destination of these funds. Zhang Yi nodded, his hands once again flying across the keyboard. He understood that the outcome of this pursuit could potentially unveil deeper secrets of the shadow. Suddenly, Gu Lingyuan's phone rang, shattering the tense atmosphere in the command room. He answered, and after listening to the report, his expression turned grim. Understood, continue monitoring. After hanging up, Gu Lingyuan addressed Zhang. We may have underestimated the reach of the shadow. It is not only D City. B City has also exhibited unusual financial movements. Suggesting their targets are our financial nodes across various cities. Zhang Yi's expression tightened. It seems we are facing a large-scale financial war. Gu Lingyuan pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. If this is indeed the Shadow's comprehensive plan, we must formulate a response. We must not only secure D City, but also preemptively fortify other cities to ensure our financial network is not entirely dismantled. At that moment, a new warning message suddenly appeared on Zhang Yi's computer. The fund from Eastern Europe exhibited new movements. Boss, the money from Eastern Europe is beginning to flow into deeper offshore accounts, nearly impossible to trace. Zhang Yi's voice was somber, tinged with unease. A glint of cold light flashed in Gu Lingyuan's eyes. They are finally about to reveal their true colors. As Gu Lingyuan contemplated the next course of action, intelligence brought by Lin Yu suddenly complicated the situation further. Brother Gu, a key figure in D City, is secretly in contact with the Shadow and they may have orchestrated a larger operation aimed at dismantling all our economic arrangements in D-City. Linyu stated, his tone laced with urgency. Gu Lingyuan remained silent for a moment before coldly asserting, "We do not have much time left. Their objective is not merely the funds. All of this seems to be just the beginning of a grander conspiracy." Chapter 66. The Black Market Strikes Back. The comprehensive unfolding of the financial battlefield with the issuance of Gu Lingyuan's command. The entire D-City was engulfed in an unprecedented financial tempest. Gu Lingyuan understood that this was not merely a financial crisis, but a contest of strategy and intellect. The turbulence of capital was an established fact. The next crucial step lay in how to counter the mysterious force known as the Shadow. In the command center, the atmosphere was taut with tension as everyone fixated on the screens, meticulously monitoring every nuance of capital movement. Zhang Yi continued to analyze the trajectory of the substantial funds, while Lin Yu coordinated various forces in preparation for the impending upheaval. Standing at the center of the room, Gu Lingyuan's gaze was steely as he swiftly weighed the various strategies in his mind. Any misstep could lead to a complete loss of control over the situation. He knew he could not remain solely on the defensive. He had to devise a means to flush the Shadow out from the darkness and unveil their true intentions. "Linyu, is the core banking system of D-City secure?" Gu Lingyuan inquired in a low voice. Linyu turned to him, his expression grave. "For the time being, it is secure, but I do not discount the possibility that they may take further action, potentially targeting our electronic systems." Gu Lingyuan nodded, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Instruct Shen Ning to bolster our technical defenses. We must ensure that our financial system remains impervious to breaches. The security of all critical nodes must be guaranteed, especially the core accounts involved in money laundering." The counterattack of the black market at this moment, the black market forces in D-City began to covertly retaliate. Yang Bo had received Gu Lingyuan's latest directives and was preparing to launch a comprehensive counteroffensive. Although the Shadow was elusive, Yang Bo was acutely aware that the power of the black market extended beyond mere financial machinations. Behind every force lay a complex web of power dynamics and interpersonal connections. Yang Bo promptly reached out to D-City's black market allies, particularly those who played pivotal roles in the money laundering network. Through them, he hoped to unearth a clue to counter the Shadow. "We must employ more formidable methods for our retaliation," one ally stated gravely. "You can mobilize a portion of our resources to ensure we are not consumed by them. However, if the situation continues to deteriorate, the entire financial system of D-City may collapse." Yang Bo's expression turned somber, recognizing that his allies' words were not mere hyperbole. The Shadow's infiltration had plunged D-City in a crisis. With their ultimate goal extending far beyond mere wealth, they sought to seize control of the very lifeblood of its finances. "I will personally oversee the counteroffensive regarding these funds," Yang Bo resolutely declared. "Should the Shadow dare to escalate their actions, we shall not hesitate to retaliate with equal force." Multiple deployments simultaneously, Gu Lingyuan was not only fortifying defenses and counterattacks in D-City, but also dispatched personnel to other cities to establish protective measures, preventing the Shadow from employing similar tactics to undermine their economic foundation. Zhang Yi continued to trace the flow of suspicious funds via computer as colossal amounts of capital fled D-City, flowing into offshore accounts worldwide. However, this time, he pinpointed a crucial funding chain that led to a deeply concealed transaction channel. "Boss, I found it." Zhang Yi's voice carried a hint of excitement as he revealed that the funds ultimately flowed into a company registered in South America, ostensibly a legitimate investment firm. But in reality, it served as a shadow to conceal the origin of the capital. Gu Lingyuan approached Zhang Yi, his gaze fixed intently on the screen. "This South American company represents a critical breakthrough. However, we require further evidence to substantiate its connection to the Shadow. I have already commenced the collection of pertinent data," Zhang Yi continued, "yet the counterpart is exceedingly cunning, and all financial transactions have been meticulously encrypted. To fully unveil their true nature will necessitate additional time." Gu Lingyuan nodded slightly. "Time is a luxury we can ill afford. Inform Yang Bo to prepare everything. We may need to act at any moment. Meanwhile, as Gu Lingyuan and Zhang Yi grappled with the financial crisis, the masterminds behind the shadow were far from idle. At a clandestine base in South America, a mysterious figure monitored the financial turmoil in City D via computer. A cold smile played upon his lips. Gu Lingyuan, it appears you are not so easily crushed. This enigmatic individual is a core member of the Shadow, codenamed Phantom Wolf. He orchestrated the financial conflict with a calm demeanor, his gaze sharp and frigid. However, this is merely the beginning. The real contest lies ahead. Phantom Wolf drummed his fingers on the table, his voice low and chilling. Notify our allies to prepare for the next phase. We must make Gu Lingyuan aware that he is not the master of this game. In the command room, Zhang Yi received new intelligence. Boss, it seems the Shadow may have forged some form of alliance with other black market forces. Their financial network is expanding rapidly within City D. If we cannot ascertain their intentions in a short span, the financial system of City D may face complete collapse. A cold glint flashed in Gu Lingyuan's eyes. They seek to undermine our foundation. I shall ensure they pay the price. Just then, Linyu received an urgent phone call. Upon answering, his expression shifted, and he quickly informed Gu Lingyuan. Brother Gu, the latest intelligence indicates that the black markets in City B and City C have also begun to exhibit unusual activity, seemingly in synchrony with the Shadow's movements. Gu Lingyuan smirked coldly. It appears our adversaries have deployed their full strength. He rose, his gaze fierce, and spoke in a deep voice. Convey my orders. Initiate a full-scale assault. Chapter 67. Prelude to a comprehensive counterattack. The clarion call of battle resonated as Gu Lingyuan's orders were disseminated, prompting the black market forces in City D to mobilize with remarkable swiftness. All factions were poised, awaiting the pivotal moment to strike. As the battle cry was sounded, the struggle within the financial realm began to escalate into a multifaceted contest. Lin Yu personally led the charge, emerging from the command center to orchestrate a series of defensive and retaliatory maneuvers. He was acutely aware that the adversary would not relent easily. Thus, every step needed to be executed with utmost precision. Notify Zhao Gang to activate all underground arsenals and dispatch our most elite personnel to safeguard several critical strongholds. Lin Yu commanded decisively. His strategy was unequivocal, to ensure that all operations aligned seamlessly with Gu Lingyuan's overarching scheme. Simultaneously, Yang Bo received intelligence indicating that Gu Lingyuan's counteroffensive had entered a substantive phase. He promptly reached out to the financial titans within the black market, safeguarding their assets from external encroachments. What is the current status on Zhang Yi's end? Yang Bo inquired of Gu Lingyuan's intelligence officer while issuing directives. He understood that intelligence was the linchpin of this confrontation. Any salient information could potentially sway the tide of victory. We have uncovered additional financial flows linked to the Shadow, yet their movements remain elusive, Zhang Yi reported calmly, continuing to track their whereabouts. The adversary was accelerating their operations, aiming to dismantle their economic foundation in the shortest time possible. Yang Bo furrowed his brow, acutely aware that this signified the swift passage of time. They must implement more assertive measures before the enemy achieve their objectives. Turmoil in Cities B and C, while City D busied itself with defense and counterattack. Tensions in Cities B and C began to escalate. A sudden surge of financial activity within the smuggling networks of City B indicated the undercurrents associated with the Shadow. Gu Lingyuan's ally in City B, Huang Lin, had begun to sense irregularities. She swiftly contacted Gu Lingyuan. There seems to be an issue in City B. In recent days, several suspicious fund transfers have emerged, involving highly clandestine forces. Gu Lingyuan furrowed his brow, instinctively aware that the Shadow had ambitions beyond City D. They were evidently orchestrating a city-wide strategy, seeking to dismantle his defenses through a multi-pronged assault. Remain vigilant and enhance monitoring in City B. Gu Lingyuan responded with composure. I will dispatch reinforcements, but you must ensure control of the situation at critical moments. Their schemes must not succeed. Huang Lin nodded, already formulating a contingency plan. She recognized that this was not merely a financial conflict, but a strategic contest of manpower and resources. Meanwhile, In City C, the situation was equally fraught. As the conflicts between the assassin networks and underground fighters intensified, entangling their interests in a web of complexity and peril. Gu Lingyuan swiftly instructed Linyu. Notify Song 1 to arrange armed forces in City C, prepared to address the upheaval within the underground factions. Crisis escalation as Gu Lingyuan's counteroffensive unfolded. The financial sector in City D began to transition into a phase of retaliation. Zhang Yi's intelligence has been confirmed. The funds of the shadow are rapidly circulating across the globe, with their destinations being the various black market economic networks they seek to manipulate. The boss. The latest intelligence indicates that they are employing multiple shell companies for money laundering activities, which are scattered throughout Europe and South America. Zhang Yi's voice carries a hint of tension, yet he remains composed. If we can intercept this flow of funds, we stand a chance to sever their financial chain entirely. Gu Lingyuan nods. We must act immediately. We cannot allow their plans to succeed. Zhang Yi swiftly operates the computer, dispatching the new intelligence to Yang Bo and several other subordinates responsible for surveillance. The entire team springs into action, aiming to locate the core financial nodes of the shadow and execute precise strikes. Meanwhile, Gu Lingyuan contemplates another issue. If the shadow is not merely intent on dismantling his economic foundation, what could their true objective be? He begins to reflect on previous clues, and a possibility gradually emerges in his mind. This financial war may simply be a fade, with the shadow's genuine intentions concealed in deeper layers, perhaps even in a crucial juncture beyond D-City. As night falls, the entirety of D-City is enveloped in an enigmatic atmosphere. Just as Gu Lingyuan and his team continue their financial warfare, Linyu suddenly receives urgent intelligence. Brother Gu, the intelligence suggests that behind the unrest in B-City and C-City, there appears to be another force operating in the shadows. Their ambitions extending beyond mere finance to strike at us on a broader scale. Upon hearing this, Gu Lingyuan's expression turns grave. Is this the handiwork of the shadow? Linyu shakes his head, uncertain, but their actions evidently demonstrate a meticulous plan. They may be collaborating with other factions allied to the shadow, or perhaps acting independently. Gu Lingyuan ponders for a moment before decisively issuing orders. Continue the pursuit. We must uncover all these forces operating in the shadows, whether they are the shadow or other factions. As long as they dare to strike, I will ensure they pay the price. At that moment, new information arrives from Yangbo. Boss, we have uncovered a significant lead. Core members of the Shadow may have already entered D-City, and they are likely to make an appearance in the upcoming operations. Gu Lingyuan's gaze sharpens. Excellent. It seems the true contest is only just beginning. He rises, his eyes deep and contemplative, as he begins to strategize the next course of action. Chapter 68. Decisions amidst the storm. The emergence of an unknown force in the deep of night. City D remained aglow with lights. Gu Lingyuan stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of a high-rise, surveying the sprawling metropolis below. His thoughts were a tumultuous blend of clarity and confusion, as the situation seemed to be veering towards an uncontrollable direction. Linyu hurriedly entered from outside, his expression grave. Brother Gu, the latest intelligence indicates not only is the shadow in action, but another unknown force has begun to operate within the black markets of cities B and C. Unlike the shadow, which targets the financial sector, this new entity appears to engage in destruction and provocation. Gu Lingyuan raised an eyebrow slightly, clearly recognizing the escalating complexity of the situation. What were the intentions of this new force? What did they seek to gain from the ensuing chaos? Linyu shook his head. It remains unclear what their ultimate objective is, yet they are evidently not mere destroyers. Based on the intelligence we have gathered, they may possess a formidable supporter behind them. Gu Lingyuan fell into a brief contemplation, then sneered coldly. Whoever it may be, anyone who obstructs my plans shall pay the price. He understood that in this intricate scenario, mere retaliation would no longer suffice to meet the challenges at hand. He needed to ascertain the true motives of these adversaries. The crisis of Zhang Yi's family. While Gu Lingyuan pondered his strategy, Zhang Yi suddenly burst into the command room, his demeanor tense and his voice laden with unprecedented anxiety. Brother Gu, my family has been kidnapped. Gu Lingyuan spun around sharply, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. When did this occur? Why was there no prior intelligence? Zhang Yi lowered his head, gritting his teeth. This morning, I received an anonymous letter containing photographs of my family. They are being held at a concealed location. The perpetrators have not issued any demands, seemingly aiming merely to exert pressure on me. Gu Lingyuan frowned, acutely aware that this incident might be connected to either the shadow or the new force. Who do you suspect is behind this? Zhang Yi composed himself, suppressing the turmoil within. I suspect it is the shadow. They may be attempting to undermine the foundation of our intelligence network through this threat. Gu Lingyuan nodded, contemplating for a moment before issuing orders. We cannot afford to be complacent. Immediately investigate all related information and mobilize every resource to locate your family. This attack is not merely personal. It is evident they intend to disrupt our overall strategy. The timing for a comprehensive counterattack with Zhang Yi's family missing. Gu Lingyuan's team grew increasingly tense. Lin Yu convened all core members to prepare for the next course of action. All underground forces had begun to stir, as if a storm were brewing, and Gu Lingyuan knew he could no longer afford to remain passive. There is no time left to wait. Gu Lingyuan's tone was icy, his determination resolute. We must take the initiative. He immediately ordered the activation of a long-prepared operational plan, Operation Falcon. This plan had been meticulously crafted by Gu Lingyuan, designed to swiftly mobilize his various forces across cities D, B, and C when necessary, launching a comprehensive counteroffensive. Zhao Gang. Coordinate all armed forces to ensure that our defenses in City B and City C are without any vulnerabilities. Meanwhile, Yang Bo, initiate a comprehensive crackdown on the shadow funding chain. We must not allow any of their funds to continue flowing. Yang Bo nodded quickly. We have already grasped a portion of the core funding chain of the shadow. We merely need to make further breakthroughs. Gu Lingyuan said coldly, force the shadow out, leaving them with nowhere to hide. Although Zhang Yi was anxious, he understood well that Gu Lingyuan would not allow any harm to come to his family. The speed of the operational deployment was extraordinary. Lin Yu and Zhao Gang's team had already begun preparations to scout the unknown force. Meanwhile, in the shadows, that mysterious power was continuously sowing chaos, attempting to find an opening amidst the turmoil. Suddenly, Lin Yu received urgent intelligence. Brother Gu, we have just intercepted communications from the shadow. They are discussing a new plan that seems to involve Zhang Yi's family. Gu Lingyuan's expression hardened. Speak. Lin Yu continued. They mentioned an operation codenamed Falcon, likely related to an impending assassination or sabotage. Gu Lingyuan sneered. Falcon? Very well. Let us see who the true Falcon is. No sooner had he spoken than hurried footsteps echoed from outside, and a subordinate burst in with even more shocking news. Brother Gu, we have identified an important contact of the shadow. They're already active in City D, planning a lethal attack against us. Gu Lingyuan's gaze sharpened like a blade. Is this their counterattack? It seems time to teach them a lesson. After a moment of silence, Gu Lingyuan's eyes deepened. No matter what they do, we must not fall into their trap. This battle has only just begun. Chapter 69. The situation grows increasingly complex as Gu Lingyuan issued the command for a full-scale counterattack. The black market of D-City descended into a palpable tension. Various factions began to recalibrate their strategies, cautiously observing the impending tempest. The atmosphere of unease permeated every corner of the city, with traders and informants in the black market no longer displaying their usual vigor. Almost everyone recognized that this conflict transcended mere gang rivalry, concealing a more profound struggle for power beneath its surface. Simultaneously, a mysterious force began to subtly emerge. Their movements were shrouded in secrecy, origin unknown, as if they were quietly observing and biding their time from the shadows. Lin Yu received an influx of clues from the intelligence network, yet these leads only deepened his confusion. Brother Gu, our intelligence indicates that the Shadow Organization has significantly increased their communication frequency recently, mentioning a plan referred to as Operation Falcon, but we suspect this is likely a ruse, Lin Yu expressed, his face etched with concern. Gu Lingyuan, seated calmly at his desk, tapped his fingers lightly upon its surface, pondering, oh, were they concealing? Lin Yu presented a new piece of intelligence. According to another intercepted confidential document, the shadow appears to be orchestrating a transaction with an external force. The leads we have uncovered suggest a close connection between this force and the recently surfaced unknown organization. And the content of this transaction? Gu Lingyuan raised an eyebrow. The specifics remain unclear at present, but it is certain that this transaction is of paramount importance and could alter the current situation. Lin Yu's tone betrayed a hint of unease. Gu Lingyuan fixed his gaze upon the intelligence before him, inhaling deeply. Continue to monitor them, but do not alert them to our presence. Instruct Zhao Gang's men to exercise caution and avoid revealing themselves. We must locate the core of their transaction. The key to everything may lie therein. Zhang Yi's inner turmoil at this moment. Zhang Yi found himself ensnared in a web of profound conflict. Although the crisis of his family's abduction had been temporarily resolved, the lingering anxiety and fear remained inescapable. The enemy not only knew the whereabouts of his family, but also possessed secrets he believed were unknown to others. Such precise strikes left him questioning whether there was a traitor among those closest to him. Standing by the window, he reflected upon every detail of recent events. The kidnapper seemed intimately familiar with him and his family, information only a select few could possess. A thought flickered in Zhang Yi's mind. Could someone within the team be surveilling me? He swiftly scrutinized each individual around him, yet found no overt signs of treachery. Everyone appeared loyal and dependable, but his instincts warned him that matters were far from simple. To avoid raising alarms, Zhang Yi resolved to investigate alone. He understood that every member of the team was indispensable. The betrayal of even one could plunge the entire group into peril. I must uncover this mole, Zhang Yi vowed silently. Anomalies in the system meanwhile, the technical expert of the team, Chun Ning, had also detected some irregularities. He was responsible for maintaining the network security and information systems of the team, but recently some records within the system had caught his attention. Gu, it appears that our system has been compromised, Chun Ning reported as he examined the system logs. I have discovered several instances of unauthorized access. Although the intruder has erased most of the traces, a few subtle clues remain. Upon hearing this, Gu Lingyuan furrowed his brow. Who is it? Have you identified them? Chun Ning shook his head, his expression grave. We have not yet ascertained the intruder's identity, but they are evidently a highly skilled hacker. The intruder not only attempted to acquire our intelligence, but also deliberately left misleading clues within the system, aiming to divert our investigation in the wrong direction. Continue the pursuit. Whoever it is, we must unearth them. Gu Lingyuan's tone was cold, his eyes betraying a fierce intent. At that moment, Lin Yu interjected, Gu, I suspect that this system breach may be linked to the Shadow Organization. Their activities seem to have intensified, and some intercepted information indicates that they may have already pinpointed our operations. Gu Lingyuan nodded. It seems that the adversary we face is not merely a simple gang. The Shadow may be backed by more intricate forces, mysterious transactions simultaneously. The intelligence team, led by Zhao Gang, had also uncovered new developments. Near a secluded warehouse in City B, they had monitored several key members of the Shadow Organization engaging in clandestine meetings with another faction. Gu, our team in City B has uncovered an ongoing arms transaction. The other party has concealed it very cleverly, but judging by their modus operandi, this transaction likely involved a batch of high-end weapons, Zhao Gang reported. High-end weapons? Gu Lingyuan's brow furrowed slightly. It appeared that they were not merely attempting to financially undermine us, but were also prepared to resort to force. Zhao Gang nodded, indeed, and their operations are exceedingly clandestine. The transaction site is situated near the port, and the timing is tightly scheduled. Our team has already infiltrated the area, ready to launch an ambush on the day of their transaction, with the aim of completely dismantling their plans. A glint of cold ruthlessness flashed in Gu Lingyuan's eyes. Excellent. Prepare thoroughly. This operation must strike true. However, while issuing the orders, Gu Lingyuan remained ever vigilant. Everything seemed to be proceeding too smoothly. The Shadow's actions, though secretive, bore the marks of deliberate design. Gu Lingyuan suspected that this transaction might be a meticulously orchestrated trap. "Do not let your guard down," he cautioned. "They are likely waiting for us to take the bait." Zhang Yi's dilemma once all the plans were laid out. Zhang Yi suddenly received an anonymous message. It was an encrypted communication, containing only a few terse sentences. "Your family is safe, but we control everything. If you wish to save them, you know what to do." Zhang Yi felt a heavy weight in his heart, his hand trembling slightly as it gripped his phone. He was acutely aware that this message signified the enemy had uncovered his vulnerabilities, even tracking his every move. This realization compelled him to exercise greater caution, making it imperative that he refrain from hasty decisions. "Gu, I have received their threatening message," Zhang Yi conveyed anxiously as he handed the phone to Gu Lingyuan. Gu Lingyuan glanced at the information, his expression remaining inscrutable. Calmly, he remarked, "They are testing you. Yet this also presents us with an opportunity. We can turn this information against them and set a trap." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi felt a slight alleviation of his anxiety, though the unease within him lingered. He understood that the safety of his family was his greatest vulnerability, a point the enemy had evidently seized upon. "We cannot afford to take risks." Gu Lingyuan pondered momentarily before continuing, "But neither can we allow them to dictate our actions. Henceforth, we must proceed with meticulous caution, ensuring each step is deliberate, and await the opportune moment to strike back." Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. "I understand. I shall act according to the plan." Despite appearing composed on the surface, Zhang Yi's inner turmoil deepened. The enemy had identified his most significant weakness, and his only recourse was to adhere to Gu Lingyuan's strategy, biding his time for a counterattack. However, what was the enemy's true objective? Was this operation a chance for Zhang Yi to rescue his family, or merely a cunning trap laid by his adversaries? The answers would gradually come to light as the situation unfolded. Chapter 70. Turbulent times on the eve of action. As time progressed, Gu Lingyuan and his team gradually approached the core of the transaction between the Shadow Organization and the enigmatic forces. However, time was not on their side. The Shadow Organization was accelerating its movements, seemingly eager to finalize a particular plan. Gu Lingyuan and his team needed to identify the critical points of this plan and deliver a decisive blow to their adversaries. In the Team S meeting room, Gu Lingyuan, Lin Yu, Zhang Yi, Chen Ning, and Zhao Gang sat around the table, the atmosphere heavy with tension. The screen on the wall projected footage of Shadow members captured by surveillance. "We have pinpointed the exact time and location of the transaction," Lin Yu stated, pulling out a map and indicating an abandoned dock at the B City port. "They will conduct a weapons trade here, and this cache of arms is sufficient to equip an elite mercenary squad. We need to conduct a thorough reconnaissance of the area before the transaction," Zhao Gang interjected. "If this is a trap, we must be prepared to respond accordingly." Gu Lingyuan nodded, but his attention shifted to Zhang Yi. Sitting nearby, Zhang Yi wore a furrowed brow, clearly troubled. Gu Lingyuan did not directly inquire about Zhang Yi's concerns, yet he sensed the fluctuations in his emotions. "Zhang Yi, you must maintain razor-sharp focus for this operation," Gu Lingyuan said, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Zhang Yi nodded, taking a deep breath before replying, "I understand, and I will not allow personal feelings to affect our mission." Despite his words, the inner turmoil lingered. The safety of his family remained a shadow in his heart, and the enemy was clearly exploiting this vulnerability to manipulate him. "I have arranged for several teams to lie in wait around the port. When the transaction commences, we will strike from 3 directions simultaneously, ensuring no escape routes remain for them," Lin Yu continued, meticulously detailing the plan and striving to account for every nuance. Beneath the surface, however, as the team diligently orchestrated their operation, the upper echelons of the Shadow Organization were simultaneously executing their own strategies. They were not to be underestimated, possessing formidable armed forces in the black market and maintaining clandestine connections with law enforcement and political figures. In a secret stronghold of the Shadow Organization, a mysterious man sat at the head of the conference table, his fingers lightly tapping the surface. His name was unknown, but within the organization, he was referred to as the Black Hand. "The Falcon operation is ready. The target is drawing ever closer," the Black Hand stated with an air of confidence. A subordinate cautiously inquired. But Gu Lingyuan's team has begun to suspect us. They are intensifying their investigation into our transaction. The Black Hand smiled, his demeanor calm. This is precisely what we wish to see. We will lure them deeper into our trap, and when they commit fully to action, our true plan can commence. It became clear that everything was merely a meticulously crafted scheme by the Shadow Organization. Their actual objective was not the weapons trade, but rather to ensnare Gu Lingyuan's team through this elaborate ruse. They believed we were engaged in a weapons transaction, but that was merely a fade. The Shadow spoke in a hushed tone, his eyes glinting with a merciless intensity. Our true objective lies within the financial system of City D. The core financial data center that Gu Lingyuan is safeguarding is precisely our genuine prey. His subordinates displayed expressions of astonishment. Are we not meant to confront their armed forces? The Shadow shook his head. No, we must sever their financial lifeline, obliterating their very foundation. This will deliver the most devastating blow. Inner dilemma after departing the conference room. Zhang Yi stood alone by the window, reflecting on each of his recent steps. A photograph of his family adorned his phone screen, his most cherished possession. Yet now it had transformed into his gravest vulnerability. At that moment, Zhang Yi's phone vibrated once more, revealing a familiar encrypted message. You know your time is running out. To ensure your family's survival, take them to the port. These few words pierced Zhang Yi's heart like a sharp blade. The enemy forced him to choose between his team and his family, leaving him gasping for breath. Zhang Yi understood that should he yield, Gu Lingyuan and the team would find themselves in dire peril. However, if he failed to comply with their demands, his family might vanish forever. He recalled Gu Lingyuan's earlier admonition. Gu Lingyuan seemed to sense his internal struggle, but refrained from direct inquiry, perhaps believing he would make the right choice. Zhang Yi silently vowed, no matter the cost, I must find an alternative path, one that neither betrays brother Gu nor jeopardizes my family's safety. A night of unease as night fell. The atmosphere at the port grew increasingly tense. In the darkness, Gu Lingyuan and his team had long since taken up their positions, awaiting the moment to strike. Each member remained on high alert, prepared to spring into action at any moment. Zhang Yi and Lin Yu were tasked with leading two teams in a flanking maneuver, while Gu Lingyuan would personally command the frontal assault. This operation was a matter of life and death. Any oversight could lead to total collapse. Everyone, maintain radio silence and await my signal. Gu Lingyuan's voice resonated through each team member's earpiece, calm, yet imbued with authority. Time passed slowly, the hour for the transaction drawing near. Suddenly, the lights of a distant warehouse flickered to life as several black vans slowly approached, mysterious figures disembarking with a multitude of crates. The transaction has commenced, Lin Yu whispered. Just then, a strange voice crackled through Zhang Yi's earpiece. Zhang Yi, you should act now, or your family's lives will be at stake. A jolt of shock coursed through Zhang Yi. He clenched his fists, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He realized the enemy had cornered him into a final confrontation. Simultaneously, Gu Lingyuan was on the verge of issuing his command, and the operation was about to commence. Zhang Yi's mind raced. He could not reveal the threats he faced to anyone, nor could he act recklessly, for it would endanger the entire team. His only recourse was to seek a breakthrough, to reverse the tide of the situation. An unexpected turn, however. Just as Gu Lingyuan prepared to issue the final attack command, the lights of the port warehouse abruptly extinguished, followed by a cacophony of violent explosions. The warehouse was instantly engulfed in flames, and the violent shockwave from the explosion sent tremors throughout the entire port. Gu, the situation has changed, Lin Yu reported urgently. Gu Lingyuan's expression darkened, realizing that the enemy had been well prepared, and this operation had likely spiraled beyond their control. He swiftly issued commands. All personnel, retreat. Evacuate the port. At the same time, Zhang Yi's phone vibrated once more. You have no time left. Either take the cargo, or lose your family forever. Zhang Yi's heart felt as though it had been struck with great force. Yet he understood that this was a pivotal moment. He was compelled to make a decision. Taking a deep breath, he abruptly lifted his gaze towards the port, illuminated by the explosions in the distance. His grip tightened around his firearm as the faces of his family and Gu Lingyuan's trust flashed through his mind. At this juncture, the enemy was closing in, and Zhang Yi was faced with a critical choice. How would he respond? Would he sacrifice everything for his family, or would he seek an opportunity to turn the tide? The next chapter will reveal Zhang Yi's decision and the true conclusion of this intricate web of intrigue. Chapter 71. The Cost of Choice. Action and desperation. The echoes of the explosion still reverberated, and Zhang Yi found himself haunted by the piercing warnings in his ears. The enemy compelled him to make a choice: betray Gu Lingyuan to safeguard his family or uphold his convictions, risking the loss of his loved ones forever. His heart raced, and time seemed to suspend in that fleeting moment. Zhang Yi clenched his fists, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. The trust bestowed upon him by Gu Lingyuan, the mission of the team, and the safety of his family intertwined into an inescapable dilemma. In the distance, Lin Yu led the team in preparation for retreat. Yet his movements slowed as if awaiting Zhang Yi's command. They had sensed the precariousness of the situation, but had not anticipated the deadly traps lurking behind it. Finally, Zhang Yi spoke, his tone calm. Everyone, maintain formation and proceed as planned. Evacuate swiftly. His command was resolute and decisive, as if the internal struggle had never existed. Yet, the port had already been obliterated. One subordinate hesitated. I said, continue with the plan. Zhang Yi interrupted coldly, a profound determination flickering in his gaze. Gu Lingyuan listened through the earpiece, sensing an anomaly in Zhang Yi's demeanor, though he refrained from direct inquiry. He chose to remain silent, observing the unfolding events. The schemes of the shadowy hand, meanwhile, in a derelict building far from the port, the leader of the shadow organization, known as the Black Hand, monitored everything through surveillance. Observing Gu Lingyuan's team in retreat, he smirked with cold amusement. Gu Lingyuan has not disappointed us, but what about Zhang Yi? How far can he navigate this intricate web? The Black Hand mused, his eyes glinting with intrigue. He understood that Zhang Yi was one of Gu Lingyuan's most capable subordinates. And this time, he wagered on Zhang Yi's love for his family. If Zhang Yi capitulated, Gu Lingyuan's entire plan would descend into chaos. An assistant beside the Black Hand whispered, should we escalate the pressure? Zhang Yi does not seem fully subdued. The Black Hand shook his head. No need. He will make his choice in due time. At a critical moment, he must take that step. Inner turmoil during the retreat. Zhang Yi's mind was plagued by the threatening messages he had received on his phone. He knew that time was slipping away, and the enemy's machinations were closing in. He needed to devise a solution that would protect his family without betraying Gu Lingyuan. But was such a feat truly attainable? Deep in thought, an idea suddenly sparked within him. He quickly activated his encrypted communication device to reach out to Gu Lingyuan. Brother Gu, I have a plan. It may be our only chance, Zhang Yi whispered. Gu Lingyuan's voice came through the earpiece, still composed. Do tell. The enemy is forcing me to surrender critical intelligence. Otherwise, they will target my family. Zhang Yi stated plainly, then quickly added, however, I believe this presents an opportunity. Their desire to manipulate me gives us a chance to counterattack. Gu Lingyuan fell silent for a moment, evidently contemplating Zhang Yi's proposal. Do you think they will trust you? As long as I exhibit sufficient submission, they shall lower their guard. We can strike back at a crucial moment. Zhang Yi's voice was resolute. His plan, though perilous, might be the only avenue to shatter the stalemate. Gu Lingyuan nodded slowly, declaring, I trust you. Let's wager on this. Debate in the ensuing hours. Zhang Yi's scheme commenced its silent execution. He transmitted disguised intelligence through the encrypted channels provided by the enemy, feigning surrender and expressing a willingness to exchange information to safeguard his family. Upon receiving the message, the Black Hand indeed relaxed his vigilance, believing that Zhang Yi had unwittingly stepped into their trap, preparing to use this lead to draw out Gu Lingyuan. It seemed the plan was progressing smoothly. The Black Hand smiled at his assistant, instructing, notify our team to prepare for the next phase. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi discreetly organized a group of elite operatives, ready to counterattack at a pivotal moment. Lin Yu and Zhao Gang also participated in this operation, with everyone treading carefully, wary of any misstep. The trap backfires as night fell. Zhang Yi following the enemy's instructions, proceeded to the designated location for the exchange. This site was an abandoned factory on the outskirts of City B, its eerie atmosphere sending chills down one's spine. Zhang Yi, accompanied by a few team members, entered the factory, ostensibly to deliver intelligence, yet he had already prepared a strategy for an imminent counterstrike. However, upon entering the factory's interior, he discovered that the situation was more intricate than anticipated. Suddenly, the lights illuminated the area, and dozens of heavily armed foes surrounded Zhang Yi and his team from all sides. Indeed, they had not lowered their guard. A wave of dread washed over Zhang Yi. The voice of the Black Hand emerged from the shadows, laced with mockery. Zhang Yi, did you truly believe we would trust you so easily? Now, hand over the real intelligence, or your family shall. Before the Black Hand could finish his sentence, Zhang Yi emitted a signal, prompting Linyu and Zhao Gang, concealed in the shadows, to lead the team in a surprise attack. Combat erupted instantaneously, gunfire echoing throughout the factory. Gu Lingyuan's strategy had been to utilize Zhang Yi as bait to draw out the main forces of the Shadow Organization. In that moment, the tide began to turn rapidly. Zhang Yi fixed his gaze upon the Black Hand, voice low and firm. I shall not yield. Your plan has already failed. The Black Hand's expression shifted dramatically, clearly unprepared for Gu Lingyuan's counteroffensive to be so swift and precise. The fierce gunfight raged for several minutes, with the enemy gradually being subdued by Gu Lingyuan's team. Yet, just as Zhang Yi was about to reach the Black Hand, the latter abruptly pressed a button in his hand. Did you think this was the end? No. You all must die. The Black Hand sneered, and the ground of the entire factory began to tremble, a deep rumble resonating ominously. Retreat. This place is about to explode. Lin Yu shouted, and everyone swiftly fell back. However, Zhang Yi's gaze remained fixed on the Black Hand. Despite the imminent danger, he resolutely charged toward him, determined to capture this mastermind once and for all. Chapter 72. Escape from desperation within the factory. Chaos erupted as the shadowy figure pressed a button. The ground trembled violently, and the walls began to crack, as if they were on the verge of collapse. Zhang Yi felt the vibrations intensifying beneath his feet, and the acrid scent of impending danger filled the air, threatening to engulf them at any moment. Retreat, Lin Yu shouted, attempting to lead the team swiftly out of the crumbling factory. Zhang Yi's gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the puppet master, who had already posed numerous threats to Gu Lingyuan's team. To release him now would undoubtedly render their future endeavors even more perilous. The shadowy figure stood by the control panel, his eyes gleaming with cold disdain. He appeared to revel in the turmoil surrounding him, taunting, "You will never fathom the depths of my cards." Zhang Yi refrained from responding to the provocation, opting instead to make a swift decision. He whispered, "Lin Yu, take the team and retreat. I will stay behind." Lin Yu furrowed his brow, casting a concerned look at Zhang Yi. "No, it's far too dangerous. This is a trap." "I am aware," Zhang Yi replied, his eyes brimming with determination. "But someone must remain to stall him. Otherwise, we shall all be ensnared in greater peril." After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yu finally nodded. He recognized Zhang Yi's resolve, which stemmed not only from his familial ties, but also from his loyalty to Gu Lingyuan and the entire team. "Take care," Lin Yu said succinctly before hastily leading the team away. The confrontation, Zhang Yi stepped forward, his presence unwavering. The shadowy figure regarded him with a slight smirk. "Do you truly believe you can thwart me? Everything here is already under my control." Zhang Yi's gaze remained icy. "Control? What you deem control is merely chaos. You underestimate us." With a derisive laugh, the figure replied, "Then let us see." Suddenly, he drew a handgun from his waist and unhesitatingly fired at Zhang Yi. With agility, Zhang Yi sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the bullet that grazed his shoulder, embedding itself into the metal wall behind him. "You should not have forced my hand," Zhang Yi coldly remarked. He swiftly unsheathed a dagger and lunged at the shadowy figure, intent on subduing him before he could deliver a lethal blow. Seeing Zhang Yi's ferocity, the figure retreated a few steps in search of cover. Yet, Zhang Yi's movements were as swift as lightning, closing the distance in an instant. Just as the blade was about to pierce him, the figure pivoted, narrowly evading the strike. In the confined space, the two engaged in a deadly duel. While the figure lacked Zhang Yi's agility, he adeptly utilized his surroundings to dodge Zhang Yi's relentless attacks. Sparks flew as bullets rained down, each one deftly avoided by Zhang Yi. "You cannot escape," Zhang Yi murmured, his breath gradually steadying, his strikes becoming increasingly precise. The figure's expression grew anxious. He had evidently not anticipated Zhang Yi's rapid response. In a desperate bid, he pressed another button, seeking to trigger a more catastrophic explosion to drive Zhang Yi back. A life hanging by a thread at that moment, the factory floor began to collapse on a grand scale. Massive steel reinforcements plummeting from the ceiling as if intent on devouring the entire space. Zhang Yi understood that time was of the essence. Just then, the Black Hand executed a desperate maneuver. Seizing the chaos of the impending collapse, he abruptly leaped towards a hidden passage beside the control console, attempting to escape from there. Zhang Yi's gaze sharpened. He recognized this as a singular opportunity. He dashed towards the Black Hand, expending every ounce of his strength to hurl a dagger forward. The blade glimmered ominously in the air, piercing precisely into the Black Hand's left shoulder. The Black Hand let out a pained roar, his body shaking violently as he nearly fell to the ground. Yet, he gritted his teeth, enduring the agony, and continued his flight deeper into the passage. Zhang Yi quickly closed the distance, seizing the Black Hand by the shoulder and forcefully pinning him to the ground. The dagger followed suit, embedding itself in the Black Hand's right arm, rendering him utterly incapable of resistance. The Black Hand gasped in agony, a trace of maniacal glee lingering on his face. "Do you think capturing me means the end? Gu Lingyuan will inevitably tread this path. None of you can escape." Ignoring his threats, Zhang Yi swiftly searched the Black Hand's person, retrieving a communication device and an encrypted file. He understood that these details might unveil a more extensive conspiracy lurking behind the Black Hand. "You underestimate us," Zhang Yi said coldly, then rose swiftly, dragging the Black Hand away from the crumbling factory. A new crisis. Zhang Yi hurriedly dragged the unconscious Black Hand out of the factory, where Linyu and his team were waiting. They quickly assisted Zhang Yi and the Black Hand into the vehicle. "The factory is on the verge of explosion. We must evacuate at once," Linyu whispered, clearly anxious. Zhang Yi nodded, panting heavily. "Let's move quickly." Minutes later, a tremendous explosion erupted from the rear of the factory, thick smoke and flames soaring into the sky. The entire structure was engulfed in a sea of fire. "That was too close," Zhao Gang murmured, casting a glance at the retreating flames in the rearview mirror. Zhang Yi sat in the vehicle, his head bowed as he examined the encrypted files retrieved from the Black Hand. His brow furrowed. The contents were intricate and obscure, yet he recognized their critical importance. "We must deliver this information to Brother Gu immediately," Zhang Yi stated solemnly. Linyu nodded, and the convoy sped towards Gu Lingyuan's headquarters. However, en route to the headquarters, a particular piece of information in the documents caught Zhang Yi's attention. It was a covert signal, seemingly linked to an imminent plan. An ominous premonition surged within him. This was merely the beginning. The true crisis lay ahead. As Zhang Yi pondered, the communicator suddenly crackled to life. It was Gu Lingyuan's voice, cold and stern. "We have just received intelligence that someone has betrayed our whereabouts. The enemy may already be aware of our next move." Zhang Yi clenched his fists, his brow furrowing. Could there truly be a mole among us? Gu Lingyuan's voice was low and chilling. "It appears our adversary is more cunning than we had imagined. The next course of action will soon be revealed. Will the true traitor emerge? Can Zhang Yi and Gu Lingyuan unravel the enemy's plot in time? A far greater conspiracy is quietly brewing in the shadows." Chapter 73. The traitor in the mist. Zhang Yi felt an overwhelming weight in his heart as Gu Lingyuan's words echoed relentlessly in his mind. Someone has betrayed our whereabouts. He understood that the situation was far from simple. The enemy's ability to ascertain their movements at a critical moment indicated the presence of a mole among them. The convoy sped through the night, with faint lights flickering outside, yet Zhang Yi's mood remained taut and unyielding. He turned his gaze toward the window, a myriad of possibilities flashing through his mind, and his doubts grew heavier. Gu Lingyuan's strategy upon returning to headquarters Gu Lingyuan had been waiting for some time, his countenance betraying no excess of emotion, only a calm and composed demeanor. He stood at the center of the conference room, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze as sharp as that of a hawk. "What is the situation?" Gu Lingyuan inquired coolly, his eyes flitting between Zhang Yi and Linyu. Zhang Yi provided a succinct report. "The Black Hand has been apprehended. We have seized his communication devices and encrypted documents." However, he alluded to a larger scheme. There may well be subsequent actions. Gu Lingyuan paused briefly, nodding slightly. "I will have Qinning decode the encrypted files, and Zhao Gang will interrogate the Black Hand. What concerns me is that someone has disclosed our plans to the enemy." The atmosphere in the conference room grew palpably tense. Linyu furrowed his brow and asked quietly, "Do you suspect an insider?" Gu Lingyuan's expression was grim. "That is the only possibility. The enemy possesses far too many details regarding our operations. Even the routes to the factory are known to them. We have a traitor among us." Zhang Yi remained silent, aware that Gu Lingyuan's assessment was not groundless. In their previous operations, the enemy had consistently exploited their vulnerabilities and seized the opportune moments, which was evidently not mere coincidence. Zhang Yi's concerns our foremost task now is to identify this mole. Gu Lingyuan's voice cut through the tension like a knife through air, devoid of any emotion. Zhang Yi nodded slightly, yet his heart was filled with a tumult of conflicting feelings. Who could the traitor be? Each individual who followed Gu Lingyuan seemed incapable of betrayal, especially those closest to him. However, he could not deny that the situation was indeed becoming more convoluted. Suddenly, the faces of his family flashed in Zhang Yi's mind. Since the onset of this operation, they had been meticulously shielded, almost entirely isolated from the outside world. Yet, in recent days, communication from them had dwindled, particularly concerning the safety of his wife and children, which left him feeling increasingly anxious. Gu Lingyuan seemed to sense Zhang Yi's hesitance and suddenly asked, "Zhang Yi, who do you think is most likely?" Zhang Yi lifted his head, meeting Gu Lingyuan's gaze with resolve. "Without evidence, any suspicion is futile. But I will investigate and uncover any trace." Gu Lingyuan nodded. "Good. I trust you. We must proceed with caution. Any erroneous judgment could lead us into deeper traps." Qinning's decryption meanwhile. Qinning was busily engaged in his office, attempting to decipher the encrypted documents obtained from the Black Hand. The layers of encryption within these files are exceedingly high, sufficient to demonstrate the formidable power behind our adversaries. This is no trivial matter. Qinning's fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard, his gaze fixed intently on the computer screen. Despite being a top-tier hacker, this encrypted file proved to be more time-consuming than any he had encountered before. Suddenly, a notification flashed on the screen, indicating that a portion of the decryption process had been completed. Qinning's brow furrowed slightly as the contents of the file began to materialize. It was a series of intricate codes and numbers, interspersed with some obscure text. Qinning's attention abruptly sharpened. He uncovered a hidden message within the code. Target, Project S. Launch time, 48 hours hence. Qinning instantly recognized that this was not an ordinary piece of information. It likely concealed a significant operation orchestrated by the enemy. Without hesitation, he seized his phone and dialed Gu Lingyuan's number. A portion of the file had been decrypted, but a critical piece of news emerged. They had a so-called project set to launch within the next 48 hours. Qinning's voice carried a hint of urgency. Gu Lingyuan narrowed his eyes slightly, a glint of coldness flashing within. Project S. It seems this game has only just begun. Countdown to action. Zhang Yi stood within Gu Lingyuan's office, and upon hearing Qinning's report, the entire team fell into a momentary silence. Our time is limited. Linyu was the first to speak, stating that 48 hours was not long, and they needed to swiftly ascertain the nature of this project. Gu Lingyuan did not respond immediately. He paused for a moment before articulating. This plan is likely aimed at us. We must undertake two tasks. First, identify the mole, and second, prepare our defenses. Zhang Yi nodded. I will investigate the mole's leads. As for Project S, we require more intelligence. Gu Lingyuan's eyes flickered, evidently formulating a counter-strategy in his mind. Once the puppet master is ensnared, the enemy will undoubtedly take further action. Our current objective is to draw them out. He rose and approached Zhang Yi, speaking softly. You pursue the mole while simultaneously fortifying our defenses. The enemy may strike at any moment. We cannot afford to be complacent. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and nodded. He understood that every subsequent step was crucial. Even the slightest miscalculation could lead to a complete unraveling of the situation. Ambush and counterattack time slipped away as Zhang Yi and Linyu led their team into swift action. Following Gu Lingyuan's orders, various defensive measures were reinforced around the headquarters, while simultaneously, an ambush against the enemy was quietly being orchestrated. They decided to use the puppet master as bait, deliberately leaking a portion of false information to lure the true mole into the open. Zhang Yi stood in the monitoring room, his eyes glued to every corner of the headquarters through the screens. This was the core command point of the operation, where all information flows would be meticulously captured. Suddenly, Zhang Yi noticed an anomaly in the surveillance footage of a particular area. It was a secret sealed passage, and, at that moment, the monitoring feed for the passage had been severed. Linyu, have you seen this area? Zhang Yi immediately contacted Linyu. Linyu's voice resonated through the earpiece. I've seen it. I'll dispatch someone to investigate right away. A few minutes later, Linyu arrived at the scene with his team, and Zhang Yi's apprehension deepened. This passage was known to only a select few, and its current disruption clearly indicated that someone was attempting to circumvent the surveillance system to carry out their actions. A traitor. It was highly likely they had already commenced their plans. Zhang Yi murmured to himself, his gaze sharpening, as Linyu and his team ventured deeper into the passage. Zhang Yi's communicator suddenly vibrated. It was an urgent message from Linyu. Zhang Yi here. We've discovered an unidentified device, most likely a time bomb. Linyu's voice carried a hint of tension. We need to address this immediately. Zhang Yi's heart sank. The traitor's actions had begun, and the true crisis loomed before them. At this moment, did the enemy harbor even greater conspiracies yet concealed? Chapter 74. A steady advance. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, swiftly mobilizing all his conjectures and clues. The emergence of the bomb had shattered their original plans. Time had become increasingly pressing, and the enemy appeared to have entered the final phase of their operation. Linyu summoned Chen Ning at once to disarm the bomb's mechanism. Zhang Yi commanded with an unyielding firmness in his voice. Linyu responded promptly. Understood. I will make arrangements immediately. Zhang Yi fixated on the surveillance footage, a growing sense of tension enveloping his heart. The enemy had infiltrated the headquarters, and the placement of this bomb was clearly intended to sow chaos and obscure their other maneuvers. A traitor among them had evidently begun to act. Yet Zhang Yi remained unaware of the individual's identity. Chen Ning's decryption. Moments later, Chen Ning hurried to the scene. As he operated his equipment, he meticulously examined the bomb's external apparatus. Zhang Yi, observing through the camera in the monitoring room, concentrated on Chen Ning's every move. The screen magnified the interface Chen Ning was deciphering, revealing the sophisticated technology behind the bomb's intricate circuitry and numerical displays. This bomb is highly professional, evidently crafted using advanced technological methods. Chen Ning analyzed swiftly, his hands never ceasing their work. I will attempt to neutralize this threat by disrupting its core. Zhang Yi nodded, fully aware of Chen Ning's capabilities. If anyone at headquarters could handle such a complex situation, it was undoubtedly Chen Ning. However, amid the anxious wait, Zhang Yi's attention was not solely focused on the bomb. Searching for the traitor must be operating amongst us. Zhang Yi murmured, his sense of vigilance intensifying. He had to ascertain who among them was betraying their cause. Time did not permit a leisurely investigation. As he pondered, Gu Lingyuan suddenly appeared in the monitoring room. His gaze was calm, yet profound, as if he already comprehended the current predicament. I trust Chen Ning to handle the bomb. I have no concerns there. Gu Lingyuan spoke with a detached tone, yet a formidable pressure lingered beneath. However, our issue with the traitor has escalated to a critical point. Do you have any leads? Zhang Yi shook his head, his brow furrowed. I am still investigating, but the enemy has evidently orchestrated all their steps in advance. We must identify the traitor, possibly by examining the subtle details that often go unnoticed. Gu Lingyuan nodded in agreement. Time is of the essence. We must hasten our pace. You investigate, and I will have Zhao Gang and Linyu assist you. Without further ado, Zhang Yi exited the monitoring room. He understood Gu Lingyuan's intent. The ensuing events would plunge them into an even more perilous phase. The enemy's movements simultaneously. On the other side, the enemy was swiftly mobilizing. Their objective extended beyond merely placing a bomb to create chaos. They aimed to leverage this opportunity to dismantle Gu Lingyuan's power base. The covert adversarial forces seemed to have discerned Gu Lingyuan's vulnerabilities, preparing to deliver a fatal blow at a critical moment. A black van quietly entered the underground parking lot near the headquarters, where several armed men awaited, evidently on a mission for an ambush. The leading man issued a hushed command: make every effort to remain inconspicuous. Once we enter, we shall proceed separately. This group clearly possessed professional training, their movements swift and discreet. Before long, they maneuvered through a blind spot in the surveillance and infiltrated the inner areas of the headquarters. Intense pursuit at this moment. Zhang Yi was striding purposefully through the corridors of the headquarters, methodically sifting through potential suspects based on the information he had gathered. However, the mole was exceptionally well concealed, rendering any clues exceedingly vague. Abruptly halting, his gaze fixed upon a camera nestled in a corner. It appeared to have been recently repaired, yet there was a segment of recording time conspicuously missing. Zhang Yi instantly recognized this as a potential crucial lead left by the mole. He swiftly accessed the surveillance records for that area, discovering that several hours prior, a figure had appeared there. Although the footage was exceedingly blurry, Zhang Yi could discern that the silhouette bore a striking resemblance to a key personnel member at headquarters, Linyu. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi contacted Linyu via his communication device. I believe I've uncovered a lead. Someone has tampered with a segment of the surveillance footage. Can you retrieve all relevant entry and exit logs? Linyu's voice responded promptly. Understood. I will handle it immediately. Gu Lingyuan's strategy, meanwhile. Gu Lingyuan exhibited no signs of panic. Seated in his office, he appeared to be calmly contemplating his next strategic moves. He was acutely aware that the adversary had cornered them into a perilous situation, and his task was to counter every action taken by the enemy at the most critical juncture. Zhao Gang, have you encountered any developments on your end? Gu Lingyuan inquired softly. Zhao Gang's voice crackled through the communicator. We have uncovered several potential leads and are investigating them one by one. However, the enemy seems exceedingly cautious, leaving us with scant traces. Gu Lingyuan nodded, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. Continue the investigation. Let no possible clue escape your scrutiny. The ultimate confrontation at that moment. Zhang Yi suddenly received news from Linyu through his earpiece. Zhang Yi, I have found it. The individual who appeared in the surveillance blind spot is our internal personnel, Han Zheng. Zhang Yi's heart sank. Han Zheng was a seasoned intelligence officer within Gu Lingyuan's team, renowned for his loyalty. He had never once doubted Han Zheng, yet now, all clues pointed toward him. I am heading to find him, Zhang Yi replied coldly, his mind already calculating the next steps. He pivoted toward Han Zheng's office, but as he approached, he noticed the door ajar, with no sounds emanating from within. Instinctively alert, Zhang Yi drew his pistol and gently pushed the door open. The office was empty. The computer was still running, but Han Zheng had evidently departed. Frowning in concentration, Zhang Yi was about to leave when he suddenly spotted an encrypted document amidst the clutter on the desk. He quickly pocketed the file and exited the office. Traps and counterattacks simultaneously. Chen Ning had successfully decrypted the bomb's programming, temporarily alleviating the crisis within the headquarters. Yet he did not relent. Instead, he swiftly reached out to Zhang Yi. I have neutralized the bomb, but what is your status? I have uncovered some clues, but the traitor has escaped. Zhang Yi replied in a somber tone. He won't get far. Gu Lingyuan's voice suddenly emanated from the communicator. We have orchestrated a far grander scheme. Zhang Yi paused momentarily. You anticipated his flight? From the very moment he planted the bomb, I recognized he was seeking an opportunity to flee, Gu Lingyuan replied, nonchalantly, a hint of cold amusement lacing his voice. However, he now finds himself with no avenues of escape. In that instant, Zhang Yi comprehended that Gu Lingyuan had foreseen all of this and had even set a more elaborate snare, awaiting the traitor's gradual descent into it. Just then, Gu Lingyuan's voice carried a note of lethal intent. Let us act. We must not afford them another chance. Chapter 75. Counterattack. The night was as dark as ink, suffocating in its oppressive stillness. Zhang Yi and Gu Lingyuan's team had launched a comprehensive pursuit of the traitor. While Han Zheng was acutely aware that his identity had been exposed, desperately fleeing for his life. Zhang Yi led several elite members swiftly toward the underground passage at headquarters, the only concealed exit to the outside world. All indications pointed to Han Zheng attempting to escape through this hidden route. There was no reason for Han Zheng to have chosen this passage without cause. Zhang Yi contemplated, replaying the minutiae of past events in his mind. He believed that there lay deeper conspirators behind Han Zheng, and this traitor was merely a pawn in the enemy's grand design. The pursuit. The underground passage was dimly lit, the air thick with dampness, and footsteps echoed sharply in the vast corridor. Zhang Yi and Lin Yu formed a pair, rapidly approaching the passage's end, where surveillance footage indicated that Han Zheng's trail had vanished in this vicinity. Lin Yu whispered, "I've already informed all guards at the exits. Han Zheng cannot escape. We must intercept him here." Zhang Yi remained silent, swiftly adjusting his breathing, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound emanated from the depths of the passage. Zhang Yi reacted swiftly, signaling his team to adopt a state of alert. He raised his pistol, aiming into the darkness ahead, cautiously advancing. At that moment, Han Zheng's figure emerged into view. His face was slick with cold sweat, clearly aware that he had nowhere left to run, yet his eyes still sparkled with a defiant glint. "Don't move," Zhang Yi barked. Han Zheng halted abruptly, slowly raising his hands, yet a smirk crept across his lips. "You are too slow," Han Zheng said, his voice low and laced with mockery. "You have no chance left." "Han Zheng," Zhang Yi replied coldly, "lower your weapon, and perhaps we might offer you one last opportunity." A flicker of malice flashed in Han Zheng's eyes as he suddenly produced a small detonator from his pocket, his finger hovering ominously above the button. "Stay back," he shouted frantically, his gaze filled with desperate madness. "None of you can stop me. The plans are already set in motion. You are merely laughable pawns." Zhang Yi's expression darkened as he immediately recognized that Han Zheng likely possessed other explosive devices. The final negotiation calmed down. "Han Zheng," Zhang Yi urged, forcing himself to suppress the rising tension within. "Every decision you make now will determine your fate. You need not have come to this point." A flicker of hesitation crossed Han Zheng's face. It was evident he did not genuinely wish for self-detonation, but rather was leveraging the threat to buy time. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu attempted to maneuver around to Han Zheng's rear, seeking a chance to subdue him. However, just then, Han Zheng abruptly turned, realizing Lin Yu's intent. "Don't move. If you do, I'll press the button." Han Zheng's finger pressed firmly against the detonator, his emotions escalating. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Yi's expression hardened, understanding that a change in strategy was imperative. Continuing to pressure Han Zheng would only lead to a quicker unraveling. He needed to find an opening that would cause Han Zheng to relent. "Han Zheng, do you truly believe that this will lead you to victory?" Zhang Yi's tone suddenly shifted, becoming cold and relentless. "You are merely a pawn in the hands of your adversaries. They are exploiting you. Once you fulfill their scheme, do you really think they will spare you?" Han Zheng's expression froze momentarily, a flicker of madness flashing in his eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by hatred and resentment. "They have given me an opportunity," Han Zheng declared through gritted teeth. "It is you who have consistently marginalized me. I have never been genuinely trusted." Zhang Yi perceived the cracks in his resolve and continued to deepen the blow. "Do you believe they truly care for you? Once the plan fails, you will be discarded. Only we can ensure your survival." Han Zheng's fingers momentarily loosened on the detonator, and Zhang Yi sensed that the moment had arrived. In that instant, Zhang Yi signaled Lin Yu to act. Without hesitation, Lin Yu swiftly charged at Han Zheng from the side, executing a precise maneuver that knocked the detonator from his grasp to the ground. Han Zheng, in a state of panic, struggled, but was soon firmly subdued. Zhang Yi rushed forward to retrieve the fallen detonator, exhaling in relief. Fortunately, it was merely a decoy device with no actual explosive function. He truly was bluffing. Zhang remarqued coldly. Han Jing slumped helplessly to the ground, despair evident in his gaze. He had come to the grim realization that he had utterly lost. Neither the enemy nor Gu Lingyuan's team would grant him any further opportunities. However, the matter was far from resolved. Zhang Yi handed Han Jing over to Lingyu and turned to leave, but Han Jing suddenly spoke, his voice trembling slightly. "You have no idea what the true plan is." Zhang Yi halted, casting a cold glance back at him. "What else is there that you have not disclosed?" A bitter smile crept across Han Jing's face. "Do you think my backers are merely ordinary foes? They anticipated that I would be captured by you. The real plan is not to blow this place up, but rather—" He paused abruptly, a flicker of pain in his eyes. "The true target is Gu Lingyuan." Zhang Yi's heart sank heavily. "What do you mean?" Han Jing whispered. "The enemy has long been aware of every step of Gu Lingyuan's plans. They have infiltrated your ranks at a deeper level. What you are currently facing is merely a superficial threat. The real target lies within Gu Lingyuan's most trusted inner circle." Zhang Yi suddenly realized that the situation was far more complex than he had anticipated. The true traitor may be hidden even deeper, and the enemy they faced was far more powerful and cunning than imagined. With Han Jing's capture, it appeared that Gu Lingyuan's plans had successfully gained control of the situation. Yet the true conspiracy of the enemy was only just beginning to surface. Standing at the threshold of Gu Lingyuan's office, Zhang Yi was filled with questions and wariness. Han Jing's last words struck him like a dagger. Within Gu Lingyuan's inner circle, who is the true betrayer? Chapter 76. The Conspiracy in the Shadows. Zhang Yi paused outside Gu Lingyuan's office, taking a deep breath. Before he could knock, Gu Lingyuan's voice resonated from within. "Come in." Upon entering, Zhang Yi found Gu Lingyuan standing before his desk, his expression inscrutable as he regarded him. His gaze was profound, as if he had already discerned everything. "Han Jing has been apprehended, yet you claim the threats we face extend beyond this," Zhang Yi stated candidly, a hint of curiosity glimmering in his eyes. Gu Lingyuan nodded subtly, as though everything had unfolded as anticipated. "Indeed, I have long sensed it. Han Jing is merely a cog in a larger scheme. The true mastermind lurks in the shadows. Why did you not inform us sooner?" Zhang Yi inquired, a note of dissatisfaction creeping into his voice. He understood Gu Lingyuan's propensity for secrecy, but when the safety of the entire team was at stake, he found it intolerable. Gu Lingyuan's expression turned grave. "Some matters are not meant for everyone's shoulders. I needed to ensure the traitor surfaced without alarming the snake." Zhang Yi fell silent for a moment, aware of Gu Lingyuan's coldness and his methodical approach to decision-making. Yet this very trait sparked a flicker of unease within him. "What comes next? What do you intend to do?" he asked. A subtle smile graced Gu Lingyuan's lips, a glimmer of icy mirth illuminating his gaze. "The enemy believes their plans are flawless. Yet they are oblivious to the fact that I have orchestrated an even grander scheme. Now it is time to strike back." As Gu Lingyuan prepared for his counterattack, the adversaries in the shadows accelerated their movements. In a clandestine meeting room, several figures clad in black gathered around a table, their expressions grave. The meeting was led by a tall, gaunt man with a sinister visage and eyes that radiated lethal intent. He was known as the Serpent Head, the architect of this covert conspiracy. "Han Jing has been compromised. The first step of our plan has faltered," the Serpent Head uttered coldly, his voice slicing through the air like a blade. "What shall we do next?" one of his subordinates asked, anxiety lacing his tone. The Serpent Head smiled faintly. "There is no need for haste. No matter how astute Gu Lingyuan may be, he remains but a mortal. His plans, no matter how flawless, cannot shield him from our ultimate strike. Our insider has already infiltrated Gu Lingyuan's inner circle, and he remains blissfully unaware." The Serpent Head's tone suggested that everything lay within his grasp. "Who is this insider?" A subordinate could not help but inquire. The Serpent Head's smile grew colder. "When the time is right for you to know, you shall." The looming crisis after leaving Gu Lingyuan's office, Zhang Yi found himself engulfed in turmoil. Although Gu Lingyuan appeared to possess the upper hand, Han Jing's final words cast a shadow over his mind. He made his way directly to Lin Yu's office, where Lin Yu was busy organizing the reports from their recent operation. Upon noticing Zhang Yi's entrance, Lin Yu set his pen aside and asked, "What's the situation?" "It's somewhat complicated. Gu Lingyuan seems to have already sensed the presence of a traitor, yet he chose to remain silent," Zhang Yi replied succinctly. Taking a seat across from Lin Yu, weariness etched on his features. Lin Yu furrowed his brow. He is typically cautious, yet for such a significant operation, he opted for concealment. Zhang Yi nodded, contemplating the necessity of waiting until the traitor was fully exposed before taking action. However, Han Zheng's words stirred an unsettling feeling within him. They had always believed that capturing Han Zheng would resolve their issues, but it now appeared that matters were far more complex. Lin Yu pondered for a moment and murmured, "The traitor within Gu Lingyuan's inner circle, as mentioned by Han Zheng, is indeed a cause for concern. We must investigate promptly. Otherwise, our forthcoming actions may become exceedingly perilous." "Do you have any leads?" Zhang Yi inquired. Lin Yu shook his head, stating, "The individuals within the inner circle are remarkably loyal and have consistently aligned with Gu Lingyuan over the years, showing no signs of abnormality. Yet, it is evident that the enemy has infiltrated the deepest layers, indicating that the traitor is well concealed." Zhang Yi nodded, feeling an impending sense of crisis loom over him. He understood that time was of the essence. They needed to accelerate their pace to uncover the truth before the enemy launched a fatal strike. An anxious night enveloped the city as darkness descended, shrouding it in silence while the undercurrents of conspiracy surged unabated. Upon returning to his apartment, Zhang Yi's mind replayed the events of the day. He stood by the window, gazing at the distant lights, his heart in turmoil. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, and upon glancing at the unfamiliar number, he furrowed his brow before answering the call. "Zhang Yi, it's me," came a deep voice from the other end. "Gu Lingyuan." "What is it?" Zhang Yi asked. There was a hint of tension in Gu Lingyuan's tone as he replied, "I just received intel that the enemy might strike tonight. They have grasped our operational plans." Zhang Yi was taken aback, nearly dropping his phone. "How is that possible? Only the core members know our plan. Could there really be a traitor among us?" "Indeed, the traitor has commenced their actions," Gu Lingyuan replied coldly. "We must act immediately, or everything will spiral out of control." Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yi swiftly recalibrated his thoughts. "What are your instructions?" "First, gather at headquarters with Zhao Gang and Lin Yu. Tonight, we will apprehend the traitor." Gu Lingyuan's voice resonated with an unassailable authority. "Understood." Zhang Yi ended the call, quickly donning his coat in preparation to leave his apartment. However, just as he stepped outside, it struck him. He was being watched. On the street, a black sedan lay in wait, its occupants fixated on Zhang Yi's every movement. The adversaries had already laid their traps, and every step Zhang Yi took was under their scrutiny. Who then was the true traitor? Had Gu Lingyuan fallen into the enemy's snare? Would Zhang Yi uncover the truth behind this looming crisis in time? A life-and-death confrontation was about to unfold. Chapter 77. A covert confrontation. Zhang Yi halted abruptly, his heart racing with an alarming intensity. He realized that the appearance of the black sedan was no mere coincidence. The adversary had commenced their operation, and he was currently within their line of sight. Stealthily, he retreated to his apartment, leaning against the wall as he rapidly contemplated his next course of action. At that moment, his phone vibrated again, displaying Gu Lingyuan's number on the screen. Zhang Yi grasped the phone in one hand while tightly clutching his firearm in the other, cautiously answering the call. "They have already set their sights on me," Zhang Yi murmured, a glint of cold determination flickering in his eyes. Gu Lingyuan remained silent for a brief moment before responding with a chilling tone. "It appears the enemy has acted sooner than we anticipated. Remain calm, do not alert them, and buy as much time as you can. I will send assistance your way." Zhang Yi nodded, but he understood that at this juncture, he could only rely on himself. The danger approaches from behind the car window. A pair of eyes remained fixated on Zhang Yi's apartment, as if waiting for him to reveal a vulnerability. Peering through the curtain's gap, Zhang Yi discerned that there were at least two individuals in the vehicle who refrained from making any rash moves, evidently biding their time for a more opportune moment. Zhang Yi knew he could not afford to remain idle. He swiftly mapped out several potential escape routes in his mind. The rooftop presented a viable option, albeit not without considerable risk. Just then, a coded message arrived on his phone, sent by Linyu. Prepare for cover. Action in 5 minutes. A faint smile graced Zhang Yi's lips. It seemed that reinforcements were indeed en route. Time was of the essence. He had to make a decision swiftly. The breakout operation 5 minutes later, Zhang Yi sprang into action. Instead of exiting through the front door, he opted to scale across to the neighboring balcony. With agility, he maneuvered silently between the floors. Meanwhile, Linyu and Zhao Gang's vehicle quietly arrived at the end of the street. As Zhang Yi entered the rooftop passage, a sudden, muffled sound of footsteps echoed in his ears. The enemy had finally sensed something amiss and was beginning to act. Unperturbed, Zhang Yi pressed onward along his predetermined route. Upon successfully reaching Linyu and Zhao Gang's vehicle, the enemy's car began to pursue swiftly. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi dove into the car, and Zhao Gang slammed on the accelerator, propelling them away like an arrow. They took the bait. Zhang Yi glanced back, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Linyu, composed as ever, operated the surveillance equipment, the screen revealing the trajectory of the enemy vehicle. Don't celebrate too soon. They will not surrender so easily. We must lure them out completely. The enemies scheme simultaneously. Within another vehicle, the serpent head coldly scrutinized the map displayed on the screen. Observing Zhang Yi and his team's escape, he exhibited neither panic nor anger, instead allowing a faint smile to surface. They are already aware, the serpent head remarked, as if everything were under his control. Shall we send someone to intercept? One of his subordinates tentatively inquired. The serpent head shook his head. No need. They are conveniently bringing us exactly what we desire. Let them believe they have triumphed, and then deliver them a fatal blow. His finger glided gently across the screen, pausing on a map pinpointing the location of Gu Lingyuan's headquarters. In the office, Gu Lingyuan was deep in contemplation, unwavering in the face of a complex situation. The predicament of Zhang Yi, the adversary's schemes, and the presence of traitors. All these pressures seemed to have woven themselves into the fabric of his thoughts. They would undoubtedly make a move. Gu Lingyuan murmured to himself, his gaze flashing with a keen intensity. He lifted a cup of tea and took a delicate sip, as if awaiting the next move in his strategic game. Suddenly, the office door swung open, and Lin Yu's assistant entered, speaking in hushed tones. The Serpent's team has made their move. They are setting traps. Gu Lingyuan's expression darkened. He rose slowly and said, "Very well, it is time for us to act." He picked up the telephone from his desk and dialed a concealed number. "The time has come. Initiate the plan." Unbeknownst to Zhang Yi, Gu Lingyuan had orchestrated a much grander scheme, with Zhang merely a pivotal piece on the chessboard. The enemy was drawing near, and Gu Lingyuan's counterattack had already begun to unfold quietly. In this covert contest, who would ultimately emerge victorious? Chapter 78. The moment of counterattack. Zhang Yi sat in the back seat, his gaze fixed on the rearview mirror, watching the black sedan drawing ever nearer. His fingers lightly tapped against the car door as his mind raced through the forthcoming tactical maneuvers. Zhao Gang gripped the steering wheel tightly, pressing down on the accelerator. The vehicle speeding through the night. "They're closing in too quickly," Zhao Gang murmured, anxiety etched across his face. "Stay calm. They're attempting to lure us into a trap." Zhang Yi replied coolly, his eyes still focused on the pursuing vehicle. On Lin Yu's tablet, several potential escape routes were displayed in real time. Furrowing his brow, he remarked, "Our route is under surveillance. We must devise a means of evasion." "I have an idea." A glint of sharpness flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. "We can feign a hook." Zhao Gang shot him a glance. "Feign a hook? You mean?" Zhang Yi nodded. "We cannot remain perpetually on the defensive. It is time to strike back." Zhao Gang smirked. "I like this plan." Feigning and counterattacking suddenly, Zhao Gang's vehicle decelerated, as if experiencing a malfunction. The black sedan, clearly sensing the shift, accelerated in an attempt to close the gap. Zhang Yi glanced at Lin Yu and whispered, "Are you ready?" Lin Yu quickly tapped the keyboard, the equipment within the car swiftly intercepting the enemy's electronic signals. He nodded with a smile. "All set." "Then let us proceed," Zhang Yi commanded firmly. At the moment the enemy vehicle was about to close in, Zhao Gang suddenly slammed on the accelerator, the car roaring to life as it surged forward. Simultaneously, Lin Yu's system infiltrated the enemy vehicle's communication devices, revealing the internal exchanges on the screen. They truly believe we have fallen into their trap, Zhang Yi remarked with a cold smirk as he glanced at the dialogue on the screen. The black sedan continued its relentless pursuit, the occupants evidently prepared for a meticulously orchestrated ambush. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that it was they who had unwittingly stepped into a trap. The sudden counterattack, Zhang Yi's vehicle executed a sharp turn, veering into a narrow alleyway. The black sedan followed closely behind, but just as it reached the alley's entrance, two parked trucks suddenly appeared ahead, blocking its path entirely. Zhao Gang slammed on the brakes, the car coming to a steady halt at the alley's far end. Zhang Yi and Lin Yu swiftly exited the vehicle, their pistols cocked, and approached the enemy vehicle with calm determination. "Come out," Zhang Yi commanded coldly, standing before the black sedan. The doors slowly opened, and a man clad in black emerged from the driver's seat, his face ashen, clearly taken aback by the turn of events. "You knew all along?" The man's voice brimmed with disbelief. Zhang Yi offered no response, merely smiling faintly. "Did you think we would simply wait for you to make the first move? From the moment you set your sights on me, the outcome of this game was already sealed." The man clenched his teeth, his hands swiftly reaching for his waist in an attempt to draw a weapon. Yet, before he could complete the motion, Zhang Yi's gun was already aimed directly at his forehead. "Do not attempt to test my patience," Zhang Yi stated coldly. The man's hand froze in midair, only to reluctantly drop. He realized that he had utterly lost within the intricate layers of the situation. Just as Zhang Yi prepared to escort the enemy for interrogation, Lin Yu's communication device suddenly buzzed to life, and Gu Lingyuan's voice resonated. "How is the situation unfolding?" Zhang Yi succinctly reported. "The enemy has been apprehended. We await your instructions." After a brief moment of contemplation, Gu Lingyuan replied in a hushed tone, "Bring him along. We must extract more significant intelligence from him. The enemy's true operation has yet to commence. This is merely a prelude." Zhang Yi's brow furrowed slightly. "A larger operation?" "Indeed, this individual is merely a pawn. The true mastermind lurks in the shadows, orchestrating a grander scheme. Their ambitions extend beyond me, encompassing the entire power structure of City A." A chill of coldness and vigilance colored Gu Lingyuan's voice. Zhang Yi nodded. "Understood." Meanwhile, in a dimly lit basement, the serpent head sat before a wooden table, his gaze icy. Before him lay a map marked with several key locations in City A, his fingers gliding slowly over each designation. The operation had commenced. Zhang Yi and his team were merely engaging in trivial skirmishes. By the time they realized the gravity of the situation, it will already be too late. He muttered to himself, exuding confidence. Gu Lingyuan believes he is in control, yet he remains oblivious to our true objective. The serpent head lifted his gaze, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. The next step is to completely dismantle them. The enemy Zhang Yi has captured is merely the tip of the iceberg. The real crisis is quietly encroaching. Will Gu Lingyuan's strategy suffice to confront this looming, unknown tempest? Chapter 79. Thunderous counterattack. Zhang Yi ushered the captive into the vehicle, where an atmosphere of palpable tension prevailed. Zhao Gang glanced into the rearview mirror, attempting to ease the strain. "Brother Lingyuan, this individual is quite resilient. It appears we shall need to exert considerable effort to pry open his lips." Zhang Yi nodded slightly. "Indeed, yet we possess numerous methods. He is aware that we hold the upper hand, and it is only a matter of time before he speaks." The captive sat in the back seat, his hands securely bound, a smirk playing at the corner of his lips. He cast a cold glance at Zhang Yi, scoffing. "Do you truly believe you have triumphed?" The serpent had anticipated all of this. "Your counterattack is merely a path to your own demise," in his eyes. Upon hearing the name of the serpent, Zhang Yi's gaze sharpened. "Where is he now?" The captive offered no reply, only a more sinister smile in response. Still defiant, Zhao Gang frowned. "I cannot abide such stubbornness." Zhang Yi refrained from pressing further. He recognized that the serpent was a notably cautious adversary, capable of surreptitiously commanding a substantial faction in City A, making him no easy foe to confront. At this juncture, it was not about interrogation, but rather unearthing breakthroughs from other clues. Let him remain silent for a time. Zhang Yi said calmly, "We have other matters to attend to." In response, Zhao Gang swiftly placed a hood over the captive's head, severing his connection to the outside world. A brief silence enveloped the vehicle, punctuated only by the sound of tires rolling over the pavement in the nocturnal stillness. Brother Lingyuan's strategy upon returning to headquarters. Zhang Yi escorted the captive into Gu Lingyuan's office. Gu Lingyuan stood before the window, his back turned to them, seemingly contemplating the forthcoming actions. "Brother Lingyuan, the individual has been brought," Zhang Yi reported succinctly. Gu Lingyuan turned, his gaze sweeping over the bound captive, a cold smile gracing his lips. The serpent has indeed been far more cautious this time. It appears he has come well prepared for this confrontation. The captive remained silent, though a slight shift in his expression hinted at his unease in the presence of Gu Lingyuan. "This individual is tight-lipped, but that is typical of the serpent's men," Zhang Yi remarked. "We may need to employ alternative methods." Gu Lingyuan pondered for a moment. No matter how tight his lips may be, he is merely a pawn in the serpent's game. We need not squander excessive time on him. My greater concern lies with the serpent's forthcoming actions. What grand scheme does he harbor? Zhang Yi pressed on. Surely, with such a significant operation, he must have already begun his preparations? Gu Lingyuan sneered. Indeed. And his greatest asset is not solely the ruthless individuals at his command, but rather the network of intelligence he controls. Each of his maneuvers has been meticulously calculated. Upon hearing this, the captive's eyes flickered with a hint of panic, quickly reverting back to indifference. Plans and counterattacks, Brother Lingyuan. Should we not simply hand this fellow over to the authorities? Zhao Gang interjected. Gu Lingyuan shook his head. No, that would only alert the serpent. We need him alive, but the information he possesses cannot be acquired through violence. Zhang Yi nodded. I understand. What we seek is not the confession of a mere pawn, but rather the next move of the mastermind. Gu Lingyuan cast a deep glance at Zhang Yi. You have already deduced it. Although the mastermind's actions are grand, we have ample opportunities for counteraction. He is overly arrogant, believing that we are being led by the nose, unaware that we have already begun our counteroffensive. A smile crept onto Zhang Yi's face. This contest has only just begun. The captive, though blindfolded, evidently sensed the chilling air generated by the exchange between Zhang Yi and Gu Lingyuan. An invisible weight hung in the atmosphere, shattering his previous composure. You do not understand the mastermind's plan at all. The captive could not help but murmur. Zhang Yi chuckled softly, as if anticipating this moment. Is that so? Since we lack understanding, why not enlighten us? The captive clenched his teeth, clearly grappling with an internal struggle. He was acutely aware of the mastermind's ruthlessness. Should he betray, his fate would undoubtedly be grim. Yet he found himself ensnared, with no avenue for retreat. What is it that you wish to extract from me? The captive finally spoke, his voice tinged with a tremor. Zhang Yi's gaze turned icy. What is the mastermind's true plan? After a brief silence, the captive finally whispered. He has orchestrated a large-scale operation in City A, targeting your entire intelligence network. He has bribed several key figures, intending to dismantle your foundation from within. Gu Lingyuan furrowed his brow. Which key figures? The captive glanced at Gu Lingyuan, his voice growing even more subdued. This includes several important members from within your own ranks. The mastermind holds leverage over them, and once the timing is right, he will incite internal chaos using these individuals. Zhang Yi and Gu Lingyuan exchanged a glance, both acutely aware that the situation was far graver than they had imagined. The mastermind's plan had already quietly commenced. Did Zhang Yi and Gu Lingyuan's team truly harbor traitors? And what was the true objective lurking behind the enemy's actions? The outcome of this contest hung in the balance. Chapter 80. The emergence of the traitor Zhang Yi stood silently beside Gu Lingyuan, his gaze fixed intently on the captive. After several hours of interrogation, the prisoner finally divulged the insidious scheme orchestrated by the serpent's head, delivering shocking revelations. Are you suggesting that the serpent's head has infiltrated our ranks with a traitor? Zhang Yi's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. The captive's face paled, and after a moment's hesitation, he nodded. Indeed, the serpent's head has bribed your intelligence department head, Zhou Qing. Zhang Yi furrowed his brow, his heart stirred by the revelation. Zhou Qing, the head of the intelligence department and a trusted confidant of Gu Lingyuan, was responsible for the operation of the entire intelligence network. If he were indeed a traitor, the situation would become exceedingly perilous. Gu Lingyuan fixed a steely gaze upon the captive, his eyes sharp as blades. Are you certain it is him? The captive nodded vigorously. The serpent's head has obtained a substantial amount of critical intelligence through him, and he will continue to relay information. Gu Lingyuan's expression gradually grew colder. If this is true, the serpent's head's plan has long been set in motion, and all our actions are under his surveillance. Zhang Yi clenched his fists, a surge of anger rising within him. Lingyuan, what should we do? Should we seize him directly? Yet Gu Lingyuan remained remarkably composed, slowly articulating. No, we must not raise alarms. Zhou Qing is unaware that we have detected his true identity. This is our only advantage. If we act now, we will only alert the serpent's head. Zhang Yi furrowed his brow, filled with doubt. So we allow him to continue transmitting intelligence? Isn't that perilous? Gu Lingyuan smiled slightly, a glint of cunning in his eyes. We shall not allow him to continue transmitting true intelligence. Instead, we shall have him relay false information. We do not need to apprehend him immediately. We must utilize him to turn the serpent's head against himself. Zhang Yi gradually comprehended Gu Lingyuan's intention. Are you suggesting we manipulate Zhou Qing, luring the serpent's head into our trap? Gu Lingyuan nodded. The serpent's head believes he has grasped our movements, while in truth, we will guide him towards his own self-destruction with false intelligence. Strategically advancing in the subsequent days, Zhang Yi and Gu Lingyuan meticulously devised a plan, utilizing the traitor Zhou Qing to convey false intelligence to the serpent's head. Simultaneously, they began covert preparations for a counterattack. Zhou Qing continued to act according to the serpent's head's orders, blissfully unaware of the surveillance he was under. Zhang Yi personally monitored Zhou Qing's every action, ensuring that the information he transmitted fell within their scheme. Lingyuan, we have completely grasped his communication records, reported Linyu. The false intelligence he relayed has prompted the serpent's head to mobilize forces. It appears he is preparing for a major operation. Zhang Yi stood by the window, contemplating. The serpent's head will likely go all out, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to us. He will concentrate all his strength. This will be our only opportunity. Gu Lingyuan chuckled coldly. When the serpent's head strikes, it will be our moment to launch a decisive counterattack. Zhao Gang could not help but interject. This time, we must eliminate the serpent's head completely. We cannot allow him any chance of resurgence. Zhang Yi nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Indeed, the serpent's head has concealed himself for far too long, his presence rendering the entire city increasingly unstable. As darkness enveloped the city, it appeared tranquil. Yet beneath the surface, the serpent's influence was quietly consolidating. According to the intelligence transmitted by Zhou Qing, the serpent's head believed he had discerned all the movements of Gu Lingyuan's faction, planning to dismantle them entirely in one decisive strike. Zhang Yi sat in the command room, his gaze fixed intently on the surveillance screens. Everything was unfolding according to plan. Every move of the serpent's head was under their control. It is time for action. Lin Yu whispered, his voice low. Gu Lingyuan's eyes gleamed with determination. Everyone prepare to act. Let the serpent's head taste the bitterness of his own arrogance. Zhang Yi smirked coldly. It is time to present a grand gift to the serpent's head. As time progressed, the serpent's forces began to converge on the trap they had set. Zhou Qing, following the serpent's orders, continued to disseminate false intelligence, leading the serpent's head further into Gu Lingyuan's meticulously crafted snare. The serpent's main forces had reached their target location. Lin Yu's voice was tense yet steady. Zhang Yi's hand gripped the table, his eyes radiating resolute determination. Prepare everyone. The moment the serpent's head makes a move, we shall retaliate immediately. Understood, Zhao Gang responded promptly. swiftly arranging the troops to be on standby. Gu Lingyuan remained by the window, quietly gazing into the distance, as if everything was within his grasp. Time slipped away, each second thick with tension, as Zhang Yi and his team awaited the moment the serpent's head would strike, unaware that he was merely a pawn in their grand design. As night deepened, the serpent's forces finally initiated their assault, surging toward the false stronghold established by Gu Lingyuan, intent on obliterating the enemy's core position. Commence the operation, Zhang Yi commanded, and all concealed operatives sprang into action, swiftly surrounding the serpent's forces, who found themselves ensnared. Gunfire erupted, the night air ignited by flames and billowing smoke. Although the serpent's minions outnumbered them, they were caught off guard by Gu Lingyuan's meticulous preparations, rendering them disoriented. Zhang Yi, alongside Zhao Gang, charged into the fray, targeting the serpent's core units. Brother Lingyuan, the serpent's men are surrounded, Linyu reported through the earpiece, a hint of exhilaration in his tone. Gu Lingyuan chuckled coldly. Continue to suppress them. Allow them no chance of escape. The serpent's forces have lost all semblance of command, descending into chaos. Zhang Yi advanced rapidly, each step precise and deliberate. After hours of fierce combat, the serpent's forces began to crumble. However, the serpent himself remained conspicuously absent, stirring an unsettling unease within Zhang Yi. As the battle neared its conclusion, an urgent report crackled through Gu Lingyuan's earpiece. Brother Lingyuan, the serpent is not among this contingent. We have fallen into a diversion. Zhang Yi's heart sank, and he glanced anxiously at Gu Lingyuan. The serpent is indeed cunning. Has he already sensed our ploy? Gu Lingyuan's expression gradually darkened. The serpent's head has not been entirely lured into our trap. It lurks in the shadows, concealing a far greater conspiracy. Although the battle has been won, the whereabouts of the serpent's head remain an enigma. Chapter 81. The eve of counterattack. The night was as dark as ink, with the sky over city shrouded in ominous clouds, seemingly heralding an impending storm. The city lights flickered in the distance. Yet the atmosphere within the safe house where Gu Lingyuan and Zhang Yi resided was palpably tense. The Snakehead's forces were evidently more prepared than we had anticipated. Zhang Yi sat on the sofa, cradling a cup of coffee, his expression grave. He reflected on the recently concluded battle. Although the Snakehead's troops had been vanquished, the Snakehead himself remained an enigma. Indeed, Gu Lingyuan stood by the window, coldly surveying the nocturnal landscape. He had never been an easy adversary. Zhang Yi set down his cup and approached Gu Lingyuan. Lingyuan, although we emerged victorious this time, something feels amiss. The Snakehead seems to have been observing our every move from the shadows. Why has he not revealed himself? Gu Lingyuan narrowed his eyes and replied solemnly. This indicates he is waiting for a more opportune moment. The Snakehead is not one to expose his vulnerabilities lightly. He will strike when he believes we are exhausted and careless. A sense of unease gripped Zhang Yi. He knew Gu Lingyuan's assessments were invariably accurate. The Snakehead was indeed more cunning than anyone else, and they found themselves at the very brink of this struggle. Strategic reorganization as the Snakehead's forces were dismantled. Intelligence reports indicated that another contingent was stealthily gathering in the Western District. This revelation led Gu Lingyuan and Zhang Yi to understand that the battle was far from over. In fact, it had only just begun. The Western District. Gu Lingyuan's expression darkened as he lightly tapped the table, rapidly weighing various possibilities in his mind. That area represented their most vulnerable defense, and it was also the Snakehead's most accessible target. Linyu, perusing the latest intelligence, interjected anxiously. If the Snakehead truly reallocates his main forces to the Western District, our current troop strength will be utterly insufficient to respond. Zhang Yi furrowed his brow. Our forces are currently dispersed across various regions, making rapid concentration difficult. If the Snakehead intends to launch a full-scale assault, the Western District could very well be his focal point. With arms crossed over his chest, Gu Lingyuan pondered for a moment before asserting, "We cannot relinquish the Western District lightly. We must defend it. Should the Snakehead's influence penetrate that area, our intelligence network would suffer catastrophic repercussions. What shall we do then?" A flicker of anxiety crossed Zhang Yi's eyes. If we divide our forces to support the Western District, other areas will become vulnerable. Gu Lingyuan's gaze grew increasingly steely as he slowly articulated, "We must take the initiative and not wait for the snakehead to strike. Since he believes we remain oblivious to his intentions, we shall use his overconfidence to ensnare him." In an instant, Zhang Yi grasped Gu Lingyuan's intent to reverse the tide, guiding the snakehead with false intelligence and seizing the initiative. Gu Lingyuan nodded affirmatively, precisely. The snakehead thinks we are on the defensive, but in reality, we will launch a proactive assault, catching him off guard. Counterattack strategy. Gu Lingyuan swiftly devised a counteroffensive plan, optimizing the deployment of his limited forces for maximum efficacy. Zhang Yi Zhaogang, you shall lead a team to infiltrate the Serpent's stronghold in the Western District ahead of schedule, severing their communications and supply lines. Gu Lingyuan commanded in a low voice, his gaze resolute. This operation must remain clandestine. They must not perceive our approach. Zhang Yi stood tall, his expression serious. Understood, Brother Lingyuan. Zhao Gang patted Zhang Yi on the shoulder, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Rest assured, the Serpent's men will remain oblivious to our arrival. Lin Yu promptly added, according to our intelligence, the Serpent's main forces will enter the Western District within 2 days, yet they remain unaware that we have already detected their movements. This is our opportunity. We shall strike before they fully assemble. Gu Lingyuan unfurled a map, pointing to several critical locations. We shall execute a 3-pronged assault before the Serpent's troops enter the Western District. The first prong will be led by Zhang Yi and Zhao Gang, targeting their supply lines and communications. The second will be commanded by Lin Yu, encircling from the periphery to block their retreat. I shall lead the third prong, launching a direct frontal assault to swiftly seize the Serpent's stronghold, delivering a decisive blow. Nods of agreement echoed among the group as the tactical plan quickly solidified, paving the way for execution. The undercurrent of the Western District. As night fell once more, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the Western District. The streets seemed unusually silent, as though even the wind had stilled. Yet in the shadows, a palpable tension was quietly unfurling. Zhang Yi and Zhao Gang, leading a small cadre of elite operatives, stealthily approached a stronghold of the Serpents. This location served as a vital supply point, harboring substantial resources and weaponry, and was crucial to the Serpent's control over operations in the Western District. The guards here were more numerous than anticipated. Zhang Yi surveyed the surroundings through night vision goggles. His brow furrowed. Zhao Gang raised a hand, signaling the team to halt, whispering, "It appears the Serpent has begun to bolster their defenses. Yet this indicates they are not fully prepared for an offensive. We still have an opportunity." Zhang Yi nodded in agreement and relayed to Gu Lingyuan via the communicator. "Brother Lingyuan, we have reached the target location and are monitoring the Serpent's movements." Gu Lingyuan's voice emanated from the earpiece, calm and resolute. "Excellent. Continue your surveillance and await my signal. Once their main forces commence their operations, sever their supply lines immediately." "Understood," replied Zhang Yi, refocusing on the stronghold. As time ticked by, Zhang Yi and his team remained in silent anticipation amidst the darkness. The air was thick with tension, each individual holding their breath as if awaiting the arrival of a tempest. Suddenly, Lin Yu's voice crackled through Zhang Yi's earpiece. "The Serpent's forces have begun to mobilize. They are expected to enter the Western District within 10 minutes. Zhang Yi's heart raced, and he swiftly issued commands to his team via the communicator. "Everyone, prepare for action. Target the communications tower at the perimeter of the stronghold. Upon receiving the signal, destroy it without hesitation." Zhao Gang gripped his weapon tightly and whispered, "Are you ready? We must act swiftly and decisively." The moment of action had arrived. Shortly thereafter, Gu Lingyuan's voice echoed, "Initiate the operation." At the command of Gu Lingyuan, Zhang Yi and Zhao Gang's team sprang into action. They glided through the darkness like phantoms, swiftly approaching their objective. "Demolition team, prepare," Zhang Yi directed through the earpiece. As several team members rapidly advanced towards the communications tower of the stronghold, installing timed explosives at critical points. "Retreat," Zhang Yi commanded, and everyone quickly withdrew to a safe distance. Moments later, the communications tower collapsed with a thunderous crash, severing the supply line of the serpent's head in an instant. Simultaneously, the frontal forces led by Gu Lingyuan commenced their assault. They launched a rapid strike on the serpent's head stronghold, catching the unsuspecting guards completely off guard. Gunfire reverberated through the night sky, plunging the entire western district into chaos. The serpent's head forces, still in the process of assembling, were met with a fierce onslaught from Gu Lingyuan's troops, descending into disarray. Zhang Yi, accompanied by his squad, advanced with precision, each step calculated and deliberate. The guards of the serpent's head attempted to retaliate, yet they found themselves utterly overwhelmed by the relentless assault from Zhang Yi and his team. Chapter 82. The serpent's counterattack. The moment urgent intelligence arrived, Gu Lingyuan's expression changed dramatically. Before Zhang Yi could react, Gu Lingyuan had swiftly commanded, "Everyone, evacuate immediately. We have fallen into a ruse. The main force has likely already set its sights on our core stronghold." Zhang Yi's heart raced as he clutched the communicator, urgently contacting Zhao Gang. "Zhao Gang, cancel the operation. Retreat at once. We have been deceived by the serpent." Zhao Gang hesitated for a brief moment on the other end of the line, but exhibited no hesitation in his response. "Understood. I will lead the team to withdraw immediately." Amidst the looming crisis, Zhang Yi and his team hurried back to the safe house, their hearts heavy with unease. The serpent strategy compelled them to reassess the current situation. From the onset, this battle had been fraught with unpredictability. The serpent had launched its counterattack sooner than anticipated, even using false intelligence to ensnare them in a trap. Lin Yu swiftly accessed the latest data from the intelligence network, his expression grave. "Our core stronghold is currently extremely vulnerable. The serpent's forces are already at our gates. While we possess sufficient defensive strength on the periphery, if they breach our internal defenses, the consequences could be catastrophic." Gu Lingyuan gazed intently at the map, his brow furrowed. He understood that although their counteroffensive had caught the serpent off guard, the true peril was only just beginning. The serpent had evidently orchestrated a meticulous plan. This operation was likely a feint designed to facilitate a broader counterstrike. "What is the serpent truly plotting?" Zhang Yi inquired in a hushed tone, anxiety evident in his eyes. After a moment of silence, Gu Lingyuan replied slowly, "His ambitions extend beyond merely our stronghold. He is likely scheming a comprehensive counteroffensive behind the scenes. We must immediately bolster the defenses of our core stronghold while uncovering his true intentions." With time of the essence, Gu Lingyuan and Zhang Yi quickly mobilized all elite forces to return to the core stronghold for defense. Throughout the journey, Zhang Yi's mind echoed Gu Lingyuan's words. "The serpent seeks not only to shatter us, but to seize something far greater. Brother Lingyuan, our troops have assembled. Should we deploy the defenses immediately?" Upon arriving at the command center, Zhang Yi promptly reported to Gu Lingyuan. Standing before the tactical screen, Gu Lingyuan, arms crossed and demeanor serious, responded, "While the serpent's main forces have not directly attacked the Western District, they have likely infiltrated our ranks unnoticed. Their true objective is not merely to dismantle our defenses, but to completely disrupt our plans." New intelligence arrived from the monitoring station, relayed by Lin Yu. "Another unit of the serpent is hovering near the perimeter of our core stronghold, clearly waiting for us to lower our guard." Zhang Yi's expression hardened as he rapidly reviewed the intel. Though their numbers are few, if combined with internal infiltrators, they could create significant chaos within our ranks. Gu Lingyuan decisively commanded, "We cannot afford to grant them this opportunity. Concentrate all peripheral defensive forces as much as possible to the interior to thwart enemy infiltration. Additionally, dispatch an elite unit to thoroughly eliminate the enemy at the periphery." Zhang Yi nodded in acknowledgement, setting off swiftly with his team. Internal betrayal. As the defense line gradually tightened, Zhang Yi began to perceive the intricacies of the situation. The counterattack from the serpent's head was swifter than they had anticipated. And what troubled them even more was the apparent presence of a traitor within their ranks, continually relaying their operational information to the adversary. Brother Lingyuan, the internal betrayer is likely a trump card in the hands of the serpent's head. During a moment of respite in their defense, Zhang Yi could not help but express this concern to Gu Lingyuan. Standing in the command center, Gu Lingyuan's expression remained stern. I have always been wary of this. The serpent's head possesses an uncanny ability to discern our movements, not merely due to cunning, but because he has embedded spies within our ranks. Zhang Yi felt a tightening in his chest. How should we address this? The lines between friend and foe are blurred. A moment's carelessness could result in friendly fire. Gu Lingyuan pondered for a moment before responding coldly. Once this operation concludes, we must conduct a thorough internal purge. However, prior to that, we must focus our energies on confronting the serpent's head's main forces. Defense line contraction. Zhang Yi led his team in a valiant effort to thwart the infiltration forces of the serpent's head. Although they successfully curtailed the initial assault, everyone was acutely aware that the battle was far from over. The serpent's forces, while not launching a large-scale offensive, were clearly orchestrating a more substantial operation behind the scenes. Zhang Yi stood at the forefront, his gaze sharp, ever vigilant of every movement. "Zhao Gang, what is the situation?" he inquired through the communicator, reaching out to Zhao Gang, who was responsible for the rear defense. Zhao Gang's voice, though fatigued, remained resolute. "The rear is currently stable. The enemy's assault has yet to reach our core area. However, we must not let our guard down. The serpent's men are far too cunning, and they may launch a more vigorous attack at any moment." Zhang Yi nodded, continuing to direct his team to fortify their defenses. At that moment, all understood they were facing a formidable defensive battle. The serpent's true intent, while Zhang Yi and Zhao Gang fought desperately to hold the line, Gu Lingyuan finally discerned a clue. Through Lin Yu's intelligence analysis, it appeared that the serpent's forces were not exerting full pressure, but were secretly engaged in some covert operation. They are not testing our defenses. Rather, they are luring us to disperse our troops, Gu Lingyuan murmured, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Zhang Yi paused. "What do you mean? Is their target not the core stronghold?" Gu Lingyuan responded with a chilling smile. "The serpent's true objective is our upper echelon decision-making. The defense of the core stronghold is merely a decoy. They aim to compel us to divide our forces, then seize the opportunity to instigate a coup from within." A jolt of realization struck Zhang Yi. A coup from within? Does this not place us in a dual crisis? "Indeed," Gu Lingyuan affirmed with a nod. "The serpent's head infiltrates our defenses through traitors, sowing chaos. The ultimate aim is to undermine our foundation. This is their most insidious plot." Zhang Yi clenched his teeth. "How do we counter this?" Gu Lingyuan narrowed his eyes and replied solemnly. "We must lead the serpent's head to believe that his plan has succeeded, first creating the illusion of internal chaos to draw all their forces, and then, at the most critical juncture, strike back. With the issuance of Gu Lingyuan's command, a more intricate plan of counterattack began to unfold quietly. Zhang Yi led his team in a desperate defense at the front lines, while Zhao Gang was tasked with securing the rear. Meanwhile, Gu Lingyuan was secretly weaving a larger net, awaiting the serpent's head to entangle itself. Just then, a mysterious message suddenly arrived. "Lingyuan, Zhang Yi, the identity of the traitor within has been confirmed. It is none other than the person you trust the most." Zhang Yi's heart sank heavily, his eyes reflecting shock and confusion. How could this be possible? Chapter 83. The revelation of identity. The communicator in Zhang Yi's hand trembled slightly, as if an invisible hand had gripped his heart. His gaze was fixed intently on the few terse lines on the screen, and a sudden chill surged within him. "The person we trust the most," he murmured, as if forcing himself to accept this harsh reality. Gu Lingyuan stood beside him, his brow furrowed, his eyes flickering with calm determination. He did not immediately question the authenticity of the information. Instead, he fell into a brief silence, seemingly untangling the conspiracy hidden behind it all. "Brother Lingyuan, could this be a trick by the snakehead?" Zhang Yi asked in a hushed tone, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Gu Lingyuan slowly shook his head, his expression grave. "If the information is true, the traitor's identity being exposed so swiftly suggests we have entered the most perilous phase. The snakehead would not feign an attack at this juncture. This information is, in all likelihood, credible." Zhang Yi's heartbeat quickened, and he replied somberly, "What should we do then? Should we confront everyone directly?" Gu Lingyuan narrowed his eyes, his fingers tapping decisively on the table. After a moment, he stated resolutely, "No. We cannot alarm the snake. The crucial task now is to lure out this traitor while simultaneously maintaining our defensive and retaliatory posture, ensuring the snakehead remains unaware that we have uncovered their scheme. Zhang Yi nodded, striving to quell the shock within him. He understood well that the situation was becoming increasingly intricate. One misstep could lead to catastrophic failure. Covert operations. While Zhang Yi and Gu Lingyuan deliberated on their strategy, Lin Yu had swiftly commenced the organization of internal intelligence, aiming to identify the traitor lurking within their ranks. Every action was imbued with intense caution, as no one dared to relax their vigilance. Brother Lingyuan, the enemy's infiltrating unit is approaching the western defensive line, but their movements remain cautious, as if awaiting further orders. Lin Yu's voice resonated from the surveillance room. Continue monitoring, but do not alarm them, Gu Lingyuan replied coolly. The slower their actions, the more advantageous it is for us. The snakehead is clearly waiting for the internal traitor to signal, so our priority is to stabilize the situation without alerting the traitor. Zhang Yi stood nearby, his expression growing more solemn. Although their defenses appeared robust on the surface, the emergence of a traitor rendered every decision critically significant. He had to remain composed at all times, resisting the urge to let emotions dictate their actions. Brother Lingyuan, who do you think the traitor might be? Zhang Yi finally could not restrain his curiosity any longer. Gu Lingyuan's gaze deepened as he replied quietly, the traitor must be someone close to us, an individual capable of accessing all core decisions. If the information is accurate, he is likely among the few senior members we trust most. Zhang Yi's complexion shifted slightly, several names flashing through his mind. Each of them had fought alongside him for many years without a trace of flaw. Yet he had to confront a brutal truth. Anyone could be that hidden viper. Betrayal in motion. Shortly thereafter, an encrypted file suddenly appeared within their internal network, seemingly transmitted by an anonymous account. The document meticulously outlines the forthcoming plans of the ringleader, along with the communication details involving internal traitors. Zhang Yi opened the file, his gaze fixed on the text on the screen, his expression suddenly turning grave. Lingyuan, this is the ringleader's next course of action? Gu Lingyuan nodded, a hint of chill evident in his demeanor. Indeed, while this document is genuine, it serves as a signal. The ringleader has deliberately exposed this information, suggesting that the traitors are prepared and can cooperate with them at any moment. This implies that the traitors have already commenced executing their plans. Zhang Yi's tone bore a distinct tension. Gu Lingyuan smiled faintly, his eyes sharp as ice. No, we are a step ahead of the ringleader. Since we are aware of their strategy, we shall turn the tables. By seizing this opportunity, we can expose the traitors to the light. He turned towards Zhang Yi, his gaze piercing. Zhang Yi, we need to set a trap, a FA that suggests we have been betrayed by the traitors, to thoroughly draw the ringleader out. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, swiftly aligning with Gu Lingyuan's line of thought. Are you suggesting that we intentionally leak false information to the traitors, thereby enticing the ringleader to take the bait? Gu Lingyuan affirmed with a nod. Precisely. The traitors will only fully reveal themselves when they believe victory is assured. Our task is to make them think they have control over the situation, and then strike back at the opportune moment. A glimmer of cold resolve flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. I understand. We need to fabricate the illusion of a breach in our core defenses, leading them to mistakenly believe it is a coordinated effort by the internal traitors, thus prompting the ringleader to issue a direct order to attack. Exactly, Gu Lingyuan concurred. Once the ringleader initiates the assault, the traitors will be eager to act, and our objective is to ensnare them before they can make a move. Zhang Yi gradually steadied his emotions, aware that this confrontation was no longer merely a matter of defense and offense, but a psychological game. He needed to remain calm and trust Gu Lingyuan's judgment. As time ticked away, the internal dissemination of false information seemed to steer the situation in the direction Gu Lingyuan had anticipated. Zhang Yi remained vigilant, observing every detail, yet he could not shake off the underlying tension and unease. Lingyuan, everything is in place. Now, we shall see if the ringleader takes the bait. Gu Lingyuan did not respond verbally, merely nodding in acknowledgement. His focus remained steadfast on the tactical screen ahead, as if he had already unraveled all that was to come. However, Just as Zhang Yi believed everything was proceeding as planned, an urgent piece of intelligence arrived. Lingyuan, the traitors have already mobilized. They are launching an assault on our core stronghold. Zhang Yi's heart raced, his complexion turning pale in an instant. He had not anticipated the traitors would act so swiftly, even more vigorously than expected. Their actions are unfolding more rapidly than we envisioned. Zhang Yi murmured, his voice tinged with apprehension. Yet, Gu Lingyuan remained unfazed, calmly stating, "Do not panic. This is precisely the moment we have been awaiting. The exposure of the traitors signifies that we have gained the upper hand. The time has come to cast the net." Just as Gu Lingyuan was about to issue his final command, a deep and familiar voice suddenly echoed in Zhang Yi's ear. "Lingyuan, do you not find that everything has unfolded rather smoothly?" Zhang Yi abruptly turned his head, and the source of the voice was from a direction he had never suspected. Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang. You? Zhang Yi's pupils constricted in disbelief at the scene before him. Zhao Gang, however, merely smiled faintly, his tone calm, yet chilling. Zhang Yi, Gu Lingyuan, do you truly believe you have everything under control? Unfortunately, all has long been within the bounds of our design. Chapter 84. The revealed truth. Zhang Yi's breath halted momentarily, as Zhao Gang's calm demeanor pierced through him like a cold dagger, striking at his heart. Thoughts raced through his mind, yet he found it impossible to accept the reality before him. Zhao Gang, how could you? Zhang Yi's voice trembled slightly. Zhao Gang offered a nonchalant smile, his eyes reflecting a hint of indifference. Did you really believe there were no flaws in our midst? In truth, I've been awaiting this moment. Gu Lingyuan stood beside Zhang Yi, maintaining his composure, though his sharp gaze narrowed as he began to reassess the situation unfolding before them. Zhao Gang, why have you done this? Gu Lingyuan's voice was deep, yet imbued with a sense of scrutiny. Zhao Gang gently shook his head, a faint smirk gracing his lips. Why? You have never truly seen me for who I am. From the very beginning, you regarded me merely as an ordinary subordinate, a perpetually loyal executor, but who wishes to remain a mere shadow of another. Zhang Yi was taken aback. He had always regarded Zhao Gang as his most trusted brother, never imagining that this comrade, with whom he had fought side by side for years, would betray them. Memories of every battle fought together, every life-and-death moment, flooded his mind, leaving him incredulous. A shadow? Zhang Yi whispered, his complexion paling. We have always fought as brothers. Why do you perceive yourself as merely a shadow? Zhao Gang's expression hardened, as if Zhang Yi's inquiry struck a chord within him. Brother? Zhang Yi, how naive you are. Gu Lingyuan will forever remain the exalted commander, while you and I are but pawns in his game. Do you not grow weary? Forever trailing behind him, never attaining true control. Gu Lingyuan's gaze remained steadfast and unflinching. He nodded slightly, as if contemplating Zhao Gang's words, then spoke in a measured tone. So, you have allied yourself with the serpent's head? A flicker of disdain crossed Zhao Gang's eyes. He has bestowed upon me an opportunity, a chance to seize control of everything. I have long grown weary of being your vassal, and now, my moment has finally arrived. Zhang Yi's fists clenched tightly, his knuckles whitening from the strain. You have betrayed everyone for such an ephemeral sense of power? Zhao Gang, it is simply not worth it. Zhao Gang, however, responded with a cold laugh. Not worth it. Zhang Yi, you remain blissfully naive. Power is the only pursuit worthy of ambition in this world. Like Gu Lingyuan, you always believe we are acting for the right reasons. Yet you have never grasped that might makes right. Only those who wield true power can dictate what is deemed correct. Zhang Yi's eyes widened with fury, ready to confront Zhao Gang, but Gu Lingyuan raised a hand gently, halting his advance. He understood that this was not a moment for emotional outbursts. Zhao Gang had already plunged deep into this conspiracy, and any impulsive action could lead to chaos. Zhao Gang, will the serpent's head truly grant you everything you desire? Gu Lingyuan inquired slowly, his tone devoid of emotional fluctuation. Zhao Gang smiled, his demeanor unfazed. The serpent's head can offer me strength and freedom, while you can only keep me tethered as a follower. As the situation appeared to be on the brink of total collapse, Gu Lingyuan's gaze suddenly sharpened. He stepped forward slowly and spoke with calm authority. Zhao Gang, do you know? Your plan has long been under our control. Zhao Gang's smile instantly froze on his face. What do you mean? Gu Lingyuan's lips curled into a slight, composed smirk that exuded an air of cold confidence. From the moment you began your dealings with the snakehead, we have been aware of your every move. The snakehead believed he could infiltrate our core through you, but in truth, you are merely the bait we have cast to catch the snake. Zhao Gang's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes betraying shock and unease. Impossible. You could never know all of this. Gu Lingyuan shook his head gently, his voice frigid. Zhao Gang, you think you have concealed your actions well, yet every interaction with the snakehead has been under our surveillance. The snakehead is indeed cunning, but his greatest mistake was choosing you as his point of entry. Zhao Gang's breath quickened, evidently beginning to grasp that he had fallen into a meticulously crafted trap. Gu Lingyuan continued, everything you have done has merely served to unveil the snakehead's operational routes. You believed you were in control, but in reality, we had already laid an ambush, awaiting your collaboration with the snakehead. Zhang Yi, listening to Gu Lingyuan's words, felt a mix of shock and relief. He had not anticipated that Gu Lingyuan had foreseen Zhao Gang's betrayal and had quietly woven an intricate web behind the scenes. Zhao Gang's countenance darkened, his eyes filled with resentment and rage. So, you have been using me all along. Indeed, Gu Lingyuan replied coldly from the very beginning. You have been an integral part of our counteroffensive plan. What the snakehead did not foresee was that he was walking into a trap we had set, and you, merely the bait to lure the snake from its hole. Zhao Gang clenched his teeth, fists tightening, seemingly struggling to suppress the fury within you. How could you? Gu Lingyuan interjected coldly. This game has come to an end, Zhao Gang. Your collaboration with the snakehead has reached its conclusion. The final counterattack, Zhang Yi stood beside Gu Lingyuan, taking a deep breath as the shock within him gradually subsided. He turned to Zhao Gang, his gaze no longer filled with anger, but rather a complex mixture of emotions. Zhao Gang, you still have a chance to stop. However, Zhao Gang merely scoffed with disdain. Stop? Zhang, do you think I would simply back down? The snakehead's plan is far from over. I have one last trump card. Gu Lingyuan narrowed his eyes, calmly inquiring. What is the snakehead's trump card? Zhao Gang, with a mocking smile, offered no response, but abruptly pressed a button on the communicator. Snakehead, execute the plan. No sooner had he spoken than a deafening explosion erupted at the perimeter of the core stronghold. Zhang Yi and Gu Lingyuan's expressions turned grave. They realized that the snakehead's true assault had commenced. Prepare for battle. Gu Lingyuan swiftly issued commands, ordering all personnel to enter a state of heightened alert, ready to confront the enemy's full-scale offensive. Zhang Yi quickly immersed himself in the command of the battle, his heart still brimming with anxiety. Zhao Gang's treachery has rendered the situation increasingly intricate, while the final blow from the serpent's head looms ominously over their defenses. Zhao Gang stands aside, coldly observing the unfolding chaos, a mad gleam flickering in his eyes. Gu Lingyuan, do you truly believe victory is within your grasp? The serpent's head has meticulously orchestrated every detail. Your resistance is but a futile endeavor. Gu Lingyuan offers no reply, his gaze resolutely fixed upon the battlefield ahead. He understands that the critical moment has arrived, and he and his team must endure until the bitter end in this fierce contest. As the echoes of the explosions gradually subside, Gu Lingyuan's communicator suddenly blares with a cryptic message. Brother Lingyuan, a significant upheaval has occurred. The enemy's numbers have doubled beyond our expectations. Zhang Yi, upon hearing this news, pales in shock. Doubled? We may find it exceedingly difficult to withstand their full-scale assault. Chapter 85. The life-and-death decision in the ambush. As Gu Lingyuan and Zhang Yi swiftly approached the front lines of the battlefield, the air was thick with tension. The enemy lurked like a monstrous beast in the shadows, poised to tear apart their defenses at any moment. The flames from the outskirts painted half the sky crimson, while the cacophony of gunfire and explosions intertwined to create a scene of utter chaos. Gu Lingyuan surveyed the surroundings with a calm demeanor, declaring, though the enemy has doubled in number, it does not signify that our chances are non-existent. As long as we hold out until reinforcements arrive, the Serpent S-Head will have no escape. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement, gripping his weapon with determination. "Brother Lingyuan, now that we have discerned their movements, we must devise a strategy to delay them and prevent their breakthrough." "Indeed, we must buy time," Gu Lingyuan replied gravely. "The serpent S-head is undoubtedly orchestrating this ambush from the shadows and will not reveal himself easily. Thus, we must seek an opportunity to draw him out." No sooner had he spoken than a barrage of gunfire shattered the momentary stillness, bullets raining down upon them, compelling them to swiftly take cover behind their defenses. "They're here." Zhang Yi gritted his teeth, whispering, "The enemy has closed in on our perimeter. All personnel, suppress their fire. Do not allow them to advance." Gu Lingyuan swiftly commanded. The climactic showdown at the perimeter, the serpent's ambush tactics were evidently meticulously orchestrated. The enemy had divided into multiple squads, launching simultaneous assaults from all directions, attempting to exploit the weak points in their defenses. Although Gu Lingyuan's team was prepared, the enemy's numbers exceeded expectations, and the pressure intensified. A squad leader rushed to Gu Lingyuan's side, drenched in sweat. "Brother Lingyuan, the enemy's firepower is overwhelming. We can barely hold on." Gu Lingyuan furrowed his brow, swiftly scanning the battlefield. "Do not panic. Concentrate all firepower on the southwest. That is where the enemy intends to breach." Zhang Yi seized the communicator, relaying the command with urgency. "Southwest team, prepare to counterattack." Instantly, the firepower from the southwest surged, a torrent of bullets erupting forth, momentarily suppressing the enemy and halting their advance. Yet, Zhang Yi understood that this was merely a fleeting victory. The enemy's main force was poised to launch an even more ferocious assault. "Brother Lingyuan, we cannot hold out much longer," Zhang Yi murmured. Gu Lingyuan nodded, contemplating for a moment before stating, "We must locate the serpent S-head. He is pivotal to this battle. If we can eliminate him, the enemy will descend into chaos." Losing their command, Zhang Yi hesitated, then his gaze hardened. "Brother Lingyuan, I will accompany you to find the serpent S-head. We cannot go together." Gu Lingyuan decisively shook his head. "I need you to remain here to command the battle and ensure our defenses remain intact." Zhang Yi was taken aback, poised to argue. But upon seeing Gu Lingyuan's resolute expression, he ultimately acquiesced with a nod. "Very well, I will heed your command." The hidden ambush after departing from the main battlefield, Gu Lingyuan stealthily advanced towards the wooded outskirts. He was acutely aware that the serpent S-head would not easily reveal his position, but was likely concealed in some remote corner of the battlefield, orchestrating the ambush. As he ventured deeper into the forest, the sounds of gunfire gradually faded into the background. Yet Gu Lingyuan's nerves remained taut with tension. He was acutely aware that the serpent's minions had undoubtedly established a formidable defense in this area. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps reached his ears from not far away. Gu Lingyuan swiftly dropped to the ground, holding his breath. His gaze swept ahead, where he spotted several fully armed adversaries slowly advancing in his direction. It appeared his suspicions were confirmed. They had indeed set an ambush here. A cold smile crept across Gu Lingyuan's face as he began to strategize his escape. The enemies closed in, seemingly oblivious to Gu Lingyuan's concealed presence. Just as they were about to draw near, Gu Lingyuan launched a sudden attack, the sharp report of his gun echoing as he felled two of them with pinpoint accuracy. The remaining foes quickly reacted, raising their weapons to return fire. However, Gu Lingyuan's figure had already vanished into the shadows, moving with the swiftness of a wraith. The enemies scoured the area, but could not pinpoint his exact location. Moments later, as the last of the adversaries collapsed, Gu Lingyuan retreated back to the forest's concealment. He understood that these were merely the serpent's outer guards. The true challenge lay ahead. Continuing his advance, Gu Lingyuan navigated through several cover points until he finally spotted the entrance to a cave in the distance. A group of soldiers clad in black combat attire stood vigil there, and behind them, a familiar figure loomed at the cave's mouth, coldly surveying the battlefield. The serpent. Gu Lingyuan narrowed his eyes, finally identifying his target. The serpent exuded an air of confidence, seemingly unperturbed by the unfolding situation. Beside him, in addition to a few loyal subordinates, stood a significant hostage, Zhang Yi's sister, Zhang Xiaoya. A pang of anxiety struck Gu Lingyuan. The serpent had indeed captured Zhang Xiaoya. Zhang Xiaoya, she was the serpent's trump card, he realized. It was clear that the serpent intended to use her as leverage, hoping to instill fear and hesitation in their actions. At that moment, the serpent seemed to sense a disturbance in the woods. A cold smile forming on his lips. "Come out, Gu Lingyuan. I know you were there." Gu Lingyuan chose not to reveal himself immediately, opting instead to remain hidden. He understood that any direct confrontation with the serpent could easily lead to his disadvantage. He needed to await a fitting opportunity for a decisive strike. Noticing the silence, the serpent coldly scoffed and gestured for one of his subordinates to pull Zhang Xiaoya forward, then drew a gun, pressing it against her head. "Gu Lingyuan, if you do not come out now, I will end your friend's sister right here." The serpent's voice dripped with menace. Gu Lingyuan's brow furrowed, his gun slightly raised. Yet he hesitated to pull the trigger. The situation was perilous, and any reckless action could result in Zhang Xiaoya's demise. "Brother Lingyuan." Zhang Xiaoya's voice was weak, clearly drained of strength. The serpent chuckled mockingly, as if victory were assured. "Gu Lingyuan, you must make a choice. Will you continue to uphold your principles, or forsake your plan for the sake of this girl?" Gu Lingyuan took a deep breath, his mind racing as he weighed the precarious circumstances. Zhang Xiaoya is a relative of Zhang Yi. Should any misfortune befall her, Zhang Yi would be incapable of maintaining his focus on the battle. Conversely, the serpent's head is the linchpin of this conflict. His removal is imperative to completely eradicate this crisis. At this critical juncture, Gu Lingyuan made a sudden decision. He rose slowly, emerging from his concealed shelter, and coldly regarded the serpent's head. "Release her." A glimmer of arrogance flickered in the serpent's eyes as he aimed his gun at Zhang Xiaoya's head. "Do you think you possess the right to negotiate with me?" However, before his words could fully escape his lips, Gu Lingyuan's gun discharged, a bullet striking with precision and disarming the serpent. The weapon clattered to the ground, allowing Zhang Xiaoya to break free from her restraints and collapse onto the earth. Enraged, the serpent turned to flee, but Gu Lingyuan swiftly closed the distance, delivering a decisive kick that sent him sprawling to the ground, swiftly subduing him. Zhang Xiaoya sat helplessly, tears glistening in her eyes. "Lingyuan, brother." While restraining the serpent, Gu Lingyuan calmly reassured her. "It's all right. Everything is over." Yet, in that moment of relief, a thunderous roar erupted from a distance. He quickly lifted his gaze, only to witness a heavily armed truck barreling towards their defenses, its cannon trained directly at them. This was disastrous. Gu Lingyuan's heart sank. This was the serpent's true trump card. Chapter 86. The final strike of the serpent's head, the deafening sound of explosions reverberated before the defense line. As smoke enveloped the battlefield, Gu Lingyuan was surrounded by a dazzling blaze. The enemy's heavily armed truck was advancing toward them with astonishing speed. The artillery mounted atop, it unleashed a relentless barrage, firing a massive shell directly at the defense line, shaking the ground as if it sought to obliterate everything in its path. "Everyone be cautious. Retreat to the shelters," Gu Lingyuan shouted, swiftly directing his team to disperse. The arrival of the heavily armed truck had dramatically altered the tide of battle. The artillery's might was terrifying, rendering ordinary shelters utterly incapable of withstanding such a lethal onslaught. Gu Lingyuan understood all too well that if the truck was not dealt with promptly, their defense line would soon crumble entirely. "Brother Lingyuan." Zhang Yi rushed over from the other side of the defense line, his expression fraught with anxiety. "That truck is like a mobile fortress. Our firepower cannot penetrate its armor." Gu Lingyuan's expression turned grave as he scanned the battlefield, rapidly contemplating a solution. The serpent's head had evidently designated this truck as his ultimate trump card, intending to annihilate their resistance at a critical moment. "We cannot employ conventional methods," Gu Lingyuan murmured, then turned to Zhang Yi, saying, "You and the remaining personnel must exert all your strength to fend off the enemy's assault. I will find a way to neutralize that truck." Zhang Yi hesitated, clearly concerned. "Brother Lingyuan, it's too perilous for you to go alone." Gu Lingyuan's gaze remained resolute as he calmly replied, "This is our only chance. Trust me." Zhang Yi gritted his teeth, ultimately nodding. "All right, but you must exercise caution. Venturing into perilous territory, Gu Lingyuan swiftly maneuvered toward the enemy truck's position, utilizing the chaos of the battlefield and the concealment of debris to approach the heavily armed vehicle stealthily. The enemy evidently did not anticipate that Gu Lingyuan would dare to launch a solo assault. Their focus primarily on the frontal battle. When Gu Lingyuan was merely a few dozen meters from the truck, his gaze fixated on the artillery atop it. Its destructive power was capable of annihilating the entire defense line. If not resolved swiftly, the consequences would be dire. Taking a deep breath, he seized an opportunity amid the enemy's firepower lull and rolled behind a mound of rubble. His eyes locked onto the truck's undercarriage, the weakest point of its armor and the only viable breach. Gu Lingyuan retrieved a grenade from his waist, calmly pulling the pin before expertly hurling it toward the truck's undercarriage. The grenade rolled beneath the vehicle, and mere moments later, a thunderous explosion erupted, violently shaking the truck and billowing thick smoke. Success! A flicker of joy glimmered in Gu Lingyuan's eyes as he prepared to retreat, only for the truck's cabin to suddenly swing open, and the serpent's head leaped out. Gu Lingyuan, you truly are a persistent ghost. The serpent's head snarled, his teeth clenched, brandishing a pistol aimed directly at Gu Lingyuan. The final confrontation, the two locked eyes, an atmosphere of lethal intent hanging in the air. The serpent's head's gaze was filled with profound hatred, clearly driven to the brink. Gu Lingyuan remained calm, aware that this would be their ultimate battle. Serpent's head, your plan has already failed. Gu Lingyuan spoke coldly, urging the assailant to drop his weapon, suggesting that perhaps he could still preserve his life. The serpent-headed man let out a derisive laugh, his eyes brimming with madness. Defeat? No, I have not yet lost. As long as I can kill you, I can still control everything. Before he finished speaking, the serpent-headed man suddenly fired his gun, the bullet hurtling swiftly towards Gu Lingyuan. However, Gu Lingyuan had anticipated this move. He deftly sidestepped, the bullet grazing his shoulder and igniting a wave of intense pain. Steadying himself, Gu Lingyuan resolutely returned fire. A single bullet struck the serpent-headed man's arm with precision, eliciting a cry of agony as the gun clattered to the ground. Clutching his wound, the man's eyes were filled with venomous hatred. Do you think this will end everything? He spat, his voice laced with a hint of madness. You are too naive, Gu Lingyuan. I have long since planted a bomb, right within your defenses. A jolt of alarm surged through Gu Lingyuan as he suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. The serpent-headed man had indeed set a bomb on the battlefield, intending to take everyone down with him in a final act of destruction. You are insane, Gu Lingyuan shouted furiously. Your actions will only lead to the demise of us all. The serpent-headed man laughed maniacally, his eyes gleaming with frenzy. Precisely. If I am to perish, then neither shall you escape alive. Gu Lingyuan understood that he had to act swiftly to thwart the serpent-headed man. Otherwise, the detonation of the bomb would render all their efforts futile. He lunged forward, delivering a swift kick that sent the man sprawling to the ground, then pinned his throat. Speaking coldly, where is the bomb? The serpent-headed man continued to laugh maniacally, refusing to disclose the bomb's location. Gu Lingyuan knew he had no time to waste. He quickly contacted Zhang Yi through his communicator. Zhang Yi, the serpent-headed man has planted a bomb on the battlefield. Immediately evacuate everyone. Upon receiving the message, Zhang Yi swiftly issued commands. Everyone, retreat to a safe zone at once. Prepare for an explosion. Meanwhile, Gu Lingyuan pressed on, demanding answers from the serpent-headed man. Where is the bomb? Speak. The man's laughter began to wane, a flicker of despair crossing his eyes as he coldly declared, the bomb is located at your central command post. Gu Lingyuan felt a chill run down his spine. The central command was indeed the heart of their entire defense. Should the bomb detonate, the entire situation would collapse. He swiftly subdued the serpent-headed man and, using his communicator, relayed urgent instructions. Send someone to the central command post to search for the bomb immediately. Time is running out. Zhang Yi promptly dispatched several elite soldiers toward the command post to commence an urgent search. As moments ticked away, the tension on the battlefield escalated to a fever pitch. A few minutes later, Zhang Yi's voice crackled through the communicator. Brother Lingyuan, We found the bomb. We have begun disarming it. A wave of relief washed over Gu Lingyuan, but he remained vigilant. Be careful. The serpent-headed man may have laid other traps. After a tense period of disarming, Zhang Yi finally delivered the good news. The bomb has been successfully disarmed. The danger is averted. Upon hearing this, Gu Lingyuan was finally able to relinquish his worries entirely. He relinquished his control over the serpent's head, rising to his feet and casting a cold gaze upon it. It was all over. The serpent's head looked at Gu Lingyuan, its eyes filled with resentment and fury. Yet it was too feeble to resist, struggling helplessly on the ground. Take him away, Gu Lingyuan commanded the approaching soldiers, instructing them to hand the serpent's head over to the authorities. The soldiers apprehended the serpent's head, while Gu Lingyuan returned to the battlefield to reunite with Zhang Yi and the other comrades. Just as everyone exhaled a sigh of relief, a soldier suddenly rushed over, his expression tense as he reported, "Brother Lingyuan, while searching the command post, we uncovered some documents that mention another clandestine enemy organization." Gu Lingyuan furrowed his brow. His senses heightened once more. What organization? The soldier handed over the documents. The Green Serpent Gang. They seemed to be secretly orchestrating a larger operation. Gu Lingyuan accepted the documents, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. It appeared that matters were far from concluded. Chapter 87. The underlying currents of the Green Serpent Gang in the depths of night. The city's neon lights flickered in the distance. Within the bustling metropolis of City A lay countless shadowy corners. Yet Gu Lingyuan's eyes remained as composed as ever. He was the leader of the fabled Green Serpent Gang, a master manipulator navigating the intricate dance between the underworld and the legitimate realm. At this moment, he sat poised in the gang's clandestine stronghold in City A, his gaze fixed upon the strategic layout before him. Beside him stood Zhang Yi, erect and exuding an air of respect and trust. "Brother Lingyuan, we have already seized control of half the business associations in City A. If we further infiltrate the political arena, we can completely dominate the economic lifeblood of the city." Gu Lingyuan inclined his head slightly, a faint smirk gracing his lips. The collusion between politics and commerce is already an established fact. The business associations are merely the first step. What follows will be the true commencement of this game. His words resonated with an enigmatic cunning that left Zhang Yi quietly astounded by Gu Lingyuan's prowess. While the Green Serpent Gang was perceived as a mysterious and formidable underground force, those privy to the inner workings understood that each move was meticulously orchestrated, not merely an expansion of the underworld, but a deep-rooted infiltration of legitimate society. "Brother Lingyuan, should we expedite our infiltration of the political sphere? If we maintain the status quo, it may attract the attention of other factions." Zhang Yi expressed his concerns, aware that recent operations had begun to draw scrutiny. Gu Lingyuan chuckled softly. "Patience, my friend. Haste may lead to missteps. The business framework has been established. Now, we must observe and await our adversaries to falter." The scheming of the Green Serpent Gang unfolded as Gu Lingyuan rose and approached the window, gazing down at the nocturnal panorama of the city. While it appeared tranquil on the surface, beneath his control, tumultuous currents surged, poised to unleash chaos at his command. The Green Serpent Gang has existed for decades, yet our true ascent is only now taking shape, he murmured, his voice brimming with confidence and pride. "I have invested years for this very moment." Zhang Yi followed closely behind, listening intently. "Brother Lingyuan, we possess a sufficient number of pawns. Several key business associations in City A are under our influence. What shall our next course of action be?" Gu Lingyuan pondered for a moment before turning to Zhang Yi. "The next focus must be the political arena. Having secured economic control, we must also seize the reins of power. But remember, we must not act too swiftly. Those old foxes in politics are far more formidable than their commercial counterparts." Zhang Yi nodded, aware that Gu Lingyuan's strategies were always calculated and profound. He would not strike until the final moment. He understood that the Green Serpent Gang not only aimed to establish its foothold in the underworld, but also sought to extend its reach into the very heart of power. "When do you intend to make your move, Brother Lingyuan?" Zhang Yi inquired cautiously. A glint of sharpness flickered in Gu Lingyuan's eyes. "Soon. As Gu Lingyuan and Zhang Yi plotted their next steps, an anxious subordinate rushed in, interrupting their deliberation. Brother Lingyuan, there's a situation outside. It seems the police have begun taking action, investigating our presence in several business associations in City A. Hearing this, Zhang Yi furrowed his brow. Have they noticed so soon? However, Gu Lingyuan remained unfazed, sneering coldly. The police's actions were anticipated. Now that we have reached this point, even if they are suspicious, they cannot easily undermine us. It appears we must hasten our plans a little. He turned to Zhang Yi, his gaze icy and resolute. Relay the orders. The Qingxi gang must prepare for comprehensive readiness. We can no longer afford to wait. Since the police have become aware, it indicates that there are unseen forces at play. Whether they are foes or allies, we must ensure that no flaws remain. Zhang Yi nodded and immediately sprang into action. He understood that this moment marked the Qingxi gang's formal challenge to the power core of City A, and their victory or defeat would ultimately determine the future of the entire gang. As night deepened, Gu Lingyuan stood alone by the window, rapidly contemplating the next strategic moves. The rise of the Qingxi gang was no mere coincidence. It was the result of his meticulous planning over the years. Each partner, every business association under his control, was a stepping stone towards ultimate success. However, the true challenge lay not only in the police's interference. He sensed that another force lurked in the shadows of City A, seemingly waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Though this power had yet to reveal itself, it was sufficient to provoke a sense of caution within him. Just then, the phone rang unexpectedly. Brother Lingyuan, we've spotted a group of suspicious individuals operating around our perimeter. They seem to be targeting us. Came the anxious voice of his subordinate on the other end. Gu Lingyuan frowned slightly. Continue monitoring, but do not alert them. I wish to see who dares to provoke us at this moment. The next morning, Gu Lingyuan convened the core members of the Qingxi gang. The atmosphere in the meeting room was tense and grave. With the police investigation and the emergence of mysterious forces, Gu Lingyuan decided that they could no longer remain passive. They must take the initiative. The police's actions have already constrained some of our strength. Our subsequent task is to further solidify our control over the business associations while accelerating our engagement with the political sphere. He looked at Zhang Yi and spoke solemnly. You shall personally reach out to those officials entangled in political business collusion. Inform them that the terms of cooperation can be relaxed. But we must secure absolute control in City A. Zhang Yi nodded, his expression serious. Brother Lingyuan, I understand. I will do my utmost. Gu Lingyuan's gaze swept across everyone present, and he calmly stated, this operation relates to the future of the Qingxi gang. There must be no missteps. Everyone nodded in agreement, fully aware that the future of the Qingxi gang was intricately linked to their own fates. Just as the meeting was about to conclude, a subordinate suddenly entered, looking somewhat troubled. Brother Lingyuan, we have new intelligence. We've discovered that the police are attempting to infiltrate our ranks. Several peripheral members have already been compromised. A glint of cold light flashed in Gu Lingyuan's eyes. The police are indeed impatient, daring to infiltrate our inner circle. After a moment of silence, he suddenly revealed a chilling smile. Very well, since they have come knocking at our door, we shall let them experience what true danger entails. Zhang Yi looked at him with a hint of confusion. Brother Lingyuan, how do you intend to respond? Gu Lingyuan's smile grew increasingly profound. Since they wish to engage in infiltration, we shall take advantage of the situation and prepare a splendid gift for them. As soon as he finished speaking, a chilling aura enveloped the room. This game of wits had only just begun, and Gu Lingyuan was already poised to make his adversaries pay a steep price. Chapter 88. Conspiracy and Counteraction. As dawn gradually broke, City A began to awaken. Yet, Gu Lingyuan's plans had already seeped like an undercurrent into every corner of the city. The activities of the Green Serpent Gang had become increasingly clandestine, yet their sphere of influence expanded silently. It was now time for Gu Lingyuan to launch his meticulously orchestrated counteroffensive. Zhang Yi swiftly entered Gu Lingyuan's office, his expression a blend of tension and exhilaration. Brother Lingyuan, the peripheral members are ready. As per your instructions, the next step has been set in motion. Gu Lingyuan nodded slightly, his demeanor composed. Excellent. Since the police are attempting to infiltrate us, we shall leverage their actions for a counter-infiltration. Zhang Yi, somewhat perplexed, inquired, Brother Lingyuan, do you mean? Gu Lingyuan replied steadily. The individuals behind the police are evidently not as simple as they appear. We will use the peripheral members as bait, making it seem as though they have successfully infiltrated us. In truth, these individuals will guide the police into the traps we have laid for them. He gestured towards a document on the desk, which contained several key pieces of information. It is clear that there are forces pushing this police operation from behind, and our task is to follow this trail to uncover the puppet master. Suddenly enlightened, Zhang Yi exclaimed, I see. The police believe they have gained the upper hand, unaware that they have already stepped into a snare. Gu Lingyuan smirked. Precisely. Let them think they have triumphed, and then we shall ensnare them when they are at their most complacent. Bait and trap. A few hours later, news arrived that the peripheral members of the Green Serpent Gang had been apprehended by the police. Gu Lingyuan sat calmly on the sofa as an informant reported, Brother Lingyuan, the police have grasped the movements of our peripheral members and have begun their interrogations. Gu Lingyuan smiled faintly. Good. According to our plan, let these individuals divulge the false information we deliberately provided, ensuring the police believe they have achieved victory. Standing nearby, Zhang Yi voiced his worries, Brother Lingyuan. What if the police truly trace back to our core? Gu Lingyuan waved his hand, his gaze profound. Do not worry. They will never reach the true core. Each clue we have laid has been meticulously crafted, and all seemingly critical information is merely a deceptive smokescreen. Our genuine core is concealed in a place they would never suspect. Zhang Yi nodded, refraining from further comment. He held absolute trust in Gu Lingyuan's strategy, each step imbued with calculation and contemplation. Before Gu Lingyuan, both enemies and allies seemed to have nowhere to hide. The initiation of counterattack at noon. News arrived that the police had commenced a surprise operation against certain strongholds of the Green Serpent Gang. Zhang Yi rushed to Gu Lingyuan's office, exclaiming, Brother Lingyuan, the police have made their move. They are raiding one of our warehouses in the southern district. Gu Lingyuan, however, appeared remarkably unfazed. Everything is under control. The goods in the warehouse have long been relocated. What remains are merely inconsequential items. They believed they had obtained crucial evidence, but in reality, it was merely a trap we had deliberately laid. Zhang Yi exhaled, yet remained somewhat apprehensive. Do we need to take any countermeasures? Gu Lingyuan gazed out the window, sunlight flooding the room and casting a stark illumination on his face, rendering him particularly austere. No need. We shall simply observe the unfolding events. The police will not easily suspect that this is a meticulously orchestrated ruse. By the time they discover that the so-called evidence is utterly worthless, our true actions will already be in motion. As night descended once more, Gu Lingyuan stood atop a towering building, surveying the entirety of City A. The city was functioning according to his design, and he was the master of this intricate game. Suddenly, a text message shattered the nocturnal silence. Brother Lingyuan, new intelligence has emerged. We have identified the puppet master behind the police's actions. Zhang Yi's voice was tinged with a suppressed excitement. Gu Lingyuan's gaze flickered momentarily. Who is it? It is a powerful official in City A, closely connected with the police and covertly funding several business associations opposing us. Zhang Yi explained eagerly. We have uncovered his identity. What should we do next? A glimmer of coldness flashed in Gu Lingyuan's eyes. Excellent. Since we have found him, let us impart a lesson. However, we must not act rashly. We need him to realize that he is merely a pawn in this grand game. Zhang Yi frowned. How do you intend to handle this individual, Brother Lingyuan? Gu Lingyuan smiled slightly, a hint of ruthlessness underlying his expression. He thinks he can stand against us. Let him experience the true might of the Qingxi Gang. We shall corner him, making it clear what fate awaits those who oppose the Qingxi Gang. With Gu Lingyuan's orders, the core members of the Qingxi Gang commenced their covert suppression and retaliation against this official. Yet, just as everything seemed to progress smoothly, Zhang Yi abruptly brought forth shocking news. Brother Lingyuan, our informants have discovered that this official is backed by even more formidable forces. We may have underestimated the complexity of this game. Gu Lingyuan's demeanor instantly grew grave, his gaze flashing with a dangerous glint. More formidable forces? Who are they? Zhang Yi's expression was serious. The precise identities remain unclear, but it is certain that they are far more formidable than we anticipated. It is likely not just local powers in City A, but also a higher-level political and business alliance. Gu Lingyuan fell silent for a moment before ultimately breaking into a cold smile. Very well, since the enemy is stronger than we anticipated. This game becomes all the more intriguing. He raised his head, staring into the night sky, murmuring to himself, no matter who they are, they will ultimately be drawn into my design and face obliteration. Chapter 89. The high-level confrontation in the night of City A, the wind began to stir, foreshadowing an impending storm. Gu Lingyuan stood atop the headquarters of the Green Snake Gang, surveying the bustling yet perilous city below. At this moment, his mind was more tranquil than the darkened sky, yet suffused with a repressed aura of lethal intent. Zhang Yi entered the office, his expression tinged with a hint of anxiety. Lingyuan, we have further leads regarding the forces behind that official. He is closely connected with several influential families in the capital, who are currently infiltrating City A with their capital. Secretly, they have been supporting multiple underground factions, attempting to encircle us. Gu Lingyuan narrowed his eyes, his fingers lightly tapping on the desk, the rhythm mirroring his composed contemplation. The influential families of the capital, have they begun to meddle in the affairs of City A as well? Zhang Yi nodded, continuing, these families have intricate connections with the upper echelons. Their financial resources are substantial, and their influence spans both political and business realms. If we rashly engage them in battle, we may find ourselves ensnared in a far greater vortex. Gu Lingyuan scoffed lightly. Since the Green Snake Gang's inception, how many have wished to see our demise? They are merely a minor player in this grand scheme. The capital's forces intervene solely for the sake of profit. Yet they underestimate the foundation the Green Snake Gang has established in City A. His gaze was icy, a decision forming within. If they dared to challenge us, let them witness the might of the Green Snake Gang. We shall not remain passive. We must strike first and disrupt their plans. Zhang Yi, with a hint of concern, inquired, Lingyuan, shall we take action against these aristocratic families? Could this not provoke a greater conflict? Gu Lingyuan replied coolly, no, we need not confront them directly. They are merely financiers. The true executors of action are the puppet forces within City A. By dismantling their agents, the capital's power will lose its grip. Deployment of counterattack. Gu Lingyuan stood at the pinnacle of City A, calmly orchestrating the layout of the counteroffensive. We must first strike at their representatives in City A, identifying their proxy forces within the underworld. Zhang Yi, you are responsible for gathering detailed intelligence, pinpointing these faction strongholds and key figures. Then, I will personally lead our core members in executing precise strikes. Zhang Yi, his demeanor serious, responded, understood, Lingyuan. I have already dispatched personnel to commence operations, and I will present the detailed intelligence shortly. Gu Lingyuan nodded affirmatively. We must act swiftly, leaving them no time to react. The stronger the enemy, the less we can afford to grant them a moment's respite. At that moment, an intelligence officer entered, presenting Gu Lingyuan with an urgent report. Lingyuan, there are new developments. The police have been unusually active lately, seemingly acting on the directives of the capital's forces. They're not only investigating us, but also scrutinizing the activities of other underground factions in City, attempting to seize control of the entire underworld. Gu Lingyuan accepted the report, his brows furrowing slightly. It appears that those in the capital do not intend to merely deal with us. They seek to gain complete dominion over all of City. Zhang Yi's expression was grave. If they conduct a thorough investigation of the underground forces, it may compel us to confront other gangs directly, potentially igniting a full-scale conflict. Gu Lingyuan pondered for a moment. Then a cold smile crept onto his lips. This is precisely the scenario we desire. Let them investigate. By forcing the other forces out into the open, we can seize the opportunity to benefit from the ensuing chaos. 3 days later, the tense situation in a city's underground world began to escalate gradually. With the intervention of the police and forces from the capital, numerous gang leaders felt increasingly uneasy, bolstering their defenses, while some factions began to stir restlessly. Zhang Yi reported, "Brother Lingyuan, we have discovered that two underground gangs are secretly in contact. They seem to be plotting to unite against the Green Snake Gang. It appears that the forces from the capital are instigating this." Gu Lingyuan chuckled coldly. "Just as I wished. Once they form an alliance, we can ensnare them all at once." As the situation intensified, the internal arrangements of the Green Snake Gang proceeded methodically. Gu Lingyuan had long been prepared for various scenarios. Regardless of how the enemy acted, he could maintain control of the situation and even counter their moves. Zhang Yi cautiously reminded him, "Brother Lingyuan, our information has begun to leak to the outside. The police are now paying even more attention to us." Gu Lingyuan waved his hand dismissively. "These are merely superficial maneuvers. The police are just following behind to make a show. Our true adversaries are those pulling the strings from behind the scenes, not these puppets in the foreground. Continue with the plan. Do not alert the snakes in the grass." However, just as Gu Lingyuan felt confident about the entire situation, an unexpected mysterious figure suddenly emerged within the fray. This was a representative from a high-level force that had never made an appearance in a city, and his arrival complicated the landscape significantly. Zhang Yi entered with a hint of tension. Brother Lingyuan, a self-proclaimed negotiation representative from the capital, requests to meet with you. He claims to represent an even greater force and wishes to prevent this conflict from escalating further. Gu Lingyuan's eyes flashed, his expression unchanged. Have they finally lost their patience? Seeking to resolve matters through negotiation? Zhang Yi furrowed his brow. Should we meet him? This could be a ruse on their part. Gu Lingyuan's eyes reflected deep contemplation. Yes, we must meet him. The appearance of such a pivotal figure signifies a qualitative shift in the situation. We need to ascertain what cards he holds. The meeting was arranged at a discreet tea house in a city, where Gu Lingyuan ventured alone, accompanied only by a few of his most trusted subordinates. Under the dim light of the night, the tea house exuded an aura of tranquility, and a mysterious figure awaited in a private room. As Gu Lingyuan pushed the door open, he found the other party wearing a mask, standing tall with an extraordinary presence. He slowly rose and smiled faintly. "Chief Gu, I have long admired your reputation. I never anticipated that today I would finally have the opportunity to speak with you in person." Gu Lingyuan calmly scrutinized the figure, replying coolly, "Who are you? Which faction do you represent?" The mysterious figure maintained his smile. "There's no need for haste, Chief Gu. I merely bring a proposal, one that could allow the Green Snake Gang to coexist with the forces from the capital. As long as you are willing to relinquish a portion of your interests, we can offer you a more expansive future." Gu Lingyuan slightly narrowed his eyes, maintaining his tone. "What if I refuse?" The mysterious figure's smile suddenly turned icy. "Then, what awaits you will be an unbearable tempest." This statement instantly thickened the atmosphere in the room. Gu Lingyuan met his gaze for a moment, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. "Do you think I would fear the storm?" The situation was in constant flux, with undercurrents surging at the negotiation table. Chapter 90. The commencement of the duel within the dimly lit tea house. An atmosphere of palpable tension enveloped the space. Gu Lingyuan locked eyes with the enigmatic figure clad in a mask, as if engaged in a silent duel devoid of gunpowder. The mysterious individual's smile slightly waned, yet their tone remained composed. "Leader Gu, you are a clever man and should comprehend how to make the most advantageous decision for yourself." Gu Lingyuan responded with a cold smile, leaning slightly forward, his voice deep and resonant. "Your proposition appears enticing, but have you considered that the Green Serpent Gang has never required the patronage of any entity? The elite of your capital hold no ground in this city." The masked figure gently applauded, chuckling. "Indeed, you are truly deserving of your position as the helm of the Green Serpent Gang. Your audacity is commendable. However, you may find it challenging to navigate this game alone. The forces from the capital have already begun to infiltrate city comprehensively, and although your foundation is solid, how long can you endure in isolation?" Unmoved, Gu Lingyuan's gaze burned with intensity. "Since you have gone to such lengths to seek me for negotiations, it is evident that you understand a head-on confrontation would yield no fruitful outcome. Otherwise, why squander words here?" The figure's smile deepened. as if Gu Lingyuan's reaction was entirely anticipated. Indeed, the capital does not wish to escalate the situation to an irreparable state. We merely seek to forge a collaboration to avert both sides from engaging in a war of attrition. After all, City A is but a pawn for us. Yet for you, it represents the entire landscape. Gu Lingyuan smiled slightly, seemingly intrigued by the negotiation. If that is the case, what conditions can you offer that would persuade me to relinquish my current benefits? The masked individual pondered for a moment before responding slowly. You may retain control over the Green Serpent Gang in City A, and we could even allow you to partake in the resource allocation from the capital, thereby enhancing your influence. However, in exchange, you must cede a portion of your underground forces in City A to our control. Upon hearing this, Gu Lingyuan's smile widened. You certainly have formulated a well-calculated plan to relinquish the foundation of the Green Serpent Gang in exchange for your supposed favors. It seems you underestimate my patience. The tone of the mysterious figure grew increasingly frigid. Leader Gu, this is not merely a favor. It is your sole avenue of escape. Should you refuse, the might we wield is sufficient to eradicate the Green Serpent Gang from City A entirely. Gu Lingyuan's expression hardened, his voice laced with an unfathomable chill. If that is the case, I shall be most eager to witness how you intend to accomplish this. He rose, leaving no room for further discourse. This negotiation ends here. Return to your masters and inform them that the Green Serpent Gang does not yield to threats. Should they desire a war, I shall meet them head-on. The masked figure's expression darkened beneath the mask, caught off guard by Gu Lingyuan's resolute stance. Rising, he slowly remarked, Leader Gu, I hope you do not come to regret today's decision. You will soon discover that some wars are beyond your control. With that, the mysterious figure turned and departed, his footsteps echoing in the silent corridor of the tea house. The situation escalates upon returning to headquarters. Gu Lingyuan's mind was already set with a clear plan. He understood that rejecting the proposal from the forces in the capital meant that the Qingxi Gang would soon face a more severe situation. This was an inevitable confrontation. Yet Gu Lingyuan had never been daunted. He knew that only by taking the initiative could he seize control of this strategic game. Zhang Yi hurriedly entered, his expression grave. Brother Lingyuan, news has just arrived that the official has begun to fully mobilize the police and other underground forces, preparing to launch a crackdown against us. Gu Lingyuan stood calmly by the window, his gaze profound. Indeed, their actions have exceeded my expectations. Zhang Yi, somewhat anxious, inquired, What should we do? They not only have the support of the police, but have also contacted several major business associations, preparing to launch a dual assault against us from both financial and legal fronts. Gu Lingyuan's eyes turned icy. They merely wish to force us into submission. In times like these, we must remain composed, inform the others to bolster their defenses, but refrain from rash actions. What we need now is a precise counterattack, not a direct confrontation with them. Zhang Yi nodded, yet concern lingered in his heart. Brother Lingyuan, although our intelligence network is extensive, their background is too profound. Can we truly withstand this pressure? Gu Lingyuan smiled slightly. The people in the capital believe they can control everything, but they do not comprehend the true strength of the Qingxi Gang. Zhang Yi, remember this. The true determinant of victory lies not in superficial power, but in control over the situation. He paused before continuing. What we must do is entangle their forces in a quagmire, causing them to falter. As long as we achieve this, victory will be ours. In preparation for the impending conflict, Gu Lingyuan began to secretly mobilize the core forces of the Qingxi Gang. He chose not to confront the capital's powers head-on, but instead covertly undermine their plans through various channels. Simultaneously, he leveraged the police's infiltration actions, guiding them to attack other underground forces, thus sowing internal chaos. Zhang Yi was responsible for directing the peripheral actions, continuously instigating conflicts within the enemy through the intelligence network, allowing them to exhaust themselves in mutual strife. Days later, the atmosphere in the underground world of City A grew increasingly tense, with the conflicts between major forces becoming more public and charged with animosity. Although the police's sudden actions appeared formidable, The disorder in intelligence led other underground forces to mistakenly believe that the Qingxi gang was orchestrating everything from behind the scenes, prompting them to retaliate. Zhang Yi, observing the intelligence reports, couldn't help but chuckle. Brother Lingyuan, your strategy of undermining their foundation is truly brilliant. Those gangs are now completely in disarray, preoccupied with their own troubles. Gu Lingyuan's eyes glinted with coldness. This is merely the prelude. The true counterattack has only just begun. Just as the Qingxi gang's strategic layout began to bear fruit, an unexpected message arrived suddenly. Zhang Yi rushed into Gu Lingyuan's office, his expression unusually serious. Brother Lingyuan, something has happened. Gu Lingyuan lifted his head, his gaze turning icy. What is it? Zhang Yi spoke in a somber tone. I have just received news that an exceedingly significant figure has personally arrived in a city from the capital. Furthermore, he holds a close connection with a high-ranking member of the Qingxi gang. Gu Lingyuan's brow instantly furrowed. A high-ranking member of the Qingxi gang? Who is it? Zhang Yi hesitated momentarily before replying. The intelligence is still being verified, but rumors suggest that this individual may be someone we have always placed our trust in. The atmosphere abruptly grew tense, and a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Gu Lingyuan's eyes. Uncover the identity of this person. If there is indeed a traitor, regardless of who it may be, I shall not let them escape. The situation became increasingly complicated as a far greater storm was brewing. This time, Gu Lingyuan would not only have to confront external threats, but also purge the lurking dangers within his own ranks. Chapter 91. The underlying crisis with the news brought by Zhang Yi. A tempest began to brew within Gu Lingyuan's heart, though his visage remained composed. A myriad of thoughts commenced their tumultuous dance within his mind. The possibility of a traitor lurking among the upper echelons of the Green Serpent Gang was utterly intolerable to him. Should there indeed be an insider, it would undeniably spell nightmare for the gang. Are you certain that individual truly has ties to the forces in the capital? Gu Lingyuan inquired, his voice lowered, his gaze piercing. Zhang Yi nodded gravely, his expression somber. The source of the information is exceedingly reliable, yet we currently lack concrete evidence. However, recent signs indicate that the individual's actions are indeed suspicious, operating covertly, frequently evading our personnel during outings, and associating with individuals of unclear identities. Gu Lingyuan's brow furrowed deeply. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, since we lack definitive proof, we must refrain from alarming the snake in the grass. We will monitor him discreetly and continue to trace his movements. I wish to know whom he interacts with and what schemes he is orchestrating. Zhang Yi's demeanor was serious. Understood. I will ensure that our brethren keep a vigilant watch, leaving no stone unturned. Gu Lingyuan's gaze shifted to the window, where the city of lay aglow beneath the night sky. Yet he understood that beneath each flickering light lurked peril. He recognized that in this struggle, a moment's negligence could plunge the entire Green Serpent Gang into the abyss. Preparation for counterattack as the pursuit of the traitor unfolded. Gu Lingyuan remained acutely aware of another front, the confrontation with the forces in the capital. He understood that merely waiting for the enemy to strike was tantamount to awaiting one's own demise. The Green Serpent Gang must adopt a more proactive strategy to maintain stability amidst the impending storm. In recent days, Gu Lingyuan collaborated closely with Zhang Yi, discreetly mobilizing the gang's elite forces to gradually expand their dominion over the underground realm of the city. Concurrently, through various external intelligence networks, they meticulously unveiled the activities of the capital's forces in a city, guiding the police and other factions to generate conflict, thereby ensnaring the enemy in a web of turmoil. Zhang Yi returned to Gu Lingyuan with the latest intelligence, his excitement palpable. Brother Lingyuan, our plan is bearing fruit. The forces from the capital have recently suffered significant blows across multiple domains. Several key strongholds have been dismantled, severely constraining their operations. The corners of Gu Lingyuan's mouth curled slightly upward as he remarked with a cold chuckle. The reach of the capital's personnel is too extensive. It is only a matter of time before it is severed. We must ensure they comprehend that a city is not a realm they can manipulate at will. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. They initially believed they could easily exert control here, yet it appears their schemes are being systematically dismantled by us. Gu Lingyuan replied matter-of-factly. Continue to escalate the pressure, but do so subtly. We must instill in them the illusion that they still possess opportunities while safeguarding our own secrecy. Zhang Yi understood the directive and promptly set about organizing the necessary measures. The traitor emerges as time progressed. The investigation into the traitor began to yield results. Zhang Yi rushed back to Gu Lingyuan's office at an astonishing speed, clutching an intelligence dossier that turned his knuckles white, his expression grave. Brother Lingyuan, we have uncovered. He spoke in a hushed tone. Gu Lingyuan's gaze was as sharp as a blade. Who is it? Zhang Yi hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and responding, It is Chen Wenzhong. Gu Lingyuan's pupils constricted suddenly. Chen Wenzhong, a veteran figure within the Qingxi gang, deeply qualified and loyal for many years, had always been one of the core forces of the gang. Gu Lingyuan could hardly believe it was him. His voice turned frigid as ice. Are you certain it is him? Zhang Yi nodded, presenting the materials he held. We have discovered that he has secretly met with envoys from the capital multiple times recently, and during certain operations within the gang, he has deliberately leaked information to the police and other factions, severely disrupting our plans. Although he concealed his actions well, we finally caught a lead. Gu Lingyuan clenched his fists, his inner fury burning at its peak. Chen Wenzhong had betrayed the Qingxi gang, betrayed him. Why would he do this? Gu Lingyuan inquired coldly. Zhang Yi replied gravely. It seems he's been bought off by the forces in the capital. They promised him control over a portion of the underground resources in the capital, as well as guarantees for his family's safety. Chen Wenzhong appears to have been tempted. Gu Lingyuan closed his eyes and remained silent for a moment, his thoughts racing. The Qingxi gang was already at a critical juncture, besieged by internal and external troubles, and the emergence of a traitor undoubtedly complicated the situation further. He could not allow Chen Wenzhong to continue undermining the gang's operations, yet taking rash action might alert him. Notify all brothers to immediately intensify surveillance on Chen Wenzhong. At the same time, assign him a fictitious important task, deliberately allowing him to expose more incriminating evidence. Gu Lingyuan instructed in a low voice, his tone laced with lethal intent. Zhang Yi accepted the command and departed swiftly. Gu Lingyuan's cold gaze shifted to the window, where the night loomed with uncertainty, much like this struggle. Chen Wenzhong's betrayal resembled a ticking time bomb, but Gu Lingyuan understood that in such moments, calmness and precision were paramount. Days later, Zhang Yi rushed back, his expression even graver. Brother Lingyuan, it seems Chen Wenzhong has sensed our movements and has become unusually cautious. He likely realizes he is under suspicion. Gu Lingyuan's brow furrowed slightly. It appears he is more cunning than we anticipated. Zhang Yi asked softly, what shall we do next? Should we act immediately? Gu Lingyuan's expression darkened, his voice resolute as iron. There is no rush, since he is aware of our surveillance. Let us give him a false sense of security, create an illusion that he has successfully evaded our grasp. Zhang Yi nodded, yet doubts lingered in his heart. But if he seizes this opportunity to escalate his contact with the capital, our time may be limited. Gu Lingyuan smiled faintly, a glint of sharpness in his eyes. Sometimes, the more secure a prey feels, the more likely they are to commit a fatal error. At that moment, urgent footsteps echoed from outside, and a subordinate rushed in, flustered. Brother Lingyuan, we just received news that the forces from the capital are mobilizing in large numbers. It seems they are planning significant actions. Gu Lingyuan's expression turned icy. It appears it is time for blood to be shed. Chapter 92. The horn of final battle as the night descends upon city once more. The darkness enveloping this city is anything but tranquil. The movements of the forces from the capital have become increasingly conspicuous as they covertly marshal their strength within City A. The intelligence network of the Green Serpent Gang has already intercepted a plethora of significant developments. Gu Lingyuan stands before the window of the Green Serpent Gang's headquarters, gazing into the night sky, the latest intel brought by Zhang Yi echoing in his ears. It seems the people from the capital can no longer restrain themselves. Zhang Yi whispers, based on the intelligence we have gathered, They're preparing to launch a comprehensive offensive against us in 3 days. This involves not only the police, but also a coalition of certain underground forces. Gu Lingyuan's expression remains composed, as if he had anticipated this all along. He slowly turns, a glint of fierce determination illuminating his gaze. 3 days is ample time for us to prepare. Since they refuse to back down, we shall meet this decisive battle head-on. Zhang Yi's countenance is grave. Brother Lingyuan, while our forces are indeed prepared, the other side enjoys police support, along with considerable backing from the business community. The pressure we face is greater than we had imagined. Gu Lingyuan nods, yet he displays no hint of trepidation. Indeed, they possess certain advantages, but it is precisely for this reason that they may grow complacent. Our objective is not to confront them in a head-on clash, but to exploit their weaknesses and seize the initiative. Zhang Yi, puzzled, responds, Brother Lingyuan, do you mean? Gu Lingyuan's eyes flicker with insight, seemingly having discerned the vulnerabilities of the enemy. They believe that with the backing of the police and the business sector, they can easily dominate City A. However, they forget that the police represent mere surface power, while the true strength of the Green Serpent Gang lies beneath. He approaches Zhang Yi, speaking softly. We must take the initiative. The operation in 3 days will not merely be a defensive stance. It is our opportunity to strike first. Realization dawns on Zhang Yi, a spark of combativeness igniting in his eyes. Understood. I will make immediate arrangements. We shall be fully prepared in 3 days, ready to counterattack as they initiate their move. Gu Lingyuan nods, then adds, furthermore, keep a close watch on Chen Wenzhong's every action. He is likely a pawn placed within our ranks by the forces from the capital. Should he dare to reveal his true colors at this juncture, it would be his own demise. Zhang Yi responds with a serious demeanor, yes, Brother Lingyuan, I will ensure he is closely monitored. Comprehensive deployment in the ensuing 3 days, the entire Green Serpent Gang is engulfed in a state of tense activity. Gu Lingyuan personally orchestrates the mobilization of various factions, covertly assembling the elite within the gang to devise an intricate counteroffensive. Simultaneously, the maneuvers of the capital's forces become increasingly evident, as both sides appear to be making final preparations for the impending clash. Accompanied by a trusted cadre, Zhang Yi begins covertly infiltrating the police's intelligence network, utilizing the connections of the Green Serpent Gang to disseminate false intelligence, thereby misleading the reconnaissance efforts of the capital's forces. Brother Lingyuan, according to your plan, the capital has come to believe that we are in a state of passive defense. Their actions are becoming bolder, evidently unaware that we are fully prepared for a counterattack. Zhang Yi reported with a hint of pride in his smile. Gu Lingyuan responded with a serene smile. They believe they hold the reins, yet in truth, every move they make is under our control. Let us continue to ensnare them, allowing them to stumble into traps while they are consumed by their own hubris. Zhang Yi nodded, ready to depart when his expression suddenly shifted. By the way, Brother Lingyuan, there have been new developments concerning Chen Wenzhong. He has been frequently venturing out lately, seemingly negotiating with envoys from the capital. Gu Lingyuan's gaze turned icy. Has he finally lost his composure? Excellent. When they're on the brink of action, we shall tighten our net. On the eve of the decisive confrontation, the third night arrived, and Gu Lingyuan felt an unusual calmness. He sat in the headquarters conference room, surrounded by Zhang Yi, Li Ming, and other key members of the Green Snake Gang, the atmosphere thick with tension. All forces from the capital had been mobilized, and the police would commence their operation at 3 o'clock tomorrow morning, in conjunction with certain elements of the business world, preparing for a comprehensive purge against us. Zhang Yi reported in a hushed tone. Li Ming slammed the table, his voice laced with fury. They are truly audacious, daring to confront us so openly. Brother Lingyuan, let us strike tonight and catch them off guard. Gu Lingyuan gently shook his head, speaking calmly. Patience, Li Ming. They believe victory is assured, and it is at 3 o'clock tomorrow morning that their vigilance will wane. Our task is to seize this opportunity. He lifted his gaze, his eyes glinting with cold resolve. Tomorrow at dawn, we will launch a counterattack on all key strongholds in City A simultaneously. Let them understand that the Green Snake Gang is not a mere pawn to be manipulated. Zhang Yi nodded, affirming. Everything is in readiness. The brothers have taken their positions, awaiting your command. Gu Lingyuan rose, his gaze penetrating as he looked out the window. Excellent. Inform everyone, the operation begins precisely at 3 o'clock tomorrow morning. Following the meeting, Zhang Yi remained behind, his expression grave. Brother Lingyuan, there is a matter I feel compelled to bring to your attention. Gu Lingyuan furrowed his brow slightly. What is it? Zhang Yi lowered his voice. Tonight, Chen Wenzhong suddenly requested to meet with an important figure outside. He claims it is unrelated to our operation, but I suspect he is providing intelligence to those from the capital. Gu Lingyuan's eyes instantly turned cold. The time for this pawn has come to an end. Have him followed. During tomorrow's operation, it is imperative to expose the evidence of his betrayal completely. Then, arrange for him to have an accident. Zhang Yi nodded, understanding that Gu Lingyuan's intent was resolute, and Chen Wenzhong had no chance of redemption left. Rest assured, Brother Lingyuan, I will personally handle this matter. Gu Lingyuan gazed out at the night sky, which seemed to be brewing a tempest. The tranquility of this night was but a prelude to the storm that was to come. Tomorrow would be the battle that determined the fate of the Green Snake Gang. Chapter 93. The night assault at 3 o'clock in the morning. The streets of city remained tranquil, yet in certain corners, a dark turbulence brewed incessantly. Every stronghold of the Green Serpent Gang was on high alert, while the minions of the capital's forces quietly maneuvered, seemingly preparing for a monumental clash. Gu Lingyuan stood in the surveillance room of the Green Serpent Gang's headquarters, calmly observing the various locations displayed on the screens. Each checkpoint and every stronghold was firmly within his grasp. Li Ming and Zhang Yi were responsible for different sectors, leading elite brothers who had long been lying in wait along the routes of the capital's forces. All personnel, prepare for action at precisely 3 o'clock. Gu Lingyuan's voice reverberated through the wireless headsets, reaching every subordinate's ear. As the seconds ticked by, Zhang Yi's gaze occasionally darted to his watch, the tension within him escalating gradually. He understood that this battle was not merely about the survival of the Green Serpent Gang, but also about the prestige Gu Lingyuan had built over the years. Should they fail, the very foundation of the Green Serpent Gang would likely tremble. Brother Lingyuan, the enemy has commenced their movements. Several suspicious vehicles have been spotted near the main strongholds, Zhang Yi reported in a hushed tone. Gu Lingyuan's expression remained tranquil, as if he had anticipated this. As per our plan, allow them to approach. The forces of the capital were evidently unaware that Gu Lingyuan had already discerned their every maneuver. At this moment, the brothers of the Green Serpent Gang lay concealed in the shadows, patiently awaiting their prey to step into their trap. The battle erupts at exactly 3 o'clock. With a low command, the night sky of City A was abruptly pierced by gunfire. Almost simultaneously, the guards at the major strongholds of the Green Serpent Gang swiftly launched their assault, coordinating with the ambush circles Gu Lingyuan had meticulously arranged. Effectively encircling the capital's raid team, Li Ming personally commanded the front lines, leading a squad of elite warriors to swiftly suppress the raiders from the capital. Gripping an assault rifle, his countenance was fierce. You scoundrels, none shall escape today. The capital's forces clearly did not anticipate the Green Serpent Gang's preparedness, and their raid quickly descended into chaos. As they attempted to break through, they found themselves ensnared by the ambushing troops of the Green Serpent Gang. Brother Lingyuan, we are making good progress. The enemy is cornered in the Eastern District warehouse, Zhang Yi reported via radio. They attempted to call for reinforcements, but we have cut off their route. Gu Lingyuan responded calmly. Excellent, continue the suppression. Ensure their complete annihilation. What Li Ming? Li Ming's heavy breaths echoed through the headset. Brother Lingyuan, we have trapped the enemy in the alley of the Western District. If we do not resolve this tonight, Li Ming, shall not return. Gu Lingyuan nodded. Remember, leave no survivors. The underground world of the city had plunged into chaos, with gunfire and explosions resonating in a tumultuous symphony. In the eyes of the capital's forces, this night's assault was meant to be their chance to dismantle the Green Serpent Gang in one fell swoop. However, the reality was that they had become ensnared in Gu Lingyuan's meticulously woven web. The betrayal unveiled as the battle raged on. Zhang Yi received a message from external surveillance. Brother Lingyuan. Chen Wenzhong has just stealthily departed from his residence with a few associates and is heading westward towards the outskirts of the city. I have dispatched someone to follow him, but he is being exceedingly discreet. Gu Lingyuan's gaze instantly turned frigid. He can no longer contain himself. He intends to escape amidst the chaos. Zhang Yi's voice was laced with fury. That old fox is indeed in league with those from the capital. What shall we do? Should we intercept him directly? After a moment of silence, Gu Lingyuan replied coldly, "There is no rush. Wait until he reaches the location we have prepared before we strike. Let him believe he has evaded capture, only to deliver him a fatal blow." Zhang Yi promptly responded, "Understood. I will arrange for personnel." Gu Lingyuan knew that Chen Wenzhong's betrayal stemmed not merely from self-interest. His thoughts were profound, and his tactics were shrewd. It was precisely for this reason that Gu Lingyuan yearned to eliminate him at the height of his arrogance. The undercover confrontation as time passed. Chen Wenzhong indeed approached an abandoned dock in the west of the city with a cadre of his loyalists, believing it to be a safe passage out of City A. Little did he know, Gu Lingyuan had already laid an intricate web of traps. "Brother Lingyuan, Chen Wenzhong has reached the designated location. We are ready to act at any moment," Zhang Yi reported in a hushed tone. Gu Lingyuan's lips curled into a cold smile. "Proceed." Upon receiving the command, the ambush team, led by Zhang Yi, surged forth from all directions, encircling Chen Wenzhong and his entourage with no avenue of escape. Clearly caught off guard by his exposure, Chen Wenzhong's face momentarily flashed with panic, but he quickly regained his composure. "Gu Lingyuan, you are indeed formidable," Chen Wenzhong sneered, a hint of disdain in his eyes. "But do you truly believe you can capture me?" Gu Lingyuan's voice emerged from the shadows. "Chen Wenzhong, you ought to be aware of the price of betrayal." With a dismissive smile, Chen Wenzhong retorted, "Betrayal? I have merely chosen a better path. No matter how capable you are, you cannot contend with those from the capital. I simply recognized the reality before you did." Gu Lingyuan's gaze remained icy, unaffected by his words. "You may have discerned the reality, but you remain blind to your own fate." Chen Wenzhong laughed heartily. "Fate? Gu Lingyuan, today's conclusion is already predetermined. Do you think I would fall into your hands so easily?" Before he could finish, Chen Wenzhong suddenly drew a concealed firearm from his waist and aimed it at Gu Lingyuan. However, just as he pulled the trigger, a gunshot rang out first, striking his wrist with precision and causing the weapon to clatter to the ground. Emerging from the shadows, Zhang Yi stood with his gun still smoking. "Did you think you could escape?" Clutching his injured wrist, Chen Wenzhong's complexion turned pale. Yet a final glimmer of ferocity remained in his eyes. "Gu Lingyuan, do not presume victory. The people from the capital will not spare you. The entire Qingxi gang will eventually be crushed beneath their feet." Gu Lingyuan advanced slowly toward Chen Wenzhong, his eyes glinting with cold disdain. "You speak the truth. Those from the capital are indeed powerful. Yet, they are overly arrogant, failing to realize that you, as a pawn, have already outlived your usefulness." As Gu Lingyuan's words faded, Zhang Yi raised his gun once more, and a shot reverberated through the night, resulting in Chen Wenzhong collapsing lifelessly to the ground. In the darkness, the flash from the gun extinguished almost instantly, marking the abrupt end of Chen Wenzhong's existence. After his body fell, Zhang Yi approached Gu Lingyuan and whispered, "Brother Lingyuan, Chen Wenzhong has been dealt with, and the connection in the capital has been severed." Gu Lingyuan nodded slightly, yet his gaze remained profound, as if pondering the forthcoming developments. The forces in the capital, having faced defeat, would not relent easily. Gu Lingyuan spoke with a grave tone. They will swiftly recalibrate their strategy. The next confrontation may prove even more perilous. A flicker of unease crossed Zhang Yi's eyes. "Brother Lingyuan, how shall we respond next?" Gu Lingyuan's gaze was as cold as ice. "Our next step is no longer to defend. We shall take the initiative and strike at the capital." Chapter 94. The counterattack of the capital forces. The first rays of morning sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting a warm glow upon Gu Lingyuan's desk. The map before him displayed the clear distribution of power among the major factions in City A, with several marked locations standing out conspicuously. After a night of fierce combat, the offensive from the capital had been thoroughly dismantled. However, Gu Lingyuan was acutely aware that this did not signify the end of their troubles. Brother Lingyuan, movements from the capital have commenced. Li Meng hurriedly entered Gu Lingyuan's office, his voice tinged with an unmistakable tension. According to our intelligence, they are mobilizing a larger force, seemingly preparing to launch an even more ferocious counterattack. Gu Lingyuan remained composed, his gaze sweeping over the map as he replied coldly, "They will not concede easily." This conflict was never destined to be straightforward from the outset. Zhang Yi soon arrived, his expression grave. "Brother Lingyuan, do we have sufficient manpower to withstand this resurgence? The strength of the capital is formidable, especially in terms of their financial resources, which far exceed our own." Instead of answering immediately, Gu Lingyuan moved to the window, gazing out at the distant skyline. The underworld of City A was already in turmoil, although the Qingxi gang had temporarily gained the upper hand in this covert struggle. A more intricate strategy was required to fully seize control of the situation. "We cannot wait for them to come knocking at our door." Gu Lingyuan's voice was deep yet resonant with authority. "Our next move be proactive." A flicker of uncertainty crossed Zhang Yi's eyes. "Brother Lingyuan, are you suggesting to bring the flames of war to the capital?" Gu Lingyuan's eyes glinted with cold determination. The forces of the capital had always regarded City A merely as a chessboard under their control, manipulable at their whim. Yet this time, we aim to make them comprehend that the Qingxi gang is not an entity they can so easily dominate. Li Meng clenched his fists in excitement. "Brother Lingyuan, are you implying we will retaliate directly to the capital?" Gu Lingyuan nodded, his tone resolute. "Indeed, we shall not only retaliate, but ensure they pay a steep price for their actions." Zhang Yi furrowed his brow. "But, Brother Lingyuan, the power of the capital runs deep. A rash assault could provoke a more significant conflict, potentially involving higher echelons of power. While our current strength might suffice to counter their ambush, attacking their stronghold poses a considerable risk." Gu Lingyuan let out a cold laugh. "Precisely because they are entrenched, we must strike while they are still reeling, catching them off guard. We need not engage in a full-scale war. We only need to undermine their most vital interests, making it clear that the Qingxi gang is not a soft target, thus compelling them to retreat." Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa far away in the capital, several core members of the capital forces convened for a clandestine meeting. "Gu Lingyuan is indeed formidable," remarked a sharply dressed middle-aged man with piercing eyes, his tone icy. "Our people have been consecutively defeated by him. It appears the situation in City A has spiraled out of control." "Out of control?" Another man seated across the table scoffed dismissively. "It is merely a single setback. A city is but a small place. No matter how formidable Gu Lingyuan may be, he is merely the leader of a local gang. What storm could he possibly stir?" A middle-aged man cast a grim gaze. "You underestimate him too much. This recent failure has not only inflicted severe losses on us, but has also solidified the resolve of the Qingxi gang. If we do not take timely measures, he may very well retaliate." An elder at the opposite end of the conference table spoke slowly. "One must not take Gu Lingyuan lightly. However, he is not without his weaknesses. We need not confront him directly this time. We can simply exploit the traitors around him." The elder's words left the others in contemplative silence for a moment before the middle-aged man nodded. "The line to Chen Wenzhong has been severed, but we still have others to utilize. Gu Lingyuan is undoubtedly astute, yet those close to him may not be entirely loyal." "Excellent," the elder remarked slowly. "By continuing to infiltrate the Qingxi gang, Gu Lingyuan will gradually find himself isolated, providing us the opportunity to eliminate him entirely." Meanwhile, Gu Lingyuan's own plans were quietly taking shape. The intelligence network of the Qingxi gang was swiftly mobilizing, beginning to ascertain the various interests of the capital's forces in a city. Gu Lingyuan understood that only by striking at the economic foundation of his adversaries could he truly undermine their power. "Brother Lingyuan, we have pinpointed several key strongholds in the capital." Zhang Yi, holding the latest intelligence report, spoke with a hint of excitement. "The primary economic sources in a city are essentially under our control. Once we initiate action, they will be gravely weakened." Gu Lingyuan nodded slightly. "Excellent. Prepare for action." This time, we shall strike swiftly, leaving them no opportunity to react. Li Meng clenched his fists, exhilarated. Brother Lingyuan, we are all ready, awaiting your command. Gu Lingyuan surveyed his two capable subordinates before speaking with gravity. This operation must be executed flawlessly, without any flaws. Zhang Yi, you are in charge of the Eastern District. Li Meng, you will oversee the Western District. Remember, the objective is to strike at their economic lifeline, forcing them to retreat. Zhang Yi and Li Meng replied in unison, understood. As the storm loomed, with Gu Lingyuan's command, the elite forces of the Qing Shi gang swiftly dispersed, launching a comprehensive assault on the key interests of the capital's forces in a city. Simultaneously, Gu Lingyuan was scheming to ignite conflict within the capital, preparing for a direct confrontation with several major factions there. However, as Gu Lingyuan initiated his counteroffensive, dark currents were also stirring in the capital, with a new danger quietly closing in on him. Brother Lingyuan, our people have uncovered an astonishing lead. It seems that someone over in the capital has set their sights on you. Zhang Yi's voice was low, tinged with unease. Gu Lingyuan's expression darkened, and he replied coldly, I knew they would not relent easily. This time, let them come. Chapter 95. The underlying scheme as the night deepened. The skyline of City gradually became submerged in the brilliance of its vibrant lights. Gu Lingyuan stood by the window of his office, his gaze as sharp as a blade. The day's operations had progressed smoothly, yet he was acutely aware that the true tempest had yet to arrive. Lingyuan, the operations in the eastern and western districts have been successfully completed. Li Meng entered and reported in a hushed tone, his expression revealing a hint of fatigue, yet more so, exhilaration. We have effectively dismantled several key strongholds in the capital. Gu Lingyuan nodded slightly. Have they shown any response? Not yet, but our people are monitoring the situation closely, and feedback will come at any moment. Li Meng replied, a note of anticipation lacing his voice, as if victory were within reach. Let us not grow complacent, Gu Lingyuan cautioned in a grave tone. This is merely the initial step. They will not concede so easily. A counterattack could occur at any time. Zhang Yi then entered, his countenance somewhat somber. Lingyuan, although this operation has progressed favorably, I still sense something amiss. It is unusual for the capital to remain so silent without a substantial reaction. Are they truly allowing us to undermine their interests unchallenged? Gu Lingyuan did not respond immediately, his gaze fixed on the view outside as he pondered. Zhang Yi's concerns were not unfounded. The silence of the capital's forces was indeed disquieting. They are certainly preparing something. Gu Lingyuan spoke softly, his tone calm, yet resolute. During this period, we must exercise heightened vigilance. You are right, Lingyuan, Zhang Yi nodded. But there is another matter that troubles me. What is it? Gu Lingyuan turned to focus on Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's expression grew grave as he slowly articulated. The intelligence we have gathered indicates that individuals within the capital's forces may be inciting dissent. They are attempting to sway members of the Qing Shi gang through various channels. Gu Lingyuan's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze turning icy. Internally? Who is it? Zhang Yi shook his head. We do not have any definitive candidates yet, but our team is investigating. This matter must be clarified promptly. Otherwise, if internal strife arises, the capital may seize the opportunity to launch a counteroffensive. Li Meng immediately concurred. Indeed, Lingyuan, the implications of a traitor within the Qing Shi gang would be catastrophic. We must prepare for contingencies. Gu Lingyuan fell into a brief contemplation, and after a moment, his resolve solidified. All core personnel must undergo a thorough reassessment, especially those who have recently had contact with the capital. Additionally, pay particular attention to the teams under Zhang Yi's command. Upon hearing this, a flicker of displeasure crossed Zhang Yi's face, but he quickly masked it and nodded calmly. Understood. Lingyuan, I will personally oversee this matter. Gu Lingyuan chose not to elaborate further. He approached his desk and picked up the phone. Moments later, a steady voice answered on the other end. Lingyuan, what is it? Lu Shu, I require your assistance. Gu Lingyuan replied solemnly. Please investigate the recent movements in the capital, particularly concerning individuals associated with us. On the other end of the line, Uncle Lu fell silent for a moment before softly saying, Do you suspect that someone is plotting against you? Indeed. I need to ascertain who is orchestrating these events from behind the scenes. Gu Lingyuan's voice was low and resonant, imbued with an air of authority. I will investigate, but you must exercise caution as well. The political landscape in the capital is fraught with peril. They may already be devising a larger conspiracy, Uncle Lu cautioned. After disconnecting the call, Gu Lingyuan pondered for a moment before addressing Zhang Yi and Li Ming. We shall proceed with a two-pronged approach. Zhang Yi, continue your investigation into the suspicious individuals within. Li Ming, keep a vigilant watch on the movements of the capital's forces. Report any developments immediately. Both Zhang Yi and Li Ming responded in unison, understood. Amidst the internal turmoil, as the investigation within the Green Serpent gang commenced in earnest, a small leader of the gang was conversing with an unfamiliar man in a dimly lit corner of one of their strongholds. Are you certain he won't suspect you? The stranger's voice was icy, his gaze scrutinizing. The small leader replied in a hushed tone, Gu Lingyuan will not notice me. He harbors no suspicions towards me. Excellent. You know what steps to take next? The stranger smiled faintly before vanishing into the night. The small leader remained rooted to the spot, his heart racing with trepidation. He was acutely aware that he had embarked on an irreversible path. Should the truth come to light, the consequences would be unbearable. Yet at this juncture, retreat was no longer an option. Meanwhile, the counteroffensive by the capital's forces was gaining momentum. Several corps members had convened in a secure chamber, where a detailed map of City A lay before them. Gu Lingyuan's retaliation is swifter than we anticipated. A middle-aged man spoke slowly, a hint of disdain in his tone, though he seemed unaware that we had already set our plans in motion. Indeed, another younger man chimed in with a cold smirk. The more he retaliates, the greater our opportunity to ensnare him in our trap. By the time he realizes, it will be too late. The elder, seated at the head of the table, gazed contemplatively. What we require is not a direct confrontation with Gu Lingyuan, but rather to exploit the weaknesses within his ranks, causing him to falter. The younger man nodded in agreement. Precisely, our operatives have already begun their actions. Once the timing is right, Gu Lingyuan's Green Serpent gang will collapse from within. Excellent. The elder smiled faintly. What lies ahead is our final operation to ensnare him. Just as Gu Lingyuan completed his tasks, Zhang Yi abruptly entered, his expression tinged with anxiety. Lingyuan, we have just received news. One of the Green Serpent gang strongholds has been attacked. Chapter 96. Internal crisis. Gu Lingyuan stood before the window of his office, his gaze sharp and resolute, fully aware that the counteroffensive from the forces in the capital would soon materialize. Zhang Yi's report heightened his vigilance, revealing that issues within the Green Serpent gang had indeed begun to surface. What is the situation? Gu Lingyuan turned to Zhang Yi. His tone remained calm, yet the intensity in his eyes cast a somber atmosphere over the room. Zhang Yi, his expression grave, reported, one of our outposts in the Western District was attacked in the early hours of the morning. The operation was executed with remarkable swiftness, leaving virtually no trace. Preliminary assessments indicate that this action was likely orchestrated by the forces from the capital. Gu Lingyuan furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before speaking in a low voice. This is a test of our defenses by the forces in the capital. It seems they have commenced their true operations. Li Ming then entered, his demeanor anxious. Brother Lingyuan, all our other outposts are currently secure. But this sudden assault caught us off guard. The brother's vigilance may not be sufficient. Indeed, Gu Lingyuan nodded, his tone somber. This was a premeditated attack, clearly aimed at disrupting our rhythm and infiltrating the inner workings of the Green Serpent gang. I have already ordered reinforcements for the defenses of our other outposts. Li Ming added. However, this attack makes me suspect that the capital is not merely probing. They may have internal informants providing them with crucial intelligence. Zhang Yi quickly interjected. Brother Lingyuan, the issues within our ranks may be more severe than anticipated. Although we have a considerable number of personnel, management across various districts has inevitably been lax. If there is indeed a traitor among us, they likely have knowledge of most of our operational plans. A glint of cold determination flashed in Gu Lingyuan's eyes. If that is the case, let them expose themselves. Plans and counterattacks. After a brief moment of contemplation, Gu Lingyuan made a swift decision. Immediately disseminate our operational plans to all outposts, feigning preparations for a large-scale counterattack. Then closely monitor each outpost, especially those with recent unusual activities. I suspect these traitors will not miss this opportunity. Li Meng's eyes lit up. Brother Lingyuan, are you suggesting to lure the snake out of its hole? Precisely, Gu Lingyuan replied with a cold smile. We need not rush to confront the forces from the capital. First, we must resolve our internal issues before consolidating our strength for a counteroffensive. Zhang Yi nodded. Understood. I will make the necessary arrangements. One more thing. Gu Lingyuan turned his gaze towards Li Meng. Take a few capable brothers and discreetly investigate the recent movements of several key individuals, particularly those responsible for the Western District. I suspect some among them may have clandestine ties with the forces in the capital. Li Meng nodded. Understood. Brother Lingyuan, I will personally look into it. Undercurrents within the Green Serpent Gang. Meanwhile, at a clandestine outpost of the Green Serpent Gang, a middle-aged man sat in a corner, anxiously staring at his phone screen. He occasionally glanced around, clearly unsettled. Things were progressing too swiftly. The individuals from the capital had already begun their operations. If Gu Lingyuan discovers this, I fear I may not survive. He murmured to himself, his palms drenched in cold sweat. At that moment, a shadow flitted past, and soon after, a stranger entered, speaking coldly. Do not worry. As long as you follow our instructions, Gu Lingyuan will never suspect you. The middle-aged man forced a smile. Yet, some of his subordinates are not foolish, particularly Zhang Yi. He seems to have begun doubting me. A flicker of disdain passed through the stranger's eyes. Rest assured, our people have already infiltrated the Qingxi gang. Zhang Yi will not pose any issue. As long as you adhere to the plan, larger movements will soon follow. The middle-aged man nodded, yet the unease in his heart remained unabated. Meanwhile, in a luxurious mansion far away in the capital, several core figures of the local powers were deliberating their next course of action. Gu Lingyuan has begun to react. A splendidly attired middle-aged man spoke slowly. His counterattack, though swift, has been anticipated. We are prepared for the next steps. The moment he strikes, he will fall into our trap. An elderly man seated opposite him nodded slightly. Gu Lingyuan is indeed a formidable adversary, but this time we have laid our plans well. The next step is to seize the opportunity to completely dismantle him. The middle-aged man sneered. Indeed, our people have infiltrated his inner circle. Once Gu Lingyuan launches a large-scale counteroffensive, those inside will provide us with ample information, and he shall not escape defeat, no matter how strong he is. The elder's gaze was profound. Excellent. Let us maintain our patience until their internal chaos unfolds. As night deepened, Gu Lingyuan stood by the window of his office, gazing at the distant lights, secretly